Traversing the world of Naruto, I silently signed in for 3 years, biding my time until the Chunin Exams. Just as the plan for Konoha's destruction was unfolding, Orochimaru initiated the Edo Tensei. Unexpectedly, a seemingly inconspicuous genin set fire to his coffin. The ninja villages were thrown into an uproar, as an unnoticed genin suddenly rose to prominence within the ninja realm. Undoubtedly, he could shatter my complete Susanoo, Madara observed gravely. Before him, the Shinra Tensei inflicted pain upon me. Nagato grimaced. Forgive me. I seem to have found a cheat. I will no longer hold back. In Konoha, one's recklessness could incite panic. Chapter 1. The godly Gura Gura no Mi. The fading rays of the setting sun bathed the land in a warm glow. In a grove outside Konoha, two youthful figures flickered and clashed in a fierce duel. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding impact echoed, with Hinata standing firmly on the ground, while Chun Yu staggered back several steps. Are you all right, brother? Dressed in a white training uniform, Hinata hurried forward to support Chun Yu. Phew! Chun Yu panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his clothes wrinkled, and a faint imprint of a fist visible on his chest. He shook his head. Let's call it a day. I'm out of energy, all right. The inexperienced Hinata nodded, her youthful cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, smeared with sweat and dirt, whether from shyness or fatigue was uncertain. Brother, Hinata blinked, suddenly recalling something, and asked softly, We've been training together for 3 years, and I feel my strength growing. Yet why do I only manage to win? Against you by a hair's breadth each time? Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. The girl was rather perceptive, noticing such a detail. It seemed he would have to ease up a bit more in the future. It's because you excel as a sparring partner. As you improve, I must strive to keep up as well, Chun Yu said, ruffling Hinata's hair with his large hand. Is that so? Hinata's confusion cleared, and she accepted his words without doubt, relishing the comfort of his affection. Go on back. If you linger too long, your father might worry. I'll rest a bit longer, Chun Yu advised. Then you must return soon. See you tomorrow. After a few more reminders, Hinata departed. Once Hinata vanished from his sight, Chun Yu instantly returned to normalcy, feeling neither fatigue nor breathlessness. He shook his head, gazing at the twilight sky, murmuring to himself, Has it really been 3 years? When will this damned system unlock? How much longer must I endure? Hinata was blissfully unaware that if Chun Yu wished, a single move could send her tumbling down. 3 years prior, Chun Yu was merely a worker raised in an orphanage, who, after a day off, fell asleep while watching Naruto in his rented room. Upon awakening, he found himself in the world of Naruto, in the original story. Konoha boasted 12 strong ninjas. However, in this reality, there were 13, and Chun Yu's parents, both Konoha ninjas, had perished in an unfortunate mission 5 years ago. Hinata was meant to be Naruto's loyal companion, but on this occasion, it was Chun Yu who intervened when she was bullied, leading to her becoming his devoted follower. Indeed, who could refuse such a perfect childhood bride? Like many transmigrators, Chun Yu was bound to assist him upon arriving in the Naruto world, a supreme sign-in system that required daily attendance. Unlike other systems, once bound, it only bestowed upon Chun Yu a godly talent for ninjutsu. With no other rewards, IT merely reminded him to sign in each day, without any additional perks. Despite possessing this extraordinary talent, Chun Yu, having read the original story's conclusion, was fully aware of the myriad formidable entities within the Naruto world. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Pain, Might Guy, Orochimaru, members of Akatsuki, the leaders of the major ninja villages, including the deceased first, second, and fourth Hokage, and the ultimate antagonist, Kagaya, were all present. Any one of them could easily obliterate his current self. Thus, over these past 3 years, Chun Yu embraced a singular principle: survival. He had to endure. Therefore, while studying ninjutsu at school, although he grasped concepts swiftly, he always feigned struggle, managing to learn just before exams. This was why, during his matches with Hinata, he consistently lost, for he had let her win far more than the ocean could contain. With a talent as average as his, positioned in the lower middle tier, he was essentially a background character in the original story, inconspicuous yet safe. As Chun Yu pondered these thoughts, he returned home, opened the door, and upon closing it, proficiently declared in his mind, Sign in, ding. Sign in successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surviving in the Naruto world for 3 years. Ding. System activation in progress. Ding. System officially activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Godly Beginner Gift Pack. Would you like to claim it? Startled by the series of notifications echoing in his mind, Chun Yu was momentarily stunned. Then, joy surged within him. It had finally activated. He had feared he would have to endure until the end of the story for this moment. What a delightful surprise. Claim, without hesitation. Chun Yu responded. Ding. Generating rewards from the Beginner Gift Pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Godly Gura Gura no Mi. The Godly Gura Gura no Mi. No adverse effects. The Gura Gura no Mi. As the fruit materialized in his hand, Chun Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Could such a thing truly exist? This was the most destructive fruit from the world of One Piece, and the system had effortlessly removed its adverse effects. This fruit had given rise to one of the greatest powers in the pirate world, capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis with but a thought. How astonishingly powerful! A product of the system is bound to be exceptional. Marvelous. True to its name, the godly sign-in system had gifted him with a formidable fruit from the One Piece universe. Without further ado, Chun Yu popped the fruit into his mouth. Oh my. As soon as he swallowed, Chun Yu's face contorted. This was unbearably foul. Just after it went down, he suddenly froze as a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, slowly spreading outward. He felt as though his body had gained something new, and he gradually extended his right hand, that a circular shockwave materialized instantly. Haha! With this fruit, his self-preservation ability in the Naruto world had dramatically increased. Chun Yu clenched his fist and launched a punch forward. Crack, crack, crack! Countless spatial fissures radiated outward. Bang! A crack extended directly to the table, shattering a glass into pieces. Oh no! Chun Yu hastily retracted his fruit's power. Had it lingered a moment longer, the house would have crumbled, and he certainly did not wish to sleep under the stars. The Gura Gura no Mi was terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, Chun Yu noticed a data panel had appeared before him. Host. Chun Yu. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Jinjutsu none. Senjutsu none. Skills. Gura Gura no Mi ability development 25. Overall strength. Elite Jonin. Elite Jonin. You say? Chun Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Think that with the Gura Gura no Mi only developed to 25, he had already attained such prowess. Yet, he was acutely aware that within the early stages of Naruto, an elite Jonin was still commendable, but as the story progressed into the latter half, even elite Jonin would merely become cannon fodder. Even those with Kage-level strength would struggle to stand out. He must remain cautious. Chapter 2. The Godly Observation Haki. Wait, Chun Yu suddenly recalled something. Having studied for so many years at school, he had learned a considerable number of ninjutsu, yet why was there nothing listed on his panel? System, I have learned several ninjutsu. Why are they not reflected here? The host level of ninjutsu is too low. The system looks down upon it. Damn it. Chun Yu's heart raced with 1,000 frustrations. Fine. You are the system. You are formidable. You call the shots. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chun Yu hurriedly tidied up the fruits and walked to the door, opening it. As soon as the door swung open, Chun Yu froze. Standing at the entrance was a black-haired, red-eyed female ninja, Yugao Yuzuki, his teacher. Just finish your training? She asked with a smile. Yes, sensei, Chun Yu replied. The Chunin Exams are about to begin, she said, patting Chun Yu on the shoulder. Though your abilities have always been mediocre, I still encourage you to participate. Think it over tonight and let me know your decision in the morning. Coincidentally, Lord Third Hokage has instructed Kakashi to coach the newcomers and assess their strengths right at the school. Even if you choose not to participate, there's no harm in observing. By the way, here's some rice balls I made for your dinner. Thank you, sensei. Chun Yu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the food. Get some rest. I must take my leave, Yugao said before turning and departing. With her arrival, the count of newcomers increased from 9 to 10. Suma and Kakashi's teams remained unchanged, while Yugao's students grew from 3 to 4, now including him alongside Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino. As an orphan without parents, and due to Chun Yu's tireless dedication to training, his apparent strength remained mediocre. However, Yugao took special care of him. The Chunin Exams? Indeed, there were some alterations in the side quests of this world, yet the main storyline remained intact. Chun Yu contemplated. Although he had unlocked the system and acquired the Tremor Fruit, his strength was still insufficient. It is well known that genin perform trivial tasks such as searching for lost pets, unremarkable yet safe. Becoming a Chunin would entail undertaking many perilous missions, with the risk of injury, disability, or even death lurking at every turn. Moreover, being aware of the plot, Chun Yu knew that this Chunin examination would be fraught with unforeseen dangers. This simply wouldn't do. Until he acquired sufficient self-defense capabilities, he must continue to bide his time. Thus, he resolved not to participate. After all, his strength was perceived as subpar by others, and he would undoubtedly be eliminated if he entered the exam. The teacher would not object. As the saying goes, there are countless paths, but safety is the foremost priority. Ding. Main quest activated. Register for the Chunin exam. Quest reward. God-level observation Haki. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind. What the hell? Triggered the main quest. And the reward is God-level observation Haki. In the world of pirates, observation Haki is one of the 3 paramount forms of Haki. Though it may appear merely supportive, the ability to foresee the future alone is already impressive. Moreover, the system grants a God-level version, which could surpass anything in the pirate realm. What am I waiting for? I must participate. This is promising. Chun Yu devoured all 3 rice balls, drank some water, practiced with the tremor fruit in his room for a while, and then fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, dressed and with his headband secured, Chun Yu set off for the school. News of Kakashi serving as the examiner to assess the newcomers had already spread, drawing together the idle Chunin and Jonin, who gathered to speculate on which newcomer might excel. Naturally, most gazes were directed towards one particular figure. There stood a boy with jet-black eyes, hands tucked in his pockets, silent and composed. It was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, one of the protagonists of Naruto, a prodigy and widely recognized as the strongest among the 10 newcomers. Beside Sasuke were 2 others, a boy clad in yellow with spiky blonde hair and distinctive whisker-like markings on his face. Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of the story. At this moment, Naruto stood confidently with his hands on his hips, exuding a radiant smile, brimming with confidence for the Chunin exams. The other was a girl in a red dress with pink hair, Sakura Haruno, who occasionally stole glances at Sasuke. Chun Yu, over here. Just then, he heard a faint, shy voice. Following the sound, he spotted Hinata and her 2 companions standing beneath a tree. Upon meeting Chun Yu's gaze, Hinata's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, her hands entwined nervously. You're quite late. We're about to start. Kiba Inuzuka greeted him casually, his small dog barking alongside him. Ino merely adjusted her glasses and stood silently, her high collar standing stiffly, a behavior they had all grown accustomed to. You all made it. Have you thought about it? Yugao approached them, looking directly at Chun Yu. I will participate, sensei. Chun Yu nodded. Excellent. Yugao's eyes gleamed with approval. This is a rare opportunity. Kakashi sensei became a Jonin at 12, a genius ninja, one of the elite closest to Hokage level strength. With your abilities, you won't pose a threat to him. Make the most of this chance. Give it your all and see how you measure up against real ninjas. Understood. The 4 replied in unison. Everyone's here. At that moment, a languid voice drifted in, followed by a figure in a ninja outfit, mask on, holding a book, Kakashi, sauntering into the scene. Shall we begin? Irika approached with a list in hand. Yes, we may proceed, Kakashi replied, putting away his book with a nod. Quiet down, please, Irika called out loudly, prompting the crowd to cease their chatter. We will now officially commence. First up, Uchiha Sasuke. As his name resonated, all eyes turned towards the silent boy. Sasuke remained expressionless, not uttering a word, slowly stepping forward. Kakashi maintained his usual nonchalance, a testament to his status as an elite Jonin, seemingly unperturbed. Begin. With Kakashi's command, the crowd retreated, clearing a substantial area for the 2, and the atmosphere grew tense. Sharingan, activate. Without hesitation, Sasuke's eyes transformed to crimson, revealing the 2-tomo Sharingan. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What? At this age, he can activate the Sharingan? And he's already unlocked the 2-tomo. His strength must have reached elite Chunin level. With just a bit more training, even ordinary Jonin might not stand a chance against him. Thank goodness Kakashi-sensei is the examiner. If it were you or me, we might. The surrounding ninjas were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Chapter 3. Is this the might of the genius Sasuke? In an instant, Sasuke's right foot struck the ground with tremendous force, propelling him forward as he vanished from sight. swiftly closing the distance to Kakashi. Within mere meters, he leapt into the air and launched 3 shurikens in a triangular formation towards Kakashi, reacting with remarkable speed. Kakashi produced a shuriken of his own and deflected the incoming projectiles effortlessly. As his movements halted, Sasuke was already upon him, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Kakashi's head. Kakashi's lips curled slightly. Indeed, he had trained this student well. However, despite the apparent ferocity of Sasuke's assault, it paled in comparison to Kakashi's prowess. In a flash, Kakashi's left hand moved with such speed that even the Sharingan could barely follow, capturing Sasuke's wrist and flinging him outward. Sasuke tumbled through the air, performing several rotations before landing gracefully on his feet. His extraordinary talent and rich combat experience. Was this the mark of a prodigy? Another potential Hokage among them. His innate gifts surely rivaled those of his elder brother. The very thought of Itachi, who had defected from the village, evoked a hushed response. Sasuke and Kakashi engaged in a rapid exchange, separating after mere seconds, prompting nods of approval from the observing ninjas. With such exceptional talent, bolstered by the Sharingan and ample combat experience, it was only a matter of time before he emerged as a formidable force in the ninja world, perhaps even surpassing his mentor, Kakashi. At that moment, Sasuke gasped for breath. His heart racing, eyes firmly fixed on Kakashi. Pain radiated from his wrist, a reminder that despite his seemingly effortless performance, he had expended a significant portion of his chakra to withstand Kakashi's onslaught. Truly, Kakashi was a formidable teacher. Nevertheless, Sasuke was resolute in his determination not to yield. With a crackling sound, Sasuke extended his right hand, arcs of lightning dancing around him. The previously stoic observers were now stunned into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Raikiri? Kakashi's S-rank ninjutsu. How could Sasuke, so young, have mastered it? The awe was palpable. How extraordinary was Sasuke's potential? No, wait. That's a weakened version. Chidori, an A-rank technique. Indeed, it was an astonishing feat for even seasoned jounin to master. The crowd could no longer contain their astonishment. Even Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. When had this boy learned Chidori? I had only begun instructing him not long ago. His talent is remarkable. While the Sharingan allowed him to memorize each hand sign, the ability to execute them was rare. Even among the Uchiha clan, few could achieve such mastery, and those who did became the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Suddenly, Sasuke shouted and leaped high into the air, raising his right hand as bolts of lightning traced a perfect arc through the air. He then thrust his hand forward. Chidori. Everyone held their breath, their attention riveted. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Even he would likely sustain injuries from this attack. In a flash, Sasuke was upon him, his gaze resolute, showing no signs of retreat as he unleashed his strike. Boom! With a resounding explosion, dust erupted into the air, and countless arcs of electricity surged outward, causing the spectators to scatter. Did he hit? Impossible. How could he possibly strike Kakashi-sensei? As the dust settled, Sasuke stood panting, the last attack having drained nearly half of his chakra. Before him lay only a shattered stone, and the ground bore a massive crater. The onlookers were filled with shock. Was this truly the power of a mere genin? Meanwhile, Kakashi had somehow positioned himself behind Sasuke, resting a hand on his shoulder. A substitution technique. Remarkable, Kakashi-sensei. He executed it at the last moment. We couldn't even discern his movement. One Chunin, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, only Kakashi-sensei could achieve such a feat. If it were any of us, we would have been forced to retreat in disgrace. Another Chunin echoed the sentiment, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Kakashi-sensei was indeed an elite jounin, the closest to the Hokage. Sasuke may be strong, but the gap remains vast. Yet despite this, the ninjas were left in awe. Sasuke had just graduated from the academy. He had mastered the A-rank technique, Chidori, and unleashed part of its power. It was no surprise that Kakashi triumphed. However, Sasuke's performance had redefined their understanding of genius. Sasuke glanced back at Kakashi, silent, before slowly retreating, yet the gaze of the crowd remained fixed upon him. Irika. Kakashi observed Irika, who had been completely frozen in shock for some time, and sighed. Huh. Irika blinked, momentarily lost. Oh, let us continue. Next up, Chun Yu. Upon hearing Chun Yu's name, the ninjas lost interest, their focus shifting away as they began to discuss the recent battle and analyze Sasuke, occasionally glancing back at him. In their eyes, Chun Yu was barely stronger than the bottom-tier Naruto, destined to remain a genin for life. There was nothing noteworthy about him. Kakashi could likely conclude the match in under a second, dominating the encounter. Go for it. Hinata cheered, her small fists clenched in encouragement, her cheeks flushed with determination. Do your best, Kurenai smiled, offering a supportive glance, feeling pity for the boy who worked so hard yet was so lacking in talent. Seeing that those around him had little faith in him, Chun Yu felt no anger, instead relishing the recognition of his acting skills. All those years of feigning weakness had paid off. He must maintain this charade to ensure his own survival. Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat Kakashi. Complete the quest to receive rewards. Development level of the shock fruit increases by 15. Just as Chun Yu prepared to engage, a notification chimed in his mind. What? Defeat Kakashi. This would increase my development level of the shock fruit by 15? The system doesn't want me to play it safe anymore. Why wait? I'm sorry. Kakashi-sensei. For the sake of this 15 development level, I must put you through this. I'm going all out. I can't hold back any longer. Kakashi observed Chun Yu's sudden excitement with confusion, sensing something was amiss. However, given Chun Yu's consistently mediocre performance, Kakashi dismissed him, keeping his hands in his pockets with a languid demeanor. Begin, Irika announced, signaling the match's commencement. Unlike the previous battle with Sasuke, the surrounding ninjas resumed their conversations. Most of them, aside from a few like Hinata, paying little attention to the fight. Chapter 4. Kakashi strikes a cool pose. Only to be knocked down by my fist. Chun Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Having acquired the shock fruit the previous night, he had yet to unleash its full potential. And now presented with a living target, it was time to test it. With this thought, Chun Yu extended his right hand, summoning the vibration aura. What ninjutsu is this? A Chunin inadvertently witnessed the unfolding scene. Hearing his words, several ninjas nearby turned their gazes toward him. Was that the Rasengan invented by the fourth Hokage? No. The Rasengan is a technique that involves chakra swirling rapidly in the palm, and this was clearly something different. Could it be that he merely enveloped chakra around the surface of his fist? What purpose could that serve? It could barely swat a mosquito. Alas, this child exerts himself tirelessly in training, yet his talent pales in comparison to Sasuke's. Even with full force, his attacks would likely yield no results. It would be wiser to merely feign an effort to avoid injury. The ninjas shook their heads in unison. Kakashi-sensei, here I come, Chun Yu declared, clenching his fist as he dashed towards Kakashi. As a newcomer, his speed was significantly inferior to Sasuke's. An experienced genin could effortlessly manage against him. With such limited ability, participating in the Chunin Exams would likely see him fail even the first round. The disparity between genius and the ordinary was astonishing. Sensing a speed that was markedly slower than Sasuke's, the other ninjas felt a profound sense of disinterest. It was as if the initial excitement was met with a mundane hand. Kakashi maintained his signature cool demeanor, hands tucked in his pockets, remaining utterly still. Chun Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached Kakashi at his original pace, while the energy from the Tremor-Tremor Fruit surged wildly within him. Suddenly, Kakashi felt an intense sense of danger, his pupils constricting sharply. What was happening? The boy's aura had transformed completely. If Sasuke was akin to a young leopard just learning to walk, Chun Yu resembled a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs. In an instant, Chun Yu closed the distance to within 5 meters of Kakashi, his feet grounding firmly as the energy from the Tremor-Tremor Fruit reached its peak. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. In the next moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Crack! A deafening sound echoed, the space around Chun Yu's fist fracturing like a spider's web, fissures radiating outward. An overwhelming shockwave erupted, racing towards Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. The previously calm Kakashi now felt an acute tension, his hair standing on end as he confronted an imminent threat. What was going on? In a split second, Kakashi's hands flew out, ready to perform the body replacement technique, only to realize with horror that the air seemed to be constricted, rendering him immobile. Here was a seasoned elite jonin, acknowledged as one of the closest to the Hokage level, now being thwarted by the attack of a mere newcomer. But at that moment, Chun Yu's strike was already upon him. True to his elite jonin status, the battle-hardened Kakashi frantically formed hand seals, just a second before impact. His hands slammed into the ground. Multiple earth wall technique. Kakashi shouted as a massive earthen barrier surged upward from the ground. Bang! Chun Yu's attack collided heavily with the giant rock. Boom! In the following heartbeat, an unimaginable force erupted, sending terrifying ripples cascading outward. The explosion was hundreds of times more powerful than Sasuke's previous attack, resounding through the heavens and earth. What just happened? The ninjas who had been casually chatting moments before were now struck dumb with shock, staring wide-eyed at the epicenter of the explosion. How could this be? This explosion was caused by Chun Yu. The very Chun Yu they had consistently underestimated, lingering in the shadows, had unleashed such incredible power. This fellow, how could he be so formidable? The Chunin who had only recently debated how to counter Sasuke's attacks now found themselves at a loss. Watching Chun Yu strike obliterate any possibility of retaliation. Even the elite Jonin felt their hearts racing. They realized that even they might struggle to withstand such an assault. Kai, who had been standing by, watching Kakashi battle Sasuke with little expression, suddenly furrowed his brow upon sensing Chun Yu's attack. That blow would likely require him to open all 8 gates to manage. What kind of ninjutsu was this? An extraordinary S-rank technique? It's worth noting that a genin capable of mastering B-rank ninjutsu is deemed a prodigy in Konoha, while Sasuke, who could wield A-rank ninjutsu, was considered a once-in-a-century talent. Of course, such prodigies were somewhat common in the Uchiha clan, thanks to their Sharingan, but among ordinary folk, they remained exceedingly rare. Yet here was Chun Yu, merely a descendant of an ordinary ninja family. Unlike Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, with no renowned bloodline limit to speak of, how could he have learned such powerful ninjutsu? The term genius seemed utterly inadequate. At that moment, in a hidden chamber within Konoha, the third Hokage, adorned with the Hokage hat, sat silently in a chair. A pipe clenched between his teeth. Beside him sat an elder of similar age, his right eye and arm bound in bandages, the arm even secured with a lock. Are you certain of this? The third Hokage inquired slowly. It should be confirmed, Danzo replied, shrouded in darkness. The Umbu have conducted multiple investigations, and the news appears to be credible. Very well, the third Hokage nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. Advise them to exercise caution. The Chunin Exams are about to commence, and ninjas from all nations will converge on Konoha. We cannot afford any disturbances. Understood. Danzo stood, preparing to leave when suddenly, a tremendous explosion and tremor resounded. The third Hokage sprang to his feet, furrowing his brow, a murderous intent surging forth as if facing a dire enemy. Danzo's remaining eye darkened ominously. The energy from that explosion suggests an elite level of power. What is happening? How could someone of such caliber attack Konoha? Let us investigate. The third Hokage cast aside his pipe and swiftly moved outward. Danzo beckoned, and from the shadows emerged 3 masked men, members of Konoha's Umbu. Notify everyone to be on high alert. Yes, the 3 men, sensing the recent tremors, did not hesitate to depart quickly. Danzo followed closely behind the third Hokage, vanishing into the depths of the building. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, Chun Yu stood unblemished as the multiple earth wall was left in ruins, trembling and riddled with holes. A massive void at its center. Kakashi, however, crouched on the ground, covered in wounds, blood dripping incessantly. Defeated. Kakashi had been defeated, and by someone they had always regarded as the underdog. An elite Jonin, poised to soon become a figure of influence, had unleashed his most potent defensive technique. The earth release, multiple earth wall, yet it had still failed to withstand Chun Yu's punch. This was unfathomable. All around, the ninjas were left in a state of shock, their astonishment overwhelming as they dropped their belongings. If Sasuke's earlier performance had left them astounded, Chun Yu's display now instilled fear. At that moment, Sasuke, knocked down by the aftershocks, struggled to rise, his previously emotionless eyes now filled with disbelief. He had always considered himself the undisputed best among newcomers, yet reality had brutally trampled his pride. The vast gulf in ability invoked a sense of despair in this once supremely confident individual. Chapter 5. The third Hokage is shocked as the dust settled. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Every mind was blank, incredulously fixated on the white-clad youth standing at the center of the arena. What was happening? How could this seemingly insignificant individual, only marginally stronger than Naruto, shatter multiple earth release barriers with a single blow, causing Kakashi to cough up blood? Chun Yu himself felt a twinge of astonishment. Had he truly unlocked only 25 of the Tremor Fruit's potential and achieved such remarkable strength? He had not anticipated this outcome, especially considering Kakashi's status as an elite Jonin, a figure who once could have easily obliterated him. With only the Tremor Fruit as his trump card, He had no choice but to exert himself fully to complete his mission, and the results were unexpectedly impressive. Of course, this was also due to Kakashi's underestimation. Had he been fully vigilant, the situation would likely have been different. Nevertheless, the display of power was undeniably formidable. What if he were to fully develop the fruit to 100? Ding! Mission accomplished. The development level of the Tremor Fruit increased by 15. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Chun Yu's mind. Upon reviewing his data panel, he discovered that the Tremor Fruit had reached a development level of 40. Clenching his fist slightly, he gazed at the colossal, debris-strewn boulders before him, contemplating how, had he possessed his current strength in the past, he could have reduced the earth release barriers to mere dust with a single punch, surely inflicting serious harm on Kakashi. Retracting his fist, he returned amidst the awestruck gazes of those around him. All units, be on high alert. Protect the civilians. Hurry, hurry. Suddenly, a series of commanding shouts broke through, followed by the swift appearance of masked figures, encircling the entire school. The Umbu. The crowd gasped in shock. This clandestine organization, under the direct command of the Hokage, was incredibly powerful. Only the elite could hope to join their ranks. Who would have thought that a seemingly trivial assessment for newcomers would provoke the attention of the Umbu? Hokage-sama. Their shock deepened as a venerable figure materialized at the center of the scene. Clad in a crimson Hokage robe and wearing the iconic Hokage hat, his weathered face was lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes remained sharp, akin to those of a hawk. It was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the original narrative, he was hailed as the god of ninjas, mastering 5 chakra natures and over 1,000 jutsu. Chun Yu observed quietly from the sidelines. The third Hokage was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a remarkable intellect, especially when it came to perpetuating the will of fire within Konoha, inspiring generations. He was a figure of great wisdom and formidable strength. Upon surveying the surrounding chaos, the third Hokage paused. Although the venue was severely damaged, it was evident from the teachers and students that there were no signs of external attack. All present were qualified ninjas of Konoha. If an enemy had truly invaded, they would have fought fiercely to defend the students and raise the alarm, rather than standing idly by. If there was no invasion, then what could explain the tremors of such magnitude? Hokage-sama. Irika hastily approached. What caused those tremors? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. And where is Kakashi? Did I not instruct him to oversee the new student's examination? Kakashi is over there. Irika gulped nervously pointing in a direction. What? The third Hokage's heart raced with confusion, his gaze following Irika's finger, only to freeze in shock. That bloodied figure. Kakashi? What happened? I specifically assigned him to supervise the new students. It just started, and then he was beaten to this state by a newcomer. Irika struggled to explain, shaking his head. What? The third Hokage felt a surge of disbelief. Kakashi was the closest to the level of a Hokage, recognized throughout the village as the strongest among them. For him to be injured by a newcomer was already unfathomable, but to be reduced to this state was beyond comprehension. Irika. The third Hokage's frustration grew. This concerns the safety of the village. Do not speak carelessly. What truly transpired? I assure you it's true. Irika insisted, as hard as it is to believe. It is indeed the case. The third Hokage paused, scanning the expressions of the surrounding teachers and students, who all nodded in agreement. Could it truly be? A tempest of shock surged within the third Hokage. His weary, aged eyes swept over the newcomers, lingering momentarily on Sasuke. Is this child from the Uchiha clan? Could it be his Sharingan? No, wait. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of another individual, and he shifted his focus to a child clad in white, exuding an inexplicable aura. For reasons he could not comprehend, a shiver ran through the third Hokage's heart. This child was anything but ordinary. Is it Chun Yu? The third Hokage slowly articulated. Yes. Irika confirmed from beside him. The third Hokage remained silent. As a child who had grown alongside the legendary 12, he was already somewhat familiar with Chun Yu. The third Hokage's gaze settled upon Chun Yu, a look of approval crossing his features. It appears that the will of fire in our village has gained yet another formidable bearer, perpetuating its legacy. Everyone disperse. With a sweeping gesture, the third Hokage commanded the Umbu to vanish, and he too departed the scene. Wow, you are astonishingly strong. Please tell me how you accomplished this. What jutsu is this? There is not a hint of chakra fluctuation. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I'm not entirely sure. Suddenly, an immense power surged within me. Chun Yu feigned ignorance, shrugging his shoulders in a nonchalant manner. Well, regardless, our class is undoubtedly the strongest of this generation. Kurenai beamed with delight. Brother, you are that incredible? Hinata murmured softly from the side, her eyes brimming with admiration. I had no idea you could injure Kakashi-sensei. However, I will not concede. I will be the one to become Hokage, Naruto declared, rushing over with fervor. Kakashi-sensei. At that moment, Chun Yu suddenly called out. Are you alright, Kakashi-sensei? Hey! The crowd jolted back to reality. Having witnessed Chun Yu's astonishing strength, all eyes were now on him, while the unfortunate Kakashi lay bloodied on the ground. Medical team. A few ninjas swiftly leaped down, carrying Kakashi away, and the crowd gathered around, including Chun Yu. Cough, cough. Kakashi coughed violently, struggling to sit upright. Blood seeping from his wounds, his mask stained crimson. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Chun Yu rushed to support him, regardless of the circumstances. Kakashi was a character Chun Yu admired from the original anime. Moreover, having taken Chun Yu's full-force strike without preparation, it was only right for him to show some concern. I'm fine, Kakashi shook his head, meeting Chun Yu's gaze with astonishment. Although he had initially underestimated him, the power he displayed was overwhelmingly potent. Even had he been on guard, the ability to manipulate space would have posed a significant challenge. This boy was a hidden gem. Kakashi-sensei, Chun Yu began. But Kakashi's eyes shifted into a crescent shape as he patted Chun Yu's shoulder. It's all right. Konoha has gained another strong warrior. Haha. Too bad about my newly acquired paradise of affection. Several black lines appeared above the heads of the onlookers. Kakashi-sensei was indeed unscathed. Just then, a masked Umbu approached Chun Yu, speaking in a low voice. Chun Yu, Hokage-sama wishes to see you. Chapter 6. Bloodline Limits. Jiraiya's Astonishment. Inside the Hokage's office. Dressed in the attire of a Hokage, the third Hokage sat comfortably in his chair, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Towering behind him were several formidable Umbu ninjas, while beside him lurked Danzo, cloaked in shadows like a malevolent specter. Next to the third Hokage sat a tall figure adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil. His long white hair cascaded to his waist, and beneath his eyes lay crimson markings. Clad in a red outer robe over a brown tunic and wooden clogs, his arms were protected by armor-like gauntlets. This was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. As the master of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya was a powerhouse of shadow-level strength. Each of his students was a formidable warrior capable of stirring the tides of fate. Although Jiraiya could easily assume the role of Hokage, his love for freedom led him to wander, only recently returning home. He had been observing a few girls bathing by a stream, gathering inspiration for his writing, when he was unexpectedly summoned by the Umbu. Initially, he presumed the third Hokage wished to inquire about recent events in his life. However, upon arrival, he sensed something amiss. The third Hokage maintained his usual calm demeanor, reminiscing with a smile about past experiences, yet Danzo's expression was grave, as if facing a dire threat. Jiraiya felt a twinge of anxiety. Had another war erupted in the ninja world? The third Hokage offered no explanations, so Jiraiya refrained from probing further. Yet, he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that his covert investigations into the Akatsuki organization had yielded unsettling news? After all, Konoha possessed a formidable intelligence network, and it was not uncommon to receive alarming tidings, especially considering the Akatsuki's recent activities. Though few in number, each member was a significant threat, and rumors suggested they were hunting Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, as the host of the Nine Tails, might very well be their next target. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a young figure stepped into the room. Jiraiya looked up, stunned. He recognized the boy from a recent encounter with Irika, who had shared details about the new recruits. Jiraiya had merely glanced at the information, focusing primarily on Naruto and Sasuke. This boy, Chun Yu, seemed to possess only mediocre abilities. What was going on? Why was this recent graduate, who ranked in the lower tiers, causing such concern for Danzo? Come in. Take a seat. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said warmly, a smile gracing his lips as he puffed on his pipe. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Chun Yu replied innocently, taking his seat like a well-behaved child. I am quite taken aback by your performance today. What ninjutsu did you employ? There was nearly no fluctuation of chakra, yet you managed to injure Kakashi. The third Hokage exclaimed with a chuckle. Jiraiya was taken aback. What? Kakashi was injured? By this newcomer? Could it be that the powerful chakra he sensed earlier belonged to this boy? Grandpa Hokage, I'm not sure, Chun Yu said, shaking his head in confusion. Today, I suddenly felt different, and then I transformed. I'm a bit worried. What is happening to me? Fear not, for I am here, the third Hokage reassured him. A thought crossing his mind. Could it be a new bloodline limit? I don't know what a bloodline limit is, Grandpa Hokage, Chun Yu replied, continuing to feign innocence, inwardly elated that the Hokage was already crafting an explanation for him. A bloodline limit is a powerful ability derived from mutated chakra that can be inherited through lineage. The third Hokage elaborated. When two differing chakra natures are combined, they can produce a new form of ninjutsu known as a bloodline limit. For instance, there's wind water ice or earth water wood. Typically, only a select few ninja can develop such new techniques on their own. Once successful, these abilities become encoded in their genes and can be passed on to their descendants. Abilities gained from unique organs also fall under this category, such as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Possessors of bloodline limits wield extraordinary powers, making them highly sought after by nations and villages alike. They must protect their bloodlines from outsiders while also seeking to uncover or undermine those of their enemies. Could it be that Chun Yu possesses a new bloodline limit? Did he experience a mutation while using chakra? I sensed a distinct spatial fluctuation earlier. Could this new bloodline limit be related to space? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke. I really don't know, Chun Yu replied, still appearing bewildered. Feigning ignorance, combined with his upbringing in Konoha, left the third Hokage with no reason to doubt him. In the vast world of ninjas, new techniques and phenomena were birthed daily, many of which he had never witnessed or understood. The emergence of a new bloodline limit in Konoha appeared to be a fortuitous event, adding another strong warrior to their ranks. Yet, considering the implications for the Uchiha clan, it was difficult to discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. You, young one, the third Hokage suddenly smiled. I hope you harness your power wisely. Also, keep it secret. Do not let outsiders, especially from other villages, learn of your bloodline limit, for it could be perilous. As for the others, I will ensure they refrain from asking too many questions. Understood, Grandpa Hokage. Chun Yu nodded enthusiastically, pleased that the Hokage had asked him to keep this a secret, which meant he could continue to remain incognito. However, I must advise you, great power brings forth many desires. You are still young, and it is crucial to understand that while strength is important, there are things in this world that hold greater significance. The third Hokage gently ruffled Chun Yu's hair. I understand, Lord Third Hokage, Chun Yu replied with a smile. As you once said, strength is meant to protect those who matter, not to harm others. Wherever the leaves flutter, the fire will burn, illuminating the village and allowing new leaves to sprout. It is only when one seeks to protect those they cherish that a ninja's true power is revealed. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was taken aback. Wait, aren't those my words? This boy has memorized them. Excellent. My teachings have taken root. The will of fire is being passed down. I am not alone on this path, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Go on now. Farewell, Grandpa Hokage, Chun Yu said politely before departing. After Chun Yu left, Danzo, who had remained silent until now, watched him go, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eye. Hiruzen, I can't shake the feeling that this new bloodline limit could be dangerous. Should we not necessary? The third Hokage interjected, waving his hand. Our current priority is to ensure the Chunin exam concludes smoothly. Chun Yu is a citizen of Konoha with a clean background. We must trust him. Chapter 7. The Chunin exam begins. Ding. The registration for the Chunin exam has been completed. You have obtained the God-level observation Haki development level 30. As Chun Yu stepped out of the Hokage's office, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Observation Haki. A smile crept across his lips. In the world of Hokage, there existed various means of sensing those around him, but none compared to the prowess of observation Haki. With it, he felt an exhilarating surge of potential. A new means of self-preservation has emerged. Observation Haki, activate. In an instant, Chun Yu felt his physical senses extend outward, and by closing his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the road beneath his feet and the surrounding flora. Although he initially contemplated pushing his limits, the presence of three formidable entities in the adjacent room prompted him to reconsider. The absence of observation Haki in this world did not imply that the shinobi lacked perception. While ordinary ninjas might be oblivious, those three within the room could very well be aware. Even with the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and observation haki, there were still countless threats capable of annihilating him in the world of Naruto. One is an offensive ability, the other a supportive one. Yet both lack the capacity for self-preservation. Survival is paramount. Suddenly, Chun Yu froze momentarily. A familiar small figure appeared within his perception, hastily approaching, only to hesitate upon rounding the corner. With a smile, Chun Yu retracted his observation haki and stealthily approached the corner. "Hinata, what are you doing?" The figure hiding behind the wall was indeed Hinata, who, blushing with embarrassment, jumped at the sound of Chun Yu's voice. "How did you know I was here?" "Brother Chun Yu?" she murmured, her fingers nervously twisting together. "I noticed your toes peeking out," Chun Yu replied with a grin. "By the way, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school?" The newcomer competition has already concluded. Hinata's face remained flushed. "Teacher Kurenai told me to find you to prepare for the first exam." "Is it that soon?" The progression in this Naruto world was evidently different from the original narrative, possibly due to the butterfly effect caused by Chun Yu. Regarding the various storylines surrounding the Chunin Exams, Chun Yu adhered to a principle of indifference, opting out of ventures that offered no benefits. In the realm of shinobi, safety was paramount, and survival was the only objective. "All right." Chun Yu affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. Together, they set off towards the examination venue. As an avid follower of the original story, Chun Yu had forgotten some specific details, yet he still recalled that the first exam, while appearing to be a written test, was fundamentally an assessment of a ninja's information-gathering capabilities. In simpler terms, it was about cheating without being caught. Previously, this might have posed a challenge, but now, with observation haki, it would be a breeze. Before long, they arrived at the examination room, numbered 301. Upon opening the door, Chun Yu stepped inside. The room was filled with participants from various ninja villages preparing for the exam. Upon noticing newcomers, conversations dropped to hushed whispers, and piercing gazes filled the air, laden with tension and anticipation. Hinata, feeling intimidated, hid behind Chun Yu, clutching the hem of his garment. Chun Yu remained unfazed, confident in his appearance. Let them gaze upon his majestic visage. After a few glances, the other ninjas redirected their attention, deeming Chun Yu unremarkable. However, the newcomers from Konoha fixated on him, their gazes lingering longer than expected. Ignoring them, Chun Yu and Hinata found 2 vacant seats and settled down. At that moment, Kabuto, holding a stack of cards, smiled faintly and continued his earlier discussion. The Sound Village has recently formed and thus lacks extensive information. Nevertheless, their ninjas are formidable. This meant that all candidates gathered here were elite genin from their respective villages. Sakura furrowed her brow and interjected, "What about?" Precisely, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Everyone present here is among the elite genin of their respective villages." Meanwhile, Naruto, fists clenched and body trembling, caught Sakura's attention. Unable to resist, she stepped forward to offer comfort. "Naruto, you need to pull yourself together." Suddenly, Naruto shouted, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will never lose to any of you. Do you understand?" His proclamation plunged the room into silence, with furious glares fixated on him. Sakura was left dumbfounded. What? After all this time in class? I never thought he'd be so audacious. A cold chuckle emanated from a figure clad in heavy garments, a bandaged head revealing only one eye from the Sound Village. He sprang into action, launching a fierce punch. Bang! In the next moment, a cloud of smoke erupted. A large hand emerged from the mist, seizing the Sound Ninja's fist and effortlessly deflecting the attack, sending him sprawling. "Genin, quiet down. I am your examiner, Marino Ibiki." As the smoke cleared, a middle-aged man appeared. Adorned in a black headscarf and coat, his expression resolute, eyes sharp, and 2 long scars etched across his face. He was flanked by a cadre of ninjas. "All examiners for this round. I will now distribute identification cards. You are to sit in your assigned seats according to your numbers," Marino Ibiki stated coldly. "Chun Yu, what do you think the first exam will entail?" Kiba approached, seeking insight, as Chun Yu's prowess had evidently established him as the team's backbone. Shino followed silently, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. "A written test," Chun Yu replied nonchalantly. "However, this examination will require you to cheat." "What?" Kiba exclaimed, taken aback. "If we cheat, won't we be disqualified?" Chun Yu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. "I trust you, brother Chun Yu," Hinata whispered softly. "What a reckless fellow, but given your strength, I too place my faith in you, Kiba chuckled heartily. If all else fails, we can always try again next year. Shino adjusted his glasses, remaining silent, though his expression suggested agreement. Soon, each participant received a number and located their respective seats. Outside, a figure gradually approached. Lord Hokage? A few gasped in astonishment. How could such a small Chunin exam warrant the presence of the Hokage? Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage smiled warmly. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Rest assured. Lord Hokage, everything is normal, a ninja responded. Where is the monitoring room? This way. The ninja led the third Hokage to an adjacent room, where several screens displayed live feeds of the ongoing exam. Seating himself, the third Hokage remained silent, puffing on his pipe as he observed the composed figure of Chun Yu. What surprises will you bring me this time? Chapter 8. Are you done with the rules? I'm ready to submit my answers. The third Hokage pondered when he suddenly noticed Chun Yu fervently scribbling away as soon as the exam papers were distributed. Wait, what? He's already writing? The third Hokage mused. Is the written test this intense? Someone fetch me his answers. After a brief contemplation, he inquired of a nearby Chunin. Lord Hokage, here are the answers. The Chunin hastily handed over a sheet of paper. The third Hokage scanned it, then glanced at Chun Yu's work, momentarily struck dumb. This is identical? Not a single word is amiss. How can this be? The surrounding ninjas were equally astonished. These questions were beyond the standard curriculum. Even ordinary genin, let alone typical Chunin, would struggle to answer them. How was he able to achieve this? Several higher-ranking ninjas could not contain their curiosity and stepped closer to observe. Even if he truly knows the answers, it is impossible for them to be identical. Not a single character is different. An incredulous Jounin remarked. When was this exam created? Is there any chance Chun Yu could have accessed the answers? The third Hokage inquired. Impossible. The esteemed Jounin confidently proclaimed. Lord Ibiki Marino presented the questions half an hour ago, and even the answers were just recently formulated. The true purpose of this examination is to assess the student's ability to gather intelligence. Irika, equally astonished, remarked, Chun Yu hasn't even lifted his head. There is not a trace of chakra fluctuation within him, yet the answers seem to be etched in his mind. Could it be that he genuinely knows them? Unthinkable. His written exam scores have always been mediocre, and the second question is designed for Jounin-level ninjas. There's no way a Chunin could possibly solve it. How on earth did he achieve this? What method did he employ to acquire the answers? The second question felt akin to a triple integral problem posed to a child just starting kindergarten. It was inconceivable for anyone not even able to comprehend the question to produce an answer. Even a prodigious genius would require contemplation and calculation. How could he simply write it down without a moment's thought? The third Hokage maintained a facade of calmness, yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. While these students appeared enigmatic and formidable, they paled in comparison to the third Hokage. For instance, several candidates had already discerned the true intentions behind this Chunin exam. Among them was Gaara, a sand ninja marked with the kanji for love on his forehead, who was gathering a sand eye in his palm. Sasuke Uchiha was preparing to activate his Sharingan. Although these techniques seemed impressive, they appeared juvenile under the scrutinizing gaze of the third Hokage, who could see through them effortlessly. Yet Chun Yu's methods eluded even his keen perception. What was happening? Given the third Hokage's prowess, it was trivial to detect intelligence-gathering attempts, even from those of formidable strength. How had this young man achieved such a feat? Was it related to his bloodline limit? Before entering, Chun Yu had employed observation haki to locate and memorize the answers. Now, he was merely transcribing the previously committed answers without any further use of haki. Lord Third Hokage, do you know how he accomplished this? Iriko inquired. I do not. The third Hokage admitted, shaking his head. What? Not even you, Lord Hokage, can explain how he did it? The surrounding ninjas were left in stunned silence. This young man not only possessed remarkable strength, but also excelled in intelligence gathering beyond his peers, to the extent that even the legendary third Hokage could not detect him. Was it not a form of bullying to allow him to participate in the exam? At that moment, inside the examination classroom, the rules were about to be announced. Listen carefully, for I will not entertain any questions thereafter, Ibiki Marino stated, taking up a piece of chalk with a serious demeanor. Rule 1. All of you start with 10 points. There are a total of 10 questions in the written exam, each worth 1 point. A score of 0 results in elimination. Rule 2. If any individual within a team fails, the entire team is disqualified. Rule 3. Any act of cheating or semblance thereof will incur a deduction of 2 points upon detection by the proctor, after which the offender will be expelled from the examination room, resulting in the disqualification of the entire team. Ibiki's emotionless gaze swept across the room, leaving all participants in stunned silence. Is it truly that severe? Now, let the examination commence. Upon Ibiki's command, everyone bowed their heads to focus on their papers. Suddenly, Chun Yu raised his hand. What do you intend to do? Ibiki furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Humph. As expected, there are always a couple of psychologically fragile individuals who give up right away. Such people are unworthy of being ninjas. I wish to submit my answers. Chun Yu stated nonchalantly. You must understand, if you abandon now, your teammates will suffer the consequences. Ibiki's voice rose as he expressed his contempt for those who would forsake their comrades for personal gain. The other ninjas from different villages looked up and smirked at Chun Yu, thinking, let him give up. It reduces our competition. That won't happen. Chun Yu replied politely with a smile. I have completed my answers. What did you say? Ibiki was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, you must think carefully before speaking. If you dare to mock the proctor, I can revoke your eligibility for the next 5 years. Chun Yu, uninterested in further explanation, strolled to the front, placed his paper before Ibiki, and turned to leave. You. Ibiki was infuriated, glaring at a nearby ninja. He commanded, note his name. He is barred from participating in the Chunin exam for the next 5 years. Yet, upon noticing that his subordinate remained motionless, Ibiki's anger intensified. Did you hear what I said? Lord Ibiki, the ninja stammered, incredulously gazing at the exam paper. He answered correctly. What? Ibiki exclaimed, stepping forward to snatch the paper. His brows knitted tightly as he scrutinized the answers. He actually got them all right. This is impossible. As the head of the Konoha Umbu interrogation unit, Ibiki's strength was beyond doubt, and his character was resolute. His interrogation methods allowed him to sense the pain of the accused, controlling their minds. He had interrogated countless criminals, each one a ruthless fiend. The questions he posed, particularly the second one, were entirely beyond the scope of knowledge for these young Chunin. They should have been unaware of such secrets. Yet Chun Yu had answered them correctly. Moreover, his answers matched Ibiki's own precisely. This young man had discerned the true purpose of the exam before he had even completed the rules, and somehow, he had gleaned the correct answers from another room. What kind of technique was this? How had he managed to do this right under Ibiki's nose without detection? It seemed that even if Ibiki were to sit among the candidates, he would be incapable of replicating this feat. The ninjas below, initially spectators, were now struck dumb by Ibiki's expression. It was evident, Chun Yu had indeed answered all the questions correctly. How could this be? He had completed the exam almost instantaneously after Ibiki had finished announcing the rules, and every answer was correct. Chapter 9. Development of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. As the crowd was left in shock, Chun Yu had already exited the room. Indeed, even the Chunin exam had taken an unusual turn. In the original narrative, Ibiki had a final question that would be revealed after 45 minutes, testing the ninja's resolve. However, this time, perhaps due to Chun Yu's remarkable early submission, that stage was entirely omitted. On the way back, Hinata had informed him that the second round of the exam would take place the following morning. Yet, none of this seemed to matter. Chun Yu returned home, seated himself in a chair, and opened his data panel. Host, Tian Yu Ninjutsu, None Taijutsu, None Jinjutsu, None Senjutsu, None Skills, Tremor-Tremor Fruit Ability, Development 40. Observation Haki, Development 30, Overall Strength. Early stage Kage. Had he truly reached the level of Kage? Upon seeing this, Chun Yu felt no emotional upheaval. In the later stages of the Naruto world, powerful beings at the Kage level were commonplace, and Jonin were practically inconsequential. Even possessing Kage-level strength required one to remain cautious. Casting aside all distractions, Chun Yu extended his palm, summoning the aura of the Tremor Fruit. A saying from the world of One Piece echoes in his mind. There are no worthless fruits, only worthless masters. The level of mastery over a fruit largely determines the strength of its wielder. Although the system rewards enhancements during missions, it merely amplifies the attack power of the Tremor Fruit without granting additional techniques. The question remains, how should this fruit be utilized? It requires Chun Yu, the user, to explore its potential further. Recalling the characters from One Piece, Chun Yu noted that while many possessed named techniques, Whitebeard seemed to rely on simple yet devastating punches, causing cataclysmic destruction. However, It was evident that this was not the entirety of the fruit's capabilities. At the very least, it should allow for ranged attacks. For instance, Chun Yu could stand on solid ground and transmit vibrations to the enemy beneath their feet, triggering an earthquake. Yet, having just drawn attention to himself, he suspected many eyes were now upon him. Utilizing the tremor fruit at home might lead to nearby structures collapsing, while venturing outside would invite scrutiny. Thus, he decided to lay low until the commotion subsided, instead focusing on honing his observation haki. With this thought, Chun Yu closed his eyes once more. The observation haki instantly radiated outward. The outlines of tables, chairs, and the very walls of the room became vividly clear in his mind. He could discern intricate patterns on cups, text on papers, and even the loose threads of bedding, all with remarkable clarity. The haki then penetrated the walls, expanding further. He felt the traces of fallen leaves outside, the frequency of insect wings, and the conversation between a ramen vendor and a customer nearby, all vividly manifesting in his consciousness. Observation haki sharpens one's senses, enabling the detection of nearby beings and their emotional fluctuations, a powerful tool indeed. As he extended his haki to a kilometer, he halted abruptly. Beyond that lay the Hokage office. Although his haki did not quite reach there, he could still sense several formidable auras. Chun Yu was confident that the system's divine-grade observation haki was exceptional enough to remain undetected, yet caution was prudent. While he could justify his strong offensive capabilities through bloodline limits, the probing nature of his abilities could attract unwelcome attention from the likes of Danzo, who might disassemble him for research. Until he possessed absolute self-defense capabilities, survival was paramount. Uncertain of the full extent to which his observation haki could extend, Chun Yu, having watched One Piece, estimated that a kilometer was far from its limit. In the original narrative, Enel possessed the broadest range of observation haki, capable of enveloping an entire island thanks to his rumble fruit. Although Chun Yu lacked such a fruit, he believed the divine-grade haki granted by the system would reach similar heights, if not surpassing Enel's prowess. What Chun Yu truly aspired to was the pinnacle of observation haki, which would allow him to foresee the future. Perhaps this divine-grade ability could amalgamate all the traits of observation haki, providing extensive coverage, acute detection, and the foresight to predict events well beyond that of others. He pondered how far into the future he could truly see. Moreover, Chun Yu discovered that the closer the radius of his haki, the more details he could perceive. Within this range, he could even sense whether an individual harbored murderous intent. Just as he was engrossed in practicing his observation haki, a familiar presence intruded upon his awareness. 3 figures approached, with a series of knocks. The door was soon followed by the arrival of his 3 companions. "You were right, Chun Yu," Yato said, patting him on the shoulder. "This was indeed a test of our reconnaissance skills. Thank you for the heads up. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard during the exam, and I wouldn't have known a single answer." "Indeed, it was your warning that gave me the courage to open my eyes," Hinata murmured softly. "Let us go," Yato exclaimed, draping an arm over Chun Yu's shoulder and pointing nearby. "To thank you, I'm treating you to ramen today." Chun Yu smiled and accepted the invitation, following his companions toward the ramen shop. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Help!" The 4 halted, glancing sideways to see Moegi dashing toward them, exclaiming, "Sakura-ne, I will never call you fat and ugly again." "What? You still say that?" Sakura chased after him. In a sudden collision, Moegi crashed into a man in black attire, adorned with mysterious markings, who was carrying a bandage-wrapped figure on his back. A tuft of hair peeked out, Kankuro. Furrowing his brow, Kankuro seized Moegi, growling, "You little brat. Did that hurt?" "Let him go," Naruto shouted, bursting forth from behind. "Not a chance. What will you do about it?" Kankuro sneered. "Is this what constitutes a ninja from Konoha? The so-called strongest among the 5 great ninja villages?" Furious, Naruto clenched his fists and charged at Kankuro. With a derisive laugh, Kankuro flicked his fingers, unleashing chakra threads that ensnared Naruto effortlessly, causing him to stumble and fall. "What just happened?" Sakura gasped, having just caught up and bewildered by Naruto's sudden collapse. "Quite the spectacle," Yato chuckled as they continued on. More dullards are arriving," Kankuro scoffed. But his gaze sharpened as it fell upon Chun Yu trailing behind. "Interesting." Letting go of Moegi, who fell heavily to the ground, Kankuro remarked, "You must be the first to finish your exam. You appear to possess some skill. Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, 5 chakra threads shot forth, binding Chun Yu's limbs. Kankuro yanked sharply, expecting Chun Yu to fall. But to his astonishment, Chun Yu stood firm, unmoving. What is going on? What? The chakra thread snapped? Has this guy figured out my attack? Kankuro was taken aback. Chun Yu, bewildered, thought, is this all you've got? What gives you the confidence to challenge me? In the face of my observation haki, your attacks are as conspicuous as slow motion, activating the ability of the Tremor Fruit. Invisible vibrations surged deep into the earth, materializing beneath Kankuro's feet. Boom! Kankuro felt a violent tremor beneath him, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The newcomers from Konoha were astonished. Having witnessed Chun Yu's terrifying capabilities earlier that day, they refrained from outwardly expressing too much surprise. However, Kankuro was left dumbfounded. Why am I suddenly on the ground without having even attacked? What is this technique? What kind of jutsu is this? There is not a hint of chakra fluctuation. Konoha has such a monster. Chapter 10. Gaara's forceful flirtation and ruthless rejection in a public display of humiliation. Kankuro's expression darkened as he abruptly sprang to his feet, his hand instinctively grasping the puppet strapped to his back. His gaze was fixated fiercely on Chun Yu, intent on unwrapping the bandages. What are you planning to do? Just then, a soft voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Kankuro's body jolted, his confidence evaporating instantly. The onlookers were startled, glancing around in alarm. No one is here, Chun Yu remarked nonchalantly, up in the tree. The crowd stared in astonishment as they looked upward, where they beheld a large tree with a figure dangling from one of its branches, red-haired, dark-eyed, and carrying an enormous gourd. It was none other than Gaara of the Sand. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Gaara felt a tremor of surprise within him. This individual was indeed formidable. While he moved stealthily, even the average jonin remained oblivious. Yet Chun Yu had not even glanced in his direction and had still detected his presence. Kankuro was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You're just an embarrassment to the village, Gaara stated coldly. Do you think we traveled all this way to Konoha to let you humiliate us? But they were the ones who attacked first. Kankuro stammered, his face drenched in cold sweat. Silence. Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. Speak again, and I will end you. Kankuro's legs turned to jelly at the threat. I understand. I apologize. I truly want to do it again. I'm sorry. Gaara turned his gaze toward the Konoha villagers. His demeanor icy. Faced with this enigmatic and ominous figure, no one dared to speak. They instinctively looked to Chun Yu for guidance. You possess remarkable skill, and I find you quite intriguing, Gaara declared as he descended from the tree, standing before Chun Yu with a serious expression. I'm afraid I have no interest in you, Chun Yu retorted dismissively, not bothering to look at Gaara, and turned away with his companions. Although Gaara's life had been somewhat tragic, Chun Yu disapproved of the Sand siblings' bullying tactics and did not wish to exert effort acting as a mentor to a troubled youth. Thus he offered no kindness. Kankuro and the arriving Temari were left in shock. This person had shown such blatant disrespect toward Gaara. What did you say? Gaara's voice turned frigid, a palpable killing intent radiating from him as the sand behind him began to swirl ominously, suffocating the atmosphere. Are you suggesting we could be friends? Chun Yu halted. Without turning around, he spoke firmly. Someone who cannot even conquer their fears, who may at any moment succumb to a monstrous rage, is unworthy of my friendship. Furthermore, retract your sand. This is not a playground. If Kankuro and Temari had been astonished before, they were now utterly terrified. This man knew the Sand siblings' most guarded secrets. No, that was no longer the primary concern. The key issue was that he had revealed Gaara's greatest secret, the one he held dearest and could never utter aloud. This was a catastrophic revelation. The two exchanged glances at Gaara's silhouette, swallowing hard as they sensed the fury swelling within him, the surrounding sand beginning to whirl chaotically. Oh no, Gaara is about to snap. They thought it prudent to retreat from the battlefield, but suddenly something felt amiss. What is happening? The killing intent has vanished. The sand has settled? Gaara isn't exploding with rage. Had this been the Gaara they knew, the violent and bloodthirsty individual? Let us leave, Gaara stated blankly, turning away with deliberate steps. Kankuro and Temari's minds struggled to process the situation. What had transpired? Why had Gaara not erupted in anger? What was happening in this world? Gaara was capable of restraint. Gaara, are you all right? Temari finally blurted out, unable to contain her concern. He is formidable, Gaara replied, his tone grave as he paused momentarily. He did not directly address Temari's question, but raised his head slightly, a weighty seriousness in his eyes. Without unleashing my trump card, I cannot guarantee a victory against him. What? The moment he uttered those words, Kankuro and Temari were left in utter disbelief. While others may not grasp Gaara's true strength, they were acutely aware. He was a Jonin whose potential had been squandered by his status as a mere Chunin. He had completed hundreds of missions without a scratch. Rumor had it he had even stealthily undertaken an S-rank mission and returned unscathed. And that trump card? Gaara had only revealed it once, but the two would never forget it. They had lacked even the courage to resist in its presence. How could Gaara imply he must resort to his trump card to stand a chance against Chun Yu? No wonder Chun Yu had spoken so rudely. He had swallowed his pride. Temari had intended to inquire how Chun Yu knew about Shikaku, but she held her tongue, deciding it best not to press the matter since Gaara had not broached it. Kankuro was equally stunned. Despite his arrogance, he recognized he was no match for Gaara. Remembering the earlier confrontation with Chun Yu, a chill ran down his spine. He was fortunate Gaara had arrived in time. Otherwise, he might have already been lying unconscious on the ground. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto exclaimed, "Haha, boss. I heard you have a new ramen flavor. I'll have 2 bowls." The owner of Ichiraku smiled broadly, his eyes squinting with delight as he busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, steaming bowls of ramen were placed before each patron. Slurp, slurp. As soon as the bowls were set down, Naruto began devouring his meal with gusto. Chun Yu sampled a few bites as well, acknowledging the delightful taste. "Incredible," Yara commented. Seated beside Chun Yu, that guy with the dark circles under his eyes seemed quite dangerous. "Indeed," Chun Yu nodded. "You must avoid any conflict with him. You would not stand a chance. If provoked, he would strike with lethal intent." "Surely not," Yara replied. "This is Konoha. He wouldn't dare act recklessly." "Did you not see him leave in disgrace, just now?" "Correct." Sakura chimed in, clenching her fist. "Even if he is powerful, he wouldn't dare to act here." The trio mistakenly believed Gaara had departed due to fear of causing trouble in the village. Chun Yu merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. Just then, the curtain rustled, and a familiar figure entered, the ever-cheerful Irika. "Irika-sensei," the group exclaimed, rising to greet him. "Please, sit and eat," he urged with a warm smile as he took a seat and ordered a bowl of ramen. "Irika-sensei," Sakura inquired, "who exactly is that guy? How strong is he?" "His name is Gaara." Irika's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he continued. "We don't have much information about him, but we know he has a violent temperament and is prone to killing without provocation. Recently, our intelligence unit received alarming news. Gaara executed a mission where he killed 2 special Jonin in another village without sustaining a scratch, returning completely unharmed. Therefore, Chun Yu is correct. Whether within the village or outside, do not provoke him. He has no regard for life." "What?" Aside from the voraciously slurping Naruto, everyone else was utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. This individual was astonishingly monstrous. To single-handedly slay 2 elite Jonin without sustaining a scratch? Was this a creature of horror? With a temperament so savage, quick to kill, this fellow acted with utter impunity. He dared to strike in another's territory. The only reason he retreated moments ago was likely due to Chun Yu, yet Chun Yu had done nothing more than utter a few words to frighten such a monster away with mere speech. My heavens, could Chun Yu be a terminator of monsters? No, perhaps he himself is the true monster. "What is the matter?" Irika inquired curiously, noticing the bewildered expressions around him. In response, Kiba recounted the events in their entirety. Irika was also engulfed in shock. Gaara, with his insane bloodlust, devoid of emotion, lurking in darkness, shrouded in secrets, would likely dare to act even against Kakashi. Yet when confronted with Chun Yu, after a mere exchange of words, this fearsome being had fled in disgrace. What other secrets did Chun Yu conceal? Chapter 11. Having studied physics and chemistry. Fear not the world at that moment. In the residence of the 3rd Hokage, he sat in his chamber, smoking and savoring tea, while his private tutor, Ebisu, sat across from him. "Lord Hokage, the young master possesses remarkable talent. With my exceptional guidance, he will undoubtedly evolve into the future Hokage," Ebisu declared confidently, adjusting his glasses. "Oh." The 3rd Hokage smiled, aware of Ebisu's nature, slightly arrogant, often puffed up with pride as the tutor of the Hokage's grandson. Yet, his teaching skills were commendable, and he was dedicated. The 3rd Hokage inquired, "What ninjutsu has Konohamaru mastered?" "Lord Konohamaru has already learned the shadow clone technique, and he has also become proficient in transformation and substitution techniques. If not for his youth, he could certainly participate in this Chunin exam," Ebisu replied with unwavering confidence. Just then, the door creaked open, and Konohamaru entered, dust covering his face and his clothes a wrinkled mess. "What happened to you, young master?" Ebisu exclaimed, rushing to inspect him. The third Hokage remained composed, knowing his grandson's mischievous nature. He might have stumbled or gotten into a scuffle with Naruto. Nevertheless, as his grandfather, he felt compelled to show concern. "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" the third Hokage asked. "Grandfather," Konohamaru recounted the events, then clenched his tiny fist. Eyes brimming with determination, "No matter what, I am the grandson of the Hokage. I must train hard and defeat that guy." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to a sand ninja?" "Indeed. I recall one of them carried a large gourd on his back, with dark circles under his eyes. Quite terrifying." Konohamaru scratched his head. "Is it that child?" The third Hokage's expression turned somewhat grave. As the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, he possessed knowledge far beyond others. He was aware of some of Gaara's secrets. A bloodthirsty and terrifying individual, yet Chun Yu had managed to expose the deepest scars and nightmares within him, leading him to endure. Surely, even a jonin standing before Gaara would find it hard to restrain himself. Chun Yu was proving to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. The third Hokage pondered deeply. "Fear not, Lord Third Hokage." Ebisu stood up, patting his chest. "I will confront those individuals and avenge young Master Konohamaru." "That won't be necessary. You are not his match," the third Hokage replied slowly. "What?" Ebisu was taken aback. "How can that be? Even Chun Yu was able to intimidate them. I am a special jonin. That child from the sand has slain 2 elite jonin and emerged unscathed." The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling slowly. Ebisu was left speechless. What? A mere Chunin exam could harbor such a monstrous individual amongst these children? No. If the child who kills has indeed slain 2 elite jonin, he must be immensely powerful. How could he fear Chun Yu? Is it possible that Chun Yu is even stronger than that sand ninja? Ebisu, having spent the day at home instructing Konohamaru, was oblivious to the events of the morning. Very well, the third Hokage smiled. "We must express our gratitude to Chun Yu. Konohamaru, you should engage more with Chun Yu and learn from him." "Understood, grandfather. Brother Chun Yu is the strongest." Konohamaru nodded earnestly. In the noodle shop, traces of shock still lingered on the faces of the patrons. "Oh," Irika suddenly recalled something. "Tomorrow morning at 8, we gather at the school for the second exam. Be sure to prepare well, as this examination could prove fatal." Fatal? The group's attention was instantly captured. The Chunin exam could actually result in fatalities. They suddenly found the noodles unappetizing. Delicious. At that moment, Chun Yu finished a bowl of noodles. "Uncle Ichiraku, another bowl please." Witnessing this, the others couldn't help but marvel that only someone like him could remain unfazed by such news, devouring noodles with relish. What could one say? His strength placed him atop the pyramid. The Chunin exam seemed daunting for them, yet for Chun Yu, it felt like a leisurely holiday. With this revelation, the others lost their appetite, hastily settling their bills and departing to prepare for the exam. Chun Yu returned home, continuing to ponder the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and his observation haki. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit was formidable precisely because it could produce vibrations, and vibrations could lead to earthquakes and tsunamis, 2 of nature's most destructive disasters. Suddenly, an idea struck Chun Yu. Vibrations, in essence, were the transmission of wave energy, categorized into transverse and longitudinal waves. Longitudinal waves propagate widely but lack immense power. However, transverse waves can cause structures to sway violently, wielding tremendous destructive capability. Whitebeard had never attended high school and lacked scientific understanding. "But I have studied physics." Chun Yu's eyes lit up. If he could utilize the fruit's abilities to emit only transverse waves, he could stealthily approach his opponent and strike unexpectedly. Moreover, this method would not significantly diminish his power. Invincible. Excited by this thought, Chun Yu extended his finger, and the tremor aura manifested. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the vibrations in his hand. After an indeterminate period, he abruptly opened his eyes, extended his finger forward, and an invisible wave surged forth, expanding rapidly. Crack! A nearby glass shattered into a fine powder. Success! This form of attack could be executed over a wide area or directed at a specific target. Invincible! Chun Yu hurriedly tested this technique throughout his home, growing increasingly adept. After all, a single punch could shatter space. Such an attack method was too conspicuous. Utilizing transverse waves for attack was more intricate and concealed. Longitudinal waves could not be disregarded either, as they could convey information. Who else but me can wield the power of the Tremor Fruit to such an extent? Mastering mathematics and physics ensures I fear no challenges across the globe. The former Mediterranean principle did not deceive me. Moreover, Chun Yu is aware that the capabilities of the Tremor Fruit extend far beyond this. After all, in the anime of One Piece, Blackbeard later acquires the Tremor Fruit and can trigger earthquakes merely through speech. Chapter 12, A Mere Little Bug. At the break of dawn the following day, all participants gathered at the school for the examination. They clustered in small groups, whispering to one another. The news of the exam being exceedingly perilous, even deadly, had already spread. Except for a select few like Gaara, the gravity of the situation was etched on every face. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the school, and Chun Yu, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled in leisurely. Upon seeing him, the murmurings among the crowd diminished significantly. Chun Yu, I'm over here. Hinata waved from a short distance. Chun Yu ambled over, encountering both Kiba and Shino. Everyone's here? Just then, a somewhat aged voice resonated as the third Hokage appeared at the center of the assembly, adorned in the Hokage hat and robe, a pipe clenched between his teeth, and a benevolent smile gracing his face. The Hokage? Grandpa Hokage is actually here. The villagers of Konoha were in utter shock, as it was the first time the Hokage had personally attended the Chunin Exams after so many iterations. The ninjas from other villages also displayed astonishment. Despite not being from Konoha, they had all heard of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, a titan revered as the ninja hero. His mere presence could instill fear in those with ill intentions. Anyone contemplating an assault on Konoha would think twice, knowing such a formidable ninja was present. The astonishment was not limited to the exam participants. Even the teachers around were taken aback. Asuma Yuhi exclaimed in disbelief. In all the Chunin exams held in Konoha, the Hokage has never attended. The third Hokage surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Chun Yu, and he approached him with a warm smile. This gesture left everyone in the vicinity speechless. Upon reaching Chun Yu, the third Hokage placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I have come to express my gratitude to Konohamaru. Grandpa Hokage, it was the least I could do, Chun Yu replied with a grin. His impression of the third Hokage was relatively favorable, aside from the somewhat brainwashing ideology of the will of fire. Overall, the third Hokage exhibited the qualities of a leader worthy of his title as a hero of the ninja world. Very well, do your best in the exam. Once you pass, I shall personally congratulate you. However, given your prowess, I believe you will find the Chunin exams quite manageable. After speaking, the Hokage patted Chun Yu's shoulder once more and gradually faded from view. Everyone stood in astonishment. Wow. Initially, I thought the third Hokage was here to observe the exam, but it turns out he came solely for Chun Yu. He didn't even acknowledge anyone else. The fact that the third Hokage recognized Chun Yu's strength was unprecedented. What kind of power does this guy possess that even the third Hokage took notice? The previous whispers faded into silence. After the third Hokage's departure, several more ninjas arrived in succession. Minutes later, a melodious voice resonated, and a few examiners entered through the door. A strikingly beautiful kunoichi with short purple hair and a yellow top walked in. Welcome to your second exam. She was none other than the head examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Despite her beauty, an air of danger surrounded her. Upon her arrival, all ninjas lifted their heads in rapt attention, fearful of missing any valuable information. The exam location is not here. Follow me. A dangerous smile flickered across Anko's face as she leapt away into the distance. An ominous feeling gripped the hearts of the participants, but they nonetheless followed her. Before long, they halted, astounded. Before them lay a colossal forest encircled by a fence, its towering trees shrouded in darkness, occasionally pierced by the roars of ferocious beasts. This is the Forest of Death. Kiba gasped in horror upon recognizing the place. The other ninjas behind him also paled. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? The Forest of Death is a terrifying hell outside Konoha. It is filled with numerous man-eating beasts and lurking insects ready to kill at any moment. I heard this is specifically meant for training elite Chunin. But how could it be part of the Chunin exams? Is this examiner insane? Before the second exam begins, I need to give you this, Anko said, producing a thick stack of papers from her pocket, inscribed with the words consent form, followed by dense lines of fine print. You all must already be aware that this exam could result in fatalities. Your consent is required. Otherwise, I will bear the responsibility. Those willing to participate, please sign your name. If anyone in your team opts out, your entire team will be disqualified. A chilling smile graced Anko's lips, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding candidates. At that moment, a massive beast, with a wingspan of at least 10 meters, alighted upon a tree at the edge of the clearing. It resembled an oversized eagle, its enormous talons tearing gaping holes into the sturdy trunk. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the candidates, as if eyeing them as prey, salivating over the prospect of fresh flesh. Many candidates instinctively took a step back in terror. This is too horrifying. If such a creature were to attack from above, would we stand a chance? As the crowd expressed their astonishment, suddenly, a colossal serpent with a mouth wide enough to measure 2 meters in diameter and dozens of meters long emerged, swallowing the eagle whole. It lingered upon the massive tree, surveying the candidates from its elevated position. What was once perceived as a powerful beast had become mere sustenance for another. Gulp. The sound of numerous candidates swallowing hard echoed through the air. How terrifying. Who could guarantee that this gigantic serpent wouldn't fall prey to even larger beasts? What dangers lay hidden within this vast and mysterious forest of death? While the massive beasts posed a challenge, their size made them visible, allowing for some means of evasion. The true terror lay in the countless venomous insects lurking in the shadows. At that moment, many who were already filled with dread were even more inclined to withdraw. For after all, life is paramount. Chun Yu, I'm so scared. Hinata clutched Chun Yu's shirt, speaking timidly. Kiba's face was ashen with fright, while even the usually composed Shino couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. Chun Yu gently touched his newly appeared head and chuckled. It's merely a little worm. Hiss. As soon as his words fell, the enormous python seemed to comprehend his statement, launching itself high into the air, leaping over the surrounding walls, and opening its gaping maw to lunge at Chun Yu. The multitude of examinees scattered in panic. All on guard. Alarmed cries echoed. Damn it, how did this beast escape? The examiners, witnessing the scene, were filled with trepidation. Stay calm. Leave it to me. Hong Do drew a kunai from her bosom, her face illuminated with a bloodthirsty smile, ready to act. Yet, she found Chun Yu standing still, merely lifting his gaze slightly. To her astonishment, the colossal python froze in midair for a heartbeat before beginning to writhe in agony. Within seconds, the immense creature shattered into chunks of flesh, cascading down from the heavens. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 13. Hinata, did you bring that thing? An eerie stillness blanketed the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the handsome youth. The rain of blood and flesh slowly descended, a thick metallic scent permeating the air. Although these examinees were elite among the lower ranks and had witnessed bloodshed, such a scene left them utterly astonished. Most notably, it was Chun Yu's bizarre method of attack. He had done nothing. No hand seals, no ninjutsu, not even the faintest ripple of chakra. He had obliterated the gigantic python in an instant. What manner of technique was this? Some present believed they could hold their own against the serpent, but it would undoubtedly require a protracted battle, relying on human ingenuity and a variety of ninjutsu to conquer it. Chun Yu had merely stood there, casting a casual glare, and the python had exploded into pieces. How was this even possible? Was this not a form of bullying? How could such a formidable individual exist among the newcomers? Not only the examinees, but even the examiner's pupils dilated in disbelief. Even they would find it somewhat challenging to confront this python, let alone achieve the effortless kill that Chun Yu had demonstrated. As a special jonin, Hong Do was profoundly astonished. This former disciple of Orochimaru possessed a unique power of curse marks and was exceptionally strong. Even with the curse marks activated, such a feat seemed unattainable. Wait, I heard Kakashi was injured by a lower ninja during yesterday's newcomer exam. Could it be Chun Yu? When Hong Do had first heard this news, she thought it was a fabrication. However, upon visiting the hospital and observing Kakashi's robust demeanor, her suspicions solidified. Kakashi must have gone easy on him or, as before, indulged in his mischievous whims to bolster the student's confidence. But now it was evident. This was no act of leniency. Even she would likely struggle to best Chun Yu. I told you. Chun Yu spread his arms wide, smiling at Hinata. It's just a little worm, nothing to fear. Brother Chun Yu is truly impressive, Hinata exclaimed, her small fists clenched in admiration. You are quite the freak, Kiba remarked in awe from the side. Freak. Even the usually reticent Shino could not help but utter the word. Teacher Hongdo, should we continue? Chun Yu politely smiled at Hongdo. Hongdo was momentarily taken aback, her gaze meeting Chun Yu's calm, lake-like eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. It was known that Hongdo was inherently a frenzied and bloodthirsty individual, possessing a beautiful exterior but employing ruthlessly harsh tactics against foes. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated she became. Yet, for some reason, upon meeting Chun Yu's eyes, a flicker of fear arose within her. How could this be? Among this year's Konoha newcomers, such a terrifying presence existed? Fascinating. It appeared that this Chunin exam would be anything but tranquil. As a special jonin, Hongdo quickly regained her composure and addressed the assembled examinees. Now, let me introduce the rules for the second examination. In brief, you will be facing an extreme wilderness survival challenge. Observing the puzzled expressions on the candidates, Hongdo withdrew a scroll and unfurled it, revealing a map. Firstly, let me explain the terrain of this training ground. This is Training Ground 44, enclosed by 44 locked entrances in a circular formation, featuring rivers and forests, with a tower at its center, spanning an approximate radius of 10 kilometers. Within this designated area, you will conduct wilderness survival training. Furthermore, after concluding her explanation, Hongdo rolled up the scroll and cast a significant glance around the candidates, her expression turning grave as she produced 2 additional scrolls. There will also be a scroll competition for any potential occurrences. Scrolls? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, intrigued. Indeed, Hongdo displayed the 2 scrolls, one white and the other black, inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. This time, among the 26 teams participating in the exam, 13 teams will claim the Book of Heaven, while the other 13 will take the Book of Earth, allowing for mutual theft. What constitutes passing? Sasuke inquired from the side. A team must possess both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, and both members must arrive at the tower's center simultaneously to qualify. What? One ninja gasped in disbelief. Doesn't that mean half of the teams will be eliminated in this exam? Not only that, Hongdo continued, but this must all be accomplished within the designated time frame to succeed. The duration of the second exam is 120 hours, or 5 days. What? That long? Ino exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Choji tightened his grip on his bag of chips, his expression vacant. What about food? This forest is a natural treasure trove. You must be self-sufficient. Ninjas can be out on missions for months. If you lack the skills to procure food in the wild, you need not pursue being a ninja, Hongdo declared sternly. One diminutive ninja timidly raised his hand, trembling. Can we withdraw midway? No. Hongdo flatly rejected, her face breaking into a familiar smile. Her eyes crescent-shaped, yet somehow unsettling. Once you enter, there is no turning back. You are to spend these 5 days well within the forest. This exam is exceedingly difficult. Kiba could not help but lament. Not only must we be self-sufficient, but we also have to face a plethora of venomous insects and beasts, and at least defeat one team to obtain a scroll. This year's Chunin exam is insurmountably challenging. Yet this was not the most critical aspect. Contrary to the tense demeanor of those around him, Chun Yu appeared remarkably relaxed, stretching languidly as he remarked, the most distressing part is that every team is an enemy. One cannot even enjoy a peaceful sleep. Indeed, Hongdo cast an appreciative glance at Chun Yu, recognizing not only his formidable prowess, but also his keen intellect, as he had immediately identified the exam's most challenging aspect. Chun Yu spoke wisely. Shikamaru stroked his chin, a glint of insight flashing across his dark eyes. Even teams in possession of the same scroll are adversaries. Eliminating the opposition diminishes competition and enhances the likelihood of success. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding ninjas instinctively took a step back, maintaining distance from one another. For once they entered the jungle with scrolls in hand. Every individual would be an enemy. By the way, Hinata, did you remember to bring what I asked you to? In the midst of an atmosphere thick with tension, Chun Yu suddenly recollected something, rubbing his hands together with excitement. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. What on earth could incite such anticipation from this peculiar individual? Unable to resist, their gazes turned toward him. Chapter 14. We shall take the exam. You shall enjoy barbecue? Brother, I brought it. Hinata hurriedly retrieved a small, bulging package from her bosom. Though she had indeed brought it, a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. Chun Yu, we came here to take an exam. What do we need these condiments for? Why, for barbecue, of course. Chun Yu chuckled heartily, tousling Hinata's hair with a playful air. With so many creatures in this forest, it would be a travesty not to make skewers. I shall let you sample my culinary skills later. What on earth? The surrounding ninjas had anticipated the reveal of formidable ninja tools, their necks craned in curiosity. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? A plethora of condiments, cumin, chili powder, and the like? Are we even going to survive this ordeal? They exclaimed. And yet, here you are, bringing seasonings? Are you truly here for an exam? Chun Yu's actions left the surrounding ninjas astounded, speechless. Even the examiners were taken aback. In all the years we've hosted the Chunin Exams, you are the first to approach so leisurely. They reminisced about their own harrowing experiences during the exams. Feeling a pang of envy. Are you certain you came for the exam? Red Bean, somewhat perplexed, posed the question. When I proposed the examination content to Lord Hokage, several examiners opposed it, deeming it too difficult. But looking at you now, it seems you are here for a vacation. Clearing her throat, Red Bean, despite her confusion, regained her composure and redirected the attention of the onlookers away from Chun Yu. Now, there are two criteria for disqualification. First, if your team fails to bring the Heaven and Earth scroll to the tower within the time limit. Second, if your team loses a member or is unable to move. A special note, the content of the scroll must not be viewed before reaching the tower. If you do open it, it is not considered a violation. But I strongly advise against it. All right, the rules have been stated. Each team shall send a representative to the adjacent building to collect the respective scrolls and entrance passes. Then proceed to the tower. Remember, do not die. Red Bean concluded earnestly, gesturing toward the nearby wooden hut. As her words hung in the air, everyone stood frozen, exchanging glances. Why is no one moving? Noticing the stillness, Chun Yu stepped forward, grinning. Well then, I shan't be polite. I am a bit hungry. I shall go prepare some barbecue. What the heck? Observing Chun Yu's nonchalant demeanor, the others were filled with a mix of frustration and admiration. They had been taught since childhood to avoid entering the forest, especially one as treacherous as this. The stakes were high, and careful planning was essential. Only someone as eccentric as Chun Yu could approach an exam with such reckless abandon. Ignoring the other candidates, Chun Yu entered the wooden hut, retrieving a scroll marked with the number 6. Let us go. He waved to Hinata and the others, sauntering into the forest. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata hurriedly followed suit, their peers casting envious glances at them. Damn it, we are all candidates. Why do they get such good luck? They are in the same team as that monster. They are guaranteed to pass. In the midst of the crowd's envious stares, Kiba swaggered confidently, hands behind his head, his dog barking proudly. Shino maintained his mysterious demeanor, yet his lively steps betrayed his joy. Hinata felt no particular anxiety. In her heart, Chun Yu was the strongest, and as long as she could follow him, she would face any peril without regret. Enough staring. It's your turn now, Red Bean called out, glancing at the surrounding examiners. I'll leave the matters here to you. There are some particularly troublesome characters in the forest. I shall deal with them first. With that, Red Bean leaped into the forest, vanishing from sight. The nearby examiners exchanged glances, bemused. You sly one. You merely want to follow Chun Yu, curious about his intentions, and concocted such a flimsy excuse. We are curious too. We wish to see. A group of candidates whispered among themselves. Yet being elite among the lower ninjas, their resolve remained firm. And none abandoned their teams as they collected their scrolls and entrance passes. This could be problematic, Sasuke murmured, placing the scroll in his pouch. His dark eyes showed no emotion as he spoke slowly. Why? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Because we do not know the entrances of the other teams or the types of scrolls they possess. Thus, encountering any team may lead to a fight for our lives. Sasuke replied, a rare seriousness in his tone. It seems we are up against 24 teams. 24? Sakura was momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't it be 25? Sasuke turned to her, expressionless. Do you wish to compete with Chun Yu? Sakura shook her head vigorously. Not only Sasuke's team, but most teams harbored the same thought. If they encountered Chun Yu, they would flee as far as possible. Competing for Chun Yu's scroll? No thanks, they would rather escape. Amid the throng, shadows loomed ominously. It is finally beginning, muttered a figure clad in heavy garments, a bandage wrapping his head, revealing only his left eye. Yet it seems there is a troublesome character among them. His companion remarked slowly. Do not provoke him. The priority is to ensure our plan proceeds smoothly, fulfilling our superior's orders. Meanwhile, Chun Yu led his trio to the entrance marked 6, a massive door guarded by 2 examiners. So soon? One examiner checked the time. In previous gatherings for the Death Forest training or exams, it usually takes at least an hour for anyone to arrive after the assembly. Yet, it has only been 20 minutes. Clearly, you possess great confidence, the other examiner chuckled. Since you have arrived, please enter. They gestured, and the great doors creaked open, releasing a chill that swept from the forest. Towering trees with mottled bark loomed, their thick vines coiling upwards. The ground was blanketed with leaves, and in the distance, pairs of crimson eyes glimmered. Sinister cries echoed through the air. Save for Chun Yu, the hearts of the remaining three were tinged with apprehension. After all, the terrifying legends of the Death Forest had long been whispered throughout Konoha. Let us proceed, Chun Yu proclaimed, his excitement palpable. Time for barbecue. Having been in this world for 3 years, he had grown accustomed to many things, yet his longing for barbecue remained unfulfilled. The meats prepared by the village chefs were merely mediocre. Moreover, the animals they used were ordinary, chickens, ducks, and geese, their flavors quite lackluster. In this jungle, however, any beast one might encounter was likely ferocious, yielding tender, fresh meat. He had been craving this for quite some time. As Chun Yu boldly strode into the forest, the three companions exchanged cautious glances before following suit. Though tension still lingered among them, their trust in Chun Yu was unwavering. Chapter 15. The Fierce Beast Goo Goo Goo. Roar. The four ventured through the dense jungle, surrounded by eerie sounds that echoed through the air. The thick canopy obscured most of the light, casting an ominous gloom over the entire forest. Hinata closely trailed behind Chun Yu, her Byakugan activated, carefully surveying her surroundings. Kiba was entirely focused, intently sniffing the air for any signs of danger. Akamaru's first stood on end, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Shino appeared calm, but the insects within him were beginning to stir restlessly. In stark contrast, Chun Yu ambled leisurely, his senses fully attuned, searching for something elusive. Suddenly, Chun Yu halted, a puzzled expression crossing his face, followed by a slight smirk as he gazed in a particular direction. What is it? Have we encountered an enemy? Kiba reacted immediately. Crouching slightly and gripping two kunai, his eyes fixed on the direction Chun Yu was observing. Relax, it's nothing to worry about, Chun Yu reassured him, patting Kiba's shoulder with a chuckle. Rest easy, it's not an enemy, just the presence of an amusing little follower. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Akatsuki's red bean felt a flush of embarrassment and panic. Had she been discovered? Wait, did that brat just call her a little follower? How audacious. Anger aside, how did he notice her presence? She had concealed herself quite well, after all, having successfully completed numerous reconnaissance missions as a special jonin, infiltrating enemy villages without detection. It was baffling to be found out today. Chun Yu, however, was indifferent. If Akatsuki wished to follow, so be it. After all, she was an examiner, and he would pretend not to notice her. Thus, they continued deeper into the forest for nearly half an hour, traversing the perilous terrain of the Death Forest, and surprisingly, nothing had occurred, easing the group's earlier tension. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the stillness, nearly rupturing their eardrums. The force of the sound swept through, snapping branches from several large trees and flattening the underbrush. Kiba and the others were taken aback, hastily drawing their weapons, positioning themselves like a poised cheetah, ready for defense. What was that? Kiba exclaimed, swallowing hard as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. His eyes darted through the grass, searching frantically for the source. What is it? I can't smell anything. This creature must possess strength far beyond mine, masking its scent. Hinata's Byakugan was fully activated, her gaze fixated on a specific spot, whispering, "Brother, there seems to be something over there." Just as Hinata finished her sentence, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky. Boom. The ground trembled violently, creating a large crater as dust erupted into the air. Scatter! Kiba shouted urgently, leaping back onto a branch, on high alert. As the dust settled, the group beheld a sight that sent chills down their spines. A colossal striped tiger, towering 3 meters high and measuring over 6 meters in length, its long fangs gleaming menacingly, and its blood-red eyes locked onto them. Most alarming was the fact that this tiger was adorned with glimmering scales, and its tail ended in a spiked mace. From a distance, Akatsuki's red bean gasped in horror. This was the Death Forest, a training ground for elite ninjas of Konoha, primarily populated by mid-level ninja trials, but also home to a select few creatures reserved for high-ranking shinobi. The beast before them was none other than the crimson-eyed stab tiger. a ferocious A-rank beast that only Jonin could contend with. Yet, prior to the exam, she had thoroughly checked every corner. There were absolutely no creatures that an inexperienced ninja could not combat. Where had this tiger come from? It appeared this examination harbored some unsettling elements. Roar. The crimson-eyed stab tiger opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar, observing the humans scatter, tilting its head as it contemplated which one to devour first. Suddenly, it froze, looking down to find a small figure staring up at it with excitement. Well developed. You look quite delectable. What? Delicious? Who are you referring to? The tiger was momentarily taken aback. Though it was a formidable A-rank beast with considerable intelligence, able to comprehend human speech, it had never encountered such brazen remarks. Normally, it would flee from powerful entities. But these humans seemed weak, merely at the level of genin, and thus, it imagined them as easy prey. Among the four, three appeared quite satisfactory, yielding to the might of their beast king. Yet, it was the one it deemed weakest who dared to declare intentions of consuming it. In all its years, it had never heard such audacity from a mere human. Furious, the crimson-eyed stab tiger opened its jaws wide and roared once more, raising its massive paw, claws glistening with lethal intent, ready to bring it down upon Chun Yu. Perfect. Just the opportunity one need to test my abilities. In this vast arena of the Death Forest, with few witnesses, Chun Yu decided to practice the powers of his quake fruit. As the tiger's paw descended toward him, Chun Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before clenching his right fist. The shockwave of the quake fruit activated. With a fierce shout, Chun Yu's fist propelled forward. Crack! In an instant, the tranquil air shattered like glass, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that surged toward the crimson-eyed stab tiger at an alarming speed. The tiger's face contorted with a flicker of human-like fear. It had initially perceived Chun Yu as a feeble ant. Yet now, he appeared as a colossal beast. While it felt like a mere insect trembling in the tempest. If that punch connected, it would be doomed. True to its nature as a battle-hardened tiger, it reacted instantaneously, leaping high with its powerful hind legs. Boom! Just as the tiger ascended, the full might of Chun Yu's punch erupted, akin to a long-dormant volcano finding its release, unleashing catastrophic energy that ravaged the air, obliterating everything within a 30-meter radius, reducing trees to dust, and scraping the ground bare. Chapter 16, The Mighty Fist. Even the fiercest tiger becomes a kitten as the fist descended. It felt as though time itself had momentarily halted. The surrounding ninjas were rendered completely motionless, stunned by the revelation of such extraordinary strength. Could it be that he had not unleashed his full potential during his battle with Kakashi-sensei? With his mouth agape in disbelief, Yu exclaimed, "Incredible." Even Shino's typically stoic demeanor faltered, his face betraying a palpable sense of astonishment. Brother Chun Yu is exceptionally powerful. Hinata cheered, her small fists clenched in excitement. The most astonished of all was the hidden observer, Azuki Mitarashi. This was the first time she had witnessed Chun Yu strike directly. Her expression mirrored that of the three young ones, filled with disbelief. In her mind, she pondered, if it had been her facing that attack, could she have evaded it? The answer was likely no. Despite the tiger's successful evasion, there was a reason behind it. The Akatsuki tiger clan had been forged in the crucible of battle and survival from birth. Most young cubs perished during their formative years, either at the hands of foes or even their companions. Only a select few reached maturity, which explained the clan's sparse numbers. However, this very rarity endowed each Akatsuki tiger with formidable strength, their combat experience far exceeding that of humans. In this instance, the tiger had narrowly avoided the attack thanks to its primal instincts. Yet, even so, the aftermath of Chun Yu's strike had left it in a precarious state. With another blow, it would likely cease to exist. Unbelievable. This boy is extraordinary. Azuki's heart churned with overwhelming emotions. Allowing him to participate in the Chunin Exams would be nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. If she had harbored any doubts regarding Kakashi's injuries, they had now evaporated. This power could likely shatter even the most robust defenses, such as the multi-layered earth wall, or perhaps even the double gate of life. Only the triple gate of life might stand a chance against it. Yet how many in the entirety of the ninja world could invoke such power? Very few. As the others were lost in shock, a loud thud resounded. The Akatsuki tiger landed heavily, its eyes wide with disbelief, mouth agape, retracting its sharp claws as it stumbled back weakly. Gasping, the tiger suddenly spewed forth blood, and several scales on its belly shattered. Despite not being struck directly by Chun Yu's blow, the residual force had inflicted injury. Seriously injured, Azuki was once again engulfed in shock. The Akatsuki tiger's formidable scales were renowned for their resilience, capable of withstanding most B-rank jutsu, and even A-rank techniques could only inflict minimal damage. This creature was known for its defense, its body covered in impenetrable scales, particularly its abdomen, which was the most fortified area. In an evolutionary response to its vulnerability, the Akatsuki tiger bore the strongest scales in its belly, sought after as prime material for ninja tools. Yet, even after enduring just a fraction of Chun Yu's attack, the strongest of its scales had shattered? This was an unthinkable level of power. With surprising agility, the tiger had evaded the attack. Chun Yu, taken aback by the creature's speed, felt a flicker of interest as he raised his hand, beckoning, "Come, let us see another attempt." To his surprise, the Akatsuki tiger began shaking its head furiously. No. This person is terrifying." Observing the once mighty tiger now behaving like a docile kitten, Chun Yu shrugged in resignation. "Then remain here quietly. Rest assured, I will prepare a delicious barbecue from your meat. Do not move." As Chun Yu lifted his fist once more, the tiger, in a state of desperation, stood upright and brought its front paws together with a thud against the ground, performing a bow before Chun Yu. Submission? Once again, the onlookers were struck with disbelief. One punch had subdued the Akatsuki tiger, one of the most difficult beasts to conquer, particularly Azuki, who had not closed her mouth since witnessing the spectacle. The trio of ninjas, still novices, lacked understanding of the pride inherent in ninja beasts. They could be defeated, but true submission was a rare feat, especially for the Akatsuki tiger, whose strength and intelligence made it formidable. Even the Hokage would find it challenging to tame such a creature. Yet, this boy had accomplished it with a single blow, transforming a fearsome beast into a compliant pet. How extraordinary! Just as Chun Yu prepared to exert his power once more, he paused, observing the tiger resting obediently with its head lowered. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his hand, stepping forward to gently stroke the massive feline. "Will you submit to me?" The Akatsuki tiger eagerly raised its head, nodding vigorously. Its movements so rapid they blurred in motion. "All right, I understand." Chun Yu quickly pressed down on its head to halt the enthusiastic nodding, as dirt was kicked up around them. Looking at the enormous tiger before him, he felt a twinge of conflict. It seemed somewhat unbecoming to contemplate barbecue when it had already submitted. At that moment, three sounds echoed from behind, and Hinata and the others, sensing no danger, leapt down from the trees. How adorable! Hinata approached, gently petting the tiger's head. The creature, surprisingly, reveled in the attention, closing its eyes and purring like a contented cat. Chun Yu felt a vain throb on his forehead. This insufferable creature is quite discerning in choosing whom to nuzzle. "Brother, can we spare its life? Look how cute and pitiable it is." Hinata pleaded cautiously. "Cute?" Chun Yu nearly retorted that she likely wouldn't have deemed it adorable when it first emerged. However, since she had already expressed such sentiments, he decided to relent. "Very well, but remember, these three, along with that little shadow behind, are allies. Do not harm them. Furthermore, do not act without my command." The Akatsuki tiger was overjoyed, nearly in tears, as it fervently nodded in agreement, having narrowly escaped death. In truth, Chun Yu's decision to spare its life was also motivated by its remarkable combat prowess. Keeping it around could serve Hinata as a ninja beast, ideally capable of summoning, providing an additional layer of protection. Chapter 17. Three eccentric individuals. With the addition of this large feline, Chun Yu's party transformed from 3 into 3+1 tiger. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of the Akatsuki tiger, their journey proceeded for nearly half an hour without encountering any threats. Not even a single bird graced their path. Though danger had eluded them, Ya and the others recognized the reality. Their safety was solely attributed to Chun Yu's astonishing abilities. They were acutely aware that had they faced the Akatsuki tiger alone, they might not have survived. Within the depths of the jungle, Chun Yu felt no apprehension, effortlessly activating his observation haki to cover an area the size of a small hill, optimizing the safest route through the wilderness. At that moment, Chun Yu came to a halt, his gaze fixed on the right front. The crimson-eye tiger seemed to sense something as well. Its scarlet eyes locked onto a particular direction, its massive nose sniffing intently. "What is it?" The three companions, no longer as tense as before, furrowed their brows in cautious inquiry. "We have encountered someone," Chun Yu replied nonchalantly, chuckling, just 3 intriguing characters. Someone. Where? Upon hearing this, Hinata and her companions were momentarily taken aback. These 3 individuals possessed formidable detection abilities, whether it was Hinata's Byakugan, Kiba's keen sense of smell, or Shino's insects. All were excellent means of scouting. Yet, they had failed to detect anything, while Chun Yu had already sensed an enemy. Was this fellow not only proficient in offensive techniques, but also possessed such extraordinary detection skills? Even Akamaru, who had been trailing behind, was momentarily stunned, feeling utterly frustrated. I am the special Jonin here. How could I have missed anything? Who is the true Jonin here, you or me? As for the possibility of Chun Yu merely boasting, the others did not entertain such thoughts. A man of such enigmatic strength and depth could not be so juvenile. Kiba hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to step forward. Looking at Chun Yu, he said resolutely, "We all know you are incredibly strong. This exam poses no challenge for you. If we rely on your protection, we can certainly pass smoothly, but we cannot be under your protection forever. We wish to enhance our strength through battle." "Yes, Brother Chun Yu, I feel the same," Hinata added softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "So do I." Shino nodded silently from the side. For ninjas, ninjutsu represents one aspect of strength, but combat experience is equally vital. A ninja seasoned in battle can even turn the tide against a stronger foe. This examination ground serves as an ideal venue for ninjas to accumulate combat experience. Thus, despite the terrifying nature of the forest of death, which could lead to life-or-death crises, no genin would withdraw from the exam. Such opportunities are rare. Chun Yu was slightly taken aback as he observed the rising fighting spirit of his 3 companions, secretly admiring them. These individuals, true to their portrayal in the original narrative, were indeed the formidable Konoha 12. Although they were still inexperienced, their resolve was commendable. They did not shy away from life-and-death battles, but instead yearned to elevate their prowess. This is what camaraderie is all about. However, the trio of adversaries ahead appeared somewhat peculiar, not resembling any characters from the original story, raising concerns about the potential for unusual ninjutsu techniques that Hinata and her companions might struggle to counter. Had so many strange individuals infiltrated this Chunin exam? When Chun Yu had read the original narrative, he found the plan to collapse Konoha to be ludicrous, as it allowed Orochimaru to eliminate a Kage with ease while escaping unscathed. It now seemed that Orochimaru had come prepared. Everywhere, he had placed his pawns, meticulously planning and disregarding the martial code, which would undoubtedly aid in his success. This could be troublesome. Would this not delay his chance to enjoy some skewers? Just then, a side quest was triggered. Strengthening the strong, heaven will assist. Agreeing to his companion's request, he would aid them in defeating their foes without personally intervening. Quest reward, godly armament color hockey. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What? Godly armament color hockey? Let us set aside the skewers for now. Hockey sounds delightful. He laughed heartily, nodding with enthusiasm as he patted Kiba and Shino on the shoulders and ruffled Hinata's hair. Everyone, give it your all. Remember, your talents are on par with mine, and with effort, you will surely catch up to me. After this, I'll treat you to barbecue. Yes. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, the 3 felt a surge of adrenaline, their faces flushed with excitement as they nodded vigorously. You. Chun Yu suddenly turned to the crimson-eyed tiger. The tiger froze, eyes wide. Why are you looking at me? Are you having second thoughts? Don't tell me you're hungry and want to roast me. I'm terrified. I want to go home to my mom. Conceal your presence and avoid detection. Observing the comically frightened expression on the large cat, Chun Yu felt exasperated and gave the tiger a light kick. The crimson-eyed tiger let out a heavy sigh of relief, cold sweat trickling down its brow. Though it had been kicked, it felt elated and nodded obediently. Chun Yu leaped onto the tiger's back, addressing his companions, and made a gesture of encouragement with a thumbs up. I will remain behind you, concealing my presence for now. These 3 adversaries seem a bit odd and likely possess considerable strength, but do not worry. Fight with abandon, and I will assist you should you encounter any danger. All right. Although the trio wished to advance their skills through battle, they were not reckless combat enthusiasts. They certainly would not refuse the benefits of having a powerful ally guiding them. They clenched their fists, filled with fighting spirit. With Chun Yu's assurance, their confidence soared. Chun Yu patted the crimson-eyed tiger's head, which understood the cue. Leaping into the canopy above, with Chun Yu no longer by their side, the trio felt encircled by various dangers, hastily drawing out kunai and other ninja tools. employing their respective scouting techniques as they cautiously advanced. Meanwhile, in the distance, on a patch of open ground, stood a man shrouded in darkness and wearing a straw hat. Beside him were two others, one extraordinarily tall and resembling a scarecrow, exuding an eerie presence. A sliver of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the scarecrow's face and revealing a nightmarish visage. It truly resembled a horror movie scarecrow, with a face as rigid as wood, devoid of pupils, and a mouth twisted into an exaggerated grin, displaying jagged teeth like spikes. The other seemed somewhat more normal, appearing human. Yet the weapon strapped to his back was tightly bound with bandages and seemed to writhe slightly. Beneath their feet lay the corpse of a massive bear, its wounds indicating it had been slain in a single blow. How utterly boring, the Straw Hat Man said slowly, his voice cold and unpleasant, akin to a hoarse vulture. Bonehand, have you discovered anything yet? He glanced at the scarecrow-like figure. Not yet, Heartbeats. 3 heartbeats. We have encountered someone. Just as Bonehand was shaking his head, he suddenly froze, then lifted his gaze, green flames flickering in his pupil-less eyes, brimming with bloodlust, his body trembling slightly in excitement as he sensed prey. Oh! At this remark, the Straw Hat Man and the one with the strange weapon, 100 Hands, also perked up, particularly the bizarre weapon, which had begun to writhe uncontrollably, nearly bursting free from its bindings. Chapter 18, Encounter. Quiet down, 100 Hands bellowed, causing the strange weapon to calm momentarily. He caressed his weapon, a perverse smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, when it's time for you to strike, you will soon have several new companions. Let us go see what these little prey look like. The Straw Hat Man leaped ahead, followed swiftly by the other two, moving with remarkable speed. Kiba and his companions had been advancing for 20 minutes without encountering any enemies, including Akamaru. They couldn't help but wonder if Chun Yu had misjudged the situation. Suddenly, Kiba's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as he keenly focused on a particular direction. The scent of ninjas. There truly are enemies. In the shadows, the vigilant Akadu also made a startling discovery. The group was overwhelmed not by the presence of an enemy, but by the capabilities of Chun Yu. Initially, they believed his detection skills, though remarkable, were within the realm of comprehension. However, upon realizing that Chun Yu had detected the adversary 20 minutes prior, a profound confusion enveloped them. What manner of skill was this? It was utterly beyond their grasp. At that moment, Ya, already on high alert, suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Instantly, he drew 2 shuriken, adopting a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently towards the source of the odor. Yet, bewilderment soon washed over him. What's wrong? Hinata inquired, activating her Byakugan, but failing to discern anything unusual. I can smell over 100 individuals, Yu exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice as he rubbed his nose in disbelief. Such a number seemed implausible. The total participants in the exam barely exceeded 100, yet the scent he detected was that of at least 140 to 50. Was he losing his senses? Meanwhile, Akamaru, perched atop Ya's head, stood alert, his fur bristling, tail erect, revealing his fangs as he growled softly. Woof! What? Yu was taken aback, realizing he had indeed not misjudged the situation. Akamaru had also sensed the presence of over 100 individuals. I see them. There are 3 figures approaching us at incredible speed, Hinata declared, her Byakugan revealing 3 silhouettes closing in. Even though she braced herself, her face betrayed sheer terror as she stumbled back several steps. They are terrifying. 3 people? Just 3? Yu exclaimed, bewildered, pressing Hinata for clarity. For while he could only detect sense, her Byakugan allowed her to perceive aspects beyond their comprehension. If she only saw 3 individuals, it implied that the overwhelming scent of humanity was somehow concealed within them. It was possible that Hinata had uncovered some hidden truth. Be cautious. Suddenly, a fierce sense of danger washed over Yu, prompting him to shout as the trio leapt into the air. Just as they did, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and 3 massive spikes shot up from the ground where they had just stood, each several meters long. Earth release, rock-cutting spikes. Though they had evaded the initial attack, it mattered little, for soon they would meet their fate as cold corpses. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air, your swift evasion will not save you. You will perish. As the figures materialized before them, the man in the conical hat spoke with an eerie calmness, as if extinguishing their lives was as simple as quenching one's thirst. Upon seeing them, an unsettling sensation gripped Yu, a fear that coursed down his spine. Such peculiar beings were typically fraught with danger. The very air around them reeked of death, as if they carried the burden of countless lives lost. Red Bean, who had been covertly observing from a distance, felt a surge of anxiety. It's them, the Bone Hand, Ghost Hand, 100 Hands. The trio of lower ninjas from Grass Ninja Village who have recently garnered infamy. These three were brothers rumored to possess bloodline limits and extraordinary abilities. A battle loomed on the horizon for Hinata and her companions. Wait, where's Chun Yu? Red Bean suddenly recalled Chun Yu amidst her intense focus on locating the enemy. After departing with the red-eyed tiger, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Had he truly left? No, he had promised to scout ahead for his teammates, so he must be nearby. Where are you? Why can't I find him? Red Bean's frustration mounted. This individual not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities and detection skills, but also an uncanny ability to conceal his presence. At that moment, the man in the conical hat appeared to hesitate, taking a slight step back as if contemplating retreat. What is wrong with you? 100 Hands asked incredulously. Glancing at Ghost Hand. You're afraid? Open your eyes and see clearly. Who are these three? Ghost Hand admonished in a panicked whisper. 100 Hands, confused, turned his gaze to Ya and the others, furrowing his brow in concentration. Then, realization struck. These are the three who were grouped with that monster. Damn it! How did we draw such misfortune? Apologies spilled forth from 100 Hands, his demeanor shifting instantly as he adopted a subservient posture. A smile plastered on his face as he bowed repeatedly. Despite not locating Chun Yu, he dared not lower his guard, his eyes darting around. Sensing Chun Yu's presence lurking somewhere nearby, with utmost caution, he addressed the trio. We mean no harm. We're merely passing through. My sincerest apologies. Bonehand, let us not linger here. We should leave. The fear gripping 100 Hands stemmed from an encounter with a giant python that had attacked Chun Yu while they stood nearby. In that fleeting moment when Chun Yu vanquished the beast, they felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, a sensation so potent that it extinguished any thoughts of resistance, leaving them wanting to kneel and beg for mercy. To confront such a monster was tantamount to courting death. Wait, Bonehand suddenly interjected. There are only 3 heartbeats nearby. This means that monster is not here. What? 100 Hands and Ghost Hand were taken aback. Only these 3? You must be mistaken. No, your ability is infallible. Bonehand affirmed. If that powerful entity were here, he would not be accompanying these 3 weaklings. Ninja are emotionless machines. The stronger the ninja, the more ruthless they become. Why would he concern himself with 3 worthless individuals? Yet the exam's rules mandated that an entire team must pass. 100 Hands recalled the stipulations, a smirk creeping onto his face. That monster is from Konoha. After all, this is Konoha's exam. Who knows if the higher-ups might have paved the way for him. But that matters little now. What's important is that the monster is absent. It's just the 3 of you, and this is our chance. Ghost Hand's voice turned progressively colder as he extended a dark finger towards Hinata and her companions. Chapter 19. Encountering Strength. Upholding one's ninja way 100 Hands, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, the caution and deference on his face melting away, replaced by a frenzy of rage. How absurd. I allowed myself to be intimidated by an absent presence. His humiliation ignited a fire within him. Gripping his weapon tightly, he stepped forward, licking his lips with a sly grin. You've witnessed my plea for mercy, so you must die? Bonehand gracefully descended from the tree, and the 3 formed a line, an aura of terror enveloping them, casting an even colder shadow over the already chilling forest. The sunlight dimmed, as if succumbing to their sinister presence. As per tradition, we'll each take one. The first to finish the battle can relish in the spoils of a corpse. 100 Hands declared, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he launched himself into the air, swinging his weapon toward Shino. With a furrowed brow, Shino remained composed. Recognizing that this adversary was consistently unpredictable, he subtly raised his right hand, summoning a swarm of black insects to surge forth toward the assailant. Insects. Intriguing, utterly captivating. This prey excites me immensely. Baisho paused momentarily, then erupted into a maniacal laugh, his voice saturated with obsession and madness. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Baisho swung his weapon down fiercely, aiming to cleave through the swarm of insects. In the next instant, the swarm parted, evading the attack before swiftly encircling him once more. Simultaneously, Guaisho frantically formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground. Earth release, Ghost Hand technique. As the sound echoed, the earth trembled violently, resembling an earthquake. Suddenly, a massive black, ghostly hand surged from the ground, reaching out to grasp Ya's pupils dilated in alarm, and he leapt high into the air. Boom! With a resounding explosion, he glanced down to witness the branch he had just stepped on shatter into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. She won. Woof! Ya, undeterred, formed hand seals. Bang! With a soft sound, another Ya manifested, his hands dancing in midair before completing the seals. He bellowed, Ya's technique. The two figures merged into one, transforming into an overwhelmingly powerful whirlwind that surged toward the colossal, ghostly hand. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor and explosion. Debris was flung in all directions as the enormous, ghostly hand teetered under the assault. Crack! Moments later, the massive black hand erupted in a shower of dirt. Nearby, Bone Hand clumsily dragged the scarecrow's body, inching its way toward Hinata, extending its claws to strike at her. The attack was painfully slow, yet Hinata dared not underestimate it. Chakra surged in her hands as she unleashed a rapid strike. Gentle fist. The Bone Hand's attack was deflected, pushing it back several steps. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Hinata pressed the advantage, relentlessly targeting the joints and chakra points of the Bone Hand. Moments later, she withdrew her technique, leaping back to Ya's side. Panting heavily, Ya landed on the ground, his chakra depleted by more than half, sweat dripping from his brow as he fixed his gaze on the ghostly hand before him. Shino frowned, observing Baisho tightly ensnared by the swarm of insects, a sense of foreboding swirling in his heart. Hinata, too, felt her chakra dwindle significantly, yet she remained vigilant. Could the enemy truly be this weak? No, this was likely just a preliminary test. They must possess even more terrifying and formidable trump cards. However, lurking in the nearby grass was a shadow concealed in darkness. This figure remained utterly still, save for its eyes, which darted intently across the battlefield. Despite the presence of 6 individuals, including the eerily perceptive Bone Hand and the special Jonin Yutaka Akiduki nearby, none noticed him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this figure blended seamlessly with the surrounding trees and earth, as though it had always existed there, harmonizing with nature. Haha, strike away. Unleash your fury. It would be ideal for you to engage in mutual destruction, leaving me to collect the spoils. This figure mused silently, relishing the thought of reaping the benefits from the struggle of others. At that moment, in the midst of the battlefield, while Hinata and her companions had successfully countered the initial assault, an overwhelming sense of danger still loomed over them. Cackling. Just then, Baisho, ensnared by the insects, emitted a chilling cry, and the massive swarm began to writhe uncontrollably. Crunch, crunch. The hair-raising sound of chewing echoed, as the enormous insects visibly diminished in size. Moments later, Baisho emerged, the bindings of his weapon entirely unwound, revealing countless hands sprouting from it. Upon a rough count, there were over 100 hands, each capable of extending. Most terrifyingly, mouths had formed in the palms, voraciously devouring the insects while emitting eerie cries of delight. Delicious, delicious. Upon witnessing this grotesque spectacle, Hinata and her companions were instantly horrified. What in the world is this abomination? No wonder I sensed the presence of over 100 individuals. It was these hands. Ya's expression soured, a chill creeping into his heart. Why was this Chunin exam rife with such perversion? This was utterly excessive. These fiends were taking advantage of the situation, and even though they had yet to catch sight of Chun Yu, they were preparing to flee. Upon realizing Chun Yu was absent, they wasted no time in attacking. Was this the intimidation of the strong? When would he reach such heights? Cackling. Another Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. What a delightful bonus. Guaisho exclaimed with a deranged grin. The remaining 2 did not speak, merely beginning to form intricate hand seals, indicative of formidable ninjutsu. Damn it. These 3 are far too powerful. What should we do? He clenched his teeth, forcing the words through gritted jaws as chakra surged within him. The enemy had merely been testing their strength, yet he had already expended a significant portion of his chakra. How could he contend against their hidden cards with so little remaining? Shino's expression was equally grim. He felt the loss acutely, as the majority of his insects had been consumed, leaving only a meager portion, barely enough to serve as an appetizer. Though insects reproduce rapidly, replenishing their numbers within days, the battlefield was a rapidly changing arena, leaving no time for such regeneration. I will fight them. Hinata's face paled. her body trembling slightly from tension. Yet she gritted her teeth and summoned her courage. Brother Chun Yu once said that retreating in the face of a strong enemy is the mark of a coward. A ninja must grow stronger when confronted with adversity, for that is how one upholds their ninja way. Chapter 20. I will not strike. I will release the hounds. Hinata was indeed correct. Upon hearing her words, you felt a surge of determination, his fear gradually dissipating. Chun Yu was their steadfast anchor. His words could not be mistaken. If one instinctively desired to flee upon encountering setbacks, how could they uphold their ninja way? All were genin. I refuse to believe these foreign ninjas are so vastly superior. Though Shino remained silent, he subtly raised a hand, causing all remaining insects within him to surge skyward, forming a colossal cloud of insects behind him, signaling their resolve to fight to the last breath. Akaduki, observing from behind, was equally astonished. This was the power of a leader. While individual strength can sway the tide of battle, the leader is paramount. The emergence of a leader instills courage in one's ranks, igniting a fierce fighting spirit. A single utterance can alter the course of war. What does it matter if one's strength is lacking? What does it matter if the enemy outnumbers us? Even if we fall, we shall do so in battle. At the very least, we will not allow the enemy to underestimate us. Every ninja village has a leader. That is the Hokage. Though Chun Yu is still young, he already possesses the aura of a leader. Just a single phrase from him had the power to rekindle the spirits of the three, their fear dissipating. This boy already exhibits qualities of a leader. The trio was astonished that a mere word from Chun Yu could rally their spirits so effectively. Baka. That monster's absence still creates such an impact? Oomph. They are but 3 insignificant ants. I shall dispatch them swiftly. Attack. Goeisho bellowed with reckless abandon. As his words fell, Goeisho fervently formed hand seals, slamming his palm onto the ground. Secret technique. 100 ghost hands. Accompanied by a frenzied fluctuation of chakra, the ground writhed violently, sprouting hundreds of hands, their surfaces dark and exuding a dangerously foul stench, an utterly terrifying sight. Chiharu and Kiba, undaunted, formed hand seals. The youthful determination evident on Chiharu's face. With a resounding boom, a puff of white smoke enveloped them, and Chiharu transformed into Kiba. It seemed the time had come to employ that technique. Although still immature, the risk of attempting the double fang was worth taking. With a fierce roar, the duo morphed into 2 swirling tornadoes, intertwining as they charged towards the multitude of hands. On the other side, the colossal figure of Bone Hand began to twist slowly. Crack! With each movement, eerie sounds emanated from its joints. Suddenly, Bone Hand halted, and in the next moment, slender threads shot forth from its joints. Countless pale strands aimed directly at Hinata. The speed was astonishing, encircling Hinata from all directions, each thread tipped with a sharp point capable of piercing flesh with ease. Hinata clenched her fists. Despite her lingering fear, memories of Chun Yu ignited an endless courage within her. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With her somewhat youthful voice, chakra gathered in her hands, swiftly deflecting the advancing threads. The 100 hands grew increasingly frenzied, opening wide its maw to emit a chilling laugh. Its long tongue hanging out as its hundreds of elongated arms lunged toward Shino. Secret technique. Insect wall technique. Shino formed hand seals, summoning swarms of insects that coalesced into a massive sphere, encasing him in a protective barrier that spun wildly. Crack! Crack! The arms gnawed frantically at the outer layer of insects, devouring them with each bite. Boom! Just as one was swallowed, it erupted violently, shattering into fragments. For within those insects lay explosive larvae. The 100 hands paused momentarily, then erupted into raucous laughter. Interesting, but this feeble tactic is insufficient. With that declaration, chakra surged within it, and the 100 arms transformed into a bloody crimson hue, a blood-red eye appearing in the palm of each hand. The force of impact and devouring power tripled, and even if the insects were consumed and detonated, the arms remained unscathed. Is it truly insurmountable? Shino tightened his fists, having exhausted all his measures. Boom! At that moment, an eerie arm adorned with intricate patterns struck out suddenly, piercing through the insect barrier and delivering a heavy blow to Shino. Thud! The impact sent Shino reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into a tree. His energy instantly sapped. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Kiba and Chiharu, having depleted their chakra, had only severed a few of the arms. Now, in their human dog form, they hung limply in the air, caught firmly in the grasp of the giant hands. Hinata too found herself ensnared by nearly 100 slender threads. Indeed, the disparity in strength was vast. Victory and defeat had been determined in an instant. In the background, Akamaru watched anxiously, feeling a deep sense of urgency. Being from the hidden leaf, her loyalties naturally lay with the leaf's candidates. However, as an examiner, she was bound by duty and could only gaze around in search of Chun Yu. Where had he gone? Even at this critical moment, he had yet to intervene. At that moment, Chun Yu sat atop a tree, enveloped in the vibrations of the Tremor Fruit, effectively concealing himself and the Akatsuki tiger. This was an experiment he had undertaken, and unexpectedly, it proved successful. Both heartbeat and scent required air for transmission. The Tremor Fruit altered the air's vibrations, completely nullifying the frequency of heartbeats and hastening the dissipation of scents, rendering them undetectable. Observing the battlefield below, Chun Yu felt a twinge of concern. Although he remained still, the tremors of his fruit had permeated the entire battlefield. Should his comrades find themselves in mortal peril, he would spring into action immediately. While rewards were significant, the safety of his companions held greater importance. Fortunately, the situation had not yet necessitated his direct involvement. The grass ninjas continued to toy with the three, much like a cat plays with a mouse. Though his companions had exerted their utmost effort, the enemy was simply too formidable. It was evident that the reality of the Chunin Exams was far deeper than portrayed in the anime. The strength of these three far surpassed that of ordinary genin, likely reaching the level of elite Chunin. Their delayed participation in the exams was likely a strategic choice in line with Orochimaru's plans. This individual was indeed cunning and calculating. It was a tricky situation. For the sake of mastering the formidable armament Hokage, he could not act personally. Thus, it was time to unleash his dog. Casting a glance at the bored Akatsuki tiger, who was idly grooming itself, Chun Yu delivered a playful slap to its rear. Awu? The Akatsuki tiger jumped, instinctively turning to bite, for one must never touch a tiger's backside. However, upon recognizing Chun Yu, its ferocity dissipated, and it approached, nuzzling against Chun Yu's leg. It's your turn now. Chun Yu pointed below, then reclined leisurely against a tree trunk, a blade of grass in his mouth. Those three seem rather arrogant. Handle them for me. By the way, I hear you have a penchant for devouring humans? Devour humans. The Akatsuki tiger, sensing the dangerous glint in Chun Yu's eyes, shook its head vigorously. While I can be fierce and enjoy biting, I have never eaten a person. Well then, just one slap each to send them packing. Chun Yu squinted lazily, returning to sunbathing atop the tree. Let the rewards come to us. Chapter 21. What I thought was the 5th level turned out to be. Defeating their opponents, the ghost hand smirked sinisterly, stealthily advancing towards Hinata and her companions. As per usual, the blood belongs to me, the arms to 100 hands, and the bones to Bone Hand. The quickest to finish off the corpses gets to take 2, the slowest gets nothing. Not a problem. The other 2 revealed cruel smiles. Excitement etched on their faces, eager for fresh blood and flesh to enhance their own strength. In truth, outsiders were unaware that these 3 were failed experiments of Orochimaru. After witnessing the death of his disciple, Rope Tree, Orochimaru began to ponder the fragility of life, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village to focus on researching immortality. He captured many with bloodline limits, as well as numerous ordinary individuals. Amidst these erratic experiments, countless failures emerged. Most test subjects perished, with only a scant few surviving. These 3 were among them. The bloodline limits they possessed were mere byproducts created inadvertently by Orochimaru. They increased their strength by devouring human blood, bones, and arms, employing exceedingly brutal methods. While this approach could slightly prolong their lifespans, it was not what Orochimaru had desired. Nonetheless, these 3, driven by madness and bloodlust, were retained due to their formidable strength, serving as pawns in Orochimaru's grand design. Just as the 3 prepared to strike, an intense sense of danger surged within them. They looked up to find a massive shadow looming overhead. Hastily, they leaped aside, using body flicker techniques to evade to a nearby tree. What is that? They questioned, shocked that Bone Hand had failed to detect it. Ghost Hand was taken aback. One of Bone Hand's abilities allowed it to extend countless threads from its joints, connecting to the earth and sensing the heartbeat of nearby life forms. Yet, this entity had appeared directly above them without Bone Hand sensing a thing. It could either possess exceptional stealth techniques or have power that far surpassed theirs. The three individuals were taken aback, quickly steadying themselves to observe intently. Upon witnessing the scene, 100 Hands' mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of shock. Even the 100 frenzied hands behind him fell silent and retreated. The crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. The very creature that could match elite jonin in strength. How could it possibly appear in the Chunin exam venue? Had the people of Konoha lost their minds? Bone Hands was equally astonished. This beast possessed overwhelming power. A single strike could send us soaring into the heavens. We should retreat at once. 100 Hands, shedding his previous bravado, spoke with evident concern. What are you afraid of? Ghost Hands sneered suddenly, pointing at the weak and vulnerable Hinata and her companions sprawled on the ground. No matter how formidable this savage beast might be, it is still a beast. Driven by hunger. Those three fresh, tender bodies. There's no way this creature could resist. What a pity for those three specimens. Bone Hands shook his head. What a pity. Ghost Hands was unfazed, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. There are over 100 specimens here. Apart from a few monsters, the rest are surely ours for the taking. The number of lives lost at their hands is countless. To them, human life is as worthless as that of ants. Under normal circumstances, one would naturally steer clear of a terrifying entity like the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. Yet, these three bloodthirsty fiends brazenly stood by, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the tiger feasting on human flesh. 100 Hands perched atop a tree, watching as the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger approached Hinata step by step, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with anticipation. Who would have thought you would meet your demise in the jaws of a savage beast? How thrilling! The beautiful cries of despair, shattered limbs, and blood everywhere. I can hardly contain my excitement. When the tiger devours your last companion, we shall take our leave. But fear not. We shall return to claim your scrolls and see if your remaining flesh is still worth anything. Despair, fear, we stand on the 5th level, while you are merely on the 1st. The three ruffians cackled madly atop the tree. Feast, quickly feast. As they watched the massive head of the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger draw near to Hinata, their excitement was palpable. Hurry, bite her. Let the scent of blood fill this jungle along with the desperate screams of these three. However, as the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger approached Hinata, it unexpectedly lowered its head, nuzzling affectionately against her. You've come, Hinata said weakly, extending her hand to stroke the soft fur of its head. At that moment, the three atop the tree were left utterly bewildered, as if turned to stone. What? How is this possible? They exclaimed in unison. The A-rank beast, capable of matching Jonin, was displaying such docility before a mere Chunin. Was this a dream? Were their eyes deceiving them? Just as the three questioned their reality, the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger abruptly turned its head, all semblance of gentleness vanishing. Its crimson eyes blazed with murderous intent, its jaws parting to reveal glistening fangs, and its claws extended, sharp as blades. The formidable aura of the king of beasts surged forth. You think I am merely a docile creature? In that instant, the bloodthirsty gleam vanished from 100 Hands' face, replaced by sheer terror and pallor. The earlier arrogance and excitement evaporated. The 100 Hands behind him recoiled in fear, trembling uncontrollably. I have no idea. Ghost Hands stammered, struggling to maintain his footing. Whatever it is, we need to run. Bone Hands remained silent, but swiftly turned to flee. His limbs unnaturally flexible, revealing that he was no different from an ordinary person. His earlier facade was merely to instill fear. As the three turned to escape, a powerful sound of slicing air resonated, and a striped tiger suddenly appeared before them. So fast, the trio was left dumbfounded, their minds blank. With such speed, how could they possibly flee? The crimson-eyed stabbing tiger wasted no time, raising its massive paw to strike. Bone Hands screamed, desperately unleashing countless crystalline threads from his joints. Yet, these seemingly sharp threads proved utterly fragile against the tiger's claws, shattering upon contact. Boom! In the next instant, the enormous paw collided forcefully with Bone Hands, the sound of countless bones fracturing echoing as he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. The once formidable scarecrow had truly become a lifeless doll. Chapter 22. I am even more cunning than the yellow sparrow. A single strike had obliterated him. 100 Hands and Ghost Hands were left in shock. The three were of similar strength. A blow like that would have rendered any of them incapacitated. Just then, an unexpected twist occurred. You foolish waste, go die for me. Ghost Hands kicked Hundred Hands, sending him toward the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger, while he himself turned to flee with every ounce of strength he could muster. You. Hundred Hands barely had time to react, only managing to utter a single word before a massive paw descended upon him. Boom. A grotesque form appeared beside Bone Hands. Ghost Hands grit his teeth, not daring to look back as he activated his body flicker technique, propelling himself over 100 meters away in a heartbeat, desperate to survive. Just as he believed he had escaped death, a sudden dread shot through him, and he felt a powerful force strike his tailbone. Looking up, he saw a massive spiked hammer descending toward his head. It was the tail of the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. Damn it! Ghost Hands panicked, hastily forming seals with both hands. Countless hands emerged from the tree trunks, encircling him, yet these seemingly indestructible hands crumbled like paper under the weight of the hammer, offering no resistance whatsoever. Boom! The tremendous weight of the hammer crashed down upon Ghost Hands, piercing through his sturdy body and creating a gaping hole, sending him flying. Another disfigured form appeared next to Bone Hands. Boom! Despite being the products of Orochimaru's experiments, Ghost Hands and his companions suffered severe injuries, yet remained alive. Still clinging to life, the ground trembled as the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger descended, revealing its long fangs, radiating an aura of death. How could such a terrifying creature possibly submit to a weakling? Ghost Hands, barely conscious, stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the incomprehensible. No way. Bone Hands suddenly sensed something. This tiger carries the aura of that person. That person has been here all along. He just hasn't made a move. What? The three were momentarily stunned, their lives hanging by a thread, yet their shock was undeniable. Suddenly, Ghost Hands felt a shift, and with great difficulty, looked up to see a refined young man lounging against a tree, chewing on a blade of grass, his expression a mix of amusement and mirth as he observed them. It was Chun Yu, that terrifying presence. He had been here all along. This individual was powerful enough to command the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. How could such a monster participate in the Chunin exam? They had already formed an estimation of Chun Yu's strength, but upon witnessing him now, it was evident that their so-called assessment was nothing more than a jest. Chun Yu's true prowess surpassed the confines of their comprehension. Such a terrifying being. Could he not extinguish their lives with but a mere flick of his finger? The three, already grievously wounded, found their spirits plummeting upon seeing Chun Yu. Just moments ago, they believed themselves to be the reapers of the battlefield, but little did they know, they had merely played the role of jesters. Foolishly flaunting their skills before a true harbinger of death, they had anticipated a one-sided massacre, yet the outcome had been predetermined. And their earlier jeers and laughter were utterly laughable, a mere self-inflicted humiliation, in the depths of despair reflected in their eyes. The crimson-eyed tiger raised his palm high and brought it crashing down. With a resounding thud, a cloud of dust erupted, and the three met their demise in an instant. Red Bean, witnessing this from behind, exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. This fellow was indeed excessive, waiting until the final moment to take action, causing her endless worry. Nevertheless, all was well. In stark contrast to Red Bean's relief, another figure concealed within the thicket was far less pleased. The mysterious shadow hidden in the grass was on the verge of losing control. Oh dear, my mindset has crumbled. I intended to come here to seize an opportunity, only to encounter one monster after another. The three known as Ghost Hands were already a formidable challenge, and now, the crimson-eyed tiger emerged. Initially, I believed this to be the ultimate boss, yet Chun Yu appeared? My goodness, this is a matter of life and death. What chance do I have to seize opportunities now? It would be a miracle to preserve my own life. I merely sought a spot to lie in wait for novices, yet I keep encountering such freakish beings. Now is not the time to weep. Survival is paramount. The mysterious figure held his breath, striving to lower his heart rate, pressing his body firmly against the ground, afraid to move even an inch. Although Chun Yu was a formidable monster, his own skills in concealment were top tier. Surely, this fellow would not discover him. As Hinata and her companions beheld the three terrifying figures being struck down, they instantly felt a wave of relief, leaning against a tree. Utterly drained, they had fought remarkably well. Truly, they were worthy companions. Do not be disheartened. It's entirely normal not to prevail against them. For these three had long surpassed the capabilities of ordinary Chunin. Chun Yu leaped down from the tree and nodded approvingly at the trio. You all rest for a while. I shall venture out to catch some prey, and we shall feast on barbecue to replenish our strength. Oh, And do not forget to retrieve the scrolls from those three. With that, he left the three to rest and turned towards another direction. After taking only a few steps, Chun Yu halted, slightly turning his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed a patch of grass. How long do you intend to lie there? The hidden figure in the grass felt a jolt of fear as his eyes met Chun Yu's calm, dark gaze, and his hair stood on end. His prideful concealment technique, which allowed him to blend seamlessly with nature, even evading the detection of genin, had been seen through by Chun Yu. This was inconceivable. Though he struggled to believe it, the reality was undeniable. His mouth turned parched, and his body trembled slightly with fear as he swallowed hard. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Hinata and her companions were momentarily stunned. What did this mean? There was another person? Not only Hinata's trio, but even the crimson-eyed tiger was bewildered. What on earth? There is someone else. Yet, there was no trace of another presence. Even Red Bean, hiding at a distance, was flabbergasted. How could she have missed another person? Were all these newcomers this formidable? Such remarkable concealment skills, undetected by the ghost hands, nor by herself, nor by the crimson-eyed tiger, indicated that the opposing party's stealth abilities were extraordinary. Yet, Chun Yu had managed to discover him. This fellow not only possessed the ability to conduct extensive reconnaissance, but was also adept at detecting enemies skilled in camouflage and concealment. For a ninja to master the art of reconnaissance to such an extent is a monumental feat, yet Chun Yu excelled in every aspect, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. This was no longer mere talent. It was monstrous. In terms of strength, Red Bean undoubtedly surpassed the hidden individual. However, that mysterious figure remained motionless, employing some unknown ninjutsu that allowed him to merge with nature and light. Yet, even so, he had been discovered by Chun Yu. As Chun Yu's voice echoed, the grass shifted slightly, and a somewhat awkward sound emerged. Slowly, a figure stood up, covered in grass, with a face contorted in a nervous and ingratiating smile. I was just passing by, do you believe me? At this moment, Hinata and her companions fell into another state of shock upon seeing the hidden figure. How close they were. Merely a few meters away. In their previous perception, that area had seemed empty, filled only with weeds and trees. How could there be anyone there? Yet, a living person emerged from the grass, showcasing an astonishing concealment technique that even their Byakugan failed to detect. Chun Yu had seen through it with a single glance. Red Bean was also taken aback, quickly furrowing her brow, and upon closer inspection, she instantly recognized the hidden expert as one of the sound ninja participating in the exam, Sasuke. Chun Yu had recognized him long before. This fellow had a head resembling a graying wolf's mane, adorned with 3 characters of death embroidered on his ninja attire, making him look akin to a high-end extra. Indeed, the trio of sound ninja had arrived. Although this world of Naruto differed from the original in certain aspects, the main storyline remained fundamentally intact. It seemed that Orochimaru had also reached the Forest of Death, and his plans were likely unfolding in the shadows. Roaring with fury, the crimson-eyed tiger bared his gleaming fangs and let out a low growl, his enormous paws advancing step by step towards Sasuke. This little imp appeared suspicious. And as the king of beasts, my utmost admiration lay with a straightforward warrior like Chun Yu. I held disdain for such sneaky little tricksters. The tiger waited patiently for Chun Yu to give the word. It yearned to pounce. Calm down. One must be courteous to customers. Chun Yu gently patted the crimson-eyed tigress' head, wearing a warm smile as he strolled over to Sasuke's side. Sasuke was taken aback, utterly perplexed, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Customer? What on earth? How did I become a customer? You see, Chun Yu wore an innocent smile, extending his finger and beginning to enumerate. First, we are adversaries, and you cannot defeat me, so you must hand over the scroll. Second, those 3 formidable individuals would have undoubtedly discovered you had I not intervened, which would have led to your demise. Thus, I have saved your life. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, albeit in a more practical manner. How much do you value your life? A little compensation would not be unreasonable, would it? Sasuke was bewildered. Was he now conducting business? No wonder he referred to himself as a customer. With a fierce tiger beside him, Sasuke trembled, daring not to speak further, and could only acquiesce to Chun Yu's words. Of course, it's only right, not excessive at all. Very well, let us talk money. Chun Yu maintained his harmless smile. Sasuke, witnessing that smile and recalling the funds he had brought for the sound ninja activities, felt his lips twitch, his heart bleeding. Chun Yu gently patted the head of the crimson-eyed thorn tiger and continued to smile. Of course, I am a fair individual. Trade is entirely free, without deceit from the young or the old. You may choose to refuse. After all, our little flower is still hungry. The crimson-eyed thorn tiger was taken aback. Who is this little flower? Is it referring to me? Glancing left and right, it seemed to be addressing itself. For heaven's sake, I am a sovereign of the death forest. Must I be given such a mundane name? No, I do not consent. The tiger's gaze fell upon Chun Yu, appearing pitiful as it emitted a pleading sound. Its pair of blood-red eyes looked adorably fierce. This expression was particularly poignant, seeing me in such a state. Could you not reconsider the name? Chun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, producing a sound from his nose. The crimson-eyed thorn tiger suddenly froze, its fur standing on end as it recalled the terror of being dominated by Chun Yu. Its previously pitiful expression instantly transformed into one of solemnity, and it began nodding vigorously in a fan-like manner. Yes, this name is splendid. I adore it. I am Little Flower, and I am proud. Not only that, the crimson-eyed thorn tiger even opened its mouth to bark. Hinata, Hondo, and the others were momentarily speechless. To bestow such a casual name upon a vibrant tiger was one thing, but now the ferocious beast was barking like a dog. This tiger is far too sycophantic. Is it really necessary to be so subservient to Chun Yu? Sakurado stood by, mouth agape, unable to close it, almost dropping his jaw. Initially, he thought Chun Yu was employing some special ninjutsu to control the fierce tiger, but now it appeared that it had been domesticated since childhood. While others might merely raise a ninja dog, this audacious individual had taken an A-rank ferocious beast and treated it like a pet. While Sakurado was astounded, Little Flower turned its head, the docile demeanor vanishing in an instant, reverting to its fierce appearance, baring its fangs, exuding an air of menace. Sakurado felt his composure shatter. Is this what they call freedom and fairness? Do I have any other options besides parting with my money? Are such mysterious and formidable dark forces commonplace in Konoha? Lord Orochimaru has lived in such a village since childhood. It is no wonder he became a legendary figure. Konoha's schemes run deep. I wish to return to the Sound Ninja village. With a heavy heart, Sakurado lamented internally. Yet his hands moved swiftly as he quickly placed the Book of Heaven on the ground and emptied his pockets of all valuable items. Ninja technique scrolls, sealing scrolls, various ninja tools. They covered a small patch of ground. There was even a wallet. Sakurado dared not withhold anything. Chun Yu was far too enigmatic and powerful. He could detect even the hidden techniques that connected him to nature. If he were to keep something secret, discovery would likely cost him his life. Little Flower approached, picking up the items one by one, then carefully depositing the assorted trinkets before Chun Yu, wagging its tail and panting, looking up at Chun Yu with a face full of eagerness. So obedient. Senior, may I leave now? Sakurado cautiously asked Chun Yu. Safe travels, do come again. Chun Yu, with his eyes gleaming at the pile of treasures, waved his hand in farewell. Sakurado internally vowed never to return, not for all the riches in the world. Without looking back, he turned and fled, using every ounce of strength to disappear in a flash. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Divine level armament Haki development level 30. Hearing the task reward, Chun Yu smiled inwardly. It was good to see it credited. The reason he spared this individual, rather than slaying him, was twofold. First, Sakurado had not wronged him, and second, this fellow had a role to play in the main storyline. Killing him could lead to deviations in the plot of the Naruto world, potentially triggering a butterfly effect with significant repercussions. Knowing the plot is our advantage. We must not lose sight of the big picture for minor gains. Casually tossing the Book of Heaven to Hinata and the others, Chun Yu began sifting through Sakurado's belongings. First, he examined the wallet, opening it to inspect its contents. As expected from the Sound Ninja trio, it was quite substantial. There were over 1,000,000 ryo. The original Naruto narrative primarily focuses on the passionate battles among ninjas and the genuine bonds among comrades. Money is seldom mentioned. However, reality is different. The necessities of life cannot be overlooked. Why did Chun Yu have Hinata bring barbecue supplies? Because he was short on funds. Barbecue spices are quite expensive, beyond living expenses. Enhancing combat power is also a costly endeavor. Not to mention, in the latter part of Naruto, Conan nearly obliterated Obito with 6 trillion explosive tags, forcing him to sacrifice one of his eyes and use the forbidden technique Izanagi to survive. Otherwise, the Naruto story could have concluded prematurely. Many may not grasp the magnitude of using 6 trillion explosive tags in one go. We typically use 2 words to describe such individuals: explosive lunatics. In reality, within the Naruto world, this represents the most potent explosion achievable without external aids, bloodline limits, eliminations, or other enhancements. What is it based on? Not the strength of Konin's ninjutsu. No, it is purely the power of money. A bowl of ramen from Uncle Ichiraku costs 60 ryo. With this money, the sound ninjas could enjoy around 20,000 bowls. How delightful. Chun Yu then examined the other scrolls, primarily maps and some mediocre ninjutsu, which were of little consequence, and he distributed them to Hinata and her companions for protection. However, there was one unused summoning scroll, which held considerable value. A bountiful harvest indeed. As anticipated, transactions without investment yield abundant returns. Truly delightful. Chapter 24. The Sad Little Flower. The summoning technique is a unique form of ninjutsu exclusive to the Naruto universe. Classified as a space-time ninjutsu, this technique allows one to form a blood contract with any living creature, summoning them when needed to assist in battle. It broadly falls into 3 categories: animal summoning, such as toads, slugs, the spiders of Jintoki, and the wasps of the Shinkuro clan; ninja beast summoning, like Kakashi's ninja dogs; the third Hokage's monkeys, and Guy's tortoises; and item summoning, such as the Ramen. There are further subdivisions into contract summoning, human summoning, and so on. Upon witnessing Chun Yu continuously examining a scroll, you curiously leaned in closer, only to be stunned upon closer inspection, exclaiming in surprise. And it's a blank advanced summoning scroll. This advanced summoning scroll can form contracts with A-rank animals or ninja beasts. What a pity, summoning techniques are high-level ninjutsu. We can't even summon ordinary animals, let alone A-rank ninja beasts. You shook his head in disappointment. No, Chun Yu calmly responded, shaking his head with a slight smile curving his lips, his gaze shifting to Little Flower, who was licking its fur. We can use it right now. Now. But shouldn't we wait? You can perform the summoning technique. You suddenly grasped the situation, his astonishment palpable. Brother Chun Yu, you can summon. Hinata, too, was taken aback. But we haven't learned it yet? I have. Chun Yu winked, looking at his companions with a puzzled expression. Didn't we learn about the second Hokage's fundamentals of ninjutsu in class? It covered summoning techniques. There was a chapter that briefly introduced summoning techniques. But that was just a simple overview. Wait a moment, Chun Yu? You didn't just skim the introduction and learn the summoning technique, did you? You suddenly pieced things together, becoming petrified, mouth agape in disbelief. You possess remarkable strength, and we have chosen to endure it. Is it truly possible to master advanced ninjutsu merely by glancing at an overview? I implore you to act like a decent person and refrain from further demoralizing us. If this continues, I shall abandon my path as a ninja and return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging. I only managed to grasp it after viewing it twice, Chun Yu modestly remarked. Logically speaking, the probability of learning the summoning technique from introduction to ninjutsu is akin to a middle school student having studied Newton's laws, suddenly inventing a Tesla. Yet, we have the divine talent for ninjutsu. Learning ninjutsu feels akin to having a cheat code. It is that extraordinary. Hiding in the distance, Hongdo clearly overheard their conversation. Rendered speechless, this young man actually learned the summoning technique? At such a tender age, even with a teacher's guidance. To master the summoning of a mere ninja beast would already classify one as a genius. He learned it just by reading the overview. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Hinata. Chun Yu turned his gaze towards Hinata, pointing at Xiaohua, and gently suggested, how about making Xiaohua your summoning beast? But brother, I do not know the summoning technique, Hinata replied, biting her lip, hesitating. No worries, I will teach you. Chun Yu said cheerfully, patting Xiaohua's rear, prompting her to turn around, instantly adopting a very obedient demeanor. She raised her paw. Chun Yu examined the large tiger paw. Xiaohua complied, raising her paw, yet her crimson eyes were filled with confusion, wondering what this was about. Was it a handshake? Though my name is Xiaohua, I am a tiger. What if I scratch someone while attempting a handshake? As Xiaohua pondered, Chun Yu swiftly retrieved a kunai, and in the midst of Xiaohua's alarmed gaze, he plunged it directly into her paw. Ow! Xiaohua yelped. Though frightened, she dared not resist. Covering her eyes with one paw and turning her head away, the onlookers were momentarily speechless. This is the king of beasts, an A-rank entity, and yet, It has never seen blood. Must it be so cowardly? As the kunai pierced her paw, blood oozed out, and Chun Yu bit his finger, blending their blood together and applying it onto the scroll. He then swiftly formed hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. With Chun Yu's hand descending, a resounding roar echoed forth. The summoning technique's patterns rapidly spread outward. Everyone around, including Hongdo, widened their eyes in astonishment. Has this young man truly mastered the summoning technique? Surely he cannot be boasting. Boom. In the next moment, Xiaohua vanished from her spot, followed by a plume of white smoke that materialized at Chun Yu's feet. He succeeded. Chun Yu truly executed the summoning technique. Moreover, the summoned creature was of A rank. Although Ye and his companions were utterly shocked, they were newcomers and felt it less deeply. However, Hongdo, having been a teacher and examiner for many years, and having undertaken countless dangerous missions as a special jonin, fully comprehended the immense difficulty of this ninjutsu. To summon an A-rank ninja beast is a power only elite jonin can wield. At this moment, Hongdo's mind was blank, overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions. Most striking was Chun Yu's adept technique, displaying no signs of awkwardness, clearly demonstrating mastery. Such a freak. Ye stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unconsciously repeating those 3 words. Shino also stood petrified, his glasses nearly slipping off. Hinata clenched her small fists, her cheeks flushed with excitement and admiration. Brother Chun Yu, you are incredible. How about it? Have you learned? Chun Yu leapt down from Xiaohua's back, affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair. Come, give it a try. Xiaohua extended her paw. Xiaohua trembled. It truly hurt, yet she dared not oppose Chun Yu's words, cautiously extending her tiger paw, while covering her eyes with the other, constantly reassuring herself that if she did not look, it would not hurt. Chun Yu observed and mused. As expected of the crimson-eyed tiger. The wound has already healed. Such remarkable recovery capabilities. Despite his admiration, Chun Yu's actions remained resolute, as the kunai struck once more. Woo-woo. Xiaohua emitted a sorrowful cry, her body shuddering, blood flowing anew. Though Hinata felt a twinge of anxiety, upon seeing Chun Yu's encouraging gaze, she earnestly nodded her head, then bit her fingertip, mixing her blood onto the scroll. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Hinata's youthful voice rang out, yet she did not succeed. No worries, try again. Chun Yu urged, as the kunai struck once more. Woo-woo. Xiaohua lamented. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Woo-woo. Xiaohua felt like crying. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. In the end, Xiaohua surrendered, closing her large eyes and extending her paws. Do as you wish, my body may remain, but my spirit has perished. A river of sorrow flowed within her. And thus, after numerous attempts, finally, as Hinata's dwindling chakra was on the verge of depletion, boom, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Xiaohua reappeared at Hinata's feet. Hinata first froze momentarily, and then, her pale face flushed with color due to her chakra exhaustion. She clenched her small fists and leapt into Chun Yu's embrace. Brother, I did it. This is fantastic. Cough. Cough. Chun Yu suddenly found himself coughing. This girl, though young, was already formidable, her presence quite overwhelming. Chapter 25. In the ninja world, harmony is paramount. Hinata, who had leaped into Chun Yu's embrace, quickly regained her composure, hurriedly distancing herself, lowering her head, her face as flushed as 2 ripe red apples. Ya and Shino, in perfect synchrony, averted their gazes, signaling, you two carry on, we shall not watch. Chimaru, feeling utterly bemused, thought, I already consume enough dog food on a daily basis. Must you two serve me more? I shall not be dining today. I am already full. At that moment, a pair of eyes hidden within the foliage had not blinked for quite some time, their lavender irises reflecting waves of astonishment. Though her eyes were exceedingly dry, they remained unblinking, fearful of missing a captivating moment. Chun Yu's astonishing feats had numbed Hongdo's senses. But what of Hinata? How did she manage to accomplish such a feat? The summoning technique consumes a substantial amount of chakra, even as a special jonin. One would expend nearly half their chakra after summoning. Hinata, being merely a genin, possessed far too little chakra, and yet she succeeded? Suddenly, Hongdo recalled something. The summoning technique is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, so why is it categorized among advanced techniques? because it belongs to the realm of space-time ninjutsu. Characterized by its unique attributes, typically only advanced ninjas can execute it. The practitioner must first establish a summoning contract with the beast to utilize it. Generally, summoning requires hand seals to be performed in sequence, using blood as a medium to summon the beast. The chakra consumption of the summoning technique varies depending on the practitioner's and the summoned beast's attributes. In simpler terms, if the distance is great and the beast is somewhat resistant, it will require a significant amount of chakra. Conversely, if the distance is short and the beast is compliant, the chakra expenditure is negligible. It is well known that many ninjas, through sheer force, attempt to subdue summoning beasts, yet it is challenging to make them surrender, as they often harbor reluctance. The greater the resistance, the more terrifying the chakra consumption during summoning. For Hinata, with her genin-level chakra accumulation, to summon an A-rank beast is indeed remarkable, although proximity may also play a role. However, it also indicates that Xiao Hua has truly surrendered, harboring no trace of resistance in her heart, and has indeed transformed into a loyal summoning beast that countless elite ninjas dream of possessing. This outcome surely cannot be attributed to Hinata. It must be the astonishing skills of Chun Yu that have led to such results. This peculiar individual possesses far too many extraordinary traits. After all, Kakashi, who was hailed as the fastest to become a jonin in Konoha and a top genius, spent 3 entire years merely to tame a B-rank ninja dog and establish a bond with it. Yet Chun Yu, upon his arrival, summoned an A-rank ferocious beast, not only able to summon it himself, but also capable of teaching his companions to summon as well. How young is he? He is still just a child. It seems that Kakashi, the so-called #1 genius of Konoha, pales in comparison to Chun Yu. It is utterly unfathomable. Coughing slightly, Chun Yu felt his face flush as he was unexpectedly embraced by the little girl. He had just intended to speak when he suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that there were still 3 boxes he had yet to examine. Could it be that Xiao Hua had swatted them away? As a former member of a chicken dinner team, Chun Yu understood the joy of looting boxes. Even if they contained nothing, he would still savor the experience multiple times. Equipment is inconsequential. It is the joy that matters. As Chun Yu hurriedly dashed away, Hinata and the others were left bewildered. What had transpired? Had he encountered a formidable foe? What could possibly incite such urgency in this eccentric individual? Observing with astonishment, they saw Chun Yu arrive at a vast pit, diligently rummaging and scavenging. The trio, including Akamichi, exchanged silent glances, bemused. They had thought he was facing a grave situation, but it turned out to be for this. However, they merely held their tongue, for in the ninja world, the victor takes all, and looting boxes is a common occurrence. With enthusiasm, Chun Yu squatted down and peered into the pit, immediately spotting several scrolls that had been flattened, sending a pang of regret through him. Xiao Hua. Who told you to use such force? What a waste. Just as Xiao Hua had emerged from her nightmare, licking her paws frantically, she paused, looking innocent. Hey, you were the one who told me to swipe them, right? Are you bullying me because I can't speak? You shouldn't team with street people, especially not tigers. Sighing, Chun Yu lamented the poverty of these scrolls. Although they were flattened, as long as the sealing marks remained intact, they should still be usable. However, upon inspection, he discovered that 2 scrolls contained only basic food supplies, specifically the bland and unappetizing soldier pills. Finally, 1 scroll stored some ninja tools, but the quantity was minimal and comprised of second-hand items that had seen better days. This was rather dismal. As he continued rummaging, Chun Yu unearthed the Book of Earth from the bottom, well-preserved and untouched by blood, a testament to its status as an examination scroll. Casually tossing it to the 3 little ones, he also distributed the less valuable scrolls among them, continuing his search until he stumbled upon their collective wallets. The moment of truth had arrived. With excitement, Chun Yu opened the wallets and was taken aback. What? Together, they only have 30,000 ryo. How can there be such a disparity among ninja participants in the exam? Regardless, he thought, a mosquito's leg is still meat. I will reluctantly accept it. Having finished looting, Chun Yu felt thoroughly satisfied. He stowed away the items and surveyed ahead. The scrolls for Earth and Heaven were complete, and they had an extra scroll of Heaven. Let us proceed to the central tower. All right. The 3 little ones had no objections. After all, he was the leader, and his word was final. What about the extra scroll? Should we give it to our allies in Konoha? Kiba, holding the scroll and contemplating, suddenly had a realization. Well, Chun Yu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands. I have it. This is a splendid business opportunity. Huh. The three little ones were taken aback. What do you mean by a business opportunity? I will snatch their scrolls. Then, stationed at the base of the tower. They will have to pay to acquire the scrolls if they wish to pass. With this plan, there would be no need for them to engage in a life-or-death struggle. He was essentially saving their lives. In the ninja world, peace is paramount. Chun Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just a little extra cash would not only ensure a safe passage through the perilous trials, but also secure their Chunin certification. Which candidate would refuse such an offer? For the harmonious conduct of the Chunin Exams and the peaceful development of the ninja world, I, Chun Yu, willingly toil as a righteous youth in pursuit of justice. Huh. The three little ones were dumbfounded. You plan to rob all the other teams. It is already exceedingly difficult for an ordinary team to defeat another and acquire the opposing attribute scroll to pass the exam. You have already obtained your graduation scroll, and now you want to cause chaos? Moreover, you want to sell them? That's rather audacious. However, upon reflection, given Chun Yu's extraordinary strength, there truly were not many capable of challenging him in this death forest. How infuriating. The mindset of the strong is something we cannot comprehend. Akamichi, listening from the back, was utterly flabbergasted. Is this how we can play? After so many years as an examiner, overseeing countless Chunin exams, I have seen all teams gather the required items and rush to the central tower, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. But you, it seems, are eager for such occurrences, intending to cause a stir and even sell the scrolls. This is outrageous. Chapter 26. Xiaohua's companions, however, Shino adjusted his glasses and spoke solemnly. There are a total of 26 teams participating in the exam, entering the 20-kilometer radius of this death forest from all directions. If we search each one individually, it will undoubtedly consume considerable energy and time. His words caused Chun Yu to feel conflicted. That makes sense. Running around would be exhausting. I am not a delivery person. Xiaohua, having listened intently, noticed Chun Yu's conflicted expression and suddenly perked up. My chance to shine has come. If I do more now, I can avoid more beatings later. With a determined leap, Xiaohua bounded to Chun Yu's side, panting eagerly as if she had something to convey. Xiaohua, do you have a plan? Chun Yu was taken aback, regarding her with a furrowed brow. Woof woof. Xiaohua vigorously nodded her large tiger head, as if to say, yes, give it a try then. Chun Yu encouraged, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. After all, she was the ruler of the death forest and had likely navigated these woods for quite some time. Perhaps she truly had a solution. With Chun Yu's approval, Xiaohua transformed from her docile demeanor, regaining the ferocity of a beastly monarch, an A-rank ferocious beast. With a mighty roar, she unleashed a thunderous cry that reverberated through the forest, her voice infused with chakra energy, quickly rolling outwards. In nature, the roar of an ordinary tiger can carry for at least 3 kilometers, but as an A-rank beast, Xiaohua's roar, amplified by chakra energy, could be heard for at least 30 kilometers. Instantly, every team in the forest heard it. Many teams, engaged in fierce battles, halted, their faces reflecting terror as they recognized the sound of an immensely powerful beast. Without hesitation, they fled, knowing they could not hope to confront such strength. Little did Chun Yu and the others realize that Xiaohua's roar had caused countless teams entangled in combat to scatter, seeking refuge in haste. In a fleeting moment, the death forest truly valued harmony above all. In a secluded corner of the jungle, Gaara extended his hand before him, facing 3 nameless extras, the rain shinobi. At that moment, one of them was ensnared by sand, a visage of terror etched upon his face as he struggled desperately, his eyes filled with the despair of impending death. Gaara, radiating an aura of menace, prepared to clench his fist and unleash a funeral sandstorm. Just then, a deafening roar from Shoka swept through the air, startling Gaara, who swiftly turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, his emerald green eyes glinting with an unusual wariness. The roar suggested the presence of an A-rank beast, a formidable challenge indeed. The sound had echoed here, indicating its proximity was alarmingly close. Should we retreat? Kankuro gulped, taking a cautious step back, casting a sidelong glance at Gaara. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko, hiding behind, wore an expression of anticipation. What is Shoka up to? After years of officiating exams, Anko had witnessed countless genin battling fiercely over mission items, spectacles that seemed thrilling but, in her eyes as a seasoned jonin, resembled mere child's play. It was rather dull. Yet, this was her first encounter with such an intriguing scene. It was worth tailing Chun Yu all this way. Initially intending to leave shortly, Anko found herself increasingly astonished, captivated by the unfolding events. She sensed Chun Yu was bound to execute something even more unexpected. Suddenly, while Anko remained engrossed, she sensed a disturbance. A faint tremor rippled through the ground. The vibrations grew increasingly intense. Glancing nearby, she observed trees swaying violently, as if a colossal beast were charging towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic ape, towering over 6 meters, sprinting with ferocity. Is that the B-rank beast, the ape demon king? As one of the fearsome creatures of the death forest, it typically showed no fear even towards Chunin. Shoka's roar summoned it. But wait, there was more. A massive python, over 20 meters long and larger than the one seen earlier at the exam perimeter, slithered forth, its scales glimmering gold. This B-rank beast, the golden-scaled python, usually resided deep underground, seldom surfacing. Yet it too was drawn by Shoka's roar, moving with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a cacophony of rumbling echoed throughout the jungle as enormous beasts converged from all directions. The participating genin quaked in fear. What is happening? Why are these beasts in a frenzy? Is this trial truly so perilous? They had previously heard from seniors that, while the environment was harsh and perilous, caution would suffice to avoid significant issues. But upon witnessing the chaos, it was evident that the situation was far worse than mere harshness. It was akin to hell. Meanwhile, Chun Yu and Hinata were in a state of heightened tension. Hinata's small hands gripped Chun Yu's clothing tightly, her Byakugan activated, clearly perceiving the movement of several enormous beasts charging towards them from a kilometer away. Brother, so many beasts are rushing towards us, Hinata whispered nervously, her newfound summoning skills still leaving her apprehensive. Fear not. Chun Yu placed his hand gently on Hinata's head, offering a reassuring rub. His warm, substantial hand enveloped her in a wave of comfort. He understood that these beasts were summoned by Shoka. While soothing the frightened Hinata, he turned and delivered a firm kick to Shoka's sizable rear. Why the grand display? Do you wish for everyone to notice? Keep it down. Do have some consideration for the neighbors' sleep. Shoka, blissfully awaiting praise from Chun Yu, received an unexpected kick, causing her expression to falter. Her large tiger paw wiping her nose in a comical display of dejection, her massive mouth pouting as if on the verge of tears. Yet, she knew she must heed Chun Yu's words. After all, a tiger beneath the eaves must bow its head. Thus, Shoka opened her mouth and let out another roar, which, moments later, silenced the entire jungle. Anko, perched atop a tree, observed in astonishment as the ferocious B-rank ape demon king moved stealthily and cautiously, its large eyes fixed on the ground, fearful of stepping on a branch that might betray its presence. The B-rank golden-scaled python, once brazenly lounging amidst the trees, now crawled close to the ground, advancing with utmost care. Before long, Chun Yu and his companions found themselves encircled by dozens of beasts, several of which were B-rank. Despite Shoka's docile demeanor before Chun Yu, one must not forget her identity as a true A-rank beast, the king of all beasts, possessing unparalleled combat prowess and defense, rivaling that of elite jonin. With a thunderous roar, 1,000 troops were summoned. These beasts had anticipated Shoka's summons for a significant matter, yet upon arrival, they were left dumbfounded. Their once terrifying leader, capable of effortlessly dispatching the Death Forest's overlord, was now crouched before a human, squinting her eyes and wagging her tail. Relishing the human's affection, the beasts were utterly bewildered. What is happening? How could our forest leader submit to a human? If it were a powerful ninja, perhaps it would be understandable, but sensing the chakra energy, this one is merely a chunin at best. How could a mere chunin make our leader submit? Absurd. Realization dawned upon them. Humans are notoriously cunning. These individuals must have employed some ninjutsu to control their leader. Don't panic, leader. We are coming to rescue you. The beasts bared their teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor as they approached Chun Yu. With his observation haki fully engaged, Chun Yu sensed the murderous intent emanating from the beasts. He lazily raised an eyelid, reclining against Shoka, and uttered a single word, "Sit." The moment the word left his lips, it was barely a whisper. But under the influence of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, the sound amplified, ultimately resonating like a roaring thunderstorm. The beasts felt as if their bodies had transformed into fragile leaves, nearly capsized by a tempest. With a resounding thud, all the beasts promptly sat down obediently, their compliance matching or even surpassing that of Shoka. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit's ability, combined with sound waves, demonstrated an astonishing effect, nearly rattling the bones of the beasts. They comprehended that their leader, the Crimson-Eyed Tiger, was not under any jutsu's control but had been subdued. The being before them was terrifying. Their leader could not even contend with him. What could they possibly do? Although they were beasts, they were not foolish. If their leader had become docile, they would be even more so, for they sought to emulate their leader. Their leader was their role model. The trio of Taiya, Kankuro, and Temari were taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many beasts, their tension palpable. Yet, upon witnessing the beasts' immediate compliance to Chun Yu's command, they were left in a state of shock. Previously, they had to engage in combat with Shoka, yet now, with just a single word, these formidable creatures had submitted without a fight. Even Anko, who had been observing from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. When did taming beasts become this effortless? The Inuzuka clan, renowned for their role as beast tamers, traditionally adopts a puppy in their early years, nurturing it alongside themselves to cultivate a bond of trust and affection over an extended period. Moreover, these ferocious beasts, raised amidst violence, present a formidable challenge individually, let alone in numbers. Even for oneself, it would be wise to remain discreet. However, when it comes to Chun Yu, it can be summed up in one word: accomplished. While speaking, he utilized the powers of the Tremor Fruit to manipulate the direction of sound waves, ensuring that only a select few beasts heard him, sparing the nearby Akadama and the three little ones from harm. This was Chun Yu's measure to protect them, as they could easily sustain injuries otherwise. As Xiaohua roared, Chun Yu disowned her intent. Now that they had gathered, he cast a cursory glance. Indeed, quite impressive. Individually, these beasts may not possess exceptional strength, yet collectively, they represented a formidable force. This examination included only a handful of participants who could truly compete, and with Xiaohua on their side, they were indeed well equipped. Very well done this time. I shall commend you. Chun Yu affectionately patted the large tigeress head. Xiaohua beamed with delight, her eyes transforming into crescent moons as her massive head nuzzled against Chun Yu, her little tail wagging fervently, inadvertently toppling a tree in her exuberance. The surrounding beasts were left in stunned silence. Boss, could you exhibit a modicum of dignity? Who would have thought you had such a gentle side? Whatever happened to the ferocity you displayed when you bested us? The stark contrast was overwhelming. Chun Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the situation. While it would not be particularly difficult for these beasts to seize the scrolls, they were not brigands, but rather merchants of peace. Yes, it was essential to persuade through reason, to forge a world of harmony and camaraderie among ninjas. The world of ninjas is not solely about conflict. It also encompasses love and justice. As Chun Yu began to contemplate fervently, an idea sparked within him. Swiftly, he retrieved a blank scroll and a pen, jotting down his thoughts in a flurry while mulling over the details. Moments later, he halted, satisfied with his work. Here, take this scroll to locate the other teams. Once you find them, show them this scroll. Remember, we are merchants, not robbers. Our goal is to uphold peace in the ninja realm. Maintain a friendly demeanor and remember to serve with a smile. Chun Yu instructed Xiaohua, who reciprocated his gaze, both sharing a knowing expression. Understood. And when encountering our comrades from Konoha, do not engage. Also, refrain from attacking any group carrying gourds, Chun Yu added, recalling the numerous formidable creatures present in this Chunin exam. In the original narrative, the most elusive monster was undoubtedly Gaara, who harbored the one-tailed Shikaku within him. While he might manage, it would be prudent to prepare for the others. Chun Yu produced another white scroll, tore it open, and inscribed a symbol of the Leaf Village at its center, which he then affixed around Xiaohua's neck. Those who see this emblem must not engage, understood? He addressed the other beasts. They all nodded vigorously, displaying their obedience and understanding. Akadama, momentarily dazed, felt as if the fierce beasts around him resembled naive elementary students rather than wild monsters. Go on. I shall await your return at the central tower, Chun Yu encouraged, patting Xiaohua's head. Instantly, she regained the regal demeanor of the Beast King, roaring triumphantly before leading her companions into the fray. Let us proceed, Chun Yu declared, swiftly making his way toward the central tower alongside the three little ones. Within a dense thicket, three figures cautiously concealed themselves in a vast tree hollow. surrounded by an eerie silence occasionally broken by the sound of insects. One gaunt, one-eyed man exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems we are safe. That black-eyed lad with the gourd was surprisingly formidable. Fortunately, his roar came just in time. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Indeed. It was fortunate they were in a hurry and did not take our scroll. We still have a chance, another murmured. It's been quite a while since we last ate. Let us gather some mushrooms. As they spoke, the leader cautiously emerged from their hiding spot. However, as he did, he froze, prompting confusion from the two behind him. Hey, why are you blocking the exit? Move. Yet, he remained unresponsive, trembling violently. The two, unable to contain themselves, kicked him out, only to discover that the scene outside was equally alarming. A fearsome crimson-striped tiger, bared fangs glinting, with blood-red eyes fixated upon them, stood beside a colossal gorilla, a menacing serpent, and a horde of other fierce beasts. The three froze in terror, their faces draining of color, nearly paralyzed with fear. We just wanted to gather some mushrooms. What are you planning? As dread overtook them, Xiaohua suddenly extended her paw, revealing a scroll that rolled to their feet. Huh. The trio blinked in confusion, glancing down at the scroll, which appeared to bear some writing. Upon unfolding it, their bewilderment deepened. What in the world is this? Chapter 28. Targeted by Orochimaru? To prevent the world from destruction and uphold peace within the ninja realm, our establishment proudly presents a promotional scroll safeguarding service. Without a scroll, there can be no violence. We prioritize safety above all else, ensuring a secure passage for all participants. Competitors may entrust their scrolls to our attentive care, and upon safely arriving at the central tower, they can reclaim their scrolls. If lacking a counterpart, they may purchase one at an additional cost. The highest bidder prevails. Early arrivals benefit, limited availability until sold out. Our establishment is honest and fair, welcoming all to trade freely at the entrance of the central tower. The three Rain ninjas stood aghast, utterly bewildered. What is this? A scroll safeguarding service? Such a thing exists? The most absurd part is that you took our scroll but are not compensating us. Instead, you expect us to pay you? And what do you mean by free trade? Do you see these beasts? The vicious expressions on their faces were enough to make one weep. Do we dare refuse to hand over our scrolls? And what of your claims of honesty? We are on the verge of being bullied to death. Ultimately, we can even buy other competitors' task scrolls, implying we must possess sufficient funds to proceed. This is absurd. They were intent on draining the competitors' wallets. The three exchanged glances, gulping nervously as they beheld the multitude of bloodthirsty eyes around them, ultimately resigning to surrender their scrolls. As they produced the scrolls, swoosh, an eagle descended from the sky, snatching the scroll and soaring away. Xiaohua and her companions turned on their heels, moving without hesitation. Next, the three were left in a state of shock. Do you have to be this proficient? Were you rehearsing this? Is this truly the Chunin exam? It was a chaotic and bewildering spectacle. The Chunin exam was not meant to be a battleground for ninjas, so how did a pack of beastly ninjas emerge to seize the scrolls? There must be someone orchestrating this, but who could it be? Suddenly, one of them came to a realization. Baka. That large tiger had the symbol of the Leaf Village around its neck. Nanny? It truly does. Yar yar. Cursed Konoha Village, secretly providing their candidates with backdoor advantages. I shall lodge a complaint against them. Indeed, it must be a powerful jonin from Konoha, deliberately manipulating the situation to enhance their village's examination pass rate. Yes, only an elite jonin could control such a multitude of ferocious beasts. Let us proceed to the central tower and demand an explanation from those contemptible examiners. The trio, filled with rage, marched directly towards the central tower. This scene replayed periodically within the depths of the Forest of Death. In a dimly lit corner, a man cloaked in a gray-white long robe, cinched at the waist with a massive knot, stood silently. With long black hair, golden slit pupils, and pallid skin adorned with bluish-green, comma-shaped earrings, he melded seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, exuding an eerie presence. Suddenly, 3 wisps of white smoke materialized beside him, revealing 3 ninjas who knelt on one knee before him, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Lord Orochimaru, we have arrived. Orochimaru slowly parted his lips, his voice raspy yet resonant within the forest. I have implanted a curse mark on Sasuke. You are to kill him. What? The 3 sound ninjas were momentarily taken aback, confusion clouding their minds. Lord Orochimaru, you have chosen him. Why must he be killed? A sinister chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he raised his gaze slightly, his golden pupils narrowing with a twisted smile. Only when faced with the specter of death can a person's true potential be unleashed. He must comprehend the significance of power. Only then will he willingly accept my strength and ultimately become the vessel for my being. But what if we inadvertently kill him? Tosu cautiously inquired. Then he shall die. Orochimaru replied, his gaze drifting into the distance, indifferent to Sasuke's fate. It merely indicates that he is yet to meet my expectations. Yes, the three responded hastily. Just as they prepared to depart, Sasuke hesitated, steeling himself before finally speaking up. What is it? Orochimaru's gaze fell upon him, causing Sasuke's hair to stand on end. Despite having followed Orochimaru for so long, each direct gaze still sent chills down his spine. I have discovered a formidable candidate. He managed to unveil my hidden presence and even seized my scroll and all my possessions. Sasuke spoke cautiously. What? The other two were taken aback. With Tosu fixated on Sasuke with a single visible eye, the scroll was stolen? Does that mean our operational funds are also? Orochimaru, intrigued, disregarded the stolen items and instead extended his long tongue, his smile morphing into a ghastly arc. Among Konoha's newcomers, there exists such an intriguing individual? Perhaps he is even more suited than Sasuke. But, Lord Orochimaru, I sense he is quite powerful. He even subdued a crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. Sasuke replied, apprehension evident in his voice. Are you afraid? Orochimaru's penetrating gaze fixated on Sasuke, who trembled, rendered speechless. Foolish waste. Orochimaru retracted his icy glare, his tone laced with menace and discontent. I have placed numerous agents within Konoha, gathering countless pieces of intelligence, yet I have never heard of such a powerful newcomer. I am well aware of the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger's might. A mere rookie could never tame it. Not even an elite jonin like Kakashi with the Sharingan could accomplish that. You have provided false information, Sasuke. Sakuru's face flushed crimson as he stammered, wishing to retort, but the terror in Orochimaru's eyes silenced him. Konoha was once my home. My beloved teacher and the pupils I raised are all here. I am intimately familiar with every blade of grass. Even the first genius among the newcomers, Sasuke, is entirely under my control. Orochimaru's form gradually melted away, ultimately merging into the tree, vanishing from sight. You wretch, you actually lost the mission scroll? Tosu expressed dissatisfaction but chose to hold his tongue. Anyone capable of seeing through your concealment technique must be formidable. Regardless, the Chunin exam is of little consequence to us. Fulfilling Lord Orochimaru's task is paramount. Let us seek Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, the eager Akado trailing behind Chun Yu suddenly halted, standing still. Moments later, two masked Umbu appeared beside him. Lord Akado, we have finally located you. The two Umbu exclaimed urgently upon spotting him. What is the matter? Akado furrowed his brow. Though the masks concealed their expressions, the gravity in their tone suggested a dire situation. Lord Akado, we have just discovered 3 corpses at the perimeter. They appear to be candidates from this examination, but their deaths are quite peculiar. What? Alarmed, Akado's vigilance heightened. During the Chunin exam, Konoha maintained strict security protocols, making such occurrences highly suspicious. The appearance of a crimson-eyed stabbing tiger at the 44th examination site was already abnormal. And now 3 candidates had unexpectedly perished at the outskirts. It was utterly unsettling. Let us move. Akado leaped into action, the two Umbu following closely behind as they swiftly exited the confines of the 44th examination area. Under the direction of the two Umbu, Akado proceeded in a specific direction, soon encountering several corpses lying on the ground. Though these corpses bore no visible wounds, their facial skin appeared as if it had melted away. The two Umbu expressed disbelief as they examined the scene. This is Akado, wearing a solemn expression, crouched down for a closer inspection. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in shock as an icy chill surged through him. It is him. What is it, Lord Akado? The two Umbu exclaimed, startled. Without uttering a word, Akado leapt into the forest, racing forward. Indeed, it was that man. He had returned, and he had infiltrated the village. Chun Yu sensed Akado's departure, but chose to disregard it. Following the main storyline's progression, Orochimaru should have already implanted the curse mark on Sasuke, and Akado was on the verge of discovering Orochimaru's presence, destined to encounter him soon. Although their meeting appeared to lead to conflict, Orochimaru had not truly engaged. Akato merely struck at one of Orochimaru's clones. Despite sustaining injuries, they were not severe. Ultimately, Orochimaru did not kill her. He merely spoke of Sasuke and the Sound Ninjas before departing. With no imminent danger and the system failing to issue a task, Chun Yu saw no reason to intervene. Better to head to the central tower for a barbecue and ticket collection. It was far more enticing. Chapter 29. When did breaking records become so nonchalant? At the central tower of the Forest of Death, within the monitoring room at the pinnacle, two Konoha ninjas leisurely sipped steaming cups of tea, idly observing the surveillance feeds. Jifeng, Naruto placed his cup on the table, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do you recall the fastest time to complete the tasks in the Forest of Death? Cough, cough. Of course, Suki no Jifeng coughed lightly, smiling as he stood and approached the window, one hand resting in his pocket as he gazed at the vast forest beyond. The time limit for this task is 5 days, and historically, the quickest completion lasted merely 4 hours. Do you think anyone will break that record this time? Naruto inquired with a smile. I do not know, Suki no Jifeng shrugged, returning to his seat. After all, it is still early. Only 80 minutes have passed since the exam began. Surely no one could. What was that sound? As the moonlight swiftly illuminated the surroundings. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma exchanged a glance and quickly rose to their feet, striding towards the window in haste. Peering down, they were greeted by the sight of 4 individuals, candidates. What was happening? Had they completed their task? In their hands were 2 scrolls, one black and one white. Indeed, they had succeeded. But wait, only 80 minutes had passed. How could they have accomplished it so swiftly? This was nearly twice as fast as the previous record. How could this be possible? Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, took nearly 5 hours to finish a task. Was there truly such an extraordinary talent among this year's newcomers? Shiranui Gunma suddenly noticed something, squinting in astonishment. In such a brief span, they had navigated through a jungle teeming with dangerous beasts and poisonous creatures, and had successfully defeated a team to acquire another scroll. Look at them now, utterly unharmed. Particularly the one at the front, not even a speck of dust on him. It was known that 26 teams had entered from various directions across a 20-kilometer perimeter of the Death Forest. In just 80 minutes. Encountering even a single team was a challenge. Yet they not only encountered one, but managed to seize their task scroll. The only plausible explanation was their overwhelming strength that allowed them to crush their opponents and secure a swift victory. They had shattered the record for the fastest completion in the history of Konoha. Moonlight Swiftwind was equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape, lost in thought for a while before muttering to himself. Even for someone of my exceptional Jonin caliber, reaching the central tower completely unscathed in such a short time would be exceedingly difficult, wouldn't it? These newcomers are remarkable. How did they achieve this? Curiosity piqued. He suggested, all right, let us go downstairs and let them in. Shiranui Gunma was equally perplexed. Without further ado, they made their way down the tower, which took them a moment. Upon reaching the first floor, they approached the door leading to Chun Yu and the others. As they slowly pushed the door open, they expected to find the 4 standing respectfully at the entrance. However, upon seeing the scene before them, they were taken aback. What on earth were you doing? Hinata. The chunks of meat are a bit too large. Cut them smaller. Yes, like that. Akamaru, don't get too eager. They'll taste even better once cooked. Shino. The branches are sturdy enough, but you need to sharpen one end. Kiba had successfully dug a pit and was now transferring stones into it. Before the central tower, Hinata was wielding a knife, skillfully dissecting a massive pig leg, surrounded by mounds of fresh meat. Shino had an assortment of appropriately sized sticks, one end of which was swarming with dark, wriggling insects, and within moments, he had crafted a skewer for grilling. Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma were left utterly bewildered. Were they really preparing to have a barbecue right in front of the tower after the exam? Had they not submitted their papers? As examiners for so many years, they had always lectured others, and now it seemed the tables had turned, with these candidates teaching them a lesson instead, instinctively wanting to intervene. The two felt that holding a barbecue during an examination was rather improper. However, upon reflection, they realized Chun Yu and his companions were not in the wrong. After all, they hadn't yet reached the designated exam time, and the rules clearly stated they needed to gather food, without prohibiting barbecuing. The 2 examiners found themselves in a quandary. Chun Yu and his companions were still bustling about outside, engrossed in their cooking, seemingly oblivious to the open door. The examiners felt quite awkward. After all, they were the examiners. Could they not receive a modicum of acknowledgement? Clearing his throat, Moonlight Swiftwind rubbed his nose and coughed a couple of times. The four paused, turning in unison to see two figures at the door, dressed as examiners, although they hadn't noticed them upon entering. Surely they had been waiting in the central tower for some time. Upon noticing the four, Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma, as examiners, felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. Who would believe it? Exam proctors feeling anxious upon seeing the candidates. Have you completed the exam? Moonlight Swiftwind forcibly initiated a conversation, managing a strained smile. Indeed. Chun Yu replied with a look of certainty, his hands still deftly moving as he formed seals and abruptly slapped down on one of the scrolls. With a puff of smoke, two large bowls appeared. Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma were once again taken aback. What in the world? You used a scroll meant for ninja tools to conjure two washing bowls, and it seemed he had prepared them ahead of time. This meant he had been ready to barbecue before even entering the tower. Were you here to take an exam or to go on vacation? As the two examined the bewildering scene, Chun Yu placed the meat Hinata had cut into the bowls, expertly adding seasonings and beginning to mix and marinate. The two examiners were utterly flabbergasted. They had never encountered such a situation before. The training had not prepared them for how to handle this. Should they intervene, ignore it, or simply join in? After all, it smelled delightful. Suddenly, Moonlight Swiftwind recalled something. Where are your scrolls? Over there, Chun Yu replied, not even lifting his gaze, merely pointing in a direction. Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma turned to look, and their eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be so many? At least 7 or 8, it seemed. They exchanged glances, doubt flooding their minds. Completing the exam in 80 minutes was already an extraordinary feat. But to possess so many scrolls implied they had not only found but also defeated 6 or 7 teams within that time frame. Seizing all their scrolls and arriving here unscathed. How is that even conceivable? Not to mention their strength, the time constraints alone were insurmountable. This had to be a ruse. Shiranui Gunma's expression darkened as a realization struck him. The four standing before him were newcomers from Konoha. Yet they dared to engage in such antics. How embarrassing. Each examination scroll carried a special seal set by us examiners. There was no way you could replicate them. This was not only foolish, but utterly pointless. With a cold tone, Shiranui Gunma declared, imitation? Chun Yu looked up in surprise, not angered, but instead smiled faintly. The items are right there. You two instructors may inspect them personally. With that, Chun Yu returned to his barbecue preparations, dismissing them entirely. Moonlight Swiftwind and Shiranui Gunma's expressions darkened. This candidate was utterly unyielding, even when confronted with the truth. Initially, they had intended to show some leniency, considering they were from the same village. But now, it seemed they would have to face consequences. The two approached to inspect, but their expressions changed dramatically. The scrolls were genuine. This one was real. That one was authentic. They were all real. An indescribable shock overtook their faces, their minds swirling in turmoil, unable to settle. Chun Yu was indeed correct. They were all real. How could they have accomplished this? How is this even possible? Chapter 30. A grand beginning. Just as Shiranui Jinkan and Moonlight Sherphone were in a state of bewilderment, they suddenly froze, exchanging alarmed glances, their eyes filled with caution. In their perception, an exceptionally dangerous creature was rapidly approaching. The two hastily set down their scrolls, their expressions grave, swiftly drawing their weapons and leaping high to position themselves in front of Chun Yu and his companions, ready to defend. Danger! You four get inside. Is this wretched beast mad? Moonlight Sherphone gripped his sword tightly, focusing intently on a direction in the jungle, his chakra surging wildly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Shiranui Jinkan also wore a grim expression, the senbon he had been holding in his mouth now firmly gripped in his right hand, while his left hand opened a pocket, revealing a collection of deadly, poison-tipped senbon. Hinata and the others were startled, wondering why the instructors were so agitated. Cough, cough. Chun Yu cleared his throat, stepping behind the two. Actually, both of you teachers, get inside. Moonlight Sherphone interrupted sharply, his brow furrowed. Since you have passed the examination, it is our duty as instructors to ensure your safety. Although I do not know how you completed the task so early and acquired so many scrolls, you are still merely genin, and you cannot contend with such a ferocious beast. As soon as Moonlight Sherphone finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. An enormous eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, its colossal wings casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, and its razor-sharp talons glinting ominously. It circled twice in the air, its piercing eyes scanning for a target, before it suddenly dove downward. "Oh no, there's no time," Shiranui Jinkan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear and horror, for this was a B-rank beast, dangerously close to a rank. While they would not have feared a land-dwelling creature, this was a flying beast, far more troublesome, as its speed and evasive capabilities far exceeded those of terrestrial beasts. Nonetheless, Shiranui Jinkan, being a special jonin of Konoha, maintained considerable strength and composure, and despite his inner dread, he did not falter in his actions. With swift precision, he launched 10 glimmering, poison-tipped sunban toward the giant eagle. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, shouting, "Ninjutsu, Thousand Needle Rain." With his words, the 10 sunban multiplied into nearly 1,000, raining down upon the giant eagle. Just as the poison needles were about to strike, the eagle suddenly accelerated, its form vanishing entirely as the sunban flew harmlessly into the air. "This is bad." Both Shiranui Jinkan and Moonlight Shurfong were taken aback. The speed of its response was astonishing. Worse yet, the giant eagle is heading straight for Chun Yu and the others. This is dire. A duo of special jonin struggling against such a creature, while 4 mere genin, despite possessing some skill, could never match their prowess. Konoha has finally seen the emergence of a record-breaking team, only for them to meet their end here, right under our noses. What will we tell Lord Hokage when he inquires about this? The two quickly turned around, their eyes wide with disbelief, only to be struck dumb by what they witnessed. What is happening? The giant eagle stood obediently beside Chun Yu, nudging its massive head against him in a display of affection, clearly enjoying the interaction. It then opened its beak and dropped a scroll, which landed among the pile of several others. Shiranui Jinkan and Moonlight Shurfong were left utterly astonished, their minds blank as their jaws dropped in disbelief. This is possible. He tamed a ferocious beast to seize scrolls. In all our years as examiners, and having participated in numerous Chunin exams, we have never seen such a thing. This is truly extraordinary. Now it makes sense why they managed to pass so swiftly and acquire so many scrolls. It was not their doing at all. It was this beast that procured them. But how did they manage this? Was it because of Inuzuka Kiba? After all, he has a family tradition of beast taming, yet his strength seems insufficient for this task. Moreover, the eagle appears far more docile and compliant around Chun Yu. It is likely due to him. However, they had previously reviewed Chun Yu's profile, which depicted him as merely an underperforming newcomer. How could he possibly possess such strength? During the past few days, Moonlight Shurfong and Shiranui Jinkan had been stationed in the Death Forest No. 44, preparing for the exam, and thus were unaware of how Chun Yu had effortlessly knocked Kakashi down. My apologies, esteemed instructors, for startling you. This creature came looking for me, Chun Yu said, stroking the eagle's massive head. He casually tossed a piece of meat into the air, which the eagle swiftly caught in its beak and swallowed, its eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The two special jonin were rendered speechless by Chun Yu's actions. Suddenly, Moonlight Shurfong recalled something, his brow furrowing in thought. Typically, when a ninja team encounters such a ferocious beast, they would instinctively assume it intends to devour them and would fight back vigorously. This creature, though powerful, cannot speak. How did it manage to seize the scrolls? Even if this beast is formidable, it is still but one against a team of 3 or 4 ninjas. If they disperse to escape, it would be challenging to ascertain who possessed the scrolls. Yet, you have managed to acquire 7 or 8 scrolls in such a brief time. Shiranui Jinkan fell into contemplation as well. Although Chun Yu's recent feats amazed them, Moonlight Shurfong's observations were astute. No matter how skilled the beast was, it remained a single entity. If the candidates had split up to flee, it could not pursue them all. Could it possibly employ a shadow clone technique? While the two were lost in thought, a resounding thud echoed in the distance, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Soon after, a massive bear, towering over 5 meters, came into view. Moonlight Shurfong and Shiranui Jinkan spun around, but this time they did not draw their weapons. Instead, they exchanged a glance filled with incredulity and disbelief before slowly turning their gazes back to Chun Yu. Please do not tell me this is also, Moonlight Shurfong stammered. Indeed, not just one, but dozens of smaller creatures. However, there aren't many as large as these two. I haven't counted them precisely, Chun Yu replied, blinking innocently and smiling benignly, then extending his hand. The giant bear tossed a scroll high into the air. which landed perfectly in Chun Yu's palm, waving goodbye to him before retreating. The giant eagle also took flight, presumably in search of its next unfortunate target. Moonlight Shurfeng and Shiranui Jinkan were utterly speechless, transformed into statues, their expressions frozen in shock, their minds blank, completely astounded. Dozens of smaller creatures that phrase echoed endlessly in their minds. Have you gathered all the ferocious beasts in the Death Forest? They wondered. How could such a prodigious candidate exist in the ninja world? The pressure they felt was immense. Thus, there are already 10 scrolls in total. Besides the 2 task scrolls we require for ourselves, there are 8 surplus scrolls. This is ample. Our Chun family shop is officially open for business. Chun Yu joyfully counted the task scrolls and exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 31. When robbed of exam participants, why must we meet? Serpents, spiders, crocodiles, and pythons, various beasts emerged from the jungle like clockwork, continuously entering and exiting, placing the scrolls into Chun Yu's hands, relishing his touch before returning to their duties. In the beginning, the duo of Shiranui Jinkan and Tsukikage were astonished and bewildered. But soon their expressions transformed into calm contemplation as they sat side by side on the steps before the tower. Oh, another one has arrived. An old friend. I had fought it when I was a Chunin. This one too is a familiar adversary. It nearly bit me to death before, and just look at its size. It has grown significantly since then. Before they knew it, there were a total of 18 scrolls beside Chun Yu. 26 teams participated, and apart from Gaara and a few squads from Konoha, the remaining teams had been thoroughly plundered. Shiranui Jinkan and Tsukikage exchanged glances, inwardly chuckling at the disparity. Was this truly the difference? When they participated in the Chunin Exams, they were all on high alert, trembling with caution, leaving no room for laxity. They were fortunate to face weaker opponents, yet it still took immense effort to defeat them and acquire the task items, ultimately passing. Now, observing Chun Yu and his companions, they saw Kiba and Shino piecing together a sign with 2 long sticks and a wooden board, clumsily inscribing Chun family shop upon it. Hinata was threading skewers, while Chun Yu, donning a pristine white chef's uniform complete with a chef's hat, exhibited remarkable skill. He had somehow conjured a barbecue grill from the scrolls. With high-quality charcoal neatly arranged and lit, he applied oil to the grilling rack. The 4 of them worked in harmony, utterly at ease, devoid of any examination-related tension. After all, this was the Chunin Exams. Could they not show a modicum of respect? Such behavior would inevitably lead to feelings of defeat for the instructors. Just as they indulged in their thoughts, a sudden sizzling sound interrupted the moment. Chun Yu reached for several skewers, placing them on the grill, the oil dripping and sizzling, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Tsukikage and Shiranui Jinkan perked up, momentarily stunned by the delightful scent. What a fragrance! The 2 examiners were puzzled as to why, after completing the examination, they were barbecuing at the entrance instead of resting inside. How good could this food possibly be? With so many barbecue shops in the village, why not simply go enjoy a meal after the test? Must they exert themselves? However, upon inhaling the aroma, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. This scent was unlike anything they had encountered before. A dish is judged by its color, aroma, and flavor. If it smelled this good, the taste must surely be exquisite. Saliva threatened to escape their lips. No, we are teachers. We are examiners. We must maintain composure. Control the saliva. Just as they endeavored to redirect their gazes and feign indifference, Chun Yu approached them, holding 2 skewers, freshly made. Please indulge. No, we are examiners. We have our responsibilities. Gulp. Tsukikage hurriedly shook his head, yet before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed hard. His eyes were fixated on the skewers, the sizzling sound resonating in proximity, the aroma captivating their senses. Is it possible to prepare skewers in such a manner? Can they truly be this fragrant? Shiranui Jinkan was equally as tempted. Though strength reigns supreme in the world of ninjas, even the strongest must eat. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. A meal skipped makes one uneasy. During missions, they often consumed tasteless military rations. The fragrant skewers before them were a revelation. These 2 elite jonin from Konoha, accustomed to facing perilous beasts, found themselves utterly captivated by the skewers. Why not sample one? Shiranui Jinkan could no longer resist, grabbing a skewer and taking a hearty bite. Instantly astounded by the exquisite flavor of the grilled meat, mingled with spices, creating an unimaginable delight. I cannot believe I am savoring such marvelous barbecue. Upon witnessing Shiranui Gunkan's greasy delight, Sukikage Hate also succumbed, devouring the skewers with abandon. Meanwhile, in the jungle, a trio of grass ninja were resting when a rustling sound from the nearby bushes startled them, causing them to leap up and retreat in fear. Enough already. Our scrolls were just stolen, and now this. As they trembled in terror, 3 figures emerged from the foliage. 6 individuals, 12 eyes locking onto one another. We have no scrolls. They were seized from us, by a pack of animals. I know you won't believe us, one of the grass ninja quickly exclaimed, sensing the incredulity of his claim. Believe. Before they could finish their sentence, one of the rain ninja exclaimed loudly, tears streaming down his face. We believed too much. Wait. You were also robbed? Yes. Did you also see that discount storage advertisement? Oh my heavens, it feels like family reunion. The 6 of them, sharing a common plight, were exceedingly agitated, their defenses lowered to the point of nearly bowing to one another in camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, one of the beasts bore the symbol of Konoha around its neck. I suspect it is a summoned beast of some examiner. This is Konoha's underhanded maneuver, secretly creating a backdoor for their candidates. Once their emotions settled, a ninja from Grass Village recollected something, his expression darkening as he spoke. But if they truly intended to do such a thing, how could they leave such blatant evidence? A female ninja cautiously inquired. They must have forgotten to remove the insignia. When one is intoxicated by success, they often overlook details. The grass ninja replied confidently. Indeed, his companions readily agreed. We must immediately go to the central tower and demand an explanation from those Konoha examiners. If they cannot clarify, we shall take our grievances to the 3rd Hokage. Let us destroy that so-called shop. And so, this scene unfolded simultaneously in various parts of the jungle. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When their common interests are stripped away by a single individual, they unite against a common foe. And thus, Chun Yu becomes the shared adversary of them all. Chapter 32. The Chunin Exam unveils a loving family baka. What is happening? 90 minutes have passed, and apart from encountering those 3 rain ninja, we haven't come across anyone else. Kankuro frowned, burdened by his massive puppet, his demeanor decidedly displeased. Had I known, I should have seized their scrolls first before fleeing. Patience is a virtue. After all, the death forest is vast, and we shall surely encounter the next group of individuals shortly. Temari, resting her forehead against her palm, gazed towards the sun's direction. Gaara, with his arms crossed over his chest and that enormous gourd strapped to his back, his deep-set black eyes encircling a pair of pale green irises, expressionless, uttered 2 words, people ahead. Temari and Kankuro were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up with excitement. At last, they had stumbled upon enemies. Regardless of Gaara's formidable strength, he still needed to confront others, to vanquish them, and to seize the missing half of the scroll to advance. Otherwise, possessing great skill would be of little use without an opportunity to wield it. Without further ado, Gaara soared into the air, with Kankuro and Temari hastily following behind. However, as they proceeded, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Why does it seem like there are so many people ahead? Just as they were in the midst of their astonishment, Gaara leaped down from the tree, landing in the center of an open space, with Temari and Kankuro trailing closely behind. Upon grasping the scene that unfolded around them, they were left utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people? At least 40 individuals were present, divided into several small teams. Rather than engaging in fierce battles, they were leisurely resting, replenishing their energy with food, and chatting amiably. Temari and Kankuro were bewildered, questioning whether they had stumbled into the wrong scene. Was this the Chunin Exam? It felt more like a festive gathering. What in the world? If these teams hailed from a single village, it could be understood. But the reality was that various villages were represented, with even 2 teams from the Sand Village. Instead of competing for scrolls, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company. What had transpired? Had they ingested poisonous mushrooms and succumbed to hallucinations? If Chun Yu were present, he would surely nod in approval. Behold, this embodies the principle of harmony I have long advocated in the ninja world. Reflect on the latter part of Naruto, where Pain and Obito, in pursuit of so-called peace and camaraderie, unleashed devastating techniques, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals. Their methods were utterly lowly. Yet, were they not ultimately defeated by the protagonists? Observe me. I achieve my goals without bloodshed. Look at this scene, how harmonious it is. Of course, collecting a protection fee remains essential. After all, preserving lives warrants some compensation, does it not? Upon noticing Gaara, the two sand teams displayed no joy or excitement. Instead, they were filled with disgust and trepidation, cautiously averting their gazes. Gaara was particularly unpopular within the village, often losing control and having taken the lives of numerous village ninjas. Ah, here come three more unfortunate souls. The audacity of Konoha is indeed remarkable. It appears they have claimed everyone, not merely a few teams. After all, Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. But what does strength matter? Our village is not significantly weaker, and regardless of their might. Such behavior cannot be justified. Wait a moment. It seems they possess a scroll. The grass ninja was the first to notice the scroll at Kankaro's waist and exclaimed, "Their scroll hasn't been taken." This revelation stirred a wave of excitement. The moment the words left his mouth, all surrounding ninjas turned their gazes, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. How could they possibly not have been robbed? It is entirely plausible. The jungle is vast, and it is not uncommon for a pair or two to slip through the cracks. This is splendid. I must obtain that scroll. After all, having one is certainly better than having none at all. No, I spotted it first. I shall make the first move. In this world of ninjas, those skilled in ninjutsu shall stand tall, while the rest will lie down. Indeed, their alliance of interests was rather tenuous. Upon the sighting of a scroll, discord swiftly ensued. The 3 Ray ninjas recognized Gaara and his companions instantly, their faces paling in fright, trembling in fear, and they cautiously began to retreat. They positioned themselves at the periphery of the crowd, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Others may be unaware, but they knew the terror that Gaara embodied. However, they would not alert the others. While a facade of unity existed, should any conflict of interest arise, they would swiftly turn on one another. After all, these ninjas were of no concern to them. One death is merely one less, and one eliminated team is one less threat. Wind release, wind Simban. At that moment, a waterfall ninja suddenly leaped into action, launching an aggressive assault. Completing the hand seals, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a tremendous gust of wind. The turbulent winds were laced with countless sharp wind blades. Bang! In the next instant, an onslaught of wind blades struck around Gaara, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. All surrounding ninjas were momentarily stunned, shaking their heads in disappointment, sighing, "Had we known this mysterious figure was so weak, we could have attacked first." As the dust gradually settled, the waterfall ninja approached with a grin, ready to seize the scroll, only to freeze in shock. Gaara stood unscathed, encircled by a protective barrier of sand. The earlier attack had not even grazed him. He was completely unscathed. The waterfall ninja was rendered speechless, retreating several steps in disbelief. In that instant, Gaara slowly extended his hand, endless sand erupting from the ground, ensnaring the waterfall ninja and lifting him into the air. Sand burial. Accompanied by Gaara's chilling voice, his fist clenched tightly. Boom. In the midst of the sand, the ninja, filled with terror and struggling futilely, was swiftly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, a torrential downpour of blood splattering outward. All ninjas present were struck with fear, their faces turning pale, overwhelmed by an unending dread, as they instinctively stepped back several paces. Silence enveloped the scene. This sand ninja is extraordinarily powerful. However, Gaara was not inclined to relent. The sand writhed slowly, his gaze shifting towards the others. Perhaps it is best to let them be. They possess no scrolls, and eliminating them would serve no purpose. Kankuro hastily urged, "You fear, coward?" Gaara replied coldly, "You." Kankuro clenched his fists and stepped forward. "While it may be insignificant to you, their numbers present a perilous threat to us. They lack scrolls. Killing them would yield no benefit. Fool, do not attempt to command me. I shall eliminate all who obstruct my path." Gaara retorted, disregarding Kankuro entirely, his tone dripping with malice. "I have never regarded you as comrades. Should you dare impede me, I would not hesitate to eradicate you all." "Gaara," Temari interjected urgently, "do not act so rashly. This is the Chunin exam, not a battlefield. They currently lack scrolls. Should you eliminate them, it would have dire consequences for our village." Gaara maintained his outstretched hand, the sand coalescing within his palm, and suddenly clenched tightly. The hearts of all present felt as if they were truly grasped by that massive hand, tightening abruptly, halting their breaths for several moments. They hastily glanced around. Yet no injuries were evident. Would this affect the village? Gaara's hand slowly opened, revealing the cork from the gourd strapped to his back, gently sealing it back in place. Without uttering a word, Gaara advanced, and those around him hurriedly parted to clear a path. What on earth just transpired? Kankuro turned to the nearby sand ninjas, who, maintaining a respectful demeanor, quietly recounted the entire sequence of events. What? This is quite the revelation. Kankuro stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Oh, Gaara was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Gaara pondered, the scrolls must have been seized by those beasts. But why did they not take ours? Is Konoha truly resorting to underhanded tactics? Kanjiro asked, perplexed. Gaara's gaze flickered, yet he did not provide a direct answer. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. The little shop before the tower? How intriguing. Let us investigate. Upon hearing about this peculiar place, the surrounding ninjas were instantly invigorated. However, recalling Gaara's recent brutality, they dared only to cautiously follow him from a distance. A throng of ninjas was making their way towards Chun Yu. Chapter 33. Gaara can actually bargain? In front of the central tower, a lively scene unfolded. Outside the tower, nestled against the edge of the forest, stood the sign of Chin's little shop. Chun Yu's observation haki had already sensed that this affectionate group was approaching. Heading straight for the sign, Ye had officially taken over Chun Yu's skewer grilling duties, and beside him, 2 large bowls were piled high with cooked meat skewers. Shino was assisting nearby. Hinata was dressed in the maid outfit that Chun Yu had previously prepared, her small hands nervously twisting together, her head bowed, her face flushed crimson. Upon seeing her, Chun Yu was momentarily stunned. I swear to the heavens, the attire I prepared was merely the standard uniform for a barbecue shop employee, albeit with a small modification, a little foxtail. Yet, after Hinata donned it, her figure became alluring, particularly with the tail that sparked endless imagination. This was a true foxtail, unlike Naruto's. Hinata was still merely a teenager. How would she appear when she matures? I mustn't dwell on that thought. It might cause a nosebleed. Chun Yu quickly cleared his throat, ruffled Hinata's hair, and confidently declared, "This outfit suits you perfectly. You look splendid." Really? Hinata lifted her head, her shy face beaming with joy, her bright eyes fixed on Chun Yu with delight. "Chun Yu, big brother likes it, and I like it too. Customers are coming. Let's go." MHM. Hinata nodded earnestly. Ya and Shino barely lifted their heads. The dog food ISNT raining down on us. One has a dog. The other has bugs. Who among us still remains a single dog? Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikamaru sat before the tower, unabashedly devouring skewers, their mouths greasy, though nearly full. The taste was simply irresistible, compelling them to eat more. Chun Yu stood at the barbecue stand, stroking his chin, surveying the area before the stand. Deep in thought for a few moments before suddenly his eyes brightened, hands forming a seal. Wood release, table and bench technique. Huh, what is that? The others were taken aback. Such a ninjutsu exists. When they looked up, they noticed the earth beginning to writhe, and soon, countless roots slowly emerged from the ground, twisting and swaying in the air, transforming into tables and benches in no time. Chun Yu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, this truly resembles a little shop. Witnessing Chun Yu effortlessly perform such an expansive wood release, Hinata and her companions wore blank expressions. They had become numb to such displays. Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikamaru were left dumbfounded, their skewers dropping unnoticed. What the? This is wood release. As special jonin of Konoha, they understood the significance of wood release. This was a technique said to be wielded only by the first Hokage. How could Chun Yu possibly use wood release? It was unfathomable. Wood release, a combination of water and earth releases, transforms chakra into the source of life, accelerating and controlling plant growth, first used by the first Hokage. Although wood release was classified as a bloodline limit, no one from the Senju clan, apart from the first Hokage, could use it. And now, Chun Yu had casually employed it. This world is utterly insane. Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances, swallowing hard as they began to comprehend. No wonder Chun Yu was able to subdue numerous fierce beasts to retrieve the scrolls. This was likely only the tip of the iceberg regarding his power. Among the newcomers of Konoha, such a monstrous figure had emerged. Comparatively, the prodigy they had thought was the best among Konoha's newcomers, Uchiha Sasuke, seemed hardly noteworthy, merely a cabbage by the roadside. Chun Yu collected the scrolls and arranged them neatly beside the sign. Then, he reclined on a root chair, blissfully squinting his eyes in the sunlight. The little shop was officially open, awaiting customers. After about 10 minutes, a gentle sound of footsteps emerged from the nearby thicket. Soon, 3 figures appeared: Gaara, Temari, and Kanjiro. Upon exiting the forest, the trio was momentarily stunned by the sight before them. What on earth is this? A barbecue shop? Konoha village is actually engaging in such side hustles during the Chunin Exams. As the trio stood bewildered, they suddenly recognized Chun Yu seated at the forefront. And everything clicked into place. This was all orchestrated by Chun Yu. Simultaneously, the ninja coalition trailing Gaara emerged from the side, equally astonished by the scene. A peculiar aroma of barbecue wafted over, enticingly fragrant. It was known that only a few hours had passed since the commencement of the exam, with only a handful consuming military rations to stave off hunger. Most ninjas had not eaten or drunk anything since the exam began, and they were now famished. The moment they caught a whiff of that mouth-watering barbecue aroma, who could resist? They were all drooling. However, they quickly noticed the mountain of scrolls piled beside Chun Yu, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Upon seeing Chun Yu wearing the Konoha headband, along with the 2 Konoha examiners heartily indulging, they were incensed. They instantly concluded that Konoha was covertly engaging in foul play, cheating through backdoor dealings. While we fought tooth and nail in the examination arena, you lot are enjoying a feast with the examiners? Is there no law? No justice? Yet, the terrifying Gaara was still walking at the forefront. He said nothing. His shadowed eyes fixated on Chun Yu, sand swirling slowly around him. Chun Yu wore an enthusiastic smile, his pitch-black eyes calm as a still pond, directly meeting Gaara's gaze. Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru had ceased their barbecuing, while Hinata and the others momentarily refrained from eating, their attention riveted on the interaction between Chun Yu and Gaara. The atmosphere thickened, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive silence. Chapter 34. Here comes the younger brother at this moment. Gaara's thoughts were tumultuous. Should he strike? No. Now is not the time. The prowess of this barbecue lad is undoubtedly formidable. Revealing his trump card now might jeopardize the plans of the Sand Shinobi. How much for the scroll? Just when everyone anticipated Gaara would unleash a thunderous attack, he unexpectedly inquired about the price with utmost politeness. Everyone was left in shock. What on earth? Is something wrong with our ears? Not only is he not attacking, but he actually wants to buy something. The once bloodthirsty and brutal figure had begun to converse in monetary terms. Disbelief etched on their faces. Their minds were consumed by the incessant echo of the word money. 100,000. Chun Yu boldly declared, his delight palpable. The first transaction was upon them. With the business commenced, it was auspicious indeed. Gaara furrowed his brow slightly, bending down to pick up a scroll to inspect it, as the crowd held their breath, pondering whether Gaara would simply take it without payment. The unfolding events once again defied expectations. Gaara, holding the scroll, showed no inclination to snatch it away. 30,000, that is all I possess. Chun Yu stroked his chin, contemplating briefly. Deal. As the first customer, to bring good fortune, I shall offer you a discount. Take it for 30,000. Thank you. Gaara turned to the dazed Temari and Kankuro, who quickly retrieved the 30,000. Gaara had not lied. They indeed possessed only that sum. Purchase of the scroll includes 10 skewers as a gift. Chun Yu thought to himself, bemused by the apparent poverty of the Sand Shinobi. Then cheerfully tucked the money into his wallet, calling out loudly, "Welcome, esteemed customers. Welcome." Hinata and the others quickly echoed in unison. Hinata led the trio to a nearby table, serving them 10 steaming, freshly made skewers, still sizzling with oil. Gaara maintained his stoic demeanor, yet his stomach began to rumble. Overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, he picked one up and took a bite. What? Such exquisite flavor exists in this world? Why? Tears welled in his eyes. Could this sensation be what they refer to as being moved? Temari and Kankuro, in a more exaggerated display, nearly devoured their skewers whole. Amidst the astonishment of the gathering crowd, 3 figures emerged from the nearby thicket: Tintin, Lee, and Niji. Though all from Konoha, they too were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. A barbecue shop? Kiba and Shino had become barbecue chefs? Hinata was serving as a waitress? What was happening here? Upon seeing the trio, Chun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Tintin and Niji seemed unfazed, yet Lee appeared disheveled, his clothes wrinkled, breath uneven, and one eye swollen, clearly having endured a fierce battle. It seemed the main storyline continued unabated. In the original narrative, the Sound Ninja Trio, under Orochimaru's command, attacked Naruto and Sasuke. Just as they were about to succeed, Lee intervened momentarily. Not only that, but the rest of Konoha's formidable fighters, aside from Hinata's group, had also appeared to protect Naruto and Sasuke. Though they were rivals, they united against a common threat, showcasing the bonds of friendship among Konoha's ninjas. The arrival of the trio implied that Sasuke had activated the Cursed Seal's power and defeated the Sound Ninja trio. While Chun Yu was aware of the plot, he understood that, on one hand, no fatalities had occurred. On the other, the system had not assigned any tasks. Moreover, ninjas must endure blood and fire to grow, which ultimately benefited his companions. This barbecue smells delightful. Is this the essence of youth? Lee gazed at the skewers, saliva pooling in his mouth. Ten. She hurriedly pulled him back, realizing they had yet to grasp the situation. What are you doing? Niji approached, frowning as he observed Hinata, clad in a maid outfit, fanning the skewers, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Seeing Niji, Chun Yu smiled faintly. Niji was a popular character in the original tale, his talent and diligence rivaling that of Sasuke. However, Sasuke's extraordinary circumstances overshadowed him. As a branch member, burdened by the constraints of the family seal limiting the Byakugan's abilities, he remained remarkably resilient, mastering techniques such as the gentle fist, typically reserved for the main family, through sheer talent and effort. Niji had long believed that the Hyuga clan was responsible for his father's demise, only to learn during the recent exam that his father willingly sacrificed himself for his brother. Resolving his hatred, his character was marked by resilience. No matter the perilous situation, he maintained a calm demeanor. While he seemed devoid of emotion, he deeply cared for his comrades, embodying the archetype of outwardly cold yet inwardly warm. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he heroically sacrificed himself to shield Hinata and Naruto from the Ten Tails assault, leaving many fans of the original work in mourning. Since Chun Yu had entered the authentic world of Naruto, he was determined to prevent such tragedies from recurring. Hey there, little brother. Care for a skewer? Konoha folks eat for free. I recommend purchasing a scroll, and you'll receive a barbecue set as a bonus. Chun Yu welcomed warmly. Niji was taken aback, momentarily perplexed. He had not anticipated such circumstances during the Chunin exams. Peering inside, he noticed two examiners joyfully indulging in their meal. It seemed the rules permitted it, so he refrained from commenting. Upon hearing Chun Yu mention the scrolls, Niji's gaze fell upon a pile of scrolls nearby, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. These scrolls are yours. You're selling them. Ten, too, was astonished by the mountain of scrolls. No wonder they encountered no one else aside from the Sound Ninja. All the scrolls must have been taken by Chun Yu. Is that even possible? Even though Chun Yu had previously shocked them by injuring Kakashi during the newcomer test, they could never have anticipated that he could overturn the entire exam venue. So, Chun Yu nodded vigorously. One scroll for 100,000 ryo. However, in the spirit of camaraderie among Konoha's allies, I shall offer them at cost, 60 ryo apiece. The trio, having just arrived, were still processing the situation regarding Gaara, and their reactions were muted. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas were utterly bewildered. What the hell? This disparity in treatment is too blatant. Selling to others for thousands, yet to your own for only 60 ryo. That's the price of a bowl of ramen. You might as well give it away for free. Chapter 35. Do you have a tailed beast at home? Ten, Lee, and Niji fell silent, initially believing acquiring the scrolls would necessitate fierce battles. Yet they had obtained them so easily. Are we dreaming? We actually bought them. Every day, Tintin would cast a glance at Niji, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among their ranks, akin to the captain of their squad. Let's purchase it, Niji nodded, surveying the quantity of scrolls available. Realizing that only a handful from Konoha had likely escaped theft, the rest seemed to be gathered here. Naturally, comrades from the same village could not resort to thievery, and others possessed no scrolls. To succeed in the exam, it appeared that buying was their sole option. Tintin opened her wallet, extracting 60 ryo amidst the envious gazes of her peers, and claimed a scroll, tucking it away with a smile. Thank you for your patronage. Please, step right in. Chun Yu cheerfully accepted the payment, warmly inviting the customers. It seemed delectable. The essence of youth was indeed wondrous. Lee sprang into action, bounding eagerly inside. Tintin and Niji, unable to resist the allure of such culinary delights, followed suit, joining Lee. I understand now. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, accusingly proclaiming, "This is Konoha's cheating. Consider this. The people from Konoha acquire scrolls with little expense, while we must shell out 100,000 ryo. But, I love Gaara," a timid voice chimed in. Are you unaware of Gaara's formidable strength? Konoha surely fears him and must have negotiated in secret. Perhaps this is all a ruse staged for our benefit. Indeed, as the old saying goes in the ninja world, the money of the lower ninjas is divided, while that of the higher ninjas is returned in full. Absolutely. It must be this way. Konoha has dared to cheat in the Chunin Exams. I demand an explanation from the third Hokage. How can such a large ninja village resort to such despicable acts? We shall withdraw from this exam, unless you clarify. In that moment, outrage swept through the crowd. Gaara and his companions, enjoying skewers, noticed Chun Yu granting Neji and the others a favor, yet remained silent. After all, they were from the same village, and such camaraderie was understandable. However, they were also curious about Chun Yu's next move, hence their silence. Kazekage and Gekko were taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, anger had been incited, and trouble loomed. Although they knew Konoha had not cheated nor provided any unfair advantage to its participants, how could they prove it? Should they summon the ferocious beasts? Yet even if they did, skeptics could argue that Konoha's ninjas had tamed them to serve their purposes. Neji and his companions were equally stunned. While they believed Konoha would never stoop to such tactics, numerous questions plagued their minds, leaving them bewildered, as if trapped in a dream. Facing the crowd's accusations, Chun Yu remained unruffled. He turned to Hinata, who was busy. Hinata, come here for a moment. All right, Brother Chun Yu. Hinata obediently approached. Summon the little flower and have a chat with them. Chun Yu gently patted Hinata's head. Got it. Hinata instantly comprehended, stepping forward and inhaling deeply to channel her chakra. As the petite girl emerged to confront them, the surrounding ninjas felt vindicated in their beliefs. Could Konoha's ninjas truly be so feeble as to use a woman as a shield? Surely, they were hiding something, and today they must be held accountable. Yet, Hinata remained unaffected by the surrounding skepticism, recalling the techniques Chun Yu had taught her, her hands coming together. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. With her youthful voice resonating, Hinata's hands struck the ground, causing intricate patterns to radiate outward. Boom! A massive, striped tiger materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. Roar! The thunderous roar echoed, causing the previously confrontational ninjas to turn pale, frozen in terror, their blood running cold. They recognized it as the fearsome, giant tiger that had earlier attacked them for their scrolls. To their astonishment, it was Hinata's summoning beast, seemingly so fragile. Indeed, the Konoha symbol upon its neck had not been removed. Not only were they shocked, but Konoha's group stood in stunned silence as well. Gekko and Kazekage were left speechless, their minds blank, the skewers they had just acquired tumbling to the ground. This was an A-rank beast capable of contending with elite jonin. The difficulty of forming a contract and summoning such a creature was nearly insurmountable. Only someone of Jiraiya's caliber could achieve such a feat, and even then, the chakra consumption would be immense. Yet, Hinata, a mere genin, had successfully summoned it. How was this possible? A rare seriousness crossed Gaara's face, questioning whether this year's Konoha rookies were truly brimming with such talent. Konoha undoubtedly deserved its status as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Neji was equally astonished. Despite their similar ages, Neji had never regarded Hinata as a rival, for she had always seemed too weak. Yet now, it appeared that Hinata had unwittingly mastered the summoning technique, something even the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, had not accomplished. Hinata had surpassed him without him even realizing it. You. Tintin stammered, pointing at Hinata. You have learned the summoning technique. I was taught by Brother Chun Yu. Xiaohua is his summoning beast, and I merely formed a blood contract with it, Hinata replied bashfully, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What? Her words plunged everyone into shock once more, all eyes drawn to the delicate figure before them. It was he. Xiaohua approached Chun Yu, nuzzling against him, its large head rubbing against Chun Yu's side, eyes half closed in blissful contentment, emitting a purring sound reminiscent of a cat. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's perceptions shattered. Is this truly an A-rank beast? Where did that ferocity go when it was demanding our scrolls? Now it appears as a docile creature. Xiaohua. Such a quaint name, and you accepted it? Moreover, recalling Hinata's earlier words, don't worry, let it be mine. Ordinary individuals would dream of having an A-rank beast as their summoning creature, yet Chun Yu was willing to share it. What family background could afford such generosity? Did he possess a tailed beast? Chapter 36. The godly conqueror's haki. With Xiaohua's appearance, the gathered ninjas fell silent, their skeptical voices dissipating into thin air. Small groups began to converse quietly. The majority chose to withdraw, recognizing that participating in the Chunin Exams twice a year and spending 200,000 ryo for a single exam was not worth it. However, Chun Yu was unconcerned about whether they would purchase. His focus lay on the other teams that needed to pass the exam to stir trouble. For instance, Orochimaru's faction. These teams had approached Konoha with ulterior motives, and they undoubtedly had considerable resources. Although 200,000 was substantial, they could likely afford it. They were the ones to ensnare. After all, this was a risk-free venture, and every sale meant profit, ensuring no loss. Main quest triggered. Prevent Kabuto from collecting information on Sasuke for Orochimaru and assist Sasuke and his companions in passing the exam. Quest reward. Godly Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, a familiar notification sound echoed in Chun Yu's mind. Oh, has the main storyline quest been triggered again? In the original narrative, after the battle between Sasuke and the Sound Ninja, the trio sustained serious injuries and only fully recovered on the last day, ultimately defeating the Rain Ninja, Ao, and Minghu with the assistance of Kabuto. This event was supposed to unfold 4 days later. It appears that due to the fervent flapping of Chun Yu's metaphorical butterfly wings, the timeline has accelerated. With his godly observation Haki fully activated, Chun Yu's perception swiftly expanded outward, and he soon detected Sasuke and his companions resting in a tree hollow 3 kilometers away. Chun Yu suddenly paused, unable to suppress a smile. Not far from Sasuke's trio were 3 onlookers, stealthily keeping watch: Kabuto, Akatsuki, and Kenmei. It turns out they had been monitoring Sasuke for some time. No wonder. In the original plot, Kabuto was able to intervene just as Naruto was about to unveil the scroll. He was well prepared. Hinata, the main quest has arrived, and it would be illogical to ignore it. Chun Yu turned to Hinata. Brother, I have a matter to tend to outside, he said as she approached. Her face slightly flushed, her upper body trembling as she jogged. You will manage the little shop for now. Just do as I instructed. No one outside of our Konoha friends is to take a single coin. Chun Yu chuckled, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Understood, brother. But where are you going? Will it be dangerous? Hinata asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Rest assured, in the forest of death, nothing exists that can harm me. Chun Yu replied nonchalantly before leaping into the air and vanishing from sight. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage sat in contemplation, a report laid before him. Kakashi, Might Guy, Hondo, and several other jonin, along with a few umbu, stood before him, their expressions serious and silent. After a lengthy pause, the 3rd Hokage set down his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke as his murky old eyes scanned the assembly. According to the intelligence, Orochimaru has been active both inside and outside the village. Everyone must remain vigilant to protect the village, especially during the exams. Understood. They all replied respectfully. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, the 3rd Hokage instructed slowly. The door creaked open, and Irika entered, his expression peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Lord 3rd Hokage, if our estimations are correct, the 2nd exam should conclude ahead of schedule. Shouldn't we prepare for the 3rd exam? After all, we'll need to invite the high-ranking officials from other villages, as well as the daimyos and various lords to witness it. We must notify them soon. Everyone in the room froze, including the 3rd Hokage, while Might Guy blinked in surprise. A radiant smile breaking across his face as he gave a thumbs up. I never anticipated this exam would be so intense. This is the essence of youth. That's not due to the fierce competition. It's all Chun Yu's doing. Irika shook his head, struggling to find the right words to describe the astonishment and surprise Chun Yu's actions had caused. After pondering for a while, he concluded, Lord Hokage, everyone, you must come see for yourselves. Is it him? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. News had already spread among the higher-ups about Chun Yu injuring Kakashi with a single punch and breezing through the written exam. Many had longed to meet Chun Yu, but had been preoccupied with their own affairs. Little did they expect him to create such a spectacle during the 2nd exam. Only Hondo, with a knowing expression, pondered, having followed Chun Yu for quite some time. He thought, could it be that this boy The 3rd Hokage's curiosity piqued. He chuckled heartily. I've been sitting too long, my body feels stiff. Perfect timing to see what this young man has been up to and stretch my legs. With that, under the 3rd Hokage's lead, the curious ninjas set off toward the Death Forest, specifically to the center tower. Upon arriving and witnessing the scene below, they were left utterly speechless. Is this even possible? especially upon seeing the pile of scrolls beside Hinata and the enormous, vibrant tiger-like A-class beast next to her, behaving as docile as a puppy. Looking around, they noticed a circle of candidates who appeared utterly defeated, like frostbitten eggplants. Wait, the Chihong stab tiger? That's an A-class beast. Even we would find it challenging to deal with. How could it have been subdued so easily? The sight of the two examiners, Nara Shikaku and Suki no Kaze, obliviously devouring skewers below, left them all petrified. Without question, this was undoubtedly Chun Yu's doing. It dawned on them why Irika had looked so peculiar, urging them to come witness the spectacle. The most outrageous part was that he had stolen all the candidate scrolls and was now selling them here. Even the corner of the third Hokage's eye twitched. This young man was simply outrageous. This exam, originally intended to assess the team's reconnaissance, ambush, and combat abilities, had been turned into a bustling marketplace by Chun Yu. Chun Yu would later discover that subsequent Chunin exams would implement new rules. Scrolls could be seized, but not sold or exchanged for goods. Or else one would be disqualified from the exam, marked by 3 enormous red exclamation points. This marked a significant chapter in the history of Konoha Village, courtesy of Chun Yu. As for Chun Yu, the others scanned the area and found that while his 3 team members were present, Chun Yu was conspicuously absent. Over there, the third Hokage remarked, taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling a smoke ring as he pointed in a direction. Let us see what this young man is up to. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, everyone moved towards Chun Yu's location, concealing themselves to observe. At that moment, Naruto and Sakura sat on the ground, turning over the exam scroll in their hands while Sasuke had gone to fetch water. Sakura, do you want to know what is written on the scroll? Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Isn't that inappropriate? Sakura replied, startled. Before the exam, Irika-sensei warned us not to open the scroll. Our teachers from Konoha love to frighten us. Perhaps our scrolls hold nothing at all. Let us take a look, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he placed his hand on the scroll, ready to tear it open. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, grabbing Naruto's hand. Adjusting his glasses with a serious expression, he advised, I recommend you do not open it. You're Kabuto. Both Naruto and Sakura gasped in surprise, quickly recognizing him as the amiable senior who had introduced them to the various ninja participants from other villages during the first exam. Why? Naruto asked cautiously. Because just as Kabuto began to respond, a rustling in the nearby bushes revealed a handsome, harmless-looking figure stepping out with a smile. Good morning, everyone. It was none other than Chun Yu. Chapter 37. Kabuto, why did you steal my line? Chun Yu, what are you doing here? Naruto and Sakura blinked, momentarily bewildered before asking with curiosity. Chun Yu shrugged helplessly, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then promptly stole Kabuto's line from the original plot. I accidentally got separated. Ah, now it makes sense. Naruto and Sakura, having no suspicion, accepted the explanation. However, Kabuto was taken aback, the hidden eyes behind his glasses flickering with a hint of shadow. You've taken my line. What am I supposed to say now? It's quite suspicious that you got separated, just as I did. This young man is quite infuriating. He had just observed the surroundings for a while, confirming that no one was nearby before descending. Yet, Chun Yu approached silently and suddenly emerged, even catching the attention of Do, who possesses the strength of a jonin. He is indeed a troublesome individual. Should I eliminate him now? No. Lord Orochimaru's task has yet to be completed. This is not the time for action. By the way, Do, what brings you here? Uzumaki Naruto inquired curiously. Do was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain? Just as Do was stammering, Chun Yu narrowed his eyes. Within the range of his observation haki, numerous figures appeared, and to his surprise, they were the third Hokage and his entourage. It seems that my actions have stirred quite a commotion, alerting these high-ranking officials. The third Hokage and the others concealed themselves atop a tree crown. And while the group remained relatively unfazed, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen gaze upon them. The others noticed the third Hokage's unusual expression, prompting Kakashi to ask urgently, Third Hokage, what troubles you? Have you discovered something? It seems we are being watched, the third Hokage replied solemnly. What? The others gasped, realizing that these were the recognized elite of Konoha, and yet only the third Hokage had detected the presence of an observer? Could it be Orochimaru? Red Bean suddenly recalled something, her face paling. Not Orochimaru. The third Hokage shook his head, his gaze fixated on the elegant figure. Orochimaru is my pupil. I am quite familiar with his chakra. It is very likely this boy. What? Everyone was instantly shocked. All eyes turned to Chun Yu. It was indeed Chun Yu. This young man possesses formidable strength. We tolerated him, but his detection abilities are equally impressive. And we failed to notice? How is this possible? We are all elite jonin of Konoha, the pinnacle of combat prowess. On the battlefield, if the enemy can detect me while I cannot detect them, it is the most terrifying predicament. If it were a ninja of Orochimaru or Jiraiya's caliber, it could be accepted, but merely a newcomer? Is this the power of the new bloodline limit? How terrifying. Is this the Book of Earth? Chun Yu picked up the scroll and examined it closely. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Sakura, having grown up together in Konoha, exhibited no wariness. They understood each other's temperaments, being comrades willing to sacrifice their lives for one another. The notion of snatching the scroll was utterly inconceivable. Let me take a look, Chun Yu declared, reaching to open the scroll. Wait, Do interjected. Brother Do just said this scroll is extremely dangerous. Sakura quickly intervened. I have only heard that it might not be that perilous. To be honest, I am also a bit curious. Chun Yu is so powerful that even if there is some danger, he should be able to handle it. Do chuckled, feigning nonchalance. In truth, having participated in numerous exams, he knew that a powerful hypnosis technique lay within. He hoped that once Chun Yu opened it, he would immediately faint, thus allowing him to conveniently take Sasuke and the others to seize the scroll. Unfortunately, Do was entirely unaware that Chun Yu, having read the original story, understood the plot quite well. Not only did he know about the exam scroll, but he was also aware of the conclusion. Sighing, the higher-ups in Konoha shook their heads in disapproval. Ibiki, with a stoic expression, coldly remarked, "This boy is far too arrogant." The scroll contains a hypnosis technique personally inscribed by the third Hokage. Although Chun Yu's offensive capabilities are impressive and his detection skills exceptional, Genjutsu and Ninjutsu are fundamentally different. This is aimed at mental strength. Even if he has learned Genjutsu, he cannot possibly withstand the power of the Hokage. He is still too young. Indeed, he could have easily passed the exam, but he insisted on showing off. As expected, when young people possess strength beyond their peers, they tend to become overconfident. It is a pity for Inuzuka and his companions. If everyone knew Chun Yu would faint, the scene would instantly descend into chaos, and the scroll would be snatched away, leading to their downfall. Once he faints, let us take him away. There are too many beasts here. Our Konoha village has finally produced such a formidable newcomer. We cannot allow him to be devoured by beasts. This incident serves as a lesson for him, a reminder. Ibiki's words clearly garnered the agreement of all the higher-ups. Elite Jonin engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Chun Yu had already grasped the edge of the scroll. With a crisp sound, he opened the scroll. The higher-ups were instantly filled with despair and disinterest, with several preparing to depart. However, the events that transpired in the next moment left them all speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chun Yu was unharmed, standing there as if nothing had happened. He had not fainted nor succumbed to slumber. Could it be that the third Hokage's hypnosis failed? Impossible. The third Hokage is universally acknowledged as the god of shinobi. How could he make such a fundamental mistake? If it were not a blunder on the third Hokage's part, then it must be Chun Yu. Chun Yu resisted the hypnosis. How is this conceivable? This is a powerful Genjutsu attack. Even these elite jonin of Konoha, when prepared, would feel dazed upon opening the scroll. Yet Chun Yu seemed entirely unaffected, still engaging in light-hearted conversation with them. Ibiki, the cold interrogator, usually fearsome with his two prominent scars, now wore an expression of utter shock. Reflecting on his earlier words, he felt a pang of embarrassment. This was far more painful than sensing an enemy's physical pain during an interrogation. I, Ibiki, the esteemed captain of the interrogation unit, have been bested by a newcomer. The humiliation is unbearable. Although the third Hokage did not display such overt signs of distress, his aged eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the strength of the hypnosis he had set. It was established to prevent candidates from cheating during the exam, replicating the scrolls, so he personally intervened, only to find that this boy had effortlessly withstood it. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Chun Yu smiled faintly after opening the scroll, yet inwardly he sighed. As expected of the hypnosis technique personally devised by the third Hokage, it was indeed formidable. Fortunately, with my godly armed color and the spatial protection from the Tremor Fruit's abilities, I managed to evade its effects. You are unharmed. Do was utterly flabbergasted. Clatter. Do's glasses fell to the ground, and he was oblivious, his mind consumed solely by Chun Yu's innocuous face and radiant smile. At such close proximity, he undoubtedly sensed the overwhelming force of the hypnosis being unleashed. However, he did not detect any chakra fluctuations within Chun Yu. Such a powerful hypnosis was effortlessly resisted by him. Chapter 38. Konoha's higher UPS. Please, just be a normal person. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed nearby as a water jug fell. The group turned to see Sasuke, his face ashen, standing rigidly like a statue, his Sharingan activated. Having just returned from fetching water, Sasuke noticed the presence of two additional individuals, mistaking them for foes. With his Sharingan activated, he cautiously approached, only to find Chun Yu opening the scroll at that very moment. Consequently, he was caught in the aftermath. It is worth noting that Sasuke was a solid 7 or 8 meters away from them, separated by Chun Yu. Yet he was still subjected to the meager residual effects of the hypnosis attack. How could it have such a profound impact? This is indeed a genius possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Naruto and Sakura were momentarily stunned. This hypnotic technique was far more formidable than they had imagined. Sasuke, are you alright? Chun Yu stepped forward, warmly patting Sasuke on the shoulder. Huh. Sasuke suddenly snapped back to reality, his face still bearing traces of terror. Instinctively, he took a step back. As someone who had personally experienced it, he understood all too well the sheer power of the recent hypnosis. Merely a hint of its residual effects had nearly plunged him into a trance. Yet Chun Yu had withstood almost the entirety of the hypnotic force and remained unscathed. Smiling and greeting him, a wave of helplessness surged within Sasuke. Previously, while he acknowledged Chun Yu's formidable strength, he believed that with diligent effort and the power of his eyes, he could surpass Chun Yu one day. But now, that belief was crumbling before his eyes. How could he ever catch up? They were still at the starting line, while Chun Yu was nearing the finish. I'm fine, Sasuke responded, shaking his head with a hint of frustration as he walked over to Naruto and Sakura, sitting down beside them with his head bowed in silence. Phew, that was close. I'm glad I didn't T-open it, Naruto exclaimed, the first to recover, his face filled with relief. Sakura nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with Naruto's sentiments. Just by looking at Sasuke, one could tell that had they opened the scrolls, they would be sleeping more soundly than a pig, oblivious to the dangers lurking around them. Gulp. Do swallowed hard, silently picking up his glasses and putting them on, forcing his blank mind to reboot. This Chun Yu was like a monster. How was he supposed to complete the task that Orochimaru had entrusted to him? Since Sasuke and the others need a scroll, let us temporarily form a small team to seize one. Do, an undercover agent in Konoha for many years, managed to compose himself, pushing up his glasses and smiling. That's not necessary. I'll just give them one. Chun Yu replied cheerfully, casually reaching into his robe and producing a scroll. Oops, wrong one. Chun Yu pulled out one and, upon realizing his mistake, tossed it to the ground. Why is it still the Earth Scroll? Damn. Is every one I grabbed an Earth Scroll? Fortunately, this one is the Heaven Scroll. Here, now we have all the examination scrolls. Let us head to the central tower. Chun Yu tossed the scroll into Naruto's hands. Task completed, reward acquired. Supreme Conqueror S Haki Development 30. In the next instant, a familiar notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind. He was overwhelmed with joy, laughing heartily. I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for the stunned crowd, he sauntered towards the central tower. Task concluded, time for some barbecue. Just by making a quick trip and delivering a scroll, he had obtained the Supreme Conqueror S Haki. What a tremendous gain. As they watched Chun Yu's nonchalant departure, the 4 remaining individuals were left utterly dumbfounded. Big brother, are you a scroll wholesaler? How many teams did you rob? Other teams are fighting tooth and nail just to acquire one scroll, yet here you are tossing them around like cabbages. The remaining 4 were momentarily dazed. Was this real? I must have been hypnotized. Do suddenly recalled something. It had been 2 hours since the examination began. Yet the forest of death had been eerily quiet after an initial stir. Do had not noticed at first, but now it dawned on him. So, Chun Yu had taken all the scrolls. No wonder they hadn't encountered anyone to fight. With the scrolls gone, what was there to battle for? Do's mouth gaped open, his face ashen, as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Gathering information on Sasuke's battles? What a futile endeavor. They couldn't even collect a single hair. The higher-ups of Konoha exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. They had all come from the rookie era and had participated in scroll battles or similar exams, recalling their own struggles, barely scraping through with wounds and exhaustion. Now, they looked at Chun Yu and Naruto, realizing their imagination had been severely lacking. As for those discarded earth scrolls lying on the ground, Naruto pointed at them. What about these? Not useful, just unsellable stock. Keep them as souvenirs if you like. Chun Yu waved dismissively, not even glancing back. Not useful, echoed in the minds of everyone present as they stood frozen, their brains reeling from those 4 words. The elite members of Konoha's higher-ups felt the same. Though they were examination scrolls, they were still incredibly potent auxiliary techniques. In battles against enemies, they could yield unexpected results. Even the higher-ups were tempted, their mouths watering. This was the work of the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-produced items were invariably of the highest quality. Yet here was Chun Yu, carelessly discarding them and claiming they were useless. For heaven's sake, have some decency. Even the 3rd Hokage felt a pang of anguish at seeing his painstakingly crafted scrolls tossed aside by Chun Yu. Let us go? The entire forest of death, aside from our group, has converged at the central tower. It's time to conclude the examination, the 3rd Hokage declared, taking a slow drag from his cigarette and turning away. Yes, Irika replied respectfully. The 3rd Hokage leaped into action, followed by the assembled higher-ups. Clearly, Naruto and his companions understood the value of the scrolls, quietly picking them up, each tucking one away. Do watched on, green with envy. Why don't you take an extra one and share it with me? Not only have I failed to complete Orochimaru's task, but now there's no scroll for me either. Chun Yu had tossed those scrolls aside because, on one hand, they were indeed of no use to him. Rather than spend time hypnotizing the opponent, it was far more efficient to send them packing with a punch. On the other hand, Hinata's supply of scrolls for sale was already ample. If he couldn't use them and couldn't sell them, it was better to give them to friends for protection. Chun Yu was acutely aware of this. After all, this was merely a routine Chunin exam. Most ninjas would never be willing to spend a fortune of 200,000 ryo on examination scrolls. Better to wait for the next exam instead. Chun Yu's true clientele consisted of those special teams, those secretly colluding to orchestrate the downfall of Konoha, who needed to pass the exam to execute their schemes within the village. Chapter 39. Chun Yu's products are always of exceptional quality. Soon, the group arrived at the central tower. Upon their arrival, the doors slowly opened. Ahem. I hereby declare the 2nd exam officially concluded. The pale and weak Moonlight Gale coughed a couple of times, glancing at the candidates with a frail demeanor. Now, only the teams possessing 2 different scrolls may enter the central tower for assessment. Those who do not pass will be escorted out by the examiners. The candidates were suddenly taken aback. It's over? It was supposed to last 5 days, yet it ended in less than half a day. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Even if it didn't conclude now, it would be a complete waste of time since all 26 scrolls were right here. There was no longer any need to proceed. All eyes converged upon Chun Yu, the individual who had audaciously altered the rules of the game. Their gazes a tapestry of complex emotions. Yet, Chun Yu remained undeterred, approaching Hinata with a cheerful demeanor. Hinata, how did it go? After my brother left, 3 teams purchased our scrolls, and Shikamaru and his team have also arrived. Hinata, brimming with excitement, placed the money into Chun Yu's hands. Brother, this is the money. Chun Yu accepted the funds, momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. 3 teams. So many? In the original narrative, a total of 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals, passed the 2nd exam. To his surprise, there were 9 teams this time, with 28 participants successfully completing the examination. Was the subplot also subject to change? Chun Yu's gaze swept over the teams that had passed. Aside from the 4 rookie teams from Konoha, there were also 3 from the Konoha Medical Corps and 3 from Gaara's group. The 3 teams that had spent funds comprised 1 from the Sound Ninja and 2 from the Grass and Rain Ninjas. Indeed, while certain aspects had deviated, the main characters remained intact, suggesting that the primary narrative had not diverged significantly. As for the other 2 unexpected teams that passed the exam, they were likely affluent, yet potentially inconsequential, mere background characters who would play no pivotal role. Suddenly, Chun Yu spotted Sasuke, lurking in a corner before the tower, evading his gaze, and couldn't help but chuckle. The Sound Ninja was evidently wealthy, after Chun Yu had taken everything. Sasuke's 2 companions still managed to scrape together 200,000 ryo. It seemed they were well prepared to fulfill Orochimaru's task. With the examination concluded, Chun's shop officially closed its doors. The candidates entered the central tower in succession, gathering in a vast hall, sitting in small groups as they awaited the examiner's inspection. The trio from the medical corps stood on the periphery. Abruptly, Kabuto sensed something, his expression shifting as he glanced around to ensure he was unnoticed before stealthily approaching a nearby room. He opened the door and stepped inside, shutting it behind him. The wall beside him shifted slightly, and Orochimaru emerged slowly. "How did your information gathering go?" "I was unable to collect any," Kabuto replied, shaking his head, his eyes dimmed. He had not anticipated that Chun Yu would disrupt his well-laid plans. Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze emanating a dangerous aura as it settled upon Kabuto. "Do not presume that your previous efforts will absolve you of this failure. It is not a matter of blame. I have done my utmost." Kabuto recounted the events in detail. "Oh." A rare expression of curiosity crossed Orochimaru's face as he recalled Sak's words, his slitted golden eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Is it he again? This intriguing individual might indeed be more suitable than Sasuke. Another prodigy, perhaps? Chun Yu has successfully piqued my interest." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his figure gradually fading from view. Meanwhile, in the hall, the inspection concluded swiftly. Cough, cough. The ailing Tsukuyami, holding a list, stepped forward. "Congratulations to all for passing the second exam. The third exam will commence tomorrow at 8 o'clock, featuring one-on-one combat. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please step to the side and inform us. A reminder, individual withdrawals will not affect your team's results, and the higher-ups from your respective villages will be present. I hope you all are prepared. Tomorrow at 8? The third exam directly? What is happening?" Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had the preliminary round been entirely skipped? Just then, Sasuke suddenly clutched his shoulder. Emitting a cry of pain, his body tensed and curled on the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura rushed to his side. Bang! In the next moment, a puff of white smoke erupted as Kakashi appeared, inspecting Sasuke with a grave expression. Triggering side quest. Present Kakashi with a kunai infused with haki. Assist Kakashi in sealing the cursed mark. Quest reward, Divine Taijiquan. Chun Yu, initially a mere observer, suddenly received a familiar notification in his mind. Another opportunity? He grinned. Recalling his previous accidental injury to Kakashi, he had long wished to express his apologies to the beloved character from the original narrative, known for his righteousness and impeccable character. Seizing this quest as an opportunity, he decided to convey his sentiments. Chun Yu retrieved a kunai from his pocket, enveloping it with haki, activating it. Of course, unlike in the world of One Piece, there was no immediate darkening of his wrist. The author, Oda, had intentionally illustrated it this way for the audience's comprehension. In reality, haki bore no color. The kunai was tightly wrapped in a vast amount of haki, and to prevent the energy from dissipating, Chun Yu discreetly employed a sealing technique. Remarkably, it proved effective. I might just be the first to fuse skills from Naruto and One Piece. With the kunai in hand, Chun Yu approached Kakashi with a smile. "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi looked up, momentarily surprised upon seeing Chun Yu, his eyes transforming into a crescent shape. "Ah, isn't this our rookie champion? What brings you here?" "Kakashi-sensei, I sincerely apologize for injuring you last time. I have crafted this kunai as a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Chun Yu presented the kunai. "Ha. Kakashi laughed heartily. "It's really no trouble. Your strength brings me joy. Since this is your heartfelt gesture, I shall gladly accept it." "Thank you. I must take Sasuke for treatment now." "Of course." Chun Yu nodded obediently. Accepting the kunai, Kakashi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, the two vanished. Inside a dimly lit room, surrounded by mysterious pillars, flickering candles cast an eerie glow. Sasuke's body was inscribed with dense red symbols, spreading outward to form a massive sealing array visible from above. Kakashi's fingertips were bloodied, revealing that these symbols had been inscribed with his own blood. At last, with the final stroke completed, Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to Sasuke with a solemn tone. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it." Sasuke nodded. Just then, the cursed mark began to writhe as if sensing its impending sealing, radiating a fierce red glow as an overwhelming power surged outward. "Not good," Kakashi exclaimed in alarm. The cursed mark had unexpectedly activated prematurely. If it fully erupted, Sasuke would inevitably fall into a state of rage. Kakashi swiftly drew the kunai, intending to pierce his palm to amplify the sealing power with more of his blood. However, as soon as the kunai was drawn, the cursed mark recoiled. Sensing an immense threat, Kakashi was left utterly bewildered. Nanny? What is happening? How did the impending eruption of the cursed mark suddenly cease? Is it due to the kunai's power? This kunai, is it the one Chun Yu gifted me? Initially, I felt nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, it seems to harbor incredible energy. It actually repelled the cursed mark's power set by Orochimaru. Chapter 40. Orochimaru, I will take that child. Kakashi stood frozen, speechless in astonishment. Sasuke, unable to contain himself, glanced back at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, why haven't we started yet? Oh. Kakashi instantly came to his senses, unable to suppress a slap to his forehead as he nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. Sheathing his kunai, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers moving with remarkable speed. Suddenly pausing, he bellowed, Ninjutsu, demon sealing technique, accompanied by a blinding radiance. Both Sasuke and the inscriptions on the ground seemed to come alive, leaping about like frenzied tadpoles. Kakashi's palm struck the cursed seal. In an instant, an immense surge of chakra erupted forth, as countless characters rushed towards the seal on Sasuke with wild fervor. Sasuke's mouth gaped wide as he let out a piercing scream, and finally, with the completion of the sealing, he collapsed, darkness enveloping his vision. Has he already become this weak? With the seal complete, Kakashi shook his head at the unconscious Sasuke, remarking, You really are too stubborn. You've grown a lot. I never imagined you would even learn the sealing technique. At that moment, from a dim corner, a hoarse voice suddenly emerged, with the sound of footsteps echoing. A figure gradually stepped out of the shadows, Orochimaru, with his long black hair and eerie golden slitted eyes. Long time no see, Kakashi. Who are you? Kakashi whirled around, his expression shifting dramatically as he furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable threat. Orochimaru? Don't be so tense. I'm not looking for you, Orochimaru replied, hands tucked in his pockets, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. But rather, that child behind you. You seek Sasuke. What do you intend to do? Kakashi swiftly drew his kunai, brimming with vigilance. Orochimaru, however, remained remarkably relaxed. What do you mean? Do you truly not know? After all, you've already acquired it, haven't you? That Sharingan in your left eye? You. Kakashi froze, narrowing his eyes. This cursed man. I desire the power of the Uchiha clan as well. As Orochimaru stepped forward, Kakashi interjected, Do not approach Sasuke. He cast aside his kunai, grasping his right arm with his left hand. His body slightly crouched as his right hand crackled with brilliant arcs of electricity. Orochimaru halted, his expression shifting. Even if you were once one of the legendary three, with my current abilities, I could easily ensure our mutual destruction, Kakashi declared fiercely. Is that so? Orochimaru suddenly erupted into laughter, only to become grave once more, his gaze piercing into Kakashi. You may try. In that instant, Kakashi felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, rendering him almost immobile. Even the chakra within him was severely stifled. The legendary Sannin is truly this formidable. Today, I shall take Sasuke with me. You cannot stop me. Orochimaru continued to advance step by step. Damn it. Kakashi clenched his teeth. As one of Konoha's prodigies, having become a jonin at the tender age of 12, he felt an intense and terrifying pressure before Orochimaru. There was no chance of victory in this battle. Even if he sounded the alarm now, it would take at least 10 minutes for everyone to return to the village. By then, it would already be too late. Suddenly, as Kakashi was in a state of heightened anxiety, his mind racing for a countermeasure, Orochimaru abruptly halted, his gaze filled with curiosity as he stared at the kunai lying near Kakashi's feet. Oh, this kunai, does it possess some kind of trap? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he extended his long tongue, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It seems there are some unexpected twists. Let Sasuke remain in your village a while longer. Even if I do not take him, he will surely come looking for me. Farewell, Kakashi. With that, Orochimaru turned and melted back into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Kakashi exhaled sharply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he gasped for breath, only now realizing his clothes were drenched with sweat. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the kunai on the ground. What exactly does this kunai conceal? Kakashi picked it up, examining it closely. Not only did Orochimaru's cursed seal retract in fear, but even Orochimaru himself had abandoned his intent to engage due to this kunai. Suddenly, Kakashi recalled Orochimaru's earlier words. A trap? What does that mean? Is this kunai a trap set for Orochimaru? This was merely a gift from Chun Yu. Could he have anticipated Orochimaru's attempt to abduct Sasuke? Such a divine maneuver. What kind of extraordinary bloodline limit has this child awakened? You! Naruto raised his fist and exclaimed loudly, "The exam is finally over. Ramen, ramen, ramen." Hinata followed closely behind Chun Yu, particularly obedient, gently tugging at Chun Yu's sleeve. "Chun Yu, the exam is over. What do you plan to do now?" "Head home." Chun Yu stretched languidly. "Take a shower, eat something, and rest well." Mission accomplished, rewards received. Divine level Taijiquan, 100 developed. Just then, Chun Yu's eyes brightened upon receiving the mission reward. Kakashi's sealing was complete? Then he must have had an encounter with Orochimaru. Yet, that is of little importance. What truly matters is this reward. Divine level Taijiquan, fully developed to 100%. Haha, being born in the Heavenly Dynasty corresponds perfectly with Heavenly Dynasty's elements. At that moment, Susuke's approached from the side. "Ahem, Chun Yu, Lord Third Hokage is looking for you." "The Hokage is looking for me?" Chun Yu looked at Susuke's in confusion. "What for?" "I wouldn't know. Let us go." With that, Susuke's led the way ahead. Chun Yu blinked, turning back to pat Hinata on the head, smiling brightly. "Rest well at home. Prepare for a fight tomorrow." "Mhm." Hinata nodded vigorously. Chun Yu then followed Susuke's to meet the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, a document lay before the third Hokage. The high-ranking officials of the Hokage, apart from Kakashi and a few others preparing for the exam, were present. Also present was Danzo, who seemed to be shrouded in darkness no matter where he sat. This old man had not given up on his idea of capturing Chun Yu for dissection and research. Chun Yu had no intention of engaging with him. It would be best if he did not take action, otherwise, the next chapter would turn into excessive talent. Danzo chooses to dissect me, only to be knocked out by my punch. Grandpa Hokage. Upon entering, Chun Yu displayed a compliant demeanor, wearing an innocuous smile. The high-ranking officials of Konoha couldn't help but internally scoff at his act. "You're too good at pretending, with that expression. Who could guess the mischief you caused during the Chunin Exams? Welcome, please take a seat." The third Hokage smiled kindly, gesturing for Chun Yu to sit across from him. Placing his hand on the document, sliding it towards Chun Yu. "We just discussed it. Given your strength, there's no need for you to take the exam. You will be directly promoted to Jonin." Chapter 41. Taking the back door? "I refuse." Chun Yu was taken aback. "Is there such a procedure?" Finally, it was my turn to be astonished. Generally, a ninja's rank is upgraded through examinations, though the Hokage possesses the authority to appoint directly. Irika, standing beside, smiled and explained. Chun Yu injured Kakashi with a single punch, subdued the A-rank beast, Red-Eyed Tiger, and demonstrated large-scale wood release. With such strength, you are unequivocally a Jonin. Just sign your name on this document, and you will officially be a Jonin of Konoha. Tomorrow, you one team need to compete. Might Guy stood nearby, flashing his pearly whites and giving a thumbs up. Breaking Kakashi's record to become a Jonin at such a young age. That is the essence of youthful vigor. The crowd had anticipated that Chun Yu would sign the documents with remarkable swiftness, directly earning the title of Jonin, a rare and honorable achievement. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chun Yu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Everyone was left in bewilderment. What did this young man mean? Was he still pondering at such a moment? If it were anyone else, they would be on the verge of ecstatic flight. Yet, Chun Yu thought otherwise. Becoming a Jonin, while seemingly impressive, came with its own set of drawbacks. First and foremost, it would entail undertaking numerous perilous missions for the village. Moreover, he would miss the upcoming exam. Reflecting on the array of tasks associated with the Chunin Exams and his anticipated rewards, the prospect of forfeiting tomorrow's opportunity felt like a significant loss. Absolutely not. He could not agree. With this resolution, Chun Yu firmly placed the documents back on the table. "Lord Hokage, I wish to earn my advancement through merit in the exam. I shall not accept such a backdoor approach." As the heir to the spirit of Konoha, he desired to stand proudly on the illustrious battlefield and report back to the village. When faced with shame, I shall strip it bare. The declaration plunged the room into silence. Unbelievable. Here was a prestigious opportunity that countless individuals had desperately sought, and yet he chose to decline? Yet, his words resonated beautifully. The glory of Konoha requires no shortcuts. His spirited resolve was undoubtedly befitting of the reigning rookie champion of Konoha. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Chun Yu's audacity to refuse. Yet, his words struck a chord with the Hokage. Konoha's spirit must be preserved. He was not alone in this endeavor. Just as everyone in the room was rendered immobile with astonishment, the door creaked open, and a visibly weakened Kakashi entered. "Kakashi, what happened?" My guy rushed forward to support his friend, embodying the true essence of camaraderie. "Lord Third Hokage, Orochimaru has just appeared and attempted to abduct Sasuke." "What?" Gasps of shock erupted from everyone in the room. "Where is Sasuke now?" The third Hokage inquired urgently. "Sasuke is unharmed. I have arranged for him to be in the medical room," Kakashi replied, still looking frail. "Everyone, let's remain vigilant today." The third Hokage's gaze grew pensive as he contemplated the exam scheduled for tomorrow. Suddenly, he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixing on Kakashi's pocket. "What do you have in there?" "Huh?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the kunai that Chun Yu gifted him was anything but ordinary. Not only did it deter Orochimaru, but even the third Hokage had detected something unusual. Kakashi hurriedly pulled out the kunai. What could this possibly be? The third Hokage examined it closely, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with it?" Kakashi asked, startled. "What has transpired, Lord Hokage?" Irika inquired curiously. "Isn't this just an ordinary kunai?" "No." The third Hokage's demeanor turned grave. "This kunai possesses an extraordinarily powerful sealing technique, likely reaching the level of the fourth Hokage's Reaper Death Seal. The energy contained within it is such that even I would struggle to wield it to its full potential." "What?" Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The Reaper Death Seal was a technique that had sealed the Nine Tails, an S-rank ninjutsu. The third Hokage was recognized as the god of ninjas. Yet, the energy contained within the kunai could only be barely harnessed even by him. What on earth was this kunai's origin? All eyes turned eagerly to Kakashi, desperate to uncover the truth. Kakashi was also shaken, realizing that he had been oblivious to the kunai's surface anomaly. The sealing technique and the energy within had evidently surpassed his comprehension. It suddenly dawned on him why Orochimaru had mentioned a trap upon seeing this kunai and had refrained from attacking. Kakashi's gaze instinctively shifted to Chun Yu, his mind racing. Was the sealing technique and internal energy his doing? No, that seemed implausible. Perhaps Chun Yu was unaware of the kunai's uniqueness and had merely handed it to him casually. Yes, that must be it. In Kakashi's mind, while Chun Yu was indeed the current rookie champion with formidable strength, there had to be limits to his capabilities. The third Hokage, equally astonished, raised his gaze to Kakashi, solemnly inquiring, "Where did you acquire this kunai?" Kakashi hesitated, instinctively wanting to reveal it was a gift from Chun Yu. However, as he turned, he caught sight of Chun Yu frantically signaling him with his eyes. Kakashi paused. What did this mean? Did he not want him to divulge the source? Following Chun Yu's gaze, Kakashi noticed Danzo sitting in the corner, shrouded in shadows, and suddenly understood. Chun Yu's remarkable performance during the exam had already attracted considerable attention. Although the kunai's power was not directly linked to Chun Yu, mentioning his name could lead to significant troubles for him. Danzo and his root organization had been eyeing Chun Yu for some time, merely waiting for an opportunity to act. If Kakashi were to disclose Chun Yu's name, it would certainly provide them with the pretext they needed to intervene. Truth be told, Kakashi harbored no fondness for Danzo. This shadowy figure had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. I selected this from the village's ninja tool warehouse, Kakashi stated after careful consideration. This was not a fabrication. The village possessed a dedicated ninja tool warehouse, stocked with resources purchased by the village as well as contributions from various ninjas. After all, many new ninjas, like Chun Yu or Naruto, were orphans without substantial means. Before they could undertake enough missions to earn a decent income, they often relied on the warehouse for supplies. Kakashi surmised that Chun Yu's kunai was likely obtained from the village's warehouse and subsequently gifted to him. A reasonable explanation, indeed. Oh, the warehouse. The third Hokage fell into deep thought, suddenly seeming to recall something. I see. This kunai is likely one of those unique kunai left by the first Hokage. Hearing the third Hokage's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, realizing the implications. A kunai, as a ninja tool, could indeed embody some of the wielder's abilities. Might Guy contemplated, stroking his chin, and remarked, indeed, for instance, Kakashi possesses a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique gifted by the fourth Hokage. The first Hokage was a master of sealing techniques, a legendary figure capable of leaving such power behind. Kakashi, your luck is truly remarkable. The crowd murmured in agreement. Please take care of it. The third Hokage returned the kunai to Kakashi. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied, carefully stowing the kunai away. Clink. The doctrine of Tsujuyi is resolute, rejecting any backdoor dealings and igniting the fervor of youthful passion. A side quest is presented, Save the Moonlight Gale. Completing this quest could yield a grand prize, the legendary Burn Fruit with a development degree of 100. Just then, the notification tone for the task chimed once more. Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Burn Fruit is the ability of one of the most beloved characters in the One Piece universe. Ace. In the original narrative, Ace met his demise at the hands of Akainu due to the higher ranking of the magma fruit, leaving countless fans feeling unsatisfied. However, Chun Yu held a different perspective. The temperature of flames knows no bounds. The core temperature of the sun reaches an astounding 15 million degrees, a heat so intense that any material would vaporize upon contact. Not to mention, the flame temperature during welding exceeds 2,000 degrees, while magma's peak temperature barely surpasses 1,000. If one were to argue about their ranks, the Burn Fruit undoubtedly surpasses the magma fruit. If one were to force a rationale, it could only be said that Ace's fruit was underdeveloped, for he had never studied physics. But I have. Furthermore, the system grants a development degree of 100%. That promises an unimaginably high temperature. Incredible, not for any other reason, but for the sake of the Burn Fruit. I must take action myself. Chun Yu recalled the plot of the original work. At this point, the undercover identity of Do had been exposed, and he was likely conspiring with Maki from the Sand Village. Subsequently, Moonlight Gale was eavesdropping nearby, intending to relay the overheard information to the third Hokage, only to be killed by Maki. Damn, I must hurry. If I arrive too late, Moonlight Gale may already be gone, and the Burn Fruit will be lost. Grandfather Hokage. Esteemed teachers, I must return to prepare for tomorrow's exam. Chun Yu politely bid farewell to his elders and hurriedly departed. The leaders of Konoha watched Chun Yu's retreating figure, unable to suppress their nods of approval. So young, yet so humble, unwilling to take shortcuts, striving to prove himself through action. Such extraordinary talent, yet still dedicating himself to exam preparation. Truly a worthy successor of the Will of Fire. Even Danzo could not help but cast a few more glances at Chun Yu, feeling a tinge of admiration. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy moonlight over Konoha. On a tall building within the village, two figures stood. Upon closer inspection, they were Do and Maki from the Wind Country. The two were gazing in one direction, where a figure carrying a gourd gradually faded from their line of sight. On this full moon night, had the entity within Gaara begun to stir again? Maki murmured to himself. Is this his true nature? Remarkable, Do remarked slowly. Oh. Maki turned, one eye piercingly fixed on Do, coldly stating, How dare you brazenly seek me out? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Do adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, my undercover identity has already been revealed. What? Maki exclaimed in shock. You are Orochimaru's right-hand man. How could you be so careless as to expose your identity at such a critical moment? Do you wish to see the destruction of Konoha's plans? No. To be precise, I was not discovered. I allowed them to find out. I merely sought to test Konoha's reaction. Do remained calm and confident. They are unaware of our intent to destroy Konoha. They merely believe that I, along with Lord Orochimaru, wish to take Sasuke. Indeed, you have a point. This qualifies as a smokescreen. Maki pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Consequently, Konoha must allocate some of their forces to guard Sasuke. This will leave their defenses lacking during tomorrow's examination, making it easier for us to destroy Konoha. Once Konoha is obliterated, capturing Sasuke will be a trivial matter. Not only Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru is currently more interested in another individual. Recalling that delicate face and the unfathomable strength, Do's expression darkened slightly. Oh, Maki slightly hesitated, suddenly recalling someone. Are you referring to Chun Yu? Precisely, this so-called new king of Konoha. Do coldly nodded. Lord Orochimaru has ordered that this person must be personally taken. Humph, what a ridiculous title of new king. Maki scoffed disdainfully. If they had witnessed the terror of Gaara, they would know who the true new king is. In a corner nearby, Moonlight Gale pressed himself tightly against the wall, clearly hearing the conversation between the two. His expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide with horror, his pale face betraying his shock. What? Orochimaru is conspiring with the Sand Village of the Land of Wind to abduct Sasuke and Chun Yu? Most alarmingly, They intend to destroy Konoha. From their words, it seems they plan to act during tomorrow's exam. This is a monumental issue. If the Wind Country secretly infiltrates Konoha and launches an attack, the two nations will surely become adversaries. This could potentially spark the Fourth Great Ninja War. No, I must inform the Third Hokage immediately. Then please, inform the others of our next steps. Do slightly turned, his eyes narrowing ominously as he gazed into the corner. The remaining matters will be entrusted to me. Allow me to handle it. Your identity has already been exposed, and taking action now could lead to complications. It is merely a rat. Dealing with it is but a trifling task. Maki's lips curled into a sinister smile. Just as Moonlight Gale cautiously stepped forward, preparing to make a swift exit, the conversation behind him caused him to freeze in place, his blood running cold. He had been discovered. This is bad. I must retreat. Without delay, Moonlight Gale activated the body flicker technique to flee swiftly, but Maki pursued relentlessly, soon blocking his path. Oh, is this not the examiner, Moonlight Gale? Maki, as if teleporting, appeared before Moonlight Gale, slightly turning, coldly smiling. What are you doing here all alone at this hour? Cough, cough. Moonlight Gale coughed a couple of times, his face growing paler. He lifted his head slightly, opting for no further words, drawing his sword to strike. Chapter 43. Do not leave. Let us battle until dawn. With a swift motion, Moonlight Gale extended his hand behind him. With a sharp sound of a blade being unsheathed, a gleaming katana was firmly gripped in his right hand. Meanwhile, his left hand's fingers converged, forming a single-handed seal. His eyes fixed intently on the enemy. His sickly face reflected a resolute determination. Oh, Maki, unfazed, appeared intrigued. Konoha style, crescent moon dance. Moonlight Gale suddenly shouted, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself rapidly towards Maki. When within less than 3 meters, suddenly, his figure split into 3, attacking Maki from both sides and above. Oh, Maki's gaze flickered slightly as he stepped back defensively, suddenly sensing something. He quickly looked up. The figure above shouted fiercely, wielding a treasured sword that struck down upon Maki's shoulder. With a sound of blade meeting flesh, blood spurted forth. Just as Moonlight Gale let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. What was happening? It seemed he had merely grazed the skin, and the long blade in his hand appeared to be stuck, unable to be drawn out. I, Moonlight Gale, the special Jonin of Konoha, have unleashed my utmost effort in the ultimate technique, Konoha style, crescent moon dance, and yet it merely scraped his skin. What is this, an impenetrable hide? The moonlight and swift winds left one aghast, as the already pallid face turned utterly bloodless. Ha ha ha, is this the dance of the crescent moon from Konoha? In the moment of attack, 2 shadow clones were summoned, and both the clones and the original swiftly teleported before the enemy, launching strikes from 3 directions, left, above, and right, targeting the enemy's vital points. The speed was astonishing and caught the opponent off guard. Indeed, it was an impressive ninjutsu. To wield such mastery at such a young age speaks volumes of Konoha's talent. Alas, your attack is too feeble. Maki, struck by the assault, sneered coldly, slightly lifting his head. Beneath the moonlight, his solitary eye appeared especially sinister and terrifying. Now it is my turn. I senti it. I can block your blade. Can you withstand my wind blades? As Maki's words fell, his right hand had already formed the necessary seals. The chakra within him surged violently, and an endless tempest swirled around, charging toward the moonlight's swift wind with ferocity. Wind release, wind blade. This is bad. The moonlight's swift wind was taken aback. He had unexpectedly unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu. Could it be that he had begun forming seals while attacking? At such a close distance, there was no time to evade. I'm going to die. If I perish, no one will deliver the news, and Konoha will face dire consequences. Damn it. The moonlight's swift wind felt despair. Overwhelmed by his inferiority, he could only await his demise. In a flash, bang, 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 the relentless wind blades crashed down upon the moonlight's swift wind, and the bricks and wooden debris beneath him were also caught in the chaos, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Eavesdropper, you might as well go to hell and listen, Maki mocked, turning to leave, when suddenly he paused, sensing something. He slowly turned around and was astounded to find the moonlight's swift wind untouched and unharmed. Shock and disbelief washed over his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is happening? How is he completely unscathed? The moonlight's swift wind was equally bewildered. Nanny? How am I unharmed? Could reinforcements have arrived? He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Could it be that at the brink of death, my chakra underwent a mutation, resulting in a bloodline limit I cannot yet comprehend? This is not mere fanciful thinking. There have been precedents in the ninja world. Have I suddenly become formidable? No time for speculation. I must strike him twice more. Seizing the opportunity, the Moonlight Swift Wind swiftly thrust his blade forward. Thud! The blade struck with precision, piercing directly at Maki's heart. Yet, akin to before, it merely broke the surface. Baka! I refuse to believe this. In a fit of rage from being wounded again, Maki's fury ignited. Although the injury was minor and would not impede him significantly, it was still painful. He rapidly formed seals with both hands, extending his right hand as boundless chakra coalesced into a colossal spinning wind sword. Wind release. Wind cutter. With a furious shout, Maki thrust his right hand forward. The whirling wind sword crashing down upon the Moonlight Swift Wind. The momentum was far greater than the previous wind blades. The Moonlight Swift Wind's face paled. Is this Maki's true power? Having narrowly escaped a disaster moments ago, it seemed likely that the surge of chakra within him had erupted uncontrollably, and this time he might not escape. Bang! In the next instant, the massive wind sword collided with an invisible barrier, deflecting wildly and sending it spiraling into the sky. The Moonlight Swift Wind remained unscathed. I'm still all right. Am I truly invincible? His eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the sword in his grasp. Utterly incredulous. Nanny? Regardless of the reason, I'm still standing. Let us strike him again. With this thought, the Moonlight Swift Wind wasted no time and swung his blade. Thud, thud. 2 more strikes landed, though they merely broke the skin, leaving Maki astonished and furious. 1 or 2 strikes are manageable, but who could withstand 10 or 20? Thud. Another heavy blow fell. Bang. In the next moment, his long blade shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. Upon seeing this, Maki exhaled deeply, laughing heartily. You frail wretch, now that your weapon is gone, what will you use to harm me? Haha. The next moment, the Moonlight Swift Wind produced a scroll, casually unfurling it to summon a weapon, excitedly declaring, Apologies, I'm an avid collector. I have over 100 of these. Take this. Baka. What the hell? I refuse to believe I cannot break your shell. Maki was utterly enraged and disregarded the diminishing chakra within him, unleashing an array of ninjutsu, as if they were free. Yet, all were deflected by an inexplicable barrier. Ha ha ha. The Moonlight Swift Wind finally relaxed. A rare flush appeared on his pale face, clearly exhilarated. Watch out. Maki's composure shattered. Who could endure this? Despite exerting all his strength, he could not breach the accursed shell, while blood holes continued to appear on his body. No matter how formidable his defense, he would ultimately succumb to excessive blood loss. How can I fight like this? My swordsmanship has evidently surpassed limits. Just then, the Moonlight Swift Wind suddenly froze, an expression of extreme joy crossing his face. He raised his head, his eyes filled with manic fervor. Come on, if you have the ability. Shatter all 100 of these blades. Maki was nearly driven mad, as if it were not enough to have an invincible cheat. Now he was being treated as a whetstone. This is going too far. Crescent Moon Slash. While Maki was momentarily distracted, a glint of cold light shot toward his lower body. Maki's hair bristled, and he hurriedly retreated, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was close, too close. I could have been rendered impotent. Bang. Just as Maki leaped away, the ground where he had just stood was cleaved open, creating a large pit. The Moonlight Swift Wind's power had indeed escalated significantly. Seeing such formidable destructive capability, the Moonlight Swift Wind was ecstatically thrilled, pursuing and launching a barrage of fierce strikes. Maki's teeth nearly cracked from clenching in frustration. He had anticipated killing the Moonlight Swift Wind with ease, but who could have foreseen this brat would activate an invincible cheat? Is everyone from Konoha this monstrous? I can't continue fighting. The commotion is too great. Time is running out, and the 3rd Hokage will undoubtedly be alerted. Sealing my fate. I still have a mission to complete. I cannot perish here. Wait for me. I will have my revenge. With a final threat, Maki turned to flee. And true to his reputation as a ninja from the land of wind, his speed was remarkable. He dashed across the rooftops of Konoha, swiftly vanishing from sight. Don't go. Let us battle until dawn. The distant shout of the Moonlight Swift Wind echoed with excitement, causing Maki to stumble, nearly tumbling off the rooftop. Chapter 44. I want to play with a grass cutter sword." As the dust settled, silence returned once more. Chun Yu slowly emerged from the nearby shadows, gradually retracting his right hand. The defensive capabilities of the Gomu Gomu no Mi enhanced by Haki were indeed not in vain. It could even provide an invincible shield from a distance. How delightful! Regrettably, the development of this ability remains somewhat lacking. I was almost breached by Maki's Windblade. It was a close call. To be honest, Chun Yu had initially intended to knock Maki out with a single punch. However, considering that Maki is a significant figure in Orochimaru's plan to attack Konoha, his role is quite pivotal. Later on, he even plays a crucial part in supporting Gaara's ascension to the position of Kazekage. My rebirth grants me the invaluable advantage of foreknowledge of the plot, allowing me to sidestep risks while the system assigns me tasks aligned with the storyline, rewarding me accordingly. Should Maki indeed be slain, the main narrative could deviate dramatically. Although events have already strayed somewhat from the original plot, the essential occurrences remain intact, without any substantial upheaval. Most importantly, there is no reward for killing Maki. What is the point of such turmoil? Ding. Task completed. Achieved side quest reward. God tier Flame Fruit. Development 100. Upon hearing the familiar notification in my mind, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a devil fruit, resembling a fiery orb, materialized in his hand. It was just past 3 o'clock. Time to clock out. He hurried home to consume the fruit and test its potency. In the Hokage's office, the team was still deliberating the details of the upcoming exam when Moonlight Gale abruptly burst through the door, stumbling in. Gale? The others were taken aback upon seeing Moonlight Gale, especially noticing the battle scars on him, leading to collective alarm. What happened? Is everything all right? Lord Third Hokage. It's dire. Orochimaru and the Sand Ninjas plan to attack Konoha during tomorrow's exam and abduct Sasuke and Chun Yu. Moonlight Gale exclaimed urgently. What? The revelation left everyone in a state of shock, their expressions turning grave. All eyes turned to the Third Hokage. How did you come by this information? The Third Hokage, embodying the essence of a seasoned leader, remained unshaken in the face of such alarming news. Moonlight Gale recounted the events. Hokage-sama, this is exceedingly dangerous. I suggest we cancel the exam immediately. Irika interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. The Third Hokage puffed on his pipe, taking a moment to collect his thoughts before responding. No, we shall proceed as planned. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Hokage-sama, this is far too risky. Orochimaru will inevitably attack Konoha. This time, we have been forewarned, allowing us to prepare and minimize casualties, which is far preferable to a surprise assault. Moreover, if Maki escapes, Orochimaru will be aware of it and may alter his plans. Regardless, Konoha must be on high alert. Notify all ninjas in the village to be ready. If any intruders are detected, evacuate the civilians at once. The Third Hokage's voice resonated with authority. Hokage-sama, aside from Sasuke and Chun Yu, Orochimaru's true target is likely you, Kakashi hastily advised. From the moment he left the village, I anticipated that a confrontation between us was inevitable. The Third Hokage rose slowly, his aged eyes brimming with determination. Old leaves wither and merge with the earth. Only then can new buds emerge. The will of fire shall not extinguish with my demise. Prepare yourselves. As the higher-ups recognized the Third Hokage's resolute stance, they dispersed to make the necessary preparations. The Third Hokage approached the window, gazing out over the sprawling village of Konoha, where a fleeting image of a youthful Orochimaru flickered in his mind. In a dimly lit room, Orochimaru received the news, his golden-slit pupils narrowing in irritation. Maki is useless. Konoha has likely been alerted and may cancel the exam. Orochimaru-sama, shall we continue with the plan? Asked Sak in a cautious tone. The plan remains unchanged. Orochimaru rasped, a chilling expression crossing his face. I know my former teacher well. He will never abandon the exam out of fear. However, Konoha will undoubtedly be fully prepared. Executing our plan will be more challenging. Torz voiced his concerns. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. After years of meticulous preparation, a minor setback is inconsequential. No matter their vigilance, they will never anticipate my method of invasion. Once I eliminate the Third Hokage, Konoha will fall without a fight. Chun Yu and Sasuke are already within my grasp. Under the cover of the night, Konoha was rife with turmoil. Yet at home, Chun Yu was brimming with excitement as he gazed at the flame fruit, expertly placing it in his mouth. Ugh, it's quite distasteful. Chun Yu grimaced. Yet he swallowed it down. Instantly, he froze, extending his hand as a burst of flames erupted in his palm. Crimson flames? As a former engineering student, Chun Yu recognized that this hue indicated temperatures around 600 degrees. This was the fully developed flame fruit. Its power surely exceeded this modest display. Heat up, Chun Yu willed, and the flames surged. Deep red, golden orange, white blue. The flames danced in his palm, showcasing their beauty. The temperature soared to 1500 degrees. If Ace could reach such temperatures with his flames, what could the magma fruit achieve? Chun Yu reined in his thoughts, sensing this was not the limit. Heat up further. Red-orange, yellow-white, cyan-blue, purple. The flames in Chun Yu's hand reached an astonishing 7,000 degrees. He casually tossed a kunai into the inferno. Plop. With a crisp sound. The kunai vanished. Gone. It had vaporized. Yet this was to be expected. The kunai, made of steel, melts at a mere 1,500 degrees. With a boiling point of only 2,750 degrees. Chun Yu's flames far surpassed steel's limits. Such temperatures were still not the pinnacle. But Chun Yu hesitated to test further. Although he had cleared the room of all furniture, the walls, despite minimal heat exposure, showed signs of melting. Prolonging the experiment could lead to a volcanic eruption. Chun Yu hastily extinguished the flames. Yet he understood that temperature was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true strength of the flame fruit lay in its unparalleled destructive capabilities. Burning kunai was trivial. Perhaps he could try incinerating the Kusanagi sword or the Tenchi bridge next time. Chapter 45. The plan to prevent Konoha's collapse early the next morning. Warm sunlight streamed through the bedroom window as Chun Yu awoke, stretching languidly. Ding. Main quest activated. The plan to prevent Konoha's collapse. Stop Orochimaru from killing the third Hokage and destroying Konoha. Quest reward. God-tier ice fruit. Chun Yu, basking in the sunlight, abruptly froze, his heart racing with joy. No way. A new task. Another main quest. And an extraordinarily lavish prize, the ice fruit. The power of the former Marine Admiral Hokage's fruit. One of the top-ranking Logia-type fruits in the world of pirates. With the ability to unleash the Ice Age, freezing vast expanses, it was immensely powerful. With a grin, he held the flame fruit in one hand and the ice fruit in the other, enveloped in flames from the flame fruit. Just imagining it was exhilarating. The system has not failed me. The moment I opened my eyes, it presented me with such a grand gift. How delightful. I express my gratitude to my comrade Orochimaru for the fruit. Lock the door. Let's grant Orochimaru some management privileges. After a brief wash-up, Chun Yu pushed open the door. Lo and behold, the village of Konoha was exceptionally lively today, with streets and alleys bustling with people, adorned with festive decorations, and filled with lively chatter. On a nearby main road, crowds were densely packed on both sides. At the center, there were palanquins, drawn slowly by 4 divine oxen, likely belonging to the feudal lords of various nations. Securing the door, Chun Yu casually strolled into the throng, hands tucked into his pockets, savoring the vibrant atmosphere. After purchasing a breakfast, he leisurely made his way toward the dueling arena. The Konoha dueling arena resembled the ancient battlegrounds, featuring a vast central plaza surrounded by towering walls, standing 40 to 50 meters high, with tiered spectator seating outside. The entrance was already filled with a long line. As a participant, Chun Yu took the contestant's entrance, and after a quick verification of his identity, he was granted passage. Upon reaching the waiting area for the examination, which also offered a vantage point to observe the matches below, Chun Yu noticed that his 3 companions had already arrived. Just as he prepared to greet them, he sensed something amiss. Not far away, Hinata and Niji stood facing each other, seemingly embroiled in a conflict, with Hinata's expression darkening. Hinata, I never imagined our first match would be a duel between us, Niji remarked with a cold smile. Didn't you just say you wouldn't use summoning jutsu during the match? Then you might as well forfeit. The chasm between the weak and the elite is one you cannot cross. Why you? Hinata clenched her fists, her youthful face flushed with anger. Of course. You can use summoning jutsu, Niji continued, his eyes narrowing slightly. But that power is merely reliant on external assistance. Your true strength remains feeble. Hinata's face turned crimson as she struggled to articulate a response, for Niji's words bore the truth. Chun Yu momentarily paused, yet he chose to remain uninvolved. He understood the ongoing conflicts between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, although Hinata trailed behind him like a devoted shadow, calling him brother at every turn. These familial disputes were not his concern. Moreover, Niji, though cold in demeanor, was merely engaging in banter. It was not a matter of principle. Occasionally, it is beneficial to challenge the youth. Not to mention, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's biological father, Hayashi Hyuga, stood nearby, clearly witnessing the altercation, yet pretending to be oblivious as he conversed with his younger daughter, Hanabi. If their own father remained indifferent, how could Chun Yu take it upon himself to intervene? He adamantly refused to acknowledge his own laziness. Ding. Niji's taunt towards Hinata activated a side quest. Encourage Hinata to cling to your leg once more. The task required the host to demonstrate a move of divine Tai Chi, which would enable Hinata to comprehend the ninjutsu. Gentle step twin lion fists, success rate, 100. Task reward, 10 development of the Tremor Fruit. Suddenly, a familiar notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind, causing his heart to leap with joy. Niji had performed splendidly. This round of taunting deserved full marks. His comrade had even delivered a quest on a silver platter, a chance to obtain 10 development of the Tremor Fruit without any effort. Remarkable. Clearing his throat, Chun Yu strode forward, drawing the attention of the crowd. As he was recognized as the new champion of this examination, an individual of extraordinary strength, the center of attention wherever he went. Approaching Hinata, he affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Niji with a slight smile. There is an old saying in the ninja world, clinging to a strong ally brings momentary joy, but clinging forever brings sustained delight. Hinata, brother will teach you a move that will ensure you can defeat him without summoning any flowers. Really, brother Chun Yu? Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. The onlookers were equally taken aback by his statement. This young man could master the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. They were aware of Chun Yu's potential for possessing a new bloodline limit, showcasing abilities they had never even heard of. To their astonishment, he had even mastered the Hyuga clan's martial arts. What would he teach next? The 8 trigrams 32 palms. Or perhaps the 8 trigrams empty palm. Of course, Chun Yu declared, his hands clasped behind his back, standing upright with an air of a sage. Just a few days ago, I dreamed of the Sage of Six Paths, who personally imparted this technique to me. Its power is immense, and I shall not display it lightly. I will demonstrate it once. You must pay close attention. The mention of the Sage of Six Paths sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? This young man claims a connection to the Sage of Six Paths? Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed such claims as folly. How could that be possible? Yet Chun Yu, previously just another ordinary newcomer, had suddenly exhibited a tremendous surge in power. Could it be that he truly had ties to the Sage of Six Paths? As he spoke, not only the ordinary onlookers, but also the Umbu, Kakashi, Guy, and even Hayashi Hyuga could not help but direct their gazes toward him. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Chun Yu slightly raised his hand, and no one dared to blink, fearing they might miss this extraordinary moment. Then, in the next heartbeat, Chun Yu began to perform Tai Chi on the spot, leaving the spectators utterly dumbfounded, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What is this? Is Konoha village introducing a new fitness routine? One bewildered villager remarked. Are you sure this is the technique taught by the Sage of Six Paths? I feel like even a mosquito could evade this. What do you know? A nearby Chunin rolled his eyes. The Sage of Six Paths is a legendary figure. You lack chakra and know nothing. Chun Yu is the current champion of Konoha, and this technique must hold deep significance. I must learn it as well. Perhaps I too can achieve greatness like Chun Yu. What do you think of this technique, Hayashi? Kurenai, standing beside Hayashi, furrowed her brow and inquired, having noticed nothing unusual. Humph. Hayashi scoffed dismissively. Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist is the premier martial art in the ninja world. Chun Yu's display is merely a display of flashy moves. This is not how gentle fist is practiced. If this were a battlefield, he would be dead already. How dare he call such twisting motions a martial art? It is a disgrace to our gentle fist. Kakashi, standing nearby, looked perplexed. What is this? There is no chakra fluctuation. It seems utterly ordinary. Taught by the Sage of Six Paths? Surely this young man is not fabricating tales. As Kakashi furrowed his brow in confusion, he suddenly sensed something different. Turning around, he noticed Guy's eyes wide with shock, his entire body trembling. Guy, what's wrong? Kakashi quickly inquired. My chakra is moving on its own. The 7th gate, open. As Guy's words fell, his chakra erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a tempest of energy that startled Kakashi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Guy was universally acknowledged as a master of taijutsu in Konoha, known for his unique 8 gates technique, renowned for its formidable power. His father had utilized the 8 gates to confront the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, single-handedly defeating 4 of them, leaving only 3 survivors. This demonstrated just how terrifying and powerful the 8 gates truly were. And yet, even someone as disciplined and resolute as Guy, who had undergone years of rigorous training, was experiencing this phenomenon. However, merely glancing at Chun Yu's twisting fist technique, one unwittingly unlocked the 7th gate. Chapter 46. The Gentle Step Twin Lion Fist vs. Returning Heaven. Hinata Hisashi's expression was utterly remarkable. His gaze was vacant, mouth agape, and his countenance was one of astonishment, devoid of any prior disdain or contempt. The Hyuga clan's gentle martial arts primarily target the 361 chakra points of the human body, executing attacks to obstruct the enemy's chakra flow and ultimately defeat them. It is said that the ancestor of the Hyuga clan was an exceptionally gifted and powerful top-tier ninja, capable of disrupting an enemy's chakra without direct contact through his fist technique. Yet, that remains a mere legend. Having served as the clan leader for many years, Hinata Hisashi, steeped in the art of gentle techniques, believed that few could rival his prowess in this realm. Yet, he still could not perceive even a shadow of his ancestors' might. But Chun Yu managed to achieve it. Reflecting on his earlier words, he felt an undeniable sting of embarrassment. All skepticism evaporated in an instant. The arena fell into an uncanny silence. Observing Might Guy's reaction, it was evident that this set of techniques was anything but ordinary. It was not that the technique was unremarkable, but rather that they were too inexperienced to grasp its essence. Just look up. At this moment, the gaze of the 3rd Hokage was also fixed intently in this direction. Amidst the multitude of watchful eyes, Chun Yu gradually completed his set, exhaling a breath of stale air, and turned to Hinata. So, have you gained any insight? Chun Yu gently patted Hinata's head. I think I might have. Hinata, in disbelief, gazed at her own hands, her body trembling with excitement. Just now, I think I created a jutsu. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. The earlier shock had barely faded when a new wave of astonishment surged through them. Self-created? How could this be possible? In the world of ninjas, most jutsu are inherited from predecessors. Those capable of creating their own are the prodigies among prodigies, like Kakashi's Chidori, or those who achieve enlightenment after enduring countless hardships, like Might Guy's father, Might Dewey's 8 gates. Yet, while Hinata had now mastered advanced summoning techniques, everyone knew that it was due to Chun Yu's influence. Her innate talent and strength were decidedly ordinary. How could such a seemingly inconspicuous girl, perceived as a bottom-tier ninja by the masses, create her own jutsu simply by observing Chun Yu's technique? Is it real or just a fantasy? Many, amidst their astonishment, felt a flicker of doubt and skepticism creeping in. It wasn't that they were unwilling to believe in Chun Yu. They acknowledged his formidable strength. This seemingly slow technique indeed held depth. However, how could a girl of average talent, merely in her teens, create a jutsu just by watching him perform a set? Who would believe that? I announce that the 3rd round of the exam officially begins. Please, the first contestants, Hinata Niji and Hinata, prepare to enter. Just as everyone remained stupefied, their minds racing, the voice of Orochimaru echoed through the arena. Niji stood aside, slightly furrowing his brow, his expression grave. Like the others, he harbored skepticism about Hinata's self-created jutsu. But let us not forget, Chun Yu was involved. Chun Yu was the rookie king of Konoha, immensely powerful and resourceful. He was far from Niji's match. Anything related to Chun Yu warranted careful consideration. Niji glanced at Chun Yu, then at Hinata, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. Without uttering a word, he leaped to the center of the arena. Brother Chun Yu, I feel a bit nervous. Observing the multitude of eyes fixed on the center of the arena, the typically timid and shy Hinata's face flushed crimson, her small fists involuntarily clenching. It's all right, Hinata. Right now, it's Niji who should be nervous. Chun Yu smiled encouragingly. Use the jutsu you just created to defeat Niji, proving yourself to your father and to everyone else. Chun Yu's encouragement evidently had an effect, as Hinata bit her lip and nodded decisively, summoning all her courage to leap into the center of the arena. Orochimaru glanced at the two, raised his hand high, and then brought it down forcefully. Begin the match. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in silence. The focal point of this battle was meant to be the confrontation between the main and branch families. Yet now, everyone awaited one thing: whether Hinata truly created a jutsu simply by observing Chun Yu's performance. Was it mere boasting or a reality? The answer would soon be revealed. Even Hinata Hizashi had opened his Byakugan, fixating intently. Niji. Hinata took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner anxiety and excitement, and slowly formed a hand sign. Gazing at Niji, "Here I come. Bring it on." Niji's expression tightened, his body tensed, and chakra surged within him, his Byakugan already activated. This girl, whom he had always regarded as the lowest tier, inexplicably now emanated a hint of danger. Hinata gently closed her eyes, her chakra swirling fiercely. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, arms positioned behind her, and dashed rapidly towards Niji. Where was this self-created jutsu? Was she merely charging forward? Was she seeking her own demise? The crowd expected Hinata to unleash her self-created jutsu, yet she advanced straight toward Niji without releasing a hint of chakra. They were instantly disappointed. Was it all just bluster? Niji narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of curiosity, yet sensed that something was amiss. A surge of crisis arose. Time to unleash a finishing move. Niji extended his palms, left hand forward, right hand back, stepping forward with his right leg, slightly bending his knees. As chakra erupted from his hands, he then spun his body abruptly. 8 trigrams, returning heaven. Accompanied by Niji's voice, a massive chakra barrier materialized in an instant. All the spectators were left in awe upon witnessing this. Returning heaven. Niji had actually mastered returning heaven. This was an advanced jutsu of the Hyuga clan, attainable only by those at the Jonin level, and exceedingly difficult. Had Niji, at such a young age, already learned such a high-level technique? Truly, he was recognized as the foremost genius of the Hyuga clan. His talent was indeed extraordinary. As the chakra barrier expanded, it was on the verge of colliding with Hinata. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. Clearly, the gap remained glaringly evident. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Hinata's fists suddenly gathered immense chakra energy. Roar! Then, 2 massive purple chakra lions appeared, opening their large mouths to unleash a thunderous roar. Niji brother, I am not the bottom tier. I will definitely defeat you. A look of determination and resolve emerged on Hinata's youthful face, her innocent voice echoing throughout the plaza. Gentle step twin lion fist. As the words fell, the lion head swelled once more, infused with boundless, wild chakra energy, crashing down upon Niji's returning heaven barrier. All present gaped, their mouths agape in astonishment. Rising to their feet, fixated on the center of the arena. Who would emerge victorious, and who would fall? Chapter 47, Chun Yu vs. Gaara. Boom! In a flash of blinding light, 2 violet lions collided heavily against the barrier of Kaiten, unleashing a deafening explosion. An endless storm of chakra erupted outward, engulfing the entire venue. A massive cloud of dust surged skyward, shrouding the center of the arena. Even the formidable Hyuga had to leap aside, fearing the repercussions. Could it be that this year's new graduates were so powerful? Is this truly a battle among genin? All the spectators held their breath, fixated on the heart of the arena, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the clash. Gradually, as the dust settled, a youthful figure emerged, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. It was Hinata. Glancing across, one could see a bloodied figure lying unconscious, eyes closed, a visage marred by disbelief and shock. She had won. Hinata had indeed triumphed. The words she spoke were not mere boasts. She had genuinely created a formidable jutsu simply by observing Chun Yu's set of techniques. Moreover, she had shattered what was hailed as one of the strongest defenses, defeating the Hyuga clan's acknowledged prodigy. This was simply astonishing. The audience was left in awe, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, as the clatter of dropped belongings echoed throughout the hall. Finally, all eyes turned to Chun Yu. It was merely a set of punches, one that appeared utterly unremarkable to them. Why could they not grasp the essence of the twin lion fist? How could someone as seemingly weak as Hinata comprehend it? What was the secret behind Chun Yu's brilliance? It defied all logic. Hyuga Hizashi stood utterly stunned, his mind buzzing, thoughts blank, fixated only on that slightly immature and petite figure. After what felt like an eternity, he snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on Chun Yu, nearly moved to tears. How could this be? This was my own daughter. Though he often expressed disdain, His heart had always been earnest. He had devoted nearly 8 years to her training. The sacrifices he made, the effort he poured in, had yielded nothing substantial, leaving him frustrated. Yet here was Chun Yu, delivering a mere set of punches. And his daughter had blossomed into this formidable warrior. In mere minutes, she had surpassed the fruits of his years of labor. His mindset shattered. The gentle step twin lion fist. What could this be? Observing the chakra's release, it was evidently derived from the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques. Yet it was entirely unfamiliar. Was it truly a spontaneous creation? One must recognize the significant difference in chakra accumulation between Hinata and Niji. But to obliterate Kaiten with a single blow implied an alarming level of offensive power. Why, then, had he failed to learn a single thing despite his unwavering focus? Was it possible that his talent fell short of Hinata's? Hisashi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and frustration, pinned up inside him like a pressure cooker. The third Hokage's expression mirrored shock. As a ninja scholar, well-versed in over 1,000 jutsu, he could discern the potency of Hinata's recent technique. And this was merely an original creation inspired by a single set of Chun Yu's punches. This boy had brought him an abundance of surprises. Was the tale of the Sage of Six Paths truly genuine? Irika and Hibitsu stood spellbound, jaws agape. Irika mused. I suddenly feel that Chun Yu would make a better teacher than I. Hibitsu, usually brimming with confidence in his teaching prowess, fervently nodded in agreement. Though reluctant to admit it, his inner voice affirmed the truth in Irika's words. In the center of the arena, Nara Shikamaru took a moment to collect himself. Suddenly recalling his role as an examiner, he swiftly leaped into the arena to assess Niji's condition. Medical team. As he reached for Niji's arm, he felt it limp and lifeless, as if made of clay. In that instant, he comprehended the severity of the situation. A compound fracture. He shouted urgently. The medical team rushed over, carefully lifting Niji onto a stretcher. The onlookers witnessed this spectacle, their understanding of Hinata's new jutsu elevated to new heights. Gulp. Shikamaru swallowed hard. Glancing at Hinata before his gaze fell upon Chun Yu, his heart brimming with astonishment. I declare Hinata the victor. With that declaration, Hinata exhaled heavily, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Shikamaru. Thank you, sensei. She then leaped joyfully to Chun Yu's side. Overjoyed, Hinata reveled in this pivotal battle. Having defeated Niji and vanquished her former timid self, she had proven herself and taken a significant step forward in her ninja journey. Of course, she did not forget to credit Chun Yu, throwing herself into his embrace. Thank you, big brother. Chun Yu smiled gently, patting her back. What is there to thank me for? Everyone witnessed your prowess. The fact that you comprehended it means you are the most astute among us. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions fell instantly. Hey. While you may be speaking the truth, must you do so loudly? Do we not have any pride? Hisashi's mouth twitched in embarrassment. The atmosphere quickly grew awkward. As a father, he was well aware of the close bond between his eldest daughter and Chun Yu. Yet, truth be told, Hisashi had never regarded Chun Yu with much seriousness. Had this been any other day, witnessing their embrace would have provoked a fierce reaction from him. But now, how could he possibly react? His face was still swollen from the earlier humiliation. All right, there are so many people watching. As Hinata showed no signs of releasing her grip, Chun Yu quickly remarked, aware of the numerous gazes fixed upon them. Oh, Hinata suddenly realized how long she had held on, her father and sister, along with many family members present. Sensei. Embarrassment washed over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she dove into Yuhi Kurenai's embrace. The second match, Chun Yu versus Gaara. Please have the contestants enter and prepare. At that moment, Shikamaru's voice echoed through the arena, plunging the crowd into silence. It was them. One was the newly awakened bearer of a powerful bloodline limit, the most formidable newcomer from the Land of Fire, while the other was a renowned genin from the Land of Wind, infamous for having slain several jounin without sustaining a scratch. What would transpire in their confrontation? The audience was filled with boundless anticipation. In the vast central plaza, Chun Yu and Gaara stood opposite each other, and once more, all breath was held. This was a true contest of might. The third Hokage and the disguised Orochimaru, posing as the Kazekage, could not help but focus their attention on Chun Yu and Gaara. These were two fierce tigers cloaked in the guise of genin. What kind of sparks would fly from their clash? I acknowledge your strength. Gaara's piercing gaze remained fixed on Chun Yu, his voice gradually emerging. Thus, I shall exert my utmost effort in this match. With Gaara's declaration, The stage was set for an epic confrontation, as the grains of sand trickled slowly from behind. The sound, though gentle, inexplicably sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Ding! A side quest has been triggered. Defeat Gaara without stepping beyond a 1-meter radius from your position. Task reward: God-level ninjutsu, Daidara's heavenly star. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind, filling him with elation. The heavenly star. How remarkable! And of divine caliber, surely more formidable than its original version. Envisioning it adorned with the 3-color haki, further enhanced by the power of the burning fruit, he imagined a colossal, invincible meteor. It was an exhilarating thought. However, the system's requirements were becoming increasingly demanding. Defeating Gaara without stepping beyond a 1-meter radius called for some technical finesse. Hold on. First, let me draw a circle. Chun Yu suddenly gestured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then extended his foot to measure a distance and drew a circle around himself. The surrounding crowd stared in bewilderment. Just as Gaara was about to unleash his ultimate technique, Chun Yu interrupted him, leaving the latter utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this circle drawing before the match? All right. Chun Yu clapped his hands, turning to Gaara with a friendly smile. You look like you haven't rested well. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite telling. As the host from Konoha, I shall not take advantage of you. Feel free to attack. I shall not step outside the circle. If I do, it counts as my defeat. Huh. The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire audience was taken aback. You drew a circle for this. What an astonishing maneuver. Gaara stood there, and one could only hope for a more serious approach. How disrespectful. You. Gaara's anger flared, his face darkening as if he were a terrifying beast poised to awaken from the shadows. Ninjutsu, sand prison. The surrounding sand surged toward Chun Yu with incredible speed, enveloping him instantaneously. Sand funeral. Accompanied by Gaara's chilling voice, he clenched his right hand fiercely. Bang! The sand contracted suddenly, producing a deafening sound. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was frozen in shock. Was it truly over? The much-feared newcomer from Konoha was so effortlessly crushed. Expectations had mounted for a spectacular battle, yet it ended in an instantaneous defeat. Chun Yu, what were you thinking with that circle? Were you digging your own grave? Gasps filled the air as disbelief painted every face, soon morphing into profound disappointment. This was it. This meager power. At such a critical moment, he faltered. So young and so overconfident. Chun Yu, brother? Hinata gasped, her face pale, gripping the railing tightly. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged worried glances. The third Hokage remained expressionless, his eyes slightly narrowed. Gaara lowered his hand slowly, casting a cold gaze at the immense cloud of dust where Chun Yu had been, and turned as if to leave the arena. Hey, don't go. Continue. You can't just leave halfway through a massage. That is utterly unprofessional. At that moment, Chun Yu's voice rang out unexpectedly. Gaara froze, turning back abruptly. To his astonishment, Chun Yu was standing there, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Gaara was dumbfounded. In all his encounters with ninjas, having slain many, none had emerged unscathed from a sand funeral. Not a single grain of sand clung to Chun Yu. This meant his attack had utterly failed to penetrate. What kind of ninjutsu was this? His hands had been bound by Gaara's technique, rendering him unable to form seals. The entire crowd was equally astonished. Under such a terrifying ninjutsu, Chun Yu was unscathed? It turned out that the circle was not a display of arrogance. He had come prepared. Wait. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Moonlight Gale's eyes widened in shock, an expression of realization crossing his face as he murmured, "This feeling of invincibility is him? The reason I felt invincible that night was because of Chun Yu." What? Irika and Ebisu turned their gazes toward him. Moonlight Gale recalled the details of his battle with Maki the previous night and instantly connected the dots. Even the third Hokage couldn't help but shift his attention. Are you suggesting that Maki was unable to breach your protective barrier because of Chun Yu? It seems likely. The sensation back then is remarkably similar to the abilities Chun Yu is displaying now. Moonlight Gale swallowed hard. Irika and Ebisu stood there in a daze. Even the aged face of the third Hokage betrayed a hint of astonishment. As a ninja scholar, he was well aware that in the ninja world, countless defensive techniques existed. Yet, Chun Yu's ability to grant Moonlight Gale an all-encompassing, invulnerable shield, which could even withstand the attacks of the elite Sand Ninja Maki, was beyond comprehension. Such a feat was something even he could not achieve. Splendidly executed. For this service, I would bestow upon you a 5-star rating. Honestly, I think it's a waste for you to be a ninja. You'd make a fantastic massage therapist instead. Yes, yes, to the left, and apply more pressure. Chun Yu, feeling utterly relaxed, earnestly advised Gaara. Konoha has several hot springs, and one is currently hiring massage therapists. I suggest you give it a try. The monthly salary is quite substantial, a full 3,000 ryo. You can work, earn money, and learn a skill. What is the point of being a ninja? No matter how impressive, you're still just a tool. There is no future in staying with the sand ninjas. Surrounded by endless yellow sand, struggling to fetch a bucket of water. Come to Konoha. We welcome you. With dreams, anyone can achieve greatness. Which massage school is the best? The ninja world as Konoha is here to assist you. There are nearly 10 high-end hot springs offering internships for students, and the trial month is completely free. As Chun Yu manipulated the space barrier created by the Tremor Fruit and armament hockey, he relished in the comfort while jabbering incessantly, ultimately inciting Gaara's fury. I will absolutely kill you. Gaara, already emotionally unstable, erupted in rage, a frenzied, bloodthirsty expression overtaking his face as the sand around him surged like a raging tide. Gaara's hands came together with great force. The ground trembled ominously. The surrounding spectators were thrown into panic. What terrifying ninjutsu was Gaara about to unleash? They could feel the earth quaking from their vantage point. What is happening? Irika exclaimed in shock. This hand seal is the spear of Shikaku? The third Hokage recognized it instantly, his expression growing serious. I didn't expect this little brat to have learned that technique. The spear of Shikaku extracts the hardest minerals from the earth, condensing them into a spear infused with chakra, possessing rapid speed and immense destructive power. Irika was left speechless, exchanging worried glances with the Konoha higher-ups beside him. If even the third Hokage deemed it formidable, it signified that they would be in grave danger if confronted with this technique. Oh no, Ebisu suddenly recalled something. Stamping his foot, Gaara's sand was initially ineffective against Chun Yu. He could have easily evaded this technique using his speed advantage, but he foolishly drew a circle and declared that stepping outside it would mean defeat. Doesn't that make him a living target? Chapter 49. The Collapse of Konoha Lord Hokage. Do you believe Chun Yu's defensive capabilities can withstand this jutsu? Irika gulped, his throat dry with overwhelming concern. Chun Yu is now Konoha's treasure. He must not come to harm. Every defense has its limits. The third Hokage's murky old eyes fixated below, his voice resonating with age. Though he did not directly respond, the implication was clear. He harbored little faith in Chun Yu's ability to withstand the impending blow. The situation was dire. As the ground quaked with increasing ferocity, small fragments of or erupted from the earth like bullets, rapidly coalescing before Gaara. In no time, an incredibly sharp spike had formed, emanating a terrifying aura under the influence of Shikaku's chakra. To perish beneath my most powerful jutsu is your life's honor. Gaara's lips curled into a sinister smile. I admire your strength. I shall allow you to deliver your last words. Have you truly considered the massage parlor? Chun Yu blinked innocently, a sincere expression on his face as he pointed at the watermelon-headed Lee. Come, let me introduce you properly. This is Lee, who has been a Konoha massage therapist for 3 months. Through his efforts, he has acquired a splendid bed, a new male in Konoha's massage scene. Balancing his career and family, he is enthusiastic and full of youth, having purchased a large bed to fulfill the dreams of our massage team. With millionaire status just around the corner, those around him were taken aback, including the third Hokage. At such a critical moment, he dared to jest with his opponent? Could it be that Chun Yu possessed an unknown trump card? Enough of this. Gaara bellowed, choking back rage. The boy, who had long thrived in darkness and instilled fear, was on the brink of collapse. Gaara's eyes widened as he clenched his fists, chakra surging violently within him, far more tumultuous than before. The tremors of the earth intensified, resembling an earthquake. The speed of Shikaku's spear's formation had more than doubled. Suddenly, just as the spear's tip coalesced, the earthquake ceased. Gaara stood momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where are the oars? Why can't they be summoned? His expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he stared at his feet. The chakra sensing the earth had inexplicably been severed. What have you done? Gaara's eyes, shrouded in dark circles, were now bloodshot as he glared at Chun Yu. His teeth sharpened dangerously, nearly shattering his jaw in fury. Don't look at me, I know nothing. Chun Yu feigned innocence, shrugging. Perhaps your jutsu simply doesn't suit this terrain. I assure you, I did not employ the powers of the Tremor Fruit nor the Busashoka Haki to seal the ground beneath you. It wasn't me. Once more, Chun Yu's mockery drove Gaara into a frenzy, obliterating the remnants of his rationality. A torrent of formidable chakra erupted from him. At the center of this chakra storm, Gaara rapidly formed hand seals, laughing maniacally. You shall all perish. Ninjutsu, hypnotic technique. In an instant, the chakra storm vanished, and Gaara fell into a deep slumber, collapsing weakly to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Every face wore a grave expression. Clearly, Gaara had unleashed an exceedingly terrifying technique. Look! Suddenly, someone shouted. Gaara's body began to swell, expanding until he transformed into a monstrous entity, nearly occupying half of the battleground. His yellow body was adorned with enormous claws, serrated and terrifying, accompanied by a long tail. It was Shikaku, the One-Tail. An eerie and potent chakra instantly filled the arena, sending countless spectators into pale shock, many fainting from fear. Roar! Shikaku, akin to a bird freed from its cage after a lengthy confinement, erupted with joyous roars. I am free at last. Ha ha ha. One-Tail. Kakashi's expression shifted drastically. Is it truly a tailed beast? Might Guy's face turned solemn. This is dire. The village is in grave danger. We must alert others for assistance. Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth, drawing his blade, prepared to confront the beast. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc. In the shadows, the ever-watchful Orochimaru smirked. This does not hinder our plans. Surely, they have sensed it. The collapse of Konoha has officially commenced. Ninjutsu, Nirvana technique. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, conjuring countless feathers in the air. The audience and inexperienced ninjas were plunged into slumber, while the Umbu, hidden in the shadows, sprang forth, on high alert. Yet, they felt immense pressure. They had to fend off the lurking enemies within the village while protecting the populace, all while contending with a colossal-tailed beast. Outside the village, a sand ninja furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Gaara has gone berserk. The plan has commenced. Prepare for the summoning technique. A massive circular disc lay on the ground, its center marked by a hexagram, with 6 individuals seated at its corners, each holding a scroll. Ninjutsu, joint summoning technique. The 6 individuals suddenly opened their eyes, slamming their palms onto the ground. 6 streams of chakra surged into the earth. Boom! A colossal 3-headed serpent, nearly 100 meters long, materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. Crashing through Konoha's sturdy walls, the sand ninjas outside leaped into action, while Konoha's ninjas retaliated, witnessing the rampaging Shikaku and the sudden appearance of Jinjutsu. The 3rd Hokage sprang to his feet, his murky gaze keenly scanning the surroundings. Indeed, it has begun. What a cunning scheme devised by Orochimaru. No wonder he allied with the sand ninja. A Jinchuriki of such magnitude is a formidable weapon. Where is Orochimaru? He must reveal himself now. Boom. At that moment, the 4th Kazekage abruptly stood, producing a smoke bomb and tossing it, enveloping the area in fog. Simultaneously, the 4th Kazekage teleported beside the 3rd Hokage, a sinister grin upon his face as he brandished a kunai at the Hokage's throat. Ah, dear teacher, it has been quite some time. Seeing you like this makes me wish to avoid aging. Orochimaru. The 3 were astonished. They had not anticipated that Orochimaru had disguised himself as the 4th Kazekage. With such a formidable creature in the arena, I would prefer not to be disturbed during our reunion. Let us change our location. As Orochimaru's words faded, a cloud of white smoke enveloped them, and both he and the 3rd Hokage vanished. Chapter 50. Shikaku loses control. Where is this? Shikaku surveyed his surroundings with glee, exclaiming, Konoha village. That rascal Gaara has come here. Well, it's high time I unleash my prowess. Today, I shall obliterate them all. Roar. With that, Shikaku opened his colossal maw and emitted a thunderous roar, releasing the pent-up aura of destruction within him. We cannot allow him to rampage through Konoha. It would spell doom for the village. Kakashi gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to defeat the beast. Zzz. Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling electricity, Kakashi gathered a substantial amount of chakra in his right hand, his Sharingan already activated. He leapt into action, unleashing the formidable Chidori directly at Shikaku. Bang! The impact reverberated as arcs of electricity erupted outward, enveloping Shikaku in a tempest of energy. Kakashi's Chidori struck true against Shikaku's back. Had he succeeded? The Umbu, who were valiantly resisting the external threat, displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, Kakashi, the elite Jonin, was truly formidable. However, just then, amidst the blinding flashes, a massive hand surged forth. Bang! Kakashi was struck by this colossal appendage, sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a nearby wall. He became ensnared within it. Terrifying cracks spiderwebbing outwards. What? Kakashi's Chidori was utterly ineffective. The onlookers gasped in horror. Such potent ninjutsu had failed to even breach the skin. Just a pesky little fly. Are you here to tickle me? Shikaku turned, extending his enormous claws toward Kakashi with great force. Kakashi, Mato Guy, witnessing this scene, felt an urgent pang of anxiety, gritting his teeth. 8th gate. Open. Having recently activated the 7th gate, Mato Guy felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. But the dire situation demanded immediate action. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, forming a colossal vortex as Mato Guy's figure vanished in an instant. The ground beneath him shattering. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed into the fray, rescuing Kakashi from imminent peril. Boom. In the next moment, Shikaku's massive paw slammed against the wall, creating immense indentations, causing the specially reinforced structure to collapse. The entire battleground was rent asunder. Thankfully, there were no spectators present. Had there been, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Shikaku paused, his coin-like eyes narrowing as he caught sight of the glowing Mato Guy. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Fascinating. I've just arrived and already see such intriguing displays. Ninjutsu, peacock. Mato Guy soared high, fists clenched, unleashing a flurry of fiery phoenixes that charged toward Shikaku. Bang, bang, bang. The air filled with the sound of countless explosions as massive fireballs erupted upon Shikaku's form. Hope ignited anew in the hearts of the Umbu. Surely, this time it would succeed. Such a powerful large-scale ninjutsu would have obliterated an ordinary individual long ago. It actually stings. You little human, you've provoked me. Just then, a terrifying roar erupted from within the flames, and a gigantic claw shot forth, aiming directly for Mato Guy. Damn it! Mato Guy prepared to flee. But an excruciating pain surged through his body as the aftereffects of his previous exertion hit him. Bang! Mato Guy could only watch helplessly as Shikaku's enormous paw descended upon him. The sheer force shattered several of his bones, sending him careening to the ground like a launched arrow. Guy? Kakashi, having just regained consciousness, rushed to support the weakened Mato Guy. Both elite Jonin of Konoha lay grievously injured. All present ceased their actions, terror etched upon their faces as they gazed at Shikaku, who stood still, mouth agape. What was he planning? As confusion filled the air, a black orb began to form at the center of Shikaku's cavernous maw, chakra swirling violently within him, coalescing. The orb expanded ominously. The tailed beast bomb. It is the tailed beast bomb. An Umbu pointed shakily at the ominous sphere, his voice trembling with fear. The tailed beast bomb, a super ninjutsu that could only be unleashed after the tailed beast harmonized the yin and yang chakra within, possessed immense destructive power. If released, it would devastate everything within a 100-meter radius. The denizens of Konoha stood frozen, despair spreading across their faces. Could this truly be the day of Konoha's demise? Run. Even the sand and sound shinobi attacking Konoha panicked, realizing that this attack spared neither friend nor foe, and hastily retreated. Hey, you little raccoon, dare to act so brazenly? Amidst the collective dread, a voice of righteousness rang out. It was Chun Yu. Shikaku, caught in the process of condensing the tailed beast bomb, momentarily halted, his coin-like eyes narrowing as they fell upon Chun Yu. Who did you just insult? Me? I am one tail, not a raccoon. Have you no manners? Shikaku bellowed in rage, his tailed beast bomb nearing completion, determined to obliterate Chun Yu first. Chun Yu's attention had been drawn to the smoke rising from the stands. Having read the original work, he understood that the appearance of smoke signified Orochimaru had made his move. The battle against the third Hokage would not last long. He needed to reach the main battlefield quickly. If he arrived too late, the divine ice fruit would be lost. However, as he turned his focus back, he found Shikaku posturing. Could he endure this? Little raccoon, the ninja world is far too treacherous for you. You should return home. As soon as Chun Yu finished speaking, his overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted forth, directed at Shikaku. Shikaku, poised to unleash the tailed beast bomb, found himself suddenly immobilized. A tremendous pressure enveloped him instantaneously. An indescribable terror surged through Shikaku's heart. What is this power? In disbelief, Shikaku lowered his gaze, his eyes locking onto Chun Yu's pitch-black orbs, becoming petrified. He stood frozen in place, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Do not inquire if Shikaku sweats. The question is whether he is terrified. The ominous and fearsome glint in Shikaku's eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer panic. From an arrogant-tailed beast, he transformed into a frightened raccoon. To him, Chun Yu appeared as a primordial giant, the sage of 6 paths, from whom he felt he could muster no resistance. Shikaku sensed an absolute domination of strength. It felt as if a mere slap from Chun Yu could reduce him to dust. Gulp. With his resolve shattered, Shikaku swallowed the tailed beast bomb back. Boom. As soon as he ingested it, the tailed beast bomb detonated, inflating Shikaku's form like a balloon. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of white smoke. Casting a glance at Chun Yu, he abruptly recoiled in fright, panic-stricken. Do not harm me. I shall return immediately and never emerge again. Konoha is far too perilous. I must return to the land of wind. As Shikaku whimpered in fear, trembling, he gradually shrank, retreating back into Gaara's body. Silence enveloped the arena. A profound stillness as both sides stood dumbfounded, utterly petrified. Their minds blank, they could no longer think. This was one-tailed Shikaku, such a formidable tailed beast. Frightened merely by a glance from Chun Yu, actually swallowed the tailed beast jade and retreated into its Jinchuriki seal of its own accord. Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of those present, quickly followed by a surge of elation in their hearts. Had a colossal catastrophe been so effortlessly resolved? Chun Yu is truly remarkable. With a shout from one of the Umbu, the morale of the Leaf Village surged, and they charged ferociously towards the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages attacking Konoha were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Shikaku is finished. What are we even fighting for? Instantly, their spirits plummeted. Ignoring the battlefield of the duel, Chun Yu leaped high from the center of the arena, landing on the spectator stand, gazing into the distance. 4 enormous purple barriers had risen high, forming the 4 purple flames formation. It was vaguely visible that Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage were at an impasse. Time to get down to business. Chun Yu leaped forward swiftly, closing in on the battlefield of Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage. Whoosh! Chun Yu's speed was astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the 4 purple flames formation. At this moment, several Umbu outside the massive purple formation were anxiously fretting. They never expected Orochimaru to disguise himself as the 4th Kazekage. The 4th Kazekage must have already fallen victim to his treachery. Orochimaru could eliminate the 4th Kazekage. This was clearly premeditated. The Hokage was suddenly ambushed. He was in grave danger. Damn, how do we break this formation? One Umbu exclaimed in frustration. If even the Hokage cannot breach it, what can we do? What now? Are we to merely stand by and watch? It seems we have no choice. We must trust in the 3rd Hokage. Wait, who is that? When the Umbu spoke, he suddenly caught sight of a young figure attempting to pry open the 4 purple flames formation. Stop it. Several Umbu were taken aback. This is the 4 purple flames formation. There is a layer of purple flames outside. If it touches you, it won't extinguish. You mustn't come into contact with it. Huh, what are you saying? Chun Yu blinked innocently, and at the same time, extended his right hand, activating the power of the Tremor Fruit in an instant. Crack, crack, accompanied by 2 faint sounds, a crack, taller than a person, appeared in the seemingly indestructible 4 purple flames formation before their eyes. The Umbu present were utterly bewildered. What on earth? The resilient formation that we deemed invincible was effortlessly pried open by this boy, as if he were playing with mud. Surely we must be dreaming? Indeed. How could Konoha be so powerful yet be attacked? We must be in a dream. Ah, no worries, stay safe. The Umbu gaped, their minds blank, feeling as if the world were somewhat surreal, and thus managed to utter that phrase. Thank you. Chun Yu nodded seriously, then turned around. And amidst the incredulous gazes of several Umbu, he clumsily squeezed through the opening he had created in the hard barrier of the 4 purple flames formation. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone had assumed Chun Yu was merely an inexperienced youth, yet he had directly torn open a hole to enter. This shattered their perceptions. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage was locked in a fierce standoff with Orochimaru, the former master and disciple, their tension palpable as they seemed on the verge of combat. Suddenly, hearing a commotion nearby, He turned to see, to his astonishment, that a gap had formed in the four purple flames formation, and a young figure had just entered before everyone's eyes. "It's you?" Upon seeing that the intruder was Chun Yu, Orochimaru showed no sign of shock, but instead wore a paternal expression as he looked at Chun Yu. This took Chun Yu by surprise. As expected of the early antagonist Big Boss. Unflinching even in the face of calamity, quite impressive. Orochimaru generously bestowed his admiring gaze. "Indeed, a little rascal worthy of my attention." The pursuit of immortality had always been Orochimaru's theme, yet now, he had only scratched the surface. The most he could achieve was to employ the reanimation jutsu to inhabit another's body. However, this often resulted in various issues due to mismatched compatibility or insufficient physical strength. Moreover, this technique required a cooldown of 3 years. Any problems arising during this period would force Orochimaru to endure. Thus, finding a powerful young body was an urgent necessity for him. Initially, his target had been Sasuke, but now he had discovered an even more intriguing individual. Not only did Chun Yu shine during the exams, but he also tore through the four purple flames formation while Orochimaru was confronting the third Hokage. He had thought Chun Yu was a genius on par with Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha, but now, witnessing the power he harbored, it consistently surpassed his understanding. Could it be true? As the intelligence report suggested, had Chun Yu awakened a new bloodline limit? How fascinating. How eagerly I await this. Chun Yu, trust me, Konoha is far darker than you imagine. Someone like you will one day be cast aside like White Fang. What Konoha can offer you is ultimately limited. Your own power is the most reliable. Come with me and pursue true strength. I will guide you to discover the meaning of life." Orochimaru extended his long tongue, a fervent smile gracing his face as he threw out an olive branch to Chun Yu. Hearing this, Chun Yu silently retracted his fist, unabashedly seizing Orochimaru's line. "Well, life originally holds no inherent meaning. It is only through living that one can find interesting things, much like how you discovered flowers, and I discovered you." Orochimaru was instantly taken aback. "You stole my line. Did Kimimaro tell you? That shouldn't be possible. What should I say now? Damn it. Does this child's bloodline limit grant him mind-reading abilities?" Just as Orochimaru struggled to conceal his astonishment, Chun Yu extended his hand. "Well, there are rules in every trade. If you invite me, you must show some sincerity." "What do you mean?" Orochimaru was taken aback. "Look, if I were to follow you, I would become a rogue ninja of Konoha and be hunted down. I would bear such a tremendous burden at my young age. You must offer me something to soothe my innocent heart, right? I don't ask for much. How about a few 100 million Ryo to make it worth my while? And throw in 100 million explosive tags and 100 million sets of ninja tools? That sounds like a fair price, doesn't it? Not too much, right? Life discussions should come with a price. Don't you have to pay to recruit a subordinate?" Chun Yu began to count on his fingers. "Orochimaru, third Hokage, we are in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with hostility, on the verge of a life and death struggle, and you come here to shop." Chapter 52, The Trend of Cremation. Haha. Orochimaru laughed instead of getting angry. "An amusing little rascal, since you are unwilling to follow me. Then I shall let you witness true power. You will change your mind." Orochimaru clasped his hands together rapidly, performing a series of seals. Then, he slammed his hands down onto the ground. Boom. The roof trembled slightly. Suddenly, 3 enormous coffins burst forth from the earth, each inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, and 4. The impure world reincarnation? The third Hokage's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, his brows furrowing tightly. "You have even learned the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation? How will you respond now, teacher?" A sinister expression crept onto Orochimaru's face as he spoke, and he clasped his hands together, preparing to make his move. Wait. Just then, Chun Yu suddenly interrupted. "Oh, you've changed your mind? It seems you are aware of the power of this technique." Orochimaru paused momentarily in his gestures. "That is not quite it. You are indeed a relic of the past. In this contemporary era, cremation has become the norm, while burial is no longer advocated. Given the instability of the ninja world, what would happen if a corpse were to undergo transformation? Look at you, having wandered for so many years. And yet you have forgotten the will of the Leaf Village regarding cremation. This time, I shall assist you. You must remember that harmony is paramount in the ninja world, and the elderly must take care of themselves." After Chun Yu concluded his words, he extended his right hand, and a flame erupted instantaneously. "Humph, you chatter excessively, young one. Orochimaru scoffed coldly, his golden slitted eyes flickering with a hint of darkness. Did the third Hokage not teach you that fire release cannot incinerate the coffins of the reanimation jutsu? No sooner had Orochimaru finished speaking than 3 flames engulfed the coffins. Soaring upward in an instant, the 3 coffins disintegrated into blackened ash before anyone could comprehend it. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the ash into the air, cascading it upon Orochimaru's astonished visage. Who said it was impossible? Chun Yu remarked with an expression of disbelief. Not only the coffins, but even the ashes within have been scattered. You. Orochimaru's countenance darkened, the sting of humiliation palpable. His greatest trump card, the reanimation jutsu, had been so easily obliterated? The remains of the first and second Hokages had been reduced to mere dust? Was his meticulously crafted plan for the downfall of Konoha coming to an abrupt end? It felt unreal. Konoha had yet to crumble, yet he was the one to falter. Retreat. Orochimaru, being a decisive individual, quickly shook off his moment of doubt. Without his trump card, confronting the third Hokage would require substantial effort, especially with an extraordinarily unpredictable Chun Yu nearby. Don't leave. I have drinks, and you have stories. We can continue to explore the meaning of life. Chun Yu warmly invited. Humph. Orochimaru coldly snorted, turning back to fix his venomous gaze on Chun Yu. Wait, boy, your flesh shall ultimately belong to me. Chun Yu had merely intended to drive Orochimaru away, having completed his task and wishing to avoid further disruption of the narrative. However, seeing Orochimaru's expression, he sensed a lingering defiance. An enemy lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment, was as bothersome as a fly, annoying, yet non-threatening. As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? It was no small feat for Orochimaru to traverse such a distance to Konoha. Today, let me treat you to a delightful meal, sautéed pork. With that, Chun Yu stepped forward, his power surging outward. His clothes billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and the very air around him began to distort. A terrifying aura gradually enveloped the surroundings. Chun Yu clenched his fists. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit. All 3 forms of haki enveloped him. The space around him began to fracture slightly, as an indescribable force of devastation coiled before him. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. To feel such a degree of threat at this age, what manner of freak was this Chun Yu? In the midst of Orochimaru's astonishment, Chun Yu unleashed a powerful punch. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit and all 3 forms of haki erupted simultaneously. The space before Chun Yu shattered, as terrifying fissures spread rapidly. This is bad. Orochimaru's hair stood on end. He attempted to evade, only to find the space around him constricted. Gritting his teeth, he pressed both hands against the ground. Ninjutsu, triple Rashomon. With a clang of bells, 3 massive gates sprang up from the earth. Under the gaze of countless eyes, they collided with Chun Yu's assault. Boom. The triple Rashomon could not withstand even a second, crumbling into dust as an incomprehensible force struck Orochimaru directly. In the eyes of countless onlookers, Orochimaru was sent hurtling backward with incredible speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Blood rained down from the sky. Along the path, several ninja attacking Konoha were caught off guard by the violent wind generated by Orochimaru's flight, leaving them unsteady and easily dispatched by the Leaf Village. Orochimaru soared high, tracing a vast arc in the air, crashing heavily into the forest beyond Konoha. Yet, his momentum did not cease. He continued to roll forward, crashing into numerous towering trees. Boom! Finally, he collided with a massive cliff, sending terrifying cracks spiderwebbing outward. Sand, soil, and stones cascaded down, burying Orochimaru beneath the debris. The colossal noise captured everyone's attention, drawing the gazes of every inhabitant of Konoha toward that direction, particularly that of Orochimaru's followers. Upon seeing the desolation before the third Hokage, along with the remnants of a fierce battle, they realized that the figure flung away was none other than their revered Lord Orochimaru, the linchpin of their plan to eliminate the third Hokage. The third Hokage stared incredulously at Chun Yu. The overwhelming aura Chun Yu had just exhibited made his heart race. Such talent in Chun Yu could easily lead one to believe he was the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kakashi and Might Guy, supporting each other, also clearly witnessed the preceding events, with Kakashi's expression particularly vivid. This boy's strike was capable of such terror. Surely the exam had been lenient. Otherwise, he would have likely been incinerated by now. Konoha fell into an eerie silence. The sounds of battle abruptly ceased. Was Chun Yu truly this powerful? Naruto, who had been fervently wishing to become Hokage, suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. I've decided, let him become Hokage instead. Brother Chun Yu is the strongest. Hinata clenched her small fist in agreement. Temari and Kankuro trembled in a corner, having thought they had accomplished something remarkable by scaring Shikaka back into Gaara. Yet Chun Yu had effortlessly taken down Orochimaru with a single punch. Not far away, Danzo, who had been lurking in the shadows, directing Root's investigations and battles, widened his eyes in disbelief. This old fellow had been seeking an opportunity to study Chun Yu closely. However, upon witnessing this display, he realized that studying was futile. Who would be studying whom? It was easy to imagine that from this day forth, the ninja world would witness the rise of a new star. At merely a few years of age, possessing the strength to fell Orochimaru with a single blow. What heights might he reach in a decade? No one could fathom. With Lord Orochimaru down, should we continue fighting? One of the sound ninja murmured, his face ashen. No. Another hastily slapped him. Do not despair, and do not lose hope. You must believe in Lord Orochimaru. He will not perish. He shall surely vanquish this boy. Chapter 53. Orochimaru's desperate struggle for survival as the crowd stood in a stupor, accompanied by the sound of shifting earth. A bloodied and battered figure slowly rose from the rubble. It was none other than the grievously injured Orochimaru. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru felt his body on the verge of collapse, the pain rendering his vision dark. Though this reincarnated body possessed considerable strength, it had nearly shattered under Chun Yu's overwhelming power. Lord Orochimaru. Several sound ninja rushed forward to lend their support. The golden vertical pupils of Orochimaru fell upon Chun Yu, shrouded in an extreme gloom. Surprised, he thought, hasn't he perished? Truly worthy of Orochimaru. Chun Yu felt a surge of indignation. Are you forcing me to deliver the final blow? He prepared to charge forward for another strike. Damn it, the fourth Kazekage. Looks like I am unable to avenge you. Suddenly, Orochimaru bellowed in fury. He coldly regarded Chun Yu, who was rushing towards him with a raised fist. A smirk of scheming satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Although encountering a monster like Chun Yu had led to the failure of his plan to collapse Konoha, preventing the capture of Sasuke and Chun Yu, years of preparation had equipped him with contingency plans for various developments in his scheme. If he could not directly annihilate Konoha, he would plunge them into war. Let the sand shinobi fight to the death. Retreat. With this command from Orochimaru, one of his subordinates swiftly produced a scroll from his robes and crushed it with great force. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, several figures vanished instantaneously. Humph. A summoning technique? They flee swiftly. Chun Yu retracted his power and descended onto a tree from the heights above. It appeared that Orochimaru had prepared this method of retreat in advance, employing reverse summoning to transport himself to the location of his summoned beast. Though Orochimaru had escaped, troubles were brewing. The third Hokage was bewildered. What? The fourth Kazekage is dead? What does that have to do with me? I haven't done anything wrong. Chun Yu's expression turned peculiar. That old schemer, Orochimaru, hadn't he forgotten to frame Konoha on his way out? It was clearly his doing. Yet he pinned the blame on Konoha. This time, Konoha faced significant trouble. It could potentially ignite a war with the Sand Shinobi. The Kazekage is dead. The Sand Shinobi were in shock, their gazes turning suspiciously towards the third Hokage. No wonder the fourth Kazekage was replaced by Orochimaru. It turns out he is truly dead? The third Hokage did it. It must be them. Aside from Konoha, no one knew that the fourth Kazekage had participated in this examination. Moreover, only Konoha possessed such formidable power to silently assassinate the fourth Kazekage. I am unaware that the fourth Kazekage is dead. This matter has nothing to do with us in Konoha. It is a frame-up by Orochimaru. The third Hokage exclaimed, his brow furrowed tightly. Impossible. Orochimaru and our fourth Kazekage were allies. He could never do such a thing. It must be you from Konoha. The furious Sand Shinobi shouted, quickly withdraw. Inform the village of this news. We must seek vengeance against Konoha. Filled with righteous indignation, many Sand Shinobi surged forth to break through the encirclement. Although the Konoha ninjas desperately tried to obstruct them, they were ultimately outnumbered, and the suddenness of the event left them uncertain as to how far they should go. In the end, a considerable number of Sand Shinobi managed to escape. The third Hokage stood firm, his fists clenched, his expression as dark as water. While they had successfully repelled this attack, the ensuing situation was even more concerning. The shadow of war loomed ominously over the two villages. The murder of a village leader was equivalent to a declaration of war. Although Konoha had not committed such acts, since Orochimaru dared to make such claims, he had likely prepared thoroughly. Truly, it was like yellow mud in one's trousers. Whether it was excrement or not, it certainly resembled it. This might very well trigger the fourth Great Ninja War. Damn Orochimaru. Mission accomplished. Receive the God-level frozen fruit, development 40. Mission accomplished. Receive the Tremor Fruit with 10 development points. Mission accomplished. Receive the God-level ninjutsu, Earth Explosion Stars. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chun Yu's mind. Rewards received. Chun Yu began to eagerly examine his rewards. As for the impending war, the third Hokage was still alive, wasn't he? Let him deal with the headache. As the enemy retreated, the ninjas began to clean up the aftermath, tallying casualties and damages. Chun Yu leaped to Hinata's side and gently patted her little head. How are you? Are you all right? Uh-huh. Hinata nodded earnestly. I'm fine. I even defeated 2 enemies with the ninjutsu I created. That is wonderful. Chun Yu laughed heartily. And in the shy gaze of the young girl, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Come on. Big brother will treat you to a feast. Yay. Hinata reveled in Chun Yu's embrace. Her little fists clenched in excitement. Hyuga Hayashi stood aside, watching the two depart, unable to suppress a mix of emotions. Rubbing his nose contemplatively. A daughter is like a flower pot. I have nurtured this pot for only a few years, and before the flower has bloomed, someone has taken the whole pot away. Maki, leading the troops, hurriedly retreated towards the sand shinobi village. Halfway through, the advance party rushed back in panic. What happened? Did we encounter the enemy? Maki was startled. Could it be that the people of Konoha had intercepted them already? No. A sand shinobi, trembling with fear and cold sweat on his brow, exclaimed, We discovered the body of the Kazekage and his 2 attendants. What? Maki's brow furrowed sharply as he led everyone frantically forward. Soon, they came across a vast pit containing 3 corpses, one of which was their 4th Kazekage. Look, it seems the Kazekage is holding something. One of them shouted suddenly. Maki said nothing, narrowing his eyes as he jumped down and retrieved an object from the Kazekage's hand. It was the headband of Konoha. Konoha. Maki clenched his teeth in rage, forcing out a few words between clenched jaws. Do not rest. Return to the village with all your might. We must seek vengeance. Vengeance. Everyone shouted in unison, united in their fury. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Konoha remained in recovery, the sounds of hammers ringing out everywhere. Although the war had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, the damage inflicted was still considerable, especially in the areas where the 3-headed serpent had appeared, causing numerous homes to collapse. Fortunately, the ordinary citizens had evacuated in haste, preventing additional losses. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage gazed grimly at a report before him. The sand shinobi had amassed a large army at the border, indicating they were indeed preparing for war. Other ninja villages were also showing unusual movements. I had clearly written to them, informing them of the truth. Even if they do not believe it, they should conduct a thorough investigation. How could they rashly launch an attack? The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, clenching his fists, filled with confusion. Hokage-sama, Nara Shikaku, standing nearby, as Konoha's premier strategist, discerned a hint of the underlying issue. This war has likely been brewing in the Land of Wind for some time. In other words, whether the 4th Kazekage is dead or not is not of great significance to them. What matters is that his death provides a convenient pretext. Oh, the 3rd Hokage, being intelligent, quickly understood with this reminder. The Land of Wind was the poorest among the 5 great ninja nations. War, however, presented a lucrative opportunity. They could exploit Konoha's unpreparedness and ally with wealthier nations like the Land of Lightning, launching a joint war to plunder riches. The Kazekage's death was merely a pretext. What we seek is not vengeance. No, we merely desire to seize Konoha, to seize resources, land, and wealth. Prepare for battle. The 3rd Hokage took a deep puff of smoke, slowly exhaling, his once dull eyes regaining their former sharpness. Chapter 54. Chun Yu, the butterfly. Stirs the storm of war, where is Tsunade? The 3rd Hokage suddenly recalled something. With a great war looming, manpower was somewhat insufficient. Konoha would likely have to engage in multi-front warfare, and he must remain at the command center, unable to venture to the front lines. Each front line required a formidable ninja to maintain order. As the main battlefield, The Sand Ninja Front particularly needed an esteemed presence like Tsunade to stabilize morale and intimidate the enemy. Lord Jiraiya had already set out to find her and should arrive shortly. Nara Shikaku glanced at the time. As his words faded, footsteps echoed at the doorway, and Jiraiya and Tsunade entered. Upon seeing Tsunade, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. You must be aware of the situation. We can only rely on you at the sand front. Fighting? The voluptuous Tsunade shook her head expressionlessly. I am merely back for a few days. Do not involve me in battles. As she spoke, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossed her gaze but was quickly masked by her usual demeanor. The sand front is the main battlefield, and with numerous injured ninjas, I can rest easy knowing you will lead the medical team. The third Hokage smiled wryly. Why must it be me? What about Danzo? Isn't he the one who relishes in bloodshed? Given that lives are to be lost, he might as well contribute to the village before his demise instead of engaging in his nefarious schemes behind the scenes. Tsunade scoffed. Moreover, you are well aware of my circumstances. I will not be held accountable should any issues arise. Ever since the deaths of her brother and partner, Tsunade, the medical ninja, could no longer face bloodshed. Cough, cough. It's all right, just do your best. The third Hokage coughed violently. He never anticipated the events of those years. Had he foreseen them, he would have never allowed Danzo to act thus. Nevertheless, Tsunade ultimately acquiesced. Her concern for the village prevailed. After all, she would not have returned so promptly upon learning of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha otherwise. Take care. In an office, Jiraiya stood before Tsunade, hesitating before finally uttering a phrase. As one of Konoha's upper echelons, he was well aware of Tsunade's secret fear of blood. Although the third Hokage suggested that she command from the rear, orchestrating the strategy. War inevitably entails bloodshed and sacrifice. This is not your usual demeanor, Tsunade remarked, lifting her gaze from the documents to meet Jiraiya's. His eyes flickered evasively as he rubbed his nose. You are only bringing Shizune with you. I cannot help but worry. Perhaps another person could indeed be of assistance. Who? Tsunade inquired. Kakashi? Did the old man not mention that we are short on manpower? Chun Yu, a genin, Jiraiya replied. Upon seeing Tsunade's incredulous expression, he sensed the awkwardness of his words. One who fears blood, and another who could easily dispatch a child. An odd pairing indeed. What? A genin? Are you jesting? Without further ado, Jiraiya handed her a prepared stack of documents. Tsunade briefly reviewed Chun Yu's profile, which was current only up to the second round of the Chunin Exams. It was not that Konoha's intelligence updates were delayed, but rather that preparations for war took precedence over individual assessments. Remarkably young, subdued an A-rank beast. Furthermore, he successfully acquired nearly all the scrolls from other teams, indicating a measure of prowess. Tsunade's expression remained impassive. While these achievements seemed commendable, they merely indicated a level akin to that of a jonin. A single jonin could not turn the tide of war. It appeared Jiraiya was keen on his talent, seeking to leverage this war as an opportunity for growth while minimizing danger to his life. Very well, let him gather intelligence, Tsunade conceded. Yui Kurenai has participated in the Ninja World War and possesses ample experience. Her presence should mitigate any risks. After carefully considering, Tsunade made her decision. Jiraiya, observing her arrangements, felt no need to elaborate further. He had always been a laid-back individual. You wish for me to gather intelligence? Chun Yu blinked in surprise at Tsunade's command. Indeed. Not just you, but your entire team. Kakashi, responsible for relaying messages, chuckled. However, this task is solely for intelligence gathering. Do refrain from engaging in combat. Ding. Main quest obtained. Defeat the enemy. Reward. God tier, dark fruit. Development level 010000. Chun Yu, receiving the quest alert, remained unfazed, yet the subsequent number piqued his curiosity. What does this imply? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Could this potentially represent the number of enemies to be defeated? After all, this was a main quest, the more adversaries vanquished, the greater the development level. In other words, defeating 10,000 enemies would yield 100% development level. After all, the dark fruit is one of the most enigmatic fruits in the pirate world. Completing the quest would unlock its full power. Was this not invincibility? Why? Upon traversing into the Naruto realm, was this system incessantly granting me pirate abilities? It would be far more advantageous to receive native powers such as the Rinnegan or the Earth Release, planetary devastation. What are you pondering? Noticing the drool almost escaping Chun Yu's lips, Kakashi felt several dark lines appear on his forehead as he inquired with a deadpan expression. War is imminent. Is this the appearance of someone who is awake? Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I will certainly send them back with a single punch. No. I will be cautious in my reconnaissance and ensure I remain undetected. Observing Chun Yu's demeanor, Kakashi mused that he had clearly not taken the briefing seriously. I would be a fool to trust you. Nevertheless, the mission had been assigned, and Kakashi chose not to elaborate further. Chun Yu's monstrous strength was beyond his concern. Yuhi Kurenai led Chun Yu and the three young ones, forming a 5-person squad that received their orders and promptly prepared for departure to the front lines. Kurenai was on high alert, having participated in the Third Ninja World War and understanding the brutal nature of conflict. The three young ones were exceedingly tense. Having only recently graduated from the academy, they were now tasked with such a mission, their palms sweating profusely. Only Chun Yu ambled leisurely behind, exuding an air of calm and contentment. It appeared he was not here to fight, but rather to embark on a leisurely journey. This was the individual who turned the Chunin Exams into a barbecue festival, so no one was particularly surprised. Suddenly, Chun Yu halted, and all 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him, aware that his sensory abilities were exceptionally keen and that he must have sensed something. Indeed, Chun Yu smiled and declared, "It's nothing, they are our allies. Let us proceed." Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, the group collectively exhaled in relief and continued forward. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a small team. This team appeared battered and bruised, their bodies marked with various injuries. Startled by the arrival of others, they initially feared it was the enemy. But upon recognizing Kurenai, they breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At last, we have found our comrades. However, disappointment washed over the faces of the ninja team upon realizing it was merely a teacher accompanied by 4 newcomers. What happened? Kurenai and the 4 rushed down to assist with their wounds. Just moments ago, our team was gathering intelligence when we were ambushed by the Sand Ninja. The captain instructed us to deliver the information while he and 5 others held off the enemy. We simply couldn't endure any longer and needed to rest here. The Konoha ninja clenched his teeth. Kurenai, you must take the intelligence back. We will go rescue the captain. Absolutely not. As the sun began to set, Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brow and admonished loudly. The enemy's reinforcements are likely rushing towards us in droves. If you return now, it would be tantamount to delivering yourselves to death. What can we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch our comrades perish. The Leaf Ninja wore expressions of deep sorrow. Kurenai clenched her teeth. The bonds of friendship among the Leaf villagers were deeply rooted in the hearts of every ninja. To abandon those in peril was not the way of a true ninja. Yet, this situation was unlike any before. It was war. If this intelligence could be delivered, it might prevent further loss of life. Teacher. Just then, Chun Yu stepped forward, bubbling with enthusiasm. How about I go? You? Kurenai was taken aback for a moment. She had no doubt regarding Chun Yu's abilities. Her concern lay in the possibility of him causing too much commotion. If he were to create a massive crater with a single punch, the enemy stationed dozens of kilometers away would certainly take notice. Rescue the individuals and leave immediately. Do not attract too much attention. Do you understand? Kurenai cautioned, a hint of worry in her voice. Rest assured, teacher, I am always discreet. Chun Yu declared confidently. His chest puffed out, a wide smile illuminating his face. Yet, seeing his expression, Kurenai felt an uneasy premonition. You have always been discreet. Do you take me for a fool? Nevertheless, as a teacher, she had imparted the necessary guidance. With a slightly awkward expression, she finally said, Go. Yes, Chun Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he leaped into the forest, vanishing in an instant. Just him? The injured Leaf Ninja stared in disbelief, hastily exclaiming, No way. The enemy has an elite Jonin. There is no way a mere newcomer can handle that. Don't worry. Kurenai sighed, shaking her head. With him involved, there will be no issues. Yamato, quickly deliver this intelligence to Lady Tsunade. Yes. Yamato, swift and keen-nosed, was the most suitable for the task. He took the intelligence and turned to disappear into the shadows. All right, let's bandage those wounds quickly. Chun Yu should be able to neutralize the enemy shortly. We must hurry before new enemies encircle us and take your comrades away. Kurenai and Hinata hastened their actions. Several Leaf Ninjas were bewildered. Why do you have such confidence in a newcomer? There are so many enemies over there. Can a mere genin settle the matter? Am I losing my mind? Or has this world gone mad? Fire release, fireball jutsu. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Annihilate these detestable leaf ninjas. A bloody battle raged within the forest. In the midst of it all, Arima Yunhai, battered and gasping heavily, gripped a blade tightly, fixated on the nearly 100 enemies ahead. Skilled in illusion techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Originally accompanied by 5 subordinates, only 2 remained by his side. Their chakra was nearly depleted after slaying nearly 20 foes. Yet the enemy numbers continued to swell. It seemed today would be the day he met his end. Brothers, we have already delivered the intelligence. Our mission is complete. Dying on the battlefield is our honor. Arima Yunhai gritted his teeth and declared loudly. Wanna die? A sand ninja sneered coldly. If it weren't for the order to capture you alive, you would have been dead by now. You leaf ninjas have such audacity to kill our 4th Kazekage. We will take you back and subject you to severe torture. The sand ninjas behind him wore expressions of brutal malice. This war had become unavoidable. Although the 3rd Hokage had sent a letter to the Land of Wind, revealing the truth of the matter, they refused to believe it. Not only did they kill the messenger, but they also declared war. As Nara Shikaku had speculated, the leadership of the financially struggling Land of Wind had long desired war, only lacking a pretext. Killing the Kazekage provided the perfect reason to declare war. The ninjas below were utterly convinced that it was the leaf who had used despicable means to assassinate their 4th Kazekage. Thus, any opportunity to torment the leaf would not be spared. This one is quite resilient. Continue the assault and exhaust him of all his strength. Wind release, 1,000 wind blades. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, an endless storm surged forth. Thousands of wind blades rained down upon the 3. We cannot perish just yet. Arima Yunhai gripped his long blade tightly, gritting his teeth in desperate resistance. Even as horrific wounds appeared on his body, he did not flinch. If he could just delay for one more second, his comrades would be that much farther away. The chances of delivering the intelligence would increase. He had already steeled himself. When he could no longer resist, he would take his own life. His 2 remaining companions also gritted their teeth, struggling to hold on, their eyes reflecting a resolute acceptance of their fate. At long last, the relentless assault ceased. The 3 leaf ninjas were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, unable to lift their blades any longer. Was this the end? Arima Yunhai closed his eyes and drew a small knife from his cloak, preparing to plunge it into his heart. Suddenly, a voice filled with fear rang out beside him. A boy, wearing a leaf forehead protector and possessing a youthful countenance, unexpectedly emerged from the center of the battlefield. Cradling a scroll in his arms, he looked astonished at the scene before him. Oh dear, I seem to have lost my way. What should I do? I possess crucial intelligence from the leaf. Do continue. I'm merely passing through. The boy frantically turned to leave. Stop him. The Sand Jonin's expression brightened. What a delightful surprise. The Sand Ninjas rushed forward, encircling both the boy and Arima Yunhai. What do you want? Chun Yu's face turned pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Please call me the Shadow Emperor. With his observation skills fully engaged, Chun Yu had noticed this group of foes long ago. Although there were many Sand Ninjas, they stood far too scattered. While he could easily eliminate a few, the majority would escape, and losing even one was a painful thought. Thus, Chun Yu showcased his masterful acting skills, feigning possession of important intelligence, hoping to draw the Sand Ninja's attention. Has your leaf village truly run out of people? The Sand Jonin sneered, glancing at the visibly terrified Chun Yu. A mere boy of barely 15 has come to deliver intelligence? Arima Yunhai was equally dumbfounded. What kind of arrangement is this by the higher-ups in the village? A newcomer tasked with delivering vital intelligence. This is absurd. Kid, your intelligence is incredibly timely. The Sand Jonin's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Now in possession of even more crucial intelligence, it was double the surprise and double the joy. Quickly leave. Arima Yunhai, summoning strength he did not know he possessed, shakily gripped his blade once more, standing resolutely. I will hold them off. You must take the intelligence away. Oh, Chun Yu numbly nodded, gritting his teeth as he utilized the body flicker technique to leap into the fray where the Sand Ninjas were concentrated. This kid has some skill. He is quite fast. The Sand Ninjas were initially surprised to see Chun Yu employ the body flicker technique to escape. However, upon realizing his landing point, they could not contain their laughter. Arima Yunhai also felt a pang of disbelief. Alas, he is still a newcomer. He has never faced battle before and is now panicking amidst so many foes. In a flash, how can you teleport to the spot where the enemies are most concentrated? Come, whoever captures this little rascal will be handsomely rewarded. A throng of sand shinobi swiftly surrounded him. Chun Yu wore a startled expression, leaping high into the sky. The sand shinobi, with mocking grins, gathered below, observing Chun Yu's clumsy performance. Little did they know, amidst the air, Chun Yu squinted slightly, realizing the time was ripe. The sand shinobi below had formed a near-complete circle, ripe for a single devastating blow. He clenched his right fist, channeling the powers of the Tremor Fruit and the 3 types of Haki, all while ensuring a protective barrier enveloped his 3 companions. Wait until the kid descends. Let us see who captures him first, smirked a sand shinobi Jounin. Suddenly, their smiles froze as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped them. They looked up in alarm, only to find that the previously bewildered boy had vanished, replaced by an aura of battle and murderous intent. Are you aware of the technique known as the descending palm in the ninja realm? Chapter 56. A perfect execution. This kid is trouble. We must flee. A seasoned ninja understood that survival was the mark of a true warrior. As a Jounin, he had undertaken countless life-and-death missions and had a keen sense of danger. Although he doubted a newcomer could possess such formidable power, his instincts urged him to retreat, regardless of whether the boy was genuine or merely putting on a show. It was wiser to escape for now. If he was merely bluffing, they could deal with him later. The sand shinobi, hearing this, were momentarily confused. But their bodies acted on instinct, turning to flee. Too late. Chun Yu coldly uttered, his right fist crashing down onto the ground. Boom. The force gathered in his fist erupted instantly. The space and earth shattered like glass, terrifying fissures racing outward like lightning. The energy of both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki surged forth. In that split second, a radius of 30 meters was enveloped by Chun Yu's might. An immense power transformed into a colossal storm, tearing apart the sand shinobi, who had moments ago been so boastful, now showing expressions of despair, while the surrounding trees were reduced to mere dust. As the dust settled, Chun Yu stood within a deep pit, surveying the barren landscape around him, nodding to himself. Indeed, as expected of me, reconnaissance means eliminating all enemies. Is that not the epitome of gathering intelligence? Erasing all traces of battle. Leaving only a pit behind ensures the enemy finds no useful clues or information. Is this not the best form of discretion? I have stealthily gathered intelligence on the enemy. Mission accomplished flawlessly. With his observation Haki fully activated, he sensed 200 sand shinobi approaching for reinforcements. You 3 uncles, return to recuperate. I will continue my reconnaissance. Chun Yu exclaimed excitedly, glancing at his interface. 13, 710, 000. 1 punch down, and I unlock 1. If I can deal with these 2 squads, perhaps I can reach 4. What a fortuitous beginning. Full of vigor, he thought of the Konoha workers' strength. However, the enemy's numbers were daunting. He needed to ensure his companions were safe first. Otherwise, they might lose out to each other in the chaos. I am here to minimize casualties for Konoha. Protect my comrades, and let them leave first. His logic was impeccable. The 3 uncles, still in shock, stared blankly at the vast pit before them. The only solid ground beneath them remained intact. Everything else had been obliterated. Were we merely executing a mission outside? Has Konoha changed so drastically? Over 100 sand shinobi, including an elite Jounin, gone in a single punch? Are the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha this powerful now? As they watched Chun Yu depart, the 3 exchanged glances. Their emotions tangled. After regaining some strength, they helped each other leap to the trees, preparing to return and report. They faintly heard a youthful voice tinged with panic. Oh no, what should I do? I seem to have lost my way again. I carry vital information from Konoha. I was just passing by. So pretend you didn't see me. 3 dark lines appeared above their heads. The actor returns to the stage. Misfortune looms for the enemies. Sure enough, seconds later, boom. Another massive pit formed several hundred meters away. Though currently foes of the Wind Country, they inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for the sand shinobi. After all, Chun Yu's method of gathering intelligence was exceedingly brutal. What did you say? Chun Yu went out alone. In the main camp, Tsunade, deep in thought about the next course of action, turned to the newly arrived Inuzuka Kiba, her brow furrowed as she exclaimed, "Damn it. Why isn't Yuhi Kurenai keeping an eye on him? Intelligence reports at least 10 squads of 100 ahead. How can a newcomer handle that?" Kiba pondered for a moment. Actually, Lady Tsunade, I believe Chun Yu will be fine. How could he possibly be fine? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. Even if he performed excellently in the exams and possesses great strength, the amount of chakra he can muster is ultimately limited. What happens when he exhausts his chakra? How could he possibly contend with so many alone, engaging in hand-to-hand combat? Kiba rubbed his nose, wanting to voice the truth. He had never witnessed Chun Yu running out of chakra. However, Tsunade had a point. Chun Yu had previously faced opponents one-on-one. This battle of attrition could indeed lead to fatigue. Tsunade waved her hand decisively. Might Guy? Here. Might Guy leaped in from outside. Immediately take 2 elite Jounin and a 100-man squad to support Chun Yu. Ensure nothing happens to him. Tsunade commanded urgently. Understood. Might Guy promptly accepted the orders. As obedience in war was paramount. Though he complied, he felt it a bit odd. That kid was so terrifying and powerful, almost like a monster. What could possibly threaten him? Kiba will explain on the way. You must depart quickly. Tsunade waved her hand. Yes. Might Guy immediately led his team forward. Learning the situation en route. 10 squads of 100? Might Guy's expression grew serious. Tsunade's concerns were not unfounded. Chun Yu was indeed strong. But according to the principles of the ninja world, greater strength correlates to greater consumption. Although it seemed Chun Yu had awakened a new bloodline limit without expending chakra, he must be depleting other resources, such as stamina, even if Chun Yu could shatter a 100-man squad with a single punch. Who could guarantee he would still have the energy for a second or third punch? If he were to tire out by the 9th or 10th punch, he would be left vulnerable. Let us hope he can endure. Guy clenched his teeth, quickening his pace. You'd better not die? He hoped Chun Yu wouldn't act recklessly, and if he felt his strength waning, he would retreat. Once they could reach Chun Yu, the Yuhi Kurenai squad had several injured members. They could withdraw, and that would be the completion of their mission. Whoosh! Several figures descended from the sky. All injured but clearly bandaged, their breath stable. They were the very individuals Chun Yu had encountered earlier. The 3 uncles, saved by Chun Yu, had met up with Yuhi Kurenai and her team, and after some swift bandaging, they were ready to move. As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, Yuhi Kurenai reconsidered her decision. After all, the individuals in question were gravely injured, and their chakra reserves were insufficient. Keeping them close would only increase the peril. It was best for them to retreat for the time being. Yuhi Kurenai led her team onward in search of Chun Yu. What is the situation? Might Guy inquired urgently. That kid is incredibly strong. The astonished expressions on the faces of the 3 elder ninjas revealed their disbelief as they recounted the events from beginning to end. What? Might Guy, upon learning of Chun Yu's accomplishments, did not display surprise. Rather, his expression stemmed from the fact that Chun Yu had not only saved others, but had also pursued the enemy. He was still too young and reckless. There were still 10 squads of 100 ahead. Such formidable offensive power could likely be exerted only 5 times at most. Might Guy's visage darkened. As the captain of the 100-man squad, he had to act decisively. All Jounin, prepare to assist me. The rest of you, set numerous traps here to hinder the enemy's advance. Understood. The seasoned ninjas immediately grasped Might Guy's intent and began to fervently set up explosives, traps, and shuriken mechanisms. Although it required considerable effort and resources, this was the nature of war. Intercepting the enemy was a necessary measure. Consuming resources was far better than losing lives. Might Guy did not rush to provide assistance immediately. The expanse of the jungle was far too vast. To search blindly would be akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as Yuhi Kurenai and her team encountered the enemy, a battle would ensue, allowing them to swiftly arrive for support and draw the adversary toward this location. After all, Chun Yu's combat style was excessively brutal, creating significant noise that would easily attract attention. Chapter 57. Is this all there is? I was just warming up. However, Might Guy overlooked an important detail. While Chun Yu's battles did indeed generate considerable commotion, they had arrived too late. The last wave of enemies had already been dealt with mere minutes prior. Is there no one left? Chun Yu replicated his previous method, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated a squad of 100. With his observation haki, he could sense no enemies remaining. Chun Yu glanced at his panel. 115, 810, 000. This wave was a significant profit. It was equivalent to a colossal bounty from the Dragon Clan, yielding 3 exquisite treasures. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the mission was completed. Divine Dark Fruit. Bring it forth. Just then, several figures descended before Chun Yu. It was Yuhi Kurenai and her companions. They had relentlessly pursued, yet were unable to match Chun Yu's fighting speed. From their initial astonishment at the first giant pit to discovering several more shocking craters, they ultimately felt a sense of numbness. Their mental journey had been nothing short of riveting. Report, teacher. The reconnaissance mission has been successfully completed. Chun Yu grinned. Enemy count, 0. Yuhi Kurenai and her companions felt a few black lines appear above their heads. Was it not 0? You had eliminated them all. It had to be 0. I have participated in the Third Shinobi World War, and this is the first time I have witnessed such a method of gathering intelligence. However, Chun Yu's statement was not entirely erroneous. After all, their mission was to ascertain the number and deployment of enemy squads within the Land of Fire. 0. Wasn't he that an answer too? Seeing Chun Yu dispatch 10 squads and eliminate nearly 1,000 enemies without even breaking a sweat, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly had a thought. Fortunately, this was still within the Land of Fire. If they ventured beyond the border, it felt as though this kid could infiltrate the Wind Country's Kazekage office. Let us hurry back. Lady Tsunade is awaiting our intelligence for the next course of action, Yuhi Kurenai stated. Her lips twitching slightly at the thought of what expression Lady Tsunade would have upon hearing this information. It should be similar to her own, right? All right, Chun Yu nodded. You are correct, teacher. I will follow orders. This time, even Shino couldn't help but roll his eyes. You dare speak of following orders? You need to follow orders? I find that hard to believe. Yuhi Kurenai was utterly speechless, shaking her head in silence. With a graceful wave of her hand, she led Chun Yu and the others swiftly toward the main force. Meanwhile, a group of Konoha ninjas had spent the entire day setting up traps, drenched in sweat. Finally completing their arrangements, hiding them in various locations. They held their breath, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Foolish sand ninjas, come forth. I shall eliminate you. Half an hour passed without a single sound. Mike Guy, maintaining his focus, whispered, everyone, do not lower your guard. Perhaps Yuhi Kurenai and her team have regrouped and are on their way here. An hour elapsed. Still, there was not a single sign of movement. Another hour passed. Silence reigned. Everyone was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? According to the intelligence, the injured ninjas had been located merely 20 minutes away from this place. Even if they were slow, they should have crawled back by now. Could it be that the enemy had deployed shadow-level strength, overpowering Yuhi Kurenai's team without resistance? Capturing or killing them? That was unlikely. As soon as a confrontation occurred, there would undoubtedly be commotion. Moreover, whether they could contend with Chun Yu was a question in itself. After all, Chun Yu had nearly defeated Orochimaru and had frightened Shikaku to tears. Currently, the enemy had merely infiltrated the domestic border for reconnaissance. The squad dispatched was merely elite, not even the cream of the crop. Those of shadow-level strength remained stationed at the central command, reluctant to engage until the final battle. It was akin to a card game. Unless one had an unbeatable hand and wished to flaunt it, who would play their trump card? At that moment, several figures leisurely emerged from the nearby thicket. They're here. Mike Guy's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. Quick, hide. We have set traps to ambush the enemy. Ambush the enemy? Chun Yu blinked, perplexed. Why would we ambush the enemy? Mike Guy, equally puzzled, replied, aren't there over 1,000 pursuers behind you? Chun Yu blinked in response, equally confused. I killed them all. What? Mike Guy was astonished. You single-handedly defeated an enemy force of over 1,000. Why couldn't I? Chun Yu replied, genuinely bewildered. Your question is flawed. Mike Guy stood there, dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Yuhi Kurenai. She calmly nodded. You heard correctly. He speaks the truth. Then why did it take you so long to arrive? Mike Guy asked, still in disbelief. Hee. Chun Yu scratched his head sheepishly. The Sand Ninja squad moved too slowly, so I couldn't resist pursuing them. After I eliminated one squad, I stumbled upon another and inadvertently ventured a bit far, around the border, I suppose. The border? Mike Guy was completely stunned. That location was approximately a 3-hour journey from here. Wait, does this mean that by the time you arrived, Chun Yu had already annihilated all the enemies? The surrounding Konoha ninjas suddenly realized this implication. The scene fell silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Each person's emotions were a complex tapestry of shock, frustration, and a hint of irritation. It is astonishing how Chun Yu managed to annihilate a battalion of nearly 1,000 individuals single-handedly. Although his companions had previously witnessed his prowess, they were still somewhat taken aback, yet could begrudgingly accept the reality. What pained them the most was the realization that they had expended considerable effort constructing an exceptionally intricate and vast trap system, only to find their labors utterly futile. They had stood guard like sentinels, fearing an imminent threat, only to have wasted an entire afternoon guarding nothing but air, exchanging glances filled with bitterness. They could not help but internally lament. Chun Yu, if we weren't so outmatched, we would have dug a pit to bury you in. To add insult to injury, they would now have to dismantle the traps they had set, as there were no enemies left to ensnare. Given that this was their homeland, failure to dismantle them could result in harm to their own comrades in the future. It is worth noting that disassembling the traps is often more complex and troublesome than setting them up, especially since the mechanisms were still active, requiring extreme caution to avoid triggering them. Most vexingly, they had no idea how long the disassembly would take, and the risk of injury loomed large. Teacher Might Guy, we shall not disturb you with the dismantling of traps. We are famished and heading back for some roasted meat. Until we meet again. Chun Yu waved his hand and vanished in an instant. Ah, this is youth. Even Tsunade couldn't help but pat the unfortunate Might Guy on the shoulder. Her expression one of sympathy mingled with urgency to indulge in roasted meat. With a phrase reminiscent of Might Guy, she vanished just as swiftly. Youth? Might Guy nearly ground his teeth in frustration as he gazed at the daunting task of dismantling the numerous traps before him. I fear I shall never experience youth again. Chapter 58. The essence of humanity is a repeater at long last. You have returned. I trust you encountered no danger? Tsunade exhaled heavily upon seeing Chun Yu and the others. And where is Might Guy? Did I not send them to escort you? Suddenly, she recalled something. What about the traps? In the process of disassembly, replied Tsunade. What? Tsunade was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? With a resigned sigh, Tsunade recounted the events to her. What? Tsunade gasped in shock. You single-handedly dispatched a foe of over 1,000? Chun Yu felt a few black lines forming on his forehead. Is humanity truly a mere repeater? You echoed every word I shared with Might Guy, without alteration. It was no wonder Tsunade was so astonished. The intelligence was crystal clear. 10 squads of 100, each led by a genin. While they may not have been the elite forces, their strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, they had all been vanquished by Chun Yu alone. Why does everyone wear that incredulous expression? Have you never witnessed such feats before? Why is it impossible for me to eliminate them all? Did they possess some sort of resurrection armor, or were they ensnared by the time-worn sage? Even if they did, could I not simply dispatch them once more? Tsunade, are you all right? Chun Yu inquired with genuine concern. Is this minor incident truly worthy of such astonishment? I notice your complexion seems off. Should we fetch a doctor for you? The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless. Tsunade was the most formidable medical ninja. Seeking a doctor for her? Kakashi, unable to contain himself, stood beside Tsunade and recounted Chun Yu's exploits in detail. He terrified Shikaku. He obliterated Orochimaru with a single punch. Orochimaru attempted to invade Konoha. And you were the one who defeated him. Tsunade's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. During her recent preoccupation with the war, she had been unaware of the aftermath in Konoha, which had been managed by the third Hokage. Only now did she comprehend why Jiraiya had so fervently recommended Chun Yu. That rascal. He surely enjoys tormenting me by withholding information. You shall pay for this. Impressive, impressive. Young man, I hold you in high regard. Suddenly, Tsunade's face illuminated with a radiant smile as she patted Chun Yu's shoulder with fervor. Chun Yu instinctively recoiled. What are you doing? With a playful grin, Tsunade replied. Life and death are unpredictable. Initially, Tsunade's attention toward Chun Yu stemmed from Jiraiya's request. Perhaps she had merely cast a few fleeting glances, harboring little significance in her heart for the newcomer. Even if he possessed elite genin strength, he was unlikely to sway the tide of battle amidst a war involving tens of thousands. The probability of death was even higher than that of ordinary ninjas, as elite genin were the sharpest blades in a village. Once detected, enemies would converge to eliminate them at all costs. Yet, she had not anticipated Chun Yu's prowess to be so formidable. To have almost obliterated Orochimaru with a single punch and exhibited stability at the level of a Hokage, he could very well have an unforeseen impact on this war. Moreover, Tsunade's participation in the conflict was primarily fueled by her unwavering dedication to Konoha, regardless of the circumstances. It was the village founded by the first and second Hokages. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she bore both a duty and an obligation. However, this did not imply that Tsunade was obliged to accept every individual within the village, particularly that old coot Danzo. From Kakashi's earlier remarks, it was evident that Danzo had long harbored aspirations toward Chun Yu. Chun Yu was undoubtedly aware of this as well. As the saying goes, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Currently, Tsunade and Chun Yu stood united on the same front. Having slain over 1,000 foes, you must be utterly exhausted. Allow me to assess if you have sustained any injuries. Tsunade began to scrutinize Chun Yu from head to toe. I am perfectly fine, Tsunade. I have not been injured. In the future, entrust me with any perilous tasks. Chun Yu's face bore the earnest smile of youth, tinged with both naivety and shyness. Tsunade felt her heart melting. Despite his strength, he was still just a child. Confronting over 1,000 adversaries would weigh heavily on anyone, even someone as seasoned as herself. Yet, Chun Yu exuded an aura of confidence, as if to say, I am well, you need not worry. So mature for one so young. He reminded her of her younger brother. Tsunade, ultimately a woman with a deeply sensitive heart, found herself unable to suppress her emotions upon discovering traces of her brother in Chun Yu. She enveloped him in a warm embrace. All right, you've worked hard. Quickly eat something and return to rest. Chun Yu, momentarily compressed by the softness of her embrace, found it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he nodded fervently. Oh, the friction, like the steps of a devil. Whoever claimed Tsunade lacked femininity was sorely mistaken. The essence of her charm was undeniable. Tsunade and her companions led Chun Yu back to rest while the troops continued their march. Although night operations posed certain risks, they were still within the borders of the Land of Fire. While some enemies remained, a significant portion had already been cleared by Chun Yu. Consequently, the remaining adversaries amounted to merely a few reconnaissance squads, insignificant in the grand scheme of the entire force. Unless they were completely irrational, they would certainly avoid provoking the main army. After advancing for a full 3 hours, they finally neared the border. Before them lay a massive stronghold resembling a town. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind was defined by a vast mountain range. With only a narrow passageway leading to the outside world, an expanse of battlefield nestled between the two lands. The entire stronghold is built against the mountains, providing a commanding view that makes it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Although the stronghold is quite extensive, Chun Yu understands that such grand fortifications often arise from significant conflicts. The troops swiftly mobilized, cooking, patrolling, all under Tsunade's directives, operating with remarkable order and precision. Meanwhile, the support unit opened a passageway for transporting supplies and injured personnel. Everything was prepared, awaiting the imminent battle. Due to Chun Yu's considerable strength, he was assigned to a room in the core area, akin to a small, independent villa. While the villa was merely a modest flat with a yard, it was a significant improvement over the crowded sleeping arrangements endured by ordinary ninjas. Chun Yu lit a bonfire in the yard, where Yugao and the 3 little ones engaged in light-hearted conversation while enjoying grilled meat, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a girl carrying a small pig pet entered, the ever-dutiful Shizune, Tsunade's personal attendant. Yugao-sensei, Chun Yu, Lady Tsunade is calling for a meeting, their essay mission, she announced with a smile. Upon hearing the word mission, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What splendid news! Just as he arrived, an opportunity to earn mission points had presented itself. Inside the tallest building of the stronghold, Tsunade wore a grim expression. When Chun Yu entered, he noticed that the senior leadership was already gathered. Welcome, take a seat, Tsunade greeted warmly, a smile breaking through her serious demeanor. Chun Yu nodded and took the seat reserved for him, the first position beneath Tsunade, which elicited no objections from the others. We have just received alarming news, Tsunade said, her fists tightening as she glanced at a report, her expression darkening. Our painstakingly established supply line has been compromised. A transport team of 50 has been entirely annihilated, and a significant amount of supplies has been looted. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the senior officials. The war had unfolded too rapidly. Despite their best efforts to prepare, essential supplies such as ninja tools, food, and medical equipment could not be gathered in just a day or two. The ancient saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must come first, but the urgency of the situation forced their hand. Now, with the supplies stolen, they had barely enough food to last 5 days, and the ninja tools they carried were alarmingly inadequate, likely only sufficient to withstand 1 or 2 assaults. The medical supplies were even scarcer, barely enough for one encounter. The sand ninjas were known for their use of poison. If the medical supplies were insufficient, many injured ninjas might perish. The sand ninjas would soon learn of their supply shortage and could strike at any moment. Re-establishing the supply line and gathering resources would take at least 2 days. The Sand Ninjas had long prepared for this war and would undoubtedly be well equipped. Therefore, Tsunade slowly rose, her expression serious, and declared, "Inform all ninjas to prepare for a fierce battle." Yes, despite the gravity of the crisis, the elite of Konoha remained resolute, their ninja spirit unyielding. "Prepare yourselves," she commanded, waving her hand as everyone began to disperse. "Chun Yu, stay for a moment." Tsunade sat back down, sighing heavily. Her eyes closed as she rubbed her aching head. She knew this war would be arduous. Who could have anticipated facing such a formidable challenge right at the outset? "Big Sister Tsunade," Chun Yu said dutifully from his seat. "I have a task for you," Tsunade replied, opening her eyes and fixing her gaze on him. "A task?" Chun Yu's eyes lit up. The moment had arrived. The opportunity to earn mission points was here. According to our intelligence, they also possess a supply line. Although they are well prepared and do not require immediate resupply, disrupting their supply line could exert some pressure on them, causing hesitation during their attacks. "Perhaps we could minimize our casualties," Tsunade explained. "Your mission is to lead a small team to sabotage this supply line. Remember, once you accomplish this, make your swift exit. Avoid any direct confrontation with the enemy's main forces," Tsunade emphasized, offering caution. Although she believed Chun Yu's abilities would make the task manageable, she worried about his impulsive nature. Just this afternoon, his attempt to gather intelligence had left her bewildered. "No problem, Big Sister Tsunade, leave it to me," Chun Yu boasted confidently, patting his chest. Tsunade felt a nagging sense of foreboding, yet the lack of manpower made it impossible to divide their forces. Chun Yu was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this mission. "Come in." Tsunade clapped her hands, and 10 individuals entered. "Chun Yu, this is our village's finest reconnaissance team. You should prepare to depart immediately," she introduced. Chun Yu scratched his head, pondering why he needed to lead 10 people when he could manage the task alone. Triggering side mission, lead 10 individuals to sabotage the Wind Country supply line and raid the Sand Ninja warehouse. Mission reward, 10 development points for the Tremor Fruit. At that moment, a familiar notification chimed in Chun Yu's mind, making his eyes gleam with excitement. This mission was perfect. While he could act swiftly alone, having more people would allow him to carry back more supplies. "Don't worry, Big Sister Tsunade, we'll set off right away. However, we might need to grab some supplies from the warehouse first." Chun Yu suddenly remembered. "That is fine. I've already spoken with them. Take whatever you need." Tsunade nodded in agreement. It was customary to gather supplies before embarking on a mission, especially with only 11 individuals involved. The amount they could take wouldn't be excessive. "Great." Chun Yu agreed, rising to lead his team toward the warehouse. The warehouse was located within a cave in the mountains, guarded by nearly 50 ninjas. This place was of utmost importance. With the supply line compromised, if the enemy infiltrated here, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Tsunade had stationed a significant number of guards. "Chun Yu." As he approached, a familiar voice called out. It was Lee. This time, apart from Sasuke, nearly all the newcomers from Konoha had assembled. While this war would inevitably bring loss, it also served as an invaluable opportunity for growth. Of course, Tsunade wouldn't let them face the battlefield directly. They were to assist in supportive roles instead. "I'm here to collect some supplies," Chun Yu greeted with a smile. "Lady Tsunade has already informed us." Lee led the way as they entered the cave. Shortly, they reached the cavern's interior, which had been hollowed out into an enormous space filled with various supplies. Weapons such as swords, axes, explosive tags, food rations, and medical supplies were stacked abundantly. Although this was a world of ninjas where jutsu was paramount, the chakra of a human body is finite. In battles involving thousands of participants, chakra would rapidly deplete. Ultimately, they would face hand-to-hand combat. Thus, cold weapons were of tremendous importance. "Wow, these must be the finest blades from our Konoha village, right? This one is incredibly expensive. I've seen it sold for 30,000 ryo." This time presents a perfect opportunity for Chun Yu to indulge in the selection of a weapon, relishing the thrill of it. The 10 individuals following him were captivated by the towering piles of weaponry beside them. These items constituted the reserves of Konoha, drawn out in preparation for war, leaving little of their resources intact. They instinctively believed that Chun Yu had come to procure weapons, explosives, and other such items. "Where are the scrolls?" Chun Yu suddenly inquired. Chapter 60. My lord, impulsiveness is a devil. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Yu led the 10 ninjas, each burdened with bulging backpacks, away with a flair that left everyone baffled. What was happening? Shouldn't they be carrying ample explosives and detonating tags to sabotage the enemy's supply line? Why were they laden with scrolls instead? The 10 were filled with confusion. They had anticipated acquiring superior equipment to savor the thrill of combat, yet here they were, encumbered with scrolls instead. We do not produce scrolls. We are merely transporters of them. Observing Chun Yu's enigmatic demeanor, they refrained from questioning him. The legend of Chun Yu had already spread across the battlefield. Truly, a powerful individual operates beyond conventional expectations. After departing the base, Chun Yu and his team advanced rapidly in a specific direction, aided by a map previously obtained from Konoha's reconnaissance. Suddenly, one ninja furrowed his brow. "My lord Chun Yu, there is a small squad of 100 ahead. What shall we do? Should we deter?" The gazes of the other 9 fell upon Chun Yu. Their mission was to disrupt the supply line, yet they were outnumbered. A mere 11 against 100. Although they acknowledged Chun Yu's formidable strength, alarming the enemy could lead to unforeseen consequences. If even 1 or 2 enemies returned to report their presence, the opposing leadership might discern their intentions and bolster their defenses, complicating their mission considerably. In such circumstances, taking a detour would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. "I noticed that long ago," Chun Yu replied confidently with a smile. "Rest assured, I have devised the most perfect route." A collective sigh of relief emanated from the group upon hearing his words. Thankfully, this time, Chun Yu had not lost his senses. "Then which route shall we take to circumvent them?" one individual inquired. Chun Yu pointed decisively ahead, his gaze unwavering. Straight ahead. They had expected Chun Yu to elaborate further. Yet after a prolonged silence, he simply uttered those 4 words. "My lord, what follows straight ahead?" Another ventured cautiously. And then, Chun Yu blinked in surprise. "Then we annihilate them, of course." The group was taken aback. "Please, my lord, we were just relieved you were being sensible. And now it appears you've gone completely off the deep end. How much have you had to drink before we set off? We are here to wreak havoc, not to be slaughtered like sheep. You may be fearless, but we are not. Even a few decent weapons would have sufficed. With an entire bag of sealing scrolls. How were they to engage? Would they hurl scrolls at the enemy to vanquish them? In a narrow encounter, the brave triumph. Chun Yu declared, clenching his fists and shouting. "Watch me take on 100 of them in this grand battle." With that, Chun Yu leapt forward. "Wait, my lord!" The group exclaimed in alarm. Impulsiveness is a devil. They were in a panic. There were 100 adversaries. Surely a few would manage to escape. Tsunade had explicitly stated to infiltrate quietly, avoiding confrontation. Was he trying to draw attention to himself? "Ah, you are not from Konoha? My apologies. I have some critically important intelligence to deliver to Lady Tsunade. I am merely passing through. Please disregard my presence." At that moment, a youth's panicked yet bashful voice rang out. The 10 were left in utter disbelief. What was happening? Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. A massive crater appeared in an instant. Chun Yu, as if teleporting, reappeared before them, clapping his hands together. "All done, let us proceed," he proclaimed, leading the way straight ahead as per their original route. The 10 stood agape, struggling to close their mouths. Chun Yu was indeed correct. Straight ahead was the way to go. They had eliminated a group of enemies and continued onward without further incident. This journey proved relatively smooth, as they had now entered the land of wind, where most of the adversaries were concentrated along the border, leaving fewer on the outskirts. Although the higher-ups in Sunagakure had considered the possibility of someone attempting to disrupt their supply lines, they swiftly dismissed the notion. In their view, a monumental battle was imminent, and Konoha, lacking in resources, would undoubtedly withdraw most of its forces to prepare for the fight. They doubted that Konoha had the capacity or manpower to engage in sabotage. Moreover, even if they did manage to disrupt operations, what difference would it make? They were well prepared and could sustain themselves for at least 2 months. In that time, no matter how severe the disruption, they would likely breach the front lines and capture Konoha. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the group finally arrived atop a mountain peak. From a distance, they could see a vast, straight road several kilometers away, impeccably constructed, starkly contrasting with the hastily modified paths of Konoha. Clearly, the enemy had been prepared. Indeed, the adversary's intent to eliminate them was unyielding. The 10 were nearly exhausted from carrying their heavy loads and hurrying along. How could they not be fatigued? Their reason for traveling such a distance was that on the opposite side of their peak stood another towering mountain, with the road winding between the 2 peaks across a wide plain several kilometers in width. Sabotaging the road here would incur the highest repair costs and consume the most time. My lord Chun Yu, what shall we do next? The 10 inquired eagerly. They understood that Chun Yu had a purpose for having them carry so many scrolls, and now they awaited the revelation of his plan. You all take a moment to rest and regain some chakra. Chun Yu smiled slightly, cracking his neck and flexing his fists. Leave it to me. But, my lord, if we all work together, the destruction will be expedited. One individual hastily interjected. The others nodded in agreement. They were in enemy territory. If all 10 of them acted, the noise would be too great and could easily draw the enemy's main forces to them. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade had advised that merely creating a deterrent effect would suffice. Moreover, the 10 of them were adept at reconnaissance, not destruction. We must allocate our roles effectively, Chun Yu earnestly explained. That makes sense. The 10 nodded in unison. Truly, Chun Yu was remarkable, a genius endowed with both strength and wisdom. My lord Chun Yu, please be cautious. We shall remain on guard. Before their attentive gazes, Chun Yu leapt into the center of the road. The 10 watched intently, eager to see how Chun Yu would go about dismantling the road. To their surprise, he merely stood there, surveying his surroundings, before clenching his fist and striking the ground with considerable force. Crack! The earth instantly caved in, fissures radiating outward. The group hastily stood, exclaiming, "Here it comes. The One-Punch Man of Konoha is here." However, as they observed, they were taken aback. Wait, why did the crack stop spreading? He only made a pit about 5 meters wide and less than 10 centimeters deep. What good is this? If the enemy arrives, they could probably repair the ground in under 10 seconds. Just as they were left in confusion, Chun Yu jumped back. Lord Chun Yu, isn't the level of destruction a bit too minimal? One individual cautiously remarked. It poses no hindrance whatsoever. No sooner had he spoken than, suddenly, boom, the earth in the distance began to tremble violently, akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake. The soil on the ground surged as if it were the surface of boiling water. And immense fissures, several meters wide and bottomless, emerged one after another. Even the mountain beneath their feet quaked ferociously. This tremor persisted for a full minute. Between the two peaks, a vast pit appeared on the plain, unfathomably deep. Chapter 61. Retrospective Extraction. Extracting your base, the 10 individuals stood utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could see what they had for dinner. My goodness, Lord Chun Yu, if memory serves, you just said to keep the noise down. Do not alert the enemy. Is this noise considered small? What did you just say? At that moment, Chun Yu turned to the ninja who had just spoken, stroked his chin, furrowing his brows in contemplation. You claim the destruction is too light? You make a valid point. No. The Konoha ninja frantically waved his hands, stuttering to express his thoughts. It's not light. Not at all. It's quite substantial. This extent of destruction would leave the sand ninja with nowhere to weep. Indeed, it is somewhat light. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 10 ninjas, Chun Yu nodded emphatically. Just wait. Chun Yu leapt into the air once more. My lord, think twice. This is sufficient. Why say such things when you've had your fill? I never anticipated this. Several rushed to intervene. But how could they possibly stop him? Before their hands could reach out, Chun Yu had vanished. In midair, Chun Yu wore a slight smile. Perfect. Time to test that technique. Divine Explosive Star. Chun Yu clasped his hands together with force and slowly spread them apart. In his hands, 100 black dots materialized. Goodness. Even Chun Yu felt a jolt of surprise. It took immense effort to conjure just one, and even the 6 paths Madara managed only a handful. Yet here I am starting with 100? Truly, it is a divine technique, remarkable. Chun Yu slowly extended his hand, and the 100 black dots, inconspicuous in the night, began to drift through the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The stones began to rise, forming 100 basketball-sized stone spheres suspended in the air. Almost there, Chun Yu pondered. It's better not to use the full version. A mini version will suffice. After all, Tsunade said to keep the commotion minimal and merely instill a sense of dread. Yes, I am indeed a well-behaved youth. In the next moment, Chun Yu unleashed the powers of the 3-color domineering, the Tremor Fruit, and the Flame Fruit. The 10 Konoha ninjas, still bewildered, were left clueless about Chun Yu's intentions, as the night had yet to brighten. Suddenly, they discovered over 100 fiery stone spheres hovering above them. They stood there, rendered speechless. Where did this come from? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Fall. At this moment, Chun Yu slowly parted his lips. The 100 basketball-sized stone spheres plummeted with astonishing speed. Their surfaces instantly ignited with flames approaching 1,000 degrees, adorned with the three-color domineering, while their cores pulsed with the power of the tremor fruit. Boom, boom, boom. The stone spheres, though small, carried terrifying energy and crashed into the ground, resulting in colossal explosions. The earth shook violently, even rising into a mushroom cloud. The explosion's radius reached 1 kilometer. The 100 stone spheres descended with ferocity, as if heralding the apocalypse. The 10 Konoha ninjas were utterly petrified. 2 of them almost forgot to breathe, nearly suffocating. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Not only was the path between the 2 peaks obliterated, but the expansive plain facing the land of wind was also carved into a terrifyingly deep pit. Flames erupted fiercely. A mission to disrupt the supply lines? Is this how it's to be accomplished? While they stood in shock, Chun Yu descended from the sky, standing beside them. This should suffice, right? If not, I can always do it again. No, the 10 exclaimed simultaneously. My lord, please no. It's not just sufficient. It's more than adequate. My lord, we should hasten back. With such a commotion, the enemy will surely be alerted and may be heading this way. One individual urged anxiously. All right. Chun Yu nodded. Let us proceed towards the enemy base. Just as several of them sighed in relief, thinking they could rest. They were once again dumbfounded by Chun Yu's words. The enemy base. My lord, why are we heading to the enemy base? To seize supplies. Chun Yu blinked, slightly puzzled. What else? Did you think I had you carry so many sealing scrolls for nothing? The group fell into shock once more. Goodness. So you were prepared from the very beginning. You intend to lead us to seize supplies, huh? What about the promise to heed Lady Tsunade's words? What about the vow to be each other's angels? Let us go. Chun Yu waved his hand grandly and leapt into the air. The 10 exchanged glances. Resigned to their fate. Following such a whimsical lord, they were unconcerned about seizing supplies from the enemy base. They would even confront the Hokage directly if necessary. They no longer cared. Following Lord Chun Yu would not lead to loss. Let us depart. I was initially fatigued, but the thought of seizing their resources filled me with vigor. I should have brought more scrolls. The group raced forward, energized. Along the outskirts of the road, Chun Yu and his companions advanced. Only upon nearing the enemy base, 3 kilometers away, did they notice several watchful units. Clearly, the enemy had also reduced their forces, likely preparing to launch an offensive in the next day or two. You 10, extend your hands. Chun Yu halted atop a tree, gently waving his hand. An invisible barrier of the tremor fruit materialized, encasing the 10 individuals and obscuring all traces of their presence. The 10 were momentarily taken aback by Chun Yu's command. Unsure of its purpose, yet obediently extended their hands. Chun Yu produced a kunai, pricking the fingers of the 10, and retrieved a summoning scroll. Mixing his blood with theirs and inscribing it onto the scroll, the group appeared somewhat bewildered. What is this for? However, they understood that while Chun Yu's methods were unconventional and reckless, he would never engage in futile endeavors. There was certainly a reason behind it. Stay here by this tree and rest. Do not venture out. The enemy will not detect you. Chun Yu instructed, casting a distant gaze toward the brightly lit enemy camp, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. In truth, with Chun Yu's strength, a single divine explosive star should suffice to annihilate them. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 aren't enough, 100 will do. However, a single Chunin exam can yield numerous missions. In such a grand conflict, the tasks are plentiful. Missing a mission would be a waste, and waste is a grievous crime. Let us move. Chun Yu snapped his fingers lightly, the tremor fruit barrier reappearing, and miraculously, Chun Yu's body became invisible. He leapt into the air, his observation haki fully activated. Soon, Chun Yu's gaze fixed upon a certain direction. In a seemingly inconspicuous small dark room lies an underground passage leading to their vast supply warehouse. Ah, the Sand Ninja. Gratitude for the bounty of food and equipment, dear comrades. Chapter 62. Can a ninja's actions be deemed theft? Within the Wind Country stronghold, a significant number of sand ninjas are stationed, particularly within a 3-kilometer perimeter, where nearly 100 10-man squads patrol incessantly, leaving no corner unmonitored. However, for Chun Yu, this vigilance is as good as non-existent. No matter how formidable their sensory abilities, they pale in comparison to the prowess of observation haki. Soon, Chun Yu swaggered towards the towering walls of the stronghold. 2 squads brushed past him, oblivious to his presence. Peering inside, Chun Yu could discern the internal situation of the stronghold with remarkable clarity. Despite it being the dead of night, the stronghold was ablaze with light, especially the central edifice, which stood out prominently as the command center of the Wind Country. A mere glance sufficed. He had no interest in the command center. Instead, his excitement was directed towards another unassuming small house, which housed the warehouse. Silently infiltrating the small building, it appeared insignificant at first glance, merely serving as the entrance to the warehouse, guarded by 2 elite genin. After all, they were within the stronghold. Should any incident arise, the elite genin would be capable of sounding the alarm even against a formidable opponent. The 2 sand ninjas, bored, began to converse. "Hey," one exclaimed with excitement. "I've heard their supplies are critically low. They can only last another week for food and strategic materials for just a couple of days. We are on the verge of capturing Konoha." "Absolutely." The other nodded in agreement. "Our supplies have been prepared for over 6 months. What's in this warehouse is enough for us for at least 2 months. Humph. We must ensure that Konoha pays for the death of the 4th Kazekage." Unbeknownst to them, Chun Yu stood just behind, eagerly eyeing the small building. "You two carry on slowly. I shall take a look inside. Farewell." Despite the seals placed by Chio, they posed no challenge for Chun Yu. With a subtle movement of the tremor fruit, the seals were instantly dismantled, freezing even the fluctuations in space. The 2 genin continued their idle chatter, completely unaware. With a body flicker technique, Chun Yu slipped into the room. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, with only the faint light filtering through the windows. Activating his observation haki, he swiftly located the entrance. Descending the steps, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a vast underground warehouse. Countless supplies were neatly arranged, towering like mountains. Without hesitation, he performed the summoning technique, swiftly forming hand seals and slamming his hands down. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, 10 individuals materialized. "What? So many supplies. What is happening?" Weave struck gold. As the 10 appeared and beheld the surrounding provisions, their eyes widened, and they began to salivate. My goodness. Though the Wind Country is the poorest, it is still a nation. The strategic supplies prepared by a country are undeniably substantial. Realization dawned upon them as they understood why Chun Yu had brought so many scrolls. The sheer volume of supplies could only be sealed and transported back through the scrolls. To carry them manually would yield but a fraction, and the challenge of breaking through back to Konoha would be uncertain at best. "You 3, gather the explosive tags." Chun Yu commanded without hesitation, selecting the most valuable items. Each of them carried hundreds of sealing scrolls, all of which were high-grade, capable of sealing numerous explosive tags. "First, seal them with the scrolls. If we run out, take as much as you can." "Understood." The 10 were invigorated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. What lay before them was strategic material, akin to gold. In times of war, currency devalues, but gold retains its worth. The sand ninjas had indeed invested heavily. These explosive tags were of high grade, each worth at least 4,000 ryo. Scarce and in high demand, these treasures would only appreciate in value, ensuring profit. "You 3, gather medical supplies." "Yes." "You 2, collect military rations, those seemingly the least valuable. These supplies were indispensable in warfare, hard currency." "You 2, secure ninja tools. Opt for the expensive ones." "Yes." Faced with such an abundance of resources, no one could maintain a calm demeanor. Each individual's eyes sparkled with fervent zeal as they sealed and stuffed valuable items into their pockets. Chun Yu paid them no mind. The more they could acquire, the better. After all, it was not their property. They could take as much as they pleased. As they gathered, excitement surged within them. Stealing? Could this truly be called theft? In the life of a ninja, could such actions be deemed stealing? This was a strategic transfer of resources. The worthy shall possess the treasures. By securing these supplies, the sand ninjas could retreat sooner, hastening the end of the war. This was a means of saving the lives of the sand ninjas. Otherwise, how many lives would suffice against a formidable fighter like Chun Yu? What were they? They were candles, burning themselves to illuminate others. 3 hours later, the 10 ninjas sat on the floor, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Their chakra was nearly depleted. For the first time in their lives, they understood the toil of hauling supplies. Yet, their efforts bore fruit. The warehouse had been nearly emptied. Those over 1,000 high-grade sealing scrolls were not taken in vain. "Withdraw." Chun Yu waved his hand, forming hand seals. Ninja art. Reverse summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, The 11 vanished in an instant. The next moment, they found themselves atop the tree where they had awaited. Chun Yu, filled with satisfaction, waved his hand grandly. Homeward, elated by their bountiful haul, the 10 ninjas sprinted towards Konoha, imagining the astonished face of Lady Tsunade. At the Sand Ninja stronghold, the aged Chiyo gazed at a massive map, a smile creasing her wrinkled face. Well done. Mobilize the army immediately. We shall launch our attack at dawn. I intend to catch them off guard. Rising, she slammed her hand onto the table, proclaiming loudly. Yes. The Sand Ninjas replied in unison. Chapter 63. Why not say so earlier? Chiyo sat within her chamber, assigning tasks. You squads will lead the charge tomorrow. Her words were abruptly interrupted when a figure burst into the room. Lady Chiyo, it's grave news. The 100-person squads we dispatched into the Land of Fire have all been annihilated. All of them. Chiyo paused, momentarily taken aback, her expression turning serious. Humph. Those Konoha fellows are swift in their actions. No matter, it won't affect the overall strategy. You may leave. Yes. The Sand Ninjas respectfully withdrew. We continue. Tomorrow. Several of your teams will bring people. Chiyo-sama, it's bad. Another person charged in. What now? Chiyo raised her head, frowning. Just now, a 100-person squad within the border was completely annihilated. We suspect that the people of Konoha have infiltrated. Oh, Chiyo scoffed. No matter, they are merely a few reconnaissance teams. Hardly a cause for concern. Yes. The Sand Ninja hurriedly departed. Where was I? Oh right. Chiyo tapped her forehead. You, Chiyo-sama. It's terrible. Before she could finish, another loud voice burst in, a figure rushing in like a whirlwind. What now? Chiyo's composure shattered. Are you all conspiring? One after another. Can I not finish my sentence? Chiyo-sama, a sudden earthquake occurred near the mountain range at the rear, and our supply line has been compromised. The Sand Ninja reported urgently. Then send someone to repair it. Chiyo's frustration peaked. The rear mountain is not far from here. The earthquake was not felt here, meaning it must not have been significant. The damage should be limited. Do I need to worry about such trifles? We can't fix it, the Sand Ninja replied. We simply cannot. Go see for yourselves. A massive pit has formed, utterly destroyed. There is no place to even stand. What do you mean you can't fix it? It's just a minor earthquake. You tell me you can't fix it. Chiyo furrowed her brow, seething with anger as she slammed her hand on the table. What are you all doing? What use are you to the Land of Wind? Chiyo-sama, the earthquake only occurred at the narrow entrance of the mountain range, with severe damage. Strangely, other areas remain unscathed. Furthermore, we were struck by a meteor shower. The Sand Ninja's expression turned peculiar. It was as if the meteors were aimed. Based on our analysis, nearly 100 meteors fell straight down our path, all hitting the road. The damage stretched for dozens of kilometers. Here are the photos. The Sand Ninja produced a collection of photographs and placed them on the table. What is this? Chiyo exclaimed. This is the rear mountain. What happened to the plain in the middle? How did it turn into a deep pit? Where's our road? Did these meteors actually fall in a straight line? Not a single one went astray. What kind of monstrous meteors have such power? Precision strikes? A group of high-ranking officials from the Land of Wind stared blankly after viewing the photos. What in the world is this? We have been ninjas for so long. Yet this is the first time we've heard of meteors with built-in targeting systems. After a moment of bewilderment, their gazes fell upon Chiyo. Chiyo was equally stunned, staring at the photos with her mouth agape, her eyes wide. Even at her age, she had never encountered such a situation. Chiyo-sama, could this be the work of Konoha? One person cautiously inquired. No. Such a level of destruction, even that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen could not unleash this intensity of ninjutsu, Chiyo scoffed. It is merely a coincidence. No need to worry. We still have a full 2 months' worth of supplies, and we can contact the village immediately to prepare for road repairs. Although the damage is severe, 2 months should suffice for recovery. Moreover, Konoha is unprepared and will not hold out for long. They may crumble at any moment, and at that time, we can directly invade the Land of Fire and seize their supplies. Chiyo decisively shook her head, exuding confidence. Indeed, Chiyo-sama speaks the truth. If we win this war, this damage is insignificant. Yes, Chiyo is indeed a veteran of multiple wars, a cunning old fox. With just a few words, she inspired morale and rallied their spirits. We will continue. Chiyo's finger traced the map. Just as she was about to speak, she glanced at the door. No one, right? There won't be any sudden interruptions now. Will there? As expected, no one is here. I can speak freely now. Yet, just as Chiyo opened her mouth, suddenly, another figure burst in. Chiyo-sama, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. Be quiet. Chiyo could no longer tolerate it. No matter how grave the situation, I will finish my sentence. Everyone, be silent. The ninja who entered was startled, immediately closing his mouth upon seeing Chiyo's fury. You two in the first squad, attack from the left. You two in the second squad, attack from the right. I will lead the main force from the front. Chiyo energetically assigned tasks, speaking for nearly half an hour. Konoha is unprepared, their morale must be low. We will strike hard and fast. Gentlemen, a month from today, we shall meet again in Konoha. I will represent the Sand Village to celebrate your magnificent achievements. Finally, after nearly concluding, she slammed the table and rallied everyone. Victory is ours. The high-ranking officials of the Land of Wind, invigorated, raised their fists in exuberant cheer, as if victory were within their grasp. All right, go to the warehouse and gather more supplies. Do not fear waste. We have ample reserves. Chiyo chuckled coldly. As long as we win this war, the resources we expend will be returned manifold. Yes. The crowd dispersed eagerly. What were you about to say? With the mission assigned, Chiyo finally felt relieved. Sitting back in her chair, looking at the sand ninja who had just barged in. Chiyo-sama, the sand ninja's expression was grim. His eyes and mouth twitching as he hesitantly uttered, "Our supplies have vanished." The room fell silent. What? Chiyo leapt to her feet, incredulous. What happened? When did it disappear? I was guarding the warehouse door with Ibito. Everything was fine, but suddenly, we noticed the door had blown open. There was a seal placed by Chiyo-sama on it, so it should not have opened by wind alone. We found it strange, went down to check, and found only a bit of food left, expired rations. The sand ninja stammered. Why didn't you say so earlier? Speak up sooner. Why didn't you say it sooner? Chiyo was furious. The sand ninja was on the verge of tears. I wanted to say it, but you wouldn't let me. Is this my fault? Chapter 64. Tsunade prepares a retreat plan at this moment. Within Konoha's camp, Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. The dawn was approaching, yet Chun Yu had yet to return. How long has it been? Tsunade glanced at Shizen beside her. Lady Tsunade. It has been 8 hours. Shizen checked the time. 8 hours. Tsunade's anxiety deepened. 8 hours was ample time for them to enter the Land of Wind. Enjoy a cup of tea, have a meal, and return. Could they have encountered an ambush? Tsunade suddenly thought of something. The higher-ups of the Sand Village are not fools. Especially that old fox Chiyo. They might have already made preparations. Although Chun Yu is strong, he lacks experience in warfare, and may fall prey to an ambush. No. We cannot wait any longer. Tsunade could no longer remain seated. She rose abruptly and instructed. Immediately dispatched 2 teams to investigate and ascertain whether Chun Yu has encountered any trouble, merely disrupting the supply lines. 8 hours have passed. That is ample time for 2 round trips. If he is yet to return, something must have gone awry. He is the most promising newcomer in Konoha. We cannot afford any mishap. Just then, a Konoha ninja rushed in, panting heavily. Lady Tsunade, according to our surveillance, the sand ninja began frantic mobilization 2 hours ago. They are likely preparing for a full-scale assault. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened considerably. So soon? Indeed. These wretched scoundrels are attempting to capitalize on our unstable footing and scarcity of supplies to launch an attack. This is truly a case of taking advantage of our misfortune. She slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth, and declared loudly, "We must endure until the road is repaired." Yes. The Konoha Jonin responded hastily. Just as he was about to leave with orders, a cacophony of footsteps echoed at the entrance. Guy and several other high-ranking Konoha officials entered in succession. Lady Tsunade, I heard the Sand Ninja are making significant moves. Are they preparing to attack? Guy inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, Tsunade replied gravely, slightly narrowing her eyes in acknowledgement. The high-ranking officials exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the urgency of the situation. Have they already made their move? We anticipated a few more days of peace. The swift action indicated that the Sand Ninja had detected our critical lack of supplies and aimed to deplete our forces prematurely. Kakashi's expression was equally grim. Lady Tsunade, should we devise a retreat plan? Asuma suggested, recalling something. Absolutely not. Guy interjected vehemently. Formulating a retreat strategy before a major battle severely undermines morale. However, based on historical warfare experience, our current supplies barely sustain 2 frontal engagements. If we wait until our resources are significantly diminished, it will be too late to formulate a withdrawal plan. Asuma sighed in resignation, I share your concerns, but the circumstances leave us no choice. Supplies. It all comes down to this damned scarcity. If we had sufficient resources, we wouldn't be so apprehensive. Tsunade slammed the table once more, startling everyone in the room into silence, exchanging glances, too intimidated to speak. The Wind Country's strength had never matched Konoha's. Yet they had chosen this opportune moment to strike while we were vulnerable. Just then, a languid voice broke through the tension. Sister Tsunade, I'm back. In the next instant, Chun Yu staggered through the door with a smile, followed by 10 Konoha ninjas. They were laden with large bundles, drenched in sweat, pale-faced, and visibly exhausted. Yet their expressions radiated excitement. What's the matter, Sister Tsunade? Why are you so irate? Chun Yu asked curiously upon entering. Wonderful, you've returned. Tsunade's eyes brightened, her heart lifting. She approached Chun Yu, inspecting him closely. You're not injured, are you? Rest well. The Sand Ninja have begun mobilizing their troops and are likely to launch a full-scale attack soon. Are we going to fight? Chun Yu's face lit up with excitement. After a restless night, he had only encountered a small squad of 100. A large-scale war promised more mission opportunities. By the way, Sister Tsunade, Chun Yu glanced at the 10 individuals behind him. We happened to procure some supplies. Oh, did you encounter a transport unit from the Wind Country? Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly, ruffling Chun Yu's hair. You've truly worked hard. While these 10 bundles appear substantial, in a war involving tens of thousands, this amount is merely a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, it was a kind gesture from Chun Yu. Now go and rest properly. Tsunade's demeanor shifted back to seriousness as she turned to her senior officials, stating gravely, Asuma is correct. Our supplies are severely lacking, and we must consider retreat routes. Ahem. Sister Tsunade, the supplies we brought back are sufficient. I believe we need not withdraw. Chun Yu interjected softly, rubbing his nose. Ha. Asuma laughed heartily, approaching Chun Yu to pat him on the shoulder. You're still too young. While these supplies may seem plentiful, a war involves tens of thousands clashing. This quantity is insufficient. Other high-ranking Konoha officials chuckled in agreement. Chun Yu pondered for a moment. I understand your reasoning. But the supplies I brought back are indeed adequate. His gaze fell on a Konoha ninja beside him, who had endured the previous night alongside him. They had developed a rapport. Understanding Chun Yu's intent, the ninja hefted a bundle and dropped it heavily onto the ground. The bundle burst open, revealing a cascade of scrolls. The Konoha officials were stunned. Ninjutsu scrolls. One exclaimed, We thought you had seized something valuable. Is this all you managed to pilfer? This worthless trinket is hardly better than a couple of swords. Amidst the disdainful glances, a Konoha ninja grasped a scroll and swiftly unfurled it, forming hand seals. Release the sealing technique. Boom. With the incantation, a multitude of explosive tags materialized, filling the conference room's long table to the brim. Everyone present was momentarily rendered speechless. The room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 65. I stole from the opponent's house. The high-ranking officials of Konoha stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they believed Chun Yu had merely disrupted a transport convoy while damaging the road, seizing a small portion of supplies. However, they never anticipated such an absurd outcome. Tsunade, equally astonished, shifted her gaze from the table to the floor, where the opened bundle revealed an astonishing array of scrolls. She swallowed hard, finally mustering the courage to ask Chun Yu, Are all these scrolls sealing scrolls? Indeed, Chun Yu replied matter-of-factly. Are all these sealing explosive tags? Tsunade hesitated, summoning her courage to pose a question she scarcely believed. Yes, indeed, Chun Yu affirmed, glancing back. This bundle contains them as well. Gasp. At this revelation, the Konoha officials collectively inhaled sharply. All of them. One sealing scroll contains so many explosive tags. These 2 large bundles. Nearly 1,000 sealing scrolls. Just how many did they seal? Asuma felt lightheaded, struggling to believe the sight before him as he picked up one scroll. He swiftly released the sealing technique. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he was instantly buried beneath a mountain of explosive tags. Is it really true? What about those other bundles? Kakashi, filled with disbelief, glanced at the remaining large bundles. Please, don't tell us those bundles are still filled with sealing scrolls, still containing supplies. Chun Yu instructed everyone to cast aside all their burdens on the ground. These 2 contain military provisions, these hold medical supplies, and these are filled with ninja tools. He elaborated with great enthusiasm. As he continued his presentation, The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly hushed. By the end, even the sound of breathing faded into silence. All gazes were transfixed on the scrolls scattered across the floor, akin to encountering a specter. The attendees were high-ranking officials of Konoha, at the very least special jonin. It was evident to them that the scrolls brought by Chun Yu were of superior sealing quality, and they understood the immense volume of resources they could encapsulate, sufficient to sustain them for 2 months. Where did you procure these supplies? Tsunade inquired, voicing a question that had long lingered in the minds of many. From the enemy's main base, Chun Yu replied with an expression of nonchalance. Where else would I acquire them? Isn't it obvious? Tsunade and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Chun Yu had indeed infiltrated the enemy's stronghold and returned with such a bounty? That was the heart of the enemy's territory, not merely a stroll in the park. Just how much did you manage to take? Guy, trembling slightly, asked in astonishment. Pretty much emptied it out. Just a bit of food remained, nearing expiration, which I left behind, Chun Yu recounted, scratching his head in contemplation. The 10 ninjas behind him nodded in agreement. The words emptied it out. Just a bit of soon-to-expire rations echoed incessantly in the minds of Konoha's high-ranking officials. This was the main supply depot of the Wind Country. They must have been preparing for war long before, stockpiling resources for years. And yet, they were taken by surprise as Chun Yu and his team had packed it all away using those sealing scrolls. Such actions were undeniably lacking in martial ethics, yet undeniably impressive. Wait a moment. Asuma suddenly recalled something and looked at Chun Yu incredulously. That was an enemy warehouse, heavily guarded. How did you manage to enter with 10 people without alerting them? And emerge unscathed? Can you outline the steps you took to retrieve the supplies? 3 steps. Chun Yu replied matter-of-factly. First, I opened the warehouse door. Second, I took out the goods. Third, I closed the warehouse door. Was there anything difficult about that? He wore a harmless smile as the high-ranking officials in the meeting room were left petrified. They exchanged blank stares, bewildered. How could a warehouse in the heart of the enemy camp sound so effortless in his recounting? Glancing at the 10 individuals behind him, they too eagerly nodded, affirming, Lord Chun Yu is absolutely right. We merely undertook simple transport tasks. Working under Lord Chun Yu is invigorating, safe, and fulfilling. Just moments ago, they had been troubled by inadequate resources and the need to prepare evacuation plans. Yet in the blink of an eye, Chun Yu had brought the solution right to their lips, resolving a significant dilemma for everyone. Well, with these supplies, we can sustain several battles. Thanks to Chun Yu, Tsunade remarked, shaking her head. Everyone has their little secrets. She chose not to pry further into Chun Yu's actions. With war imminent, they needed to continue preparing their battle strategies. This little rascal, I merely tasked him with disrupting their routes, and he ends up raiding their stronghold and bringing back supplies. All right, Chun Yu, take your team and rest. You've worked hard, Tsunade concluded. When there's a mission, call me right away. For the sake of Konoha, I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion. Chun Yu replied, reluctantly taking his leave with his 10 companions, who were indeed exhausted and hurried off to rest. What admirable youths! Having accomplished such a monumental feat, they remained humble and dedicated to illuminating Konoha. This embodies the will of fire. Truly remarkable young men. The high-ranking officials of Konoha were moved by Chun Yu's actions and began to praise him. Quickly, dispatch someone to unseal and inventory the supplies. Do not become complacent merely because we have resources. I sent Chun Yu to disrupt their routes, and given the time, he should have only conducted minor sabotage while spending the majority of his time transporting supplies. It won't be long before they can resume their logistics. With resources flowing in continuously, we must remain vigilant in our preparations for battle. Tsunade, having experienced multiple wars, did not allow the acquisition of supplies to lead her into complacency. She remained composed and focused. Yes, Kakashi and the others nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure burst through the door. It was a Konoha jonin, whom Tsunade had stationed outside for intelligence gathering. His face was etched with a look of intense urgency. What's wrong? Is the enemy attacking? Tsunade inquired swiftly upon seeing his expression. No, the jonin replied mechanically, shaking his head. Lady Tsunade, you'll understand when you see the photos. He produced a photograph from his pocket. The crowd hurriedly gathered around to examine it. The image revealed a scene of utter devastation, resembling an apocalyptic landscape, massive craters dotting the ground. Where's this? Kakashi pondered, unable to recognize the location. This is the route within the Wind Country, the Konoha jonin explained with difficulty. What? Impossible! Guy exclaimed in disbelief. I've been there on a mission before. It couldn't have been like this. This mountain looks familiar. Damn it. It truly is that route. How could it have changed so drastically? Did a tailed beast battle occur here? How many tailed beast bombs could have devastated the ground like this? Chapter 66. The Akatsuki organization takes the blame. The Great War begins at the Sand Ninja stronghold in the Wind Country. Chio led a group of high-ranking officials as they rushed into the warehouse in a state of panic. Upon entering, they were all taken aback. Where are the supplies? Where are our resources? The explosive tags piled high. The ninja tools bought at great expense. The medical supplies painstakingly prepared over the past 6 months. Where have they all gone? How could you have guarded this warehouse and allowed such a large quantity of resources to be stolen right under your noses without your knowledge? Speak. Are you in collusion with the enemy? Chio turned to the 2 guards at the warehouse, reprimanding them loudly. The 2 men, upon hearing this, became dazed and nearly burst into tears. This is an injustice. A tremendous injustice. Lord Chio, you also set seals here, and yet someone managed to open them? This matter cannot solely fall on us. Calm down, Lord Chio, a Sand Jonin interjected hastily. We firmly believe that these 2 would never betray the village. There must be some hidden truth to this. Oh, Chio, now calmed by this statement, furrowed her brow slightly and responded, what do you mean by that? The warehouse is located at the center of our main base, and it was sealed by you, Lord Chio. Even the 3rd Hokage's presence would likely cause quite a commotion. It is very possible that the perpetrators are not from Konoha. Perhaps they are. Chio instantaneously comprehended the situation, her murky, aged eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of unusual emotion crossed her face. You mean the Akatsuki that Scorpion has joined? Indeed, an elite jonin beside her spoke cautiously, still trembling with trepidation. Recently, they captured several Jinchuriki, displaying terrifying power. It's possible they're deliberately stirring chaos to seize resources. That is plausible, Chio mused. Nodding slowly after a long contemplation. She had previously encountered the Akatsuki, each member a formidable ninja with exceptional strength. Particularly, their leader was an exceptionally powerful individual, likely capable of employing some arcane ninjutsu to covertly unravel seals and steal all possessions. After all, the Akatsuki also required funds. Those despicable scoundrels. They must meddle even in warfare and have robbed us of so many resources. An elite jonin inquired, Lord Chio, what shall we do next? Should we alter our original offensive strategy? We cannot change it. Our supplies are already dwindling, and our routes have been severely compromised. A sudden shift in plans would undoubtedly arouse Konoha's suspicions. If they learn of our predicament, the consequences could be dire. We initially intended to rely on our abundant resources for a war of attrition. Now, we must strike decisively and conquer Konoha to seize their supplies. That is our only glimmer of hope. Chio's expression grew grave. Her teeth clenched in frustration. She felt on the verge of tears. My luck is utterly abysmal. A perfect start has devolved into this. The roads are beset by earthquakes and meteors. It will take at least a month or 2 to restore them. And to top it off, our well-stocked warehouses have been entirely looted, leaving only a paltry supply of nearly expired rations that we dare not consume. Who knows if those ruffians tampered with them before leaving? Fortunately, we had previously distributed supplies sufficient for one offensive. There remains a chance for a turnaround. Otherwise, we might as well surrender without a fight. Chio attributed all misfortunes to her ill fate, besieged by both natural and man-made calamities. Had she known that all this turmoil was orchestrated by Chun Yu, who had also profited from Konoha, she would likely have been driven to apoplexy. Yes, her subordinates nodded in agreement before hastily departing to prepare. Ding. Mission accomplished. Gained 10 development points for the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. As Chun Yu swiftly returned to his abode, the notification of his successful mission echoed. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit had now reached a development level of 60, acquiring the semblance of genuine cataclysmic power. Despite the reward, his thoughts were consumed with the coveted dark fruit. When would he be able to engage in combat? Currently, his task points numbered barely over 1,000, with much still to achieve. However, Chun Yu understood that such matters could not be rushed. Well then, I shall lie down for a while, he decided. Reclining on his bed, Chun Yu closed his eyes, losing track of time until a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted outside his door. He swiftly opened his eyes, rose, and dashed outside. Indeed, the Konoha forces were fully armed, adorned with an abundance of weaponry emblazoned with the Sand Ninja insignia. Initially puzzled upon receiving supplies from the Sand The Konoha troops soon learned of Chun Yu's plundering of the Sand's warehouses, an epiphany that left them both astounded and exhilarated, rekindling their morale. "We shall wield your weapons to vanquish you." What a delightful irony. Chun Yu was ecstatic. At that moment, an elite Chunin descended from the heavens, landing before Chun Yu. Reports from the front line indicate that the Sand Ninja have amassed tens of thousands of troops, advancing towards the border. War is imminent. Oh. Chun Yu was about to inquire further when a series of explosive sounds erupted from afar. In the distance, amidst the vast jungles along the border, countless figures surged forth like a swarm of ants. The alarm blared throughout the Konoha stronghold. Despite the overwhelming enemy numbers, Konoha was well prepared and remained unperturbed. The front lines had already engaged in battle. Capture the leader first. Pay no heed to the others. Let us rush in and seize Tsunade. Chiyo, amidst the throng, gazed towards the towering command center, swiftly approaching with a cadre of elite Sand Ninja. These individuals represented the pinnacle of the Wind Country's military might, converging like a sharpened blade, effortlessly breaching defenses and advancing towards the command center. "Tsunade, I have come specifically to see you. Are you still cowering in fear of blood? How much longer do you intend to hide?" Chiyo stood outside the command center, her laughter cold and mocking. Instantly, nearly 100 puppets appeared at her side, each wielding various weapons, repelling all approaching Konoha ninjas. Truly, she was the queen of puppetry. Each puppet bore the strength of elite Chunin, even Jonin. On the battlefield, Chiyo was an existence of shadow-level power, commanding a multitude of subordinates with the potential to alter the course of war. She was acutely aware that defeating Tsunade would lead to the disarray of Konoha's military spirit, resulting in an effortless victory and an immediate resolution to their resource scarcity. Chapter 67. Chun Yu beckoned, "Come here." Inside the tent, Tsunade's complexion was ashen, cowering in a corner, trembling with fear as her blood phobia flared anew. The deaths of her beloved and brother had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon her. With war reignited, Tsunade finally faced bloodshed once more, the shadows of her past resurfacing. What am I to do? Kakashi and Might Guy were frantic. Chiyo was an elite shadow-level fighter, and Tsunade was their only hope. There is also Chun Yu. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. This is the moment for youthful fervor. I shall stall this old woman. You must find Chun Yu, Guy urged. Be careful. Kakashi, not one to hesitate, understood this was indeed the best course of action. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped Kakashi as he vanished, darting to find Chun Yu. Guy turned to Lee, patting his shoulder. Lee, observe closely. This is the essence of youthful energy. The seventh gate, the opening of the shock of youth. Open. With his declaration, a torrent of violent chakra surged forth. Might Guy leaped into the air, gazing at Chiyo and her cohort from above, and without hesitation unleashed his ultimate technique. Ninjutsu. Peacock Dance. Countless flaming peacocks surged towards Chiyo and her group, a display of Konoha's azure beast's might. Chiyo, undeterred, exhibited keen interest, beckoning with her fingers as nearly 100 puppets ascended into the sky. The fierce battle commenced. A tremendous explosion erupted at the central stronghold, capturing Chun Yu's attention. As he lifted his gaze, Kakashi materialized at his side, urgently explaining the situation. They must have discovered the theft of their supplies, prompting this reckless assault to crush them in one fell swoop. You must delay them, allowing Tsunade to conquer her inner demons. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. Kakashi solemnly entrusted him. Small matter. Chun Yu patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. Delaying time? I am a professional at that. To vanquish all foes is indeed the most exquisite method of delaying time, is it not? I was just calculating, with the task point appearing distant and elusive. How might one concoct a grand spectacle to accrue some points? Yet, unexpectedly, the enemy delivered themselves to my doorstep. The Sand Ninjas are truly remarkable. Fearing my toil and the possibility of failing the mission, they even went so far as to provide takeout to my home. With such enthusiasm, how could I possibly refuse? I could only accept their offerings, dispatching each adversary with a single blow, sending them back to their homeland. I must send a banner of gratitude to the land of wind. Chun Yu, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the battlefield. At that moment, Might Guy was nearing the end of his stamina, gritting his teeth to persevere, a sliver of despair creeping into his heart. Is this the true prowess of a shadow-level warrior? Must I open the eighth gate and fight with all my might? Bang! With great effort, he shattered a puppet, only to find another 10 puppets armed with weapons, descending upon him from all directions. For the sake of Konoha, just as Might Guy was about to unleash the 8th gate, a figure suddenly surged forth. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, disintegrating the 10 puppets into dust. Chun Yu caught Might Guy with one hand, the other behind his back, wearing an expression of serene confidence. The imperial figure of the hidden leaf descended from the heavens. Having saved Might Guy, Chun Yu inadvertently glanced at the task points, and he was immediately stunned. The task points had increased by 50. One puppet yields 5 task points. Incredible! How could there be such a bounty? Could it be that these puppets belong to Chiyo, a shadow-level powerhouse? Their quality under her manipulation is significantly high. This is fantastic. My efforts have not been in vain. Chiyo, you shall not leave unscathed. I shall extract every ounce from you. With danger looming, I must focus on the battle. I cannot lose my concentration. The divine dark fruit awaits me at 100% development, beckoning me. Panting heavily, Might Guy leaned against the doorway, his bones aching as if they were fracturing. Rest easy, teacher Guy. I shall handle this old woman, Chun Yu declared, rising to stand at the entrance of the stronghold, casting a sly grin towards Chiyo. He extended a finger and beckoned her. Come here, Nanny. It's him. The sand ninja standing behind Chiyo recognized him instantly, his face reflecting terror, instinctively taking a step back. Lady Chiyo, he is the one Lord Maki spoke of, the newly emerged strongest rookie of Konoha. Oh, is it him? Chiyo's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor becoming more solemn. Let me see what you are truly capable of, young man. When Maki returned, he recounted Chun Yu's feats. A mere glance had frightened Shikaku, leaving Gaara still in a coma. Moreover, he had incapacitated Orochimaru with a single strike, rendering him currently silent and hidden. Chiyo, though astonished, remained skeptical. How could a young newcomer possess such power? Perhaps it was not solely Chun Yu's doing, but rather the assistance of other powerful ninjas from Konoha. Or maybe Shikaku was merely feigning defeat. After all, he had done so before. As for incapacitating Orochimaru, that cunning fellow. Who knows what schemes he is plotting? People are often like this. Hearing is believing, seeing is reality. Without hitting a wall, one will never turn back. However, despite her doubts, Chiyo, being a wily old fox, was prudent. When hunting a rabbit, one must use their full strength. Thus, she resolved to maximize her output. Regardless of whether this lad truly possessed such prowess, eliminating him would resolve her concerns. You lot, hold back these elite ninjas from Konoha. Once I dispatch this boy, I shall deal with Tsunade. With a grave expression, Chiyo stepped forward, and instantly, countless puppets surged towards Chun Yu. Whoosh! Countless ninja tools flew from all directions towards Chun Yu, their tips coated with a virulent purple-green liquid, clearly laced with deadly poison. As a premier puppeteer, Chiyo's mastery over her creations was unparalleled. Each joint and component of her puppets could harbor lethal traps. How dare he not evade? Chiyo scoffed. These are coated in deadly poison. A mere brush with them means certain death for you. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chiyo could finish her sentence, a plethora of poison darts struck Chun Yu, yet he remained unscathed. Nanny, his defenses are astonishingly robust. Lightning release, perhaps? Chiyo, being a powerhouse of the same generation as the third Hokage, was well versed in the secrets and techniques of various ninja villages. With such an extraordinarily resilient individual guarding the entrance, slaying Tsunade would indeed prove challenging. However, despite the difficulty, Chiyo remained unfazed. After all, she was an established powerhouse with her own strategies. She beckoned. Almost 100 puppets converged instantly. Yet, Chun Yu paid them no mind. He neither dodged nor evaded, allowing their attacks to land upon him as he charged excitedly towards Chiyo. This Chiyo, summoning puppets, felt akin to a video game where one could infinitely respawn and level up. Hee. Chiyo, how many more puppets do you have? Bring it on. Grant me your points without hesitation. The puppets are not truly gone. They merely accompany you in a different form. Observing Chun Yu's wild dash and the unsettling grin upon his face, Chiyo felt a surge of anxiety. This lad had suddenly become rather intimidating. His fierce momentum resembled that of a rampaging bull. Yet, being an experienced ninja, she forced herself to maintain composure, continuously evading, her aging eyes squinting as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Chiyo's lips, and her hands swiftly formed a seal. Foolish boy, you've fallen into my trap. Chapter 68. Chiyo, my poison is impressive. I am confident Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Only then did he realize he was encircled by nearly 100 puppets. They had all opened wide their mouths, revealing long nozzles. Hiss! Countless black-purple smoke billowed forth, enveloping Chun Yu entirely. This is bad. Is it the Wind Country's deadly poison? Kakashi, witnessing this from the sidelines, was alarmed, but it was too late to warn him. The Wind Country, being the most desolate among the 5 great shinobi nations, harbors vast desert lands. Yet, it is precisely this desolation that has birthed a plethora of unique and venomous creatures. Scorpions, snakes, venomous spiders, and a variety of toxic insects. After decades of research, the Sand Ninjas have developed a terrifying arsenal of poisons. As the supreme puppeteer, Chiyo's poison is even more fearsome. You may withstand my attacks, but can you withstand my poison? Chiyo chuckled darkly, unleashing a toxic mist that was as costly as it was lethal, pouring forth with abandon. To eliminate such a promising young man from Konoha, no price would be too high. Whoosh! Just as Chiyo finished speaking, a figure burst forth from the poisonous fog. It was Chun Yu. Seeing that his skin had taken on a slight purplish hue, a smile finally appeared on Chiyo's wrinkled face. Haha, once touched by the poison, you are doomed. Enough with the chatter. For Konoha, I shall ascend to the heavens, spilling my fervent blood, relentlessly advancing. Even if it comes to my last drop of blood, when the chaos of yin and yang unfolds, I will dye the heavens with my ninja way. Chun Yu, filled with fervor, raised his fist to strike. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were moved to tears. Even Chiyo gazed upon Chun Yu with a hint of regret. What an exceptional young man. How wonderful it would be if I were born in the Sand Village. Alas, while I lament, my actions remain unyielding. The puppets surrounding Chun Yu have intensified their assault. Of course, with his formidable strength, he could obliterate them all with a single punch. However, should he do so, the remaining sand shinobi would undoubtedly scatter like frightened birds. Moreover, there are so many puppets valued at 5 points each. Killing Chiyo at this juncture would be unwise. The mission would surely fail. Chun Yu is not so foolish. I must feign being truly poisoned, appearing weak, allowing you to believe that with a little more effort, you could vanquish me. Yes, everyone, keep pushing. I am on the brink of death. Chiyo once again leaped back, using 2 puppets to block Chun Yu's attack. Coughing violently, Chun Yu suddenly began to cough harshly, his complexion paling significantly, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Chiyo felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Boy, do not think you can evade my poison by holding your breath. Once my toxin touches your skin, it will seep in immediately. You are at your limit and cannot endure much longer. I advise you to remain still. It may grant you a few more minutes of life. Humph. Chun Yu weakly lifted his head to stare at Chiyo. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Stubborn little brat. Do you know that this poison is crafted from 99 different toxins? Not even an S-class beast could withstand it for more than a few minutes. The more you struggle, the faster the toxin spreads. Even if I were to give you the antidote now, it would be too late. Chiyo beckoned with her finger, and the 10 puppets immediately closed in, smirking coldly. Rest assured, I can guarantee that you will perish before me. Once you are gone, I shall dance atop your grave and offer sacrifices to accompany you. A hint of mocking defiance graced Chun Yu's pale face. Damn brat. Chiyo's fury ignited, and she commanded her puppets to attack Chun Yu relentlessly. Bam! Chun Yu shattered one with a single punch. Humph. Even in this state, you still possess such strength? The old man Sarutobi's management of Konoha has certainly produced some anomalies, but it won't be long now. No more than 30 seconds. Although Chiyo felt a pang of regret at losing a puppet, it was a worthy exchange for Chun Yu's life. Bam! Bam! After 30 seconds, Chun Yu remained unchanged, having destroyed 2 more puppets. He hasn't died yet. Could it be related to his blood limit? Humph. Even so, what of it? He can hold out for at most a minute. Chiyo was slightly taken aback, but quickly resumed her frenzied assault. A minute later, bam! Bam! 3 more puppets exploded under Chun Yu's might. Chiyo felt bewildered. How is he still unscathed? Could it be that, as my old rival, Konoha has developed antidotes specifically against my toxins? Perhaps that is the reason for his resilience. But that is all. My poison cannot be countered by anyone but me. 10 minutes later. Bam! 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 Chiyo stared at the solitary puppet remaining beside her, sinking into deep self-doubt. What the hell is going on? Why? After enduring the relentless attacks of dozens of puppets, is this brat still alive and kicking? Chun Yu shook his hand, unable to contain his complaints. It's a bit rough on the hands. To avoid revealing his full prowess, Chun Yu merely employed his Hokage defense. This old woman truly possesses the strength of a Kage, a supreme ruler in the realm of puppetry. These specially crafted puppets are sturdy and of high quality. Hehe. Despite the effort, my mission points have increased by over 100. Poisoned. What a joke. Can I still be poisoned? Not to mention, with a layer of Haki. Not even toxic gas could harm me, let alone a spider biting me. Furthermore, I have the barrier of the Gura Gura no Mi. The faint layer of purple mist was merely a ruse, a facade to deceive my enemies. Moreover, I possess the divine burn fruit, no matter how potent the poison. Can it withstand high temperatures? I could transform into a fiery being, incinerating any toxin. Chio, perplexed, pondered why Chun Yu, who had clearly been poisoned, was still alive. This boy must harbor secrets I am unaware of. However, in the vast world of ninjas, encountering the extraordinary is not surprising, even if your blood limit is peculiar. I remain confident in my poison. Judging by his feeble appearance, he cannot last much longer. Although Tsunade is currently battling her inner demons, Chio knows she is no ordinary woman. If Tsunade overcomes her struggle and stands against her, it would spell trouble. I cannot delay any further. It is time to unleash my trump card and eliminate this boy. Chio swiftly retrieved a scroll, performed hand seals, and slammed it onto the ground. Do not mind them. Charge in and eliminate Tsunade. Chio shouted, and the Sand Shinobi immediately unleashed their full offensive. Kakashi and the other Konoha ninjas suddenly felt the pressure intensify. Boom. Accompanied by billowing smoke, 10 uniquely designed white-robed puppets appeared. This was Chio's ultimate technique, her secret weapon, the White Secret Technique, the 10 Men of Kinai. Without further ado, Chio beckoned with her finger, and the 10 puppets sprang to life. At last, she has revealed her trump card. Chun Yu felt a surge of excitement. Finally, the ace is out. Look at the appearance of the 10 men. High class and sophisticated. In my past life, these would have been considered VIP-level puppets. An SSR in the realm of puppetry. The mission points are sure to multiply. Just as Chun Yu prepared to strike, suddenly, the gates of the Konoha base swung open. And a strikingly beautiful woman, her complexion slightly pale, emerged. Chapter 69. Chun Yu. To all present, it is none other than Tsunade. Tsunade, it has been a while, Chio. Upon our first meeting, you arrive with such a large entourage. I am quite flattered. Tsunade smiled slightly, clenching her fists as her immense strength surged forth. You have overcome your fear of blood. Chio furrowed her brows, realizing the gravity of the situation. I have been delayed by this brat for too long. This is troublesome. If it were just Tsunade, I would not be overly concerned, but Chun Yu remains at her side. Do not underestimate him. Despite his current frailness, he is a force not to be dismissed. Anyone capable of obliterating my puppets with a single punch could launch a surprise attack while I am engaged with a skilled opponent. I would surely be unable to withstand it. Tsunade-sama. The Konoha ninjas erupted in joyous cheers upon seeing Tsunade. One Chun Yu, one Tsunade. 2 Kage-level powerhouses against a single Chio. Victory is assured. There is no time. Chio's pupils constricted slightly, and with gritted teeth, she decisively turned to flee. Retreat. This battle had nearly exhausted all resources of the Wind Country. Failure was not an option. Although Chun Yu was gravely poisoned and Tsunade appeared pale and likely not at her peak strength, even so, 2 against 1 left no guarantee of victory. And I cannot afford to gamble. I must withdraw, waiting for Chun Yu to succumb to the poison, and then I may find an opportunity to turn the tide. However, if I lose this gamble, the Wind Country would have no means to retaliate. With Chio's command, the Sand Shinobi, well trained, swiftly retreated. Offense is a requisite skill, but retreat is the utmost priority for a ninja. Victory is trivial. True prowess lies in the ability to escape when faced with defeat. Do not flee. Stay and revel in the moment. Your long hair cascades to your waist. How delightful it would be to strike you down. Just as Chio prepared to retreat, Chun Yu felt an urgent pang and leapt forward to pursue. Tsunade, her expression tinged with anxiety, seized Chun Yu's arm and whispered, "Do not pursue a desperate foe." Chun Yu paused, caught off guard by the delicate grip of her hand. "I am Shizune," she murmured softly beside him. Chun Yu was taken aback. So this Tsunade was actually a disguise crafted by Shizune. Tsunade had heard of your poisoning and became alarmed. managing to overcome her inner demons to regain clarity. She sent me to deliver an antidote. Are you unscathed? Shizune hastily examined Chun Yu for any signs of distress. Chiyo's poison is notorious in the world of ninjas. Even a formidable warrior like Chun Yu could succumb to it. Rest assured, I am fine. Chun Yu replied with a smile, shaken by the thought that Tsunade had battled her own fears for his sake. A mere toxin cannot harm me. Thank goodness. Shizune exhaled in relief, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, numerous leaf ninjas are currently pursuing the fleeing sand ninjas. Tsunade-sama has instructed you to take charge of the leaf's combat efforts in her stead. Shizune spoke in hushed tones, her palms clammy with sweat, her complexion pale from fear. After all, she was not Tsunade. Her unease was palpable. Yet, it seemed their ruse had indeed frightened Chiyo away, though Tsunade had not vanquished her inner demons. Her calm directive indicated that she was not far from transformation. Ding! A side quest has been triggered. Lead the leaf forces to repel the enemy. During this time, the number of enemies defeated by the leaf ninjas will count as mission points for the host, with a reward of 10 points towards the development of the god-level conqueror's haki. Chun Yu had intended to continue his pursuit. 10 individuals, the trump card of Chiyo. How could he not earn 50 mission points? Suddenly, he heard a notification in his mind. Another quest. The best part is, as long as the leaf ninjas slay enemies under his command, the points would be credited to him. This meant he had thousands of laborers at his disposal. The system understands me. Haha. Since Chiyo's escape route had already been obliterated, he would first deal with the remaining sand ninjas before pursuing her. One must not sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree. Kakashi-sensei, you rest. Leave this to me. I excel at combat. Chun Yu's face beamed with joy. But are you certain you are all right after the poisoning? Kakashi inquired, momentarily taken aback. Though Chun Yu was undeniably capable, he had just engaged in battle with Chiyo, and fatigue could be a factor. Kakashi-sensei, fret not. I am fine. However, I need you to assist me with something. Chun Yu said as he approached Kakashi and whispered a few words in his ear. Initially, Kakashi remained unfazed, but as he listened further, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. All right. Leave it to me. Kakashi understood Chun Yu's intent. He sighed inwardly, contemplating the sand ninjas. Why can't you live peacefully? What compels you to ignite war? And now you face a monster like Chun Yu. This time, misfortune awaits you. Nevertheless, the two sides were adversaries, and Kakashi felt no sympathy, quickly preparing for action. Chun Yu, filled with enthusiasm, leapt towards the front lines. Although Chiyo had ordered a retreat, the lengthy battlefield of thousands engaged in combat meant the command would not reach everyone swiftly, particularly as the enemy lacked a charge signal. At this moment, both sides had nearly exhausted their chakra and had resorted to brutal hand-to-hand combat. The carnage was intense, with casualties every moment. Arriving at the heart of the conflict, where the throng was densest, was an ideal opportunity for Chun Yu to shine. Cease all hostilities. Leaf ninjas, fall back behind me. Chun Yu suddenly bellowed, his voice amplified by the powers of the Tremor Fruit, resonating like the roar of a tiger, sending shockwaves through the area. The overwhelming sound momentarily stunned the sand ninjas, causing their movements to falter. The leaf forces seized the opportunity to retreat, regrouping behind Chun Yu, creating a vacuum of approximately 50 meters between the two factions. Sand ninjas. Heed my words. The world of ninjas is not merely about bloodshed, but about human connections. We should value peace. I speak for your benefit, for you cannot defeat me. I merely state a fact, and the evidence stands before you. Observe that formidable sand ninja, Maki, who once showcased his ninjutsu before me. Merely a trivial display. Chun Yu shrugged nonchalantly from atop a tree, spreading his hands wide. Who are you calling trivial? Maki seethed, his nostrils flaring in anger. This is an affront. I am a distinguished jonin of the sand. Though you are strong, our numbers can overwhelm you. Hold on, hold on. Chun Yu interjected hastily, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Do not misunderstand. I do not target you specifically. I meant to imply that all present sand ninjas are insignificant. This declaration, enhanced by his fruit's ability, spread across much of the battlefield. In an instant, the sand ninjas erupted with indignation. What? You arrogant brat! Maki shouted. Order an attack. I shall personally snap your neck. The sand ninjas were on the verge of fury. Just then, Kakashi arrived with a 100-man squad, stealthily infiltrating various parts of the battlefield. Seeing that the stage was set, Chun Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Master, This phrase remains potent even in the world of Naruto. While it may not inflict great harm, it is deeply insulting. The sand ninjas were ready to unleash their wrath upon him. I advise you not to approach, Chun Yu added, stoking the flames further. We possess many explosive tags. Should you advance, you may inadvertently harm both the sand and leaf, disrupting our bonds. Preposterous, Maki retorted, his frustration boiling over. Do not presume we are ignorant. Your leaf's resources are insufficient. How could you possibly possess explosive tags? If you truly had them, why not use them earlier? Chun Yu hesitated for a moment, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment at being caught in a lie. The leaf's shadow has emerged. Look, he has been exposed. Do not fear. Charge forth and eliminate that brat. Maki rallied his comrades, emboldened by Chun Yu's discomposure. The sand ninjas, united in purpose, surged forward, weapons drawn with fervor. Release, Chun Yu exclaimed, his laughter radiant as he seized the moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With his command, countless shurikens rained down upon the sand ninjas. Is this truly all you have? This must be the last of your leaf resources. Maki scoffed, deflecting shurikens with his sword, sneering all the while. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he examined one of the shurikens closely. What in the world? He realized it bore the emblem of the Land of Wind. Wait, could it be that the ones who raided the supply depot were leaf ninjas? Maki stood frozen, his mind a blank slate as confusion enveloped him. The battlefield has once again shifted. Whoosh. The second wave of kunai, each tethered to a delicate string, or a fluttering piece of paper inscribed with enigmatic patterns. Adorned in the corner with the emblem of the Wind Country. Is that an explosive tag? Indeed, it is an explosive tag. How could they possess so many? Wait, this explosive tag bears our Wind Country's insignia. So many. Have the Leaf Village ninjas emptied our warehouses? At this moment, many sand ninjas have begun to sense something amiss, their expressions shifting in horror. Retreat quickly. Those at the forefront, having discerned the danger, sought to fall back. But those behind remained oblivious, pressing forward in a frenzy. Boom. Amidst the terrified and despairing gazes of countless sand ninjas, the thunderous sound of explosions erupted. Fiery blasts surged through the jungle, relentless and densely packed. The sand ninjas cried out in agony amidst the chaos. The Leaf Village, meanwhile, reveled in the excitement of the onslaught. They delighted in using the enemy's resources, tossing one for every two they launched. No remorse here. Chun Yu leisurely perched upon a tree, watching as the underlings diligently completed tasks on his behalf. Every few seconds, he glanced at the soaring numbers of his mission points. They skyrocketed from just over 1,000 to more than 5,000 in an instant. Soon, he was on the brink of surpassing 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Just as the numbers crossed the 8,000 mark, the rate of increase abruptly slowed. Chun lifted his gaze and beheld the sand ninjas fleeing the explosion zone. Not daring to look back, their shoes were left behind. The Leaf ninjas, noticing the retreat, hastily retracted their explosive tags, for such items were rather costly. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a vast vacuum formed in the once dense jungle, stretching nearly 500 meters wide, utterly devoid of life. Reduced to rubble by tens of thousands of explosive tags. As for the bodies of the sand ninjas, they had long been obliterated to smithereens. The Leaf ninjas collectively turned their gaze toward the slender figures standing at the forefront, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. War begets leaders. Chun Yu, who once merely bore the shadow of a leader, had now emerged as the unequivocal leader in the hearts of the Leaf ninjas. At such a young age and with such prowess, he surpassed even the legendary White Fang, the Flash, and the Sannin. With his singular strength, he had reversed the tide of battle, allowing the Leaf Village, teetering on the brink of destruction, to stage an instant turnaround. With casualties numbering only in the hundreds, he had dealt a devastating blow to the enemy, sending back a force of nearly 10,000. Who could accomplish such a feat? Even the third Hokage himself would likely falter. It was said that this lad was once the bottom of the academy, a decade of obscurity, and suddenly he is renowned across the land. The road back to the Wind Country is severed. Who in the world does not recognize you now? Boom. At that moment, a puff of white smoke materialized beside Chun Yu. It was Tsunade. Though her complexion was somewhat pale and her body trembled slightly, she had evidently begun to conquer her fear of blood, maintaining her composure in the face of war. She intended to offer support, but upon arrival, she found herself perplexed. Where did the enemy go? What are all these craters? Kakashi, standing beside Tsunade, explained the sequence of events. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chun Yu in disbelief. You commanded this battle. Indeed. Chun Yu nodded, a bashful smile gracing his face, exuding an air of harmlessness. Well done. Tsunade chuckled, patting Chun Yu on the shoulder. Gather the troops, assess the casualties, and distribute supplies. Although the sand ninjas are unlikely to attack again, we must remain cautious. Just then, Shikamaru, one of the newcomers on the battlefield, interjected, I believe we should send a unit to pursue the enemy. After such a significant victory, failing to follow up would surely raise their suspicions. They will likely think that Chun Yu has succumbed to poison or that you, Lady Tsunade, are still in a weakened state and thus hesitant to pursue. Perhaps Granny Chio will send reinforcements to retaliate, leading us into a devastating conflict. While we are not afraid, it would certainly incur losses. Pursuing the enemy not only effectively weakens the sand ninjas, but also establishes our stance, potentially averting future conflicts and further reducing casualties. After all, we in the Leaf Village are engaged in multi-front warfare. The Land of Lightning has also dispatched troops to pressure our borders, and war looms ever closer. Conserving resources and recuperating would allow us to support them. Naturally, our pursuing unit must be led by a formidable warrior, despite their defeat. The enemy still numbers in the thousands, not to mention Chiyo's presence. Shikamaru truly proved himself as the intellectual representative among the newcomers, inheriting his father's exceptional intellect. Shikamaru makes a valid point. Tsunade considered for a moment before nodding slightly. But who shall we send? I cannot go myself, as the commander of the three armies. I must not personally intervene until the final battle. At this juncture, I cannot leave the main camp. Kakashi, though he is an elite jonin, he may not be a match for Chiyo. Tsunade, this mission must be mine. Chun Yu declared with a valiant expression, stepping forward with the determination of a champion. I, Chun Yu, am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. Despite Chun Yu's youth, his capabilities were evident, and he would surely not suffer significant losses. Truly, he is the first rookie king in the history of the Leaf Village. Remarkable indeed. Chapter 71. The surge of laborers. Though it had been decided that Chun Yu would lead, Tsunade harbored some concerns. Pursuing the enemy was acceptable, but they must exercise caution and not fall into any ambushes. Though the sand ninjas had suffered heavy losses, their higher-tier combatants remained largely intact, still posing a threat. Our main objective is to mislead the enemy. Upon achieving our aim, we must return swiftly and avoid engaging in a prolonged fight alone. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade could not resist reiterating her warnings. Understood. Chun Yu nodded vigorously. Tsunade, do not worry. I comprehend the risks. The sand ninjas' high-ranking combatants are still a threat. We cannot advance recklessly. It is merely a small skirmish. As long as we reduce their forces to a single unit, all will be isolated. Then both sides will be alone, posing no threat at all. I, Chun Yu, am the master of one-on-one combat. The logic was impeccable. If Tsunade were to learn of Chun Yu's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly confine him to a small, secluded room deep within the command center, sealing the door with 3 layers of seals. Each time, he managed to extract an entirely different meaning from the tasks I assigned, one that I could hardly comprehend. How do you accomplish this? I am on the 1st level, and you are on the 5th? The arrow is knocked, it must be released. Although Tsunade held some apprehension, the urgency of the situation could not be delayed. Soon, Tsunade selected 10 Jonin and 100 Chunin from the reserve force to serve under Chun Yu. As they had not participated in the recent battle, they were well rested and stocked with chakra. Such elaborate arrangements were made to ensure their performance appeared authentic, at least enough to instill caution in the sand ninjas, preventing them from daring to provoke the Leaf Village again. Brothers, let's move out. Chun Yu joyfully accepted the 110 laborers. With a grand gesture, they set off. Yes, Lord Chun Yu. The group eagerly followed Chun Yu as they surged toward the front lines. They had heard tales of Chun Yu's legend. Joining this great figure on the battlefield was both safe and promising for merit. Chun Yu's remarkable achievements in the white-clad sand crossing have already made waves in Konoha. Observing the morale of his subordinates soaring, Chun Yu felt a surge of confidence in his forces. The spirit of the working class is indomitable, for laborers are truly exceptional. As Chun Yu and his companions set forth, Tsunade was also busy assessing casualties, treating the wounded, clearing the battlefield, and fortifying defenses. There remained much to be done. Tsunade glanced at the chaotic battlefield not far away, still haunted by the memories of bloodshed. Though she could maintain her composure amidst the carnage, her long-standing fear of blood was not easily overcome. At that moment, Chiyo's expression was grim as she led the ninjas of the Wind Country in a hasty retreat. Their previous stronghold had long been abandoned, and this surprise attack had not succeeded. Tsunade had conquered her fear of blood, yet faced an immensely powerful and enigmatic Chun Yu. Konoha's fortunes were flourishing. In contrast, she faced the theft of resources, a failed initial assault, and dwindling puppet forces. Morale was low. Remaining at their original stronghold could spell disaster. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. One cannot judge a hero solely by fleeting triumphs. A ninja must endure when the time calls for it. It was time to withdraw, regroup, and send a few men across the mountains to establish a new supply line. Although the mountains posed significant challenges for transporting supplies, it was far better than having nothing at all. Tsunade, just you wait. Heaven may have aided you once, but it will not do so a second time. The closer you draw to the Wind Country, the more disadvantaged you become. When our supplies are replenished while you struggle to feed your own, victory will ultimately be ours. Chiyo, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, held a mindset far beyond the ordinary. Chiyo-dano. At that moment, a bloodied figure, barely clinging to life, rushed towards them. It was Maki. Maki, what is the situation on the front lines? Has everyone retreated? Chiyo inquired urgently. Maki hesitated, his expression peculiar, and finally gritted his teeth to respond. Chiyo-dano. The front lines suffered devastating losses. We lost nearly a third of our forces. I understand. Get to the point, Chiyo replied, her demeanor unchanged. As if the loss of so many Wind Country ninjas was akin to that of mere ants. No waves of emotion stirred within her. In war, casualties are inevitable, she thought, reflecting on her own family, nearly extinguished. The phrase "a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen" was not a jest, but a brutal reality. Surely Konoha has suffered greater losses? Chiyo sneered. Initially, the Wind Country had a far larger contingent than Konoha, and with so many of their own dead, Konoha's casualties must have been substantial as well. However, the very next moment, Maki opened his mouth and said, their casualties number only a few hundred. Nani? Chiyo's face darkened in disbelief. How could this be? Did they employ Jinchuriki? Maki shook his head, recalling the cataclysmic attacks with a deep breath. Thankfully, his survival techniques were robust. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Maki recounted the events in detail, and upon hearing this, a hint of joy crept onto Chiyo's face. Ha. Foolish Konoha. They must have used up all their explosive tags in the first battle. Even if Konoha is affluent, their stock must be limited. To possess such strategic resources and squander them so recklessly. Next battle, I shall see what they have to contend with. Chiyo raised her gaze, her murky old eyes searching the heavens, envisioning victory in her mind. However, just as she was engulfed in disdain for Konoha's strategic maneuvers, Maki struggled to speak. The explosive tags they threw were stolen from our stores by Konoha. With those words, Chiyo felt her dreams of victory shatter like a fragile bubble. What? You cannot be serious. Was it not the Akatsuki? Chiyo's calm demeanor as a commander crumbled, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief, nearly shouting, is this truly the case, Maki? Absolutely, Chiyo-dano. Maki insisted fervently. Chiyo's composure shattered. She was acutely aware of how many explosive tags Konoha possessed. Why? Because they were originally from the Wind Country. She had personally overseen the inventory. How could she not know? Others stumble upon their own demise. Yet here she was, recklessly hurling explosive tags beneath her own feet. The resources painstakingly gathered by the Sand Village had become the enemy's spoils, and they were even being thrown back at her. Chiyo was left utterly speechless. The battle-hardened female ninja felt a sudden sting in her nose, a wave of emotion washing over her. And on the other side, Chun Yu led his companions in a fervent pursuit of the Wind Country's army. Tsunade had previously feared Chun Yu might lose his way and had dispatched 2 skilled scouts to search for clues. But now, such caution seemed entirely unnecessary. Observing the surroundings, it was clear that the Wind Country's retreating forces were in complete disarray, exerting every effort to escape without concern for concealing their tracks. Many thick branches had been trampled bare. It was evident to anyone, even an ordinary person standing by, that the Wind Country's army had no desire to hide. They were too numerous to conceal, and attempting to do so would waste precious time, hampering their retreat. However, despite the Sand Ninja's frantic dash, their sheer numbers could not match the speed of Konoha's elite team. and they were soon overtaken by Chun Yu and his group. Lord Chun Yu, a seasoned jonin skilled in earth techniques, who could sense enemy movements through seismic vibrations, stood beside him and spoke gravely. At our current pace, we will catch up to the enemy's rear guard in about 20 minutes. But they have a significant number of troops at the back, at least 1,000. Upon hearing this, all the ninjas from Konoha turned their gazes toward Chun Yu. While the sand ninjas were indeed in a pitiful state, they were still outnumbered, and engaging in rash confrontation meant facing over 1,000 enemies, while potentially attracting even more, including high-ranking figures like Chio. The consequences could be dire. It's a minor skirmish, Chun Yu said, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing his bright white teeth. I have already devised a perfect response plan. Oh, a perfect response plan. The other's eyes sparkled with interest. No wonder Lord Chun Yu was unfazed. He was clearly well prepared. Lord Chun Yu, we will follow your lead. The Konoha ninjas looked at him with anticipation, eager to learn of his cunning strategy. We shall regroup and continue our pursuit. Chun Yu gestured grandly ahead. Regroup? Indeed, a wise decision from Lord Chun Yu. We are outnumbered, so consolidating our forces is undoubtedly the best strategy. Though the enemy is numerous, if we follow stealthily and strike when they rest, we can disrupt them and retreat swiftly. This is a strategy of rapid harassment. Lord Chun Yu's strategies were always succinct and effective. The Konoha ninjas, following his lead, seemed to grasp his intentions and looked at him with eager excitement. Lord Chun Yu, we understand you. Look, we have all learned to answer impulsively. Chun Yu expressed his confusion. What do you mean, sir? Are you suggesting we secretly harass the enemy? Questioned a leaf jonin with a puzzled expression. Of course not. Chun Yu shook his head. With your deductive skills, you could only survive 5 minutes in empresses in the palace. A sense of foreboding suddenly swept over the crowd. What you mean is, they hesitated. Of course, we charged directly into battle, Chun Yu declared with fervor. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. No matter how numerous the enemy, we shall charge forth. As ninjas of the leaf, we too shall fall on the path of valor. Brothers, follow me. Witness my angelic arm flash. Let us send them back to their springs. With a raised fist, Chun Yu shouted loudly and leaped into action, sprinting forth. Sir Chun Yu, we must not pursue the desperate enemy. We should deliberate longer. A wave of panic spread among the group. Witnessing Chun Yu's spirited charge towards the enemy camp was exhilarating, even if they didn't fully comprehend his earlier words. However, they couldn't shake their concerns. Sir, you are strong, but we are afraid. In a narrow confrontation, numbers matter. You want us, over 100, to face off against their thousands? That would be tantamount to sending us to our doom. This is not League of Legends. We cannot afford to throw ourselves away. But as Chun Yu raced farther ahead, the morale of the Leaf Ninjas began to falter. What could they do? Could they stand idly by while Chun Yu charged into the fray? Trust in Sir Chun Yu. Charge alongside him. One jonin exclaimed, clenching his fists. Military orders are as unyielding as a mountain. Besides, from the day we became ninjas, we have been prepared to sacrifice for our village. As they resolved to follow Chun Yu, they soon witnessed him engaging in friendly exchanges with the Sand Ninjas. The sight of the Sand forces retreating in disarray was striking. Don't run, my friend. That hairstyle is so outdated. Allow me to give you a trim. Boom. One Sand Ninja was vanquished. What a lovely day for a chat about life. Boom. Another fell. Do you remember the Summer Lotus by Daming Lake? What? You don't? Then why are you still alive? Boom. Task point 1. The Leaf Ninjas were left speechless, witnessing what seemed like a tiger among sheep, utterly relentless. To the Sand Ninjas, Chun Yu appeared as a harbinger of death, and they could not muster any effective counterattack, resorting instead to a frenzied escape. Some even shoved their comrades backward in a desperate attempt to delay Chun Yu's advance and buy themselves time to flee. Seeing Chun Yu's ruthless prowess, the Leaf Ninjas were invigorated, drawing their weapons and rushing into battle behind him. You're jumping too low. Let me send you soaring, Chun Yu remarked as he tightened his fist and struck at a densely packed group of enemies. Boom. A violent explosion followed, obliterating a squad of dozens. Task points surged dramatically. Let us go, my friends. Boom. One punch. Here is a little love tap. Boom. That punch was no small matter. At the front, Chio was leading a charge when she heard commotion behind her. Turning abruptly, she was taken aback to see Chun Yu. He and T succumbed to the poison. Chio's expression darkened. The pursuers had indeed arrived. The Leaf forces were pressing their advantage, and despite their current numbers being few, A larger army was undoubtedly close behind. Though she anticipated the potential for pursuers, she was shocked that it was Chun Yu leading the charge. She had expected her poison to at least impede him. But he appeared vibrant and full of life. This is not the time for battle. If we linger too long, the Leaf Army will arrive, and we may lose our chance for a comeback. Marquis. Chiyo's gaze fell upon her subordinate. Yes, Lady Chiyo, Marquis replied. Immediately dispatch several hundred-man teams to hold them back. We must delay them as long as possible. Chiyo regained her composure, assigning tasks with urgency. Lady Chiyo, Marquis said resolutely, though Chun Yu is strong. They are only a little over 100, while we vastly outnumber them. We can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 73. Ninjas do not deceive other ninjas. What do you understand? Chiyo frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of sorrow. It was no wonder they struggled against the Leaf. The third Hokage's leadership produced exceptional talent. Unlike her own situation, where even Marquis, a high-ranking sand ninja, failed to see through the local tactics. This was a trap. The 100-man squad led by Chun Yu aimed merely to entangle us and slow our retreat. The Leaf Army is likely approaching swiftly. Otherwise, do you think Chun Yu would recklessly charge into the enemy ranks alone? Chiyo asserted sternly. Marquis suddenly realized, hastily organizing the troops to hold the rear. Little did Chiyo know that Tsunade had not dispatched a large force. Chun Yu had no reinforcements behind him. This seasoned warrior, despite her extensive experience in countless battles, was ironically hindered by her own knowledge. The cunning old fox had finally been outsmarted by Chun Yu's audacity. He was merely a reckless youth, his performance too conspicuous. Such trivial tactics could not fool me. Chiyo, who believed she had seen through everything, felt a sense of pride. Having endured Chun Yu's earlier setbacks, she finally gained the upper hand in wits. Look what we have discovered. A wild Chiyo, extremely dangerous, do not approach. Or you may be regarded as a low-ranking ninja and eliminated. This is first-hand information from the Ninja Protection Association. At that moment, a sudden cheer erupted from the rear, and Chiyo turned to see Chun Yu with eyes gleaming with excitement. The moving task point piggy bank. Don't run. Let us have 300 puppet battles for 300 rounds. Chun Yu taunted as he swiftly struck, dispatching multiple foes with each punch. Indeed, you aim to entangle us and delay our escape. Spare me your theatrics. Your scheme has been laid bare before me. Chiyo, now convinced of her assessment, saw Chun Yu's direct provocation as a desire to engage her in combat, further solidifying her conclusion. Chun Yu, however, was utterly bewildered. What is this? What scheme? What nonsense are you spouting? Has old age caught up with you? Though Chiyo realized that the troops left behind were doomed, there was no alternative. Such is war. Sacrificing the pawns to protect the king, a necessary sacrifice. Soon, a squad that received orders appeared, their faces pale as they turned around. Embracing their fateful resolve, running headlong toward Chun Yu and his team with expressions of despair. The other Leaf ninjas were dumbfounded. What? What is happening? This is clearly a rearguard action after a retreat. The Leaf ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. We are barely over 100. Must you be so cowardly? The ones embracing their doom are clearly us. With such a tragic expression, what is going on? Could it be that this was indeed Sir Chun Yu's true intention? We finally understand Sir Chun Yu's strategy, pretending to be reckless while genuinely acting recklessly, making the enemy believe we are not bold while we indeed are. Thus, the opposing side, trembling with fear, could not muster the courage to charge, allowing us to advance with greater fervor. Lord Chun Yu is truly formidable. If it were not for Lord Chun Yu, the path of endurance would stretch eternally like a long night. The Leaf ninjas buzzed with excitement, viewing the hundreds of retreating sand ninjas as mere stepping stones to glory. In any world, war signifies sacrifice, and it heralds the birth of heroes. Presently, Chun Yu embodies that hero. Even if Chun Yu feasts, we can indulge in the broth until we are satiated. Brothers, onward. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall triumph. The crowd raised their weapons, cheering loudly, their spirits soaring as they charged ahead with unmatched vigor. Chiyo glanced back, her heart swelling with certainty. As expected, the Leaf ninjas, brimming with excitement, clearly possessed a hidden advantage. This young lad Chun Yu, in the eyes of a seasoned ninja like myself, performs rather poorly. The Leaf ninjas celebrated Chun Yu's invincible strategy, while Chiyo reveled in her perceived intellectual superiority over him. Yet, Chun Yu was far from pleased. What the heck? Why is that old hag running? leading so many, and still fleeing from our mere 100? She runs faster than a rabbit. Chiyo, don't run. I merely represent the leaf, ready to engage in a dialogue regarding the future peace and development of the ninja world. A ninja does not deceive another ninja. I could dance on your grave while playing your favorite song, can I? Come back. Chun Yu had exhausted all his taunts, watching Chiyo's retreating figure with frustration. As Chiyo disappeared into the distance, Chun Yu directed all his vexation towards the hundreds of retreating sand ninjas. Soon, all foes were vanquished. The leaf ninjas were elated, their spirits soaring. They had initially feared that following Chun Yu into a confrontation with tens of thousands would lead to certain doom. Yet, unexpectedly, the circumstances had taken a dramatic turn. Not only had they defeated numerous enemies, but they had also seized countless spoils, adorning themselves with the sand ninjas' forehead protectors. A tremendous achievement. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly be rewarded. Lord Chun Yu's foresight was commendable. Reflecting on their earlier doubts, they felt a deep sense of shame. Indeed, Lord Chun Yu was right. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. As long as we show no fear, they will cower. Truly, truly, Lord Chun Yu's wisdom is beyond comprehension. The leaf ninjas chattered excitedly about the future. They envisioned themselves 50 years hence, under the setting sun, reminiscing about the past while stroking the heads of their descendants, their faces aglow with pride. In those days, under Lord Chun Yu's command, they had fought valiantly and repelled a murderous force of tens of thousands without a scratch, even claiming hundreds of lives. What immense honor! They were overjoyed, their spirits soaring. Yet Chun Yu was distressed. My mission points. Just like that, he let them escape. Chun Yu had just glimpsed his points. 856-110000. Just over 1,000 more needed. At the final moment, the enemy fled. My divine dark fruit. Ding. Side quest triggered. Pursue Chiyo. Reward. 10 levels of the divine shock fruit. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind. Oh, his eyes sparkled brightly. Truly, the system understands me. Chun Yu had initially intended to continue his pursuit. But now, with a mission from the system, his joy was doubled. What are we waiting for? Let us set off. If I can't catch Chiyo, I'll storm the Wind Country's base. I refuse to believe I can't block your door. Chapter 74. Avoiding the pitfall. Lord Chun Yu. The mission was a resounding success. Should we withdraw now? A leaf ninja inquired cheerfully, their task assigned by Lady Tsunade accomplished flawlessly. This is just the beginning. We shall continue the chase. Chun Yu declared resolutely, utilizing his observation haki to sense the fleeing sand ninja's direction. With the system assigning a mission, how could they halt? The leaf ninja's expressions shifted instantly. We're still pursuing. Sir, do not chase a cornered rat. If they feel truly threatened, they might counterattack. After all, their mission was to create a diversion and confuse Chiyo, not to engage in a full-blown battle. Currently, a small team of 100 from the leaf was pursuing a panicking force of thousands from the sand, having already left behind hundreds of corpses. This was an extraordinary accomplishment. Moreover, despite no casualties, some leaf ninjas had sustained minor injuries, and their stamina and chakra were waning. If the enemy retaliated in desperation, the leaf ninjas might not even have a chance to flee. What? A full-scale counterattack? Could such a blessing exist? Chun Yu's eyes lit up. He eagerly anticipated their retaliation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. The others were bewildered. A blessing? Where do you see that as a blessing? Lord Chun Yu's wisdom is truly unfathomable. We cannot comprehend it, but executing his orders is paramount. Following Lord Chun Yu, let us crush the sand ninjas. Have they slipped away? Chiyo glanced back, seeing only emptiness behind her, which brought her a momentary sense of relief as she gritted her teeth and continued to run. Boom. Just as she released a breath, a figure filled with rage leapt out from behind. Chiyo, don't run. We truly have no grand army behind us. Why are you so cowardly? Come out and face me in a duel. I am here to either vanquish you or be vanquished. Chun Yu charged forward, striking fiercely while shouting at the top of his lungs. His intentions were genuine. He had come to entice the sand ninjas into battle. We are but 100. There's no backup behind us. What are you afraid of? However, Chiyo interpreted his words differently. Did she really think him a fool? Was he trying to pull a fast one? Chiyo's teeth ground in frustration. Had he only delayed them for such a brief moment? Her expression turned icy. She had anticipated the demise of the rear guard, but she hadn't expected it to be so swift. Maki, send out a few more 100-man teams, and ensure some are capable fighters. They must delay for at least 20 minutes. Otherwise, the Leaf's main force will inevitably catch up. Chiyo calmly issued her orders. Humph. Maki nodded seriously, proceeding to arrange the rear guard. Soon, under Maki's command, 2 or 3 jonin, along with several wounded Chunin, led a throng of genin to charge towards Chun Yu and his team like a death squad. A rear guard? Again? Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Chun Yu felt utterly exasperated. All I want is to fight with you. Why is this so difficult? Why do so many of you fear me? Chiyo, don't run. I'm not armed with heavy artillery. What is there to fear? Damn it. Chun Yu was genuinely agitated, cursing in desperation. Humph. You're acting far too poorly. Thinking you can deceive me. Dream on. Chiyo, brimming with confidence, swiftly turned and fled. There was something I wanted to say, yet I hesitated. Chun Yu genuinely wished to sit down and engage in a meaningful conversation with Chiyo. Come on, tell me. What cunning strategy did I employ? I am at a loss to comprehend it myself. In a state of frustration, Chun Yu could only unleash his pent-up fury upon the retreating Sand Ninja ranks. It must be noted that this group of Sand Ninja, fully aware of the formidable adversary they faced, displayed no fear in the face of certain doom. They desperately employed every tactic to delay their inevitable fate by even a second. Alas, they were pitted against the righteous iron fist of Chun Yu, the one-punch man. In less than a minute, he dispatched the entire group of enemies. Lord Chun Yu, what should we do now? An elite Leaf Jonin approached Chun Yu and inquired, subsequently raising his gaze to point towards the 2 towering mountains ahead. They are about to ascend the mountains, where the terrain is treacherous. It may prove difficult to pursue them. It's a minor setback. Follow my lead. Chun Yu replied without hesitation, for the mission was far from complete. Charge, charge, charge. We must unite closely around Lord Chun Yu. Comrades, onward. Have you lost your mind? Are we still pursuing them? Is Leaf truly intent on annihilating the Sand Ninja at this chance? Chiyo's expression darkened significantly, her mind racing with speculation about the number of reinforcements behind Chun Yu and the strength they might possess. The momentum was so intense that even the 3rd Hokage might have arrived. With 2 rear guard squads dispatched, and having achieved no effect whatsoever, they were swiftly annihilated, resulting in a loss of nearly 1,000 men. Although they were not the main forces, it was still a painful loss. The Land of Wind was already the poorest among the 5 great nations, and nurturing a single ninja was no small feat. The previous loss of nearly 10,000 had already taken a significant toll. How could they afford to send more to cover the retreat? Moreover, given Chun Yu's prowess, no matter how many rearguard units they dispatched, it would hardly buy them time. It would merely be a sacrifice of lives. A change in strategy was imperative. Maki, Chiyo, being the seasoned strategist she was, quickly devised a plan. Instruct each small team to disperse according to the retreat strategy and seek refuge in the nearby forest, aiming for the previously established strongholds within the mountains. Hey, Maki, flustered, immediately set to work upon receiving the orders. As a well-trained army of ninjas, they were not only adept at offensive formations, but also required to master the art of retreat. Chiyo and her team did not wish to withdraw along the main road. The issue was that Chun Yu had obliterated it. To continue down the main road would be akin to leaping into a pit, an actual abyss. Brothers, advance. Chun Yu shouted excitedly as he once again caught up with the rear of the Sand Ninja's main force. Kill. The Leaf Ninjas followed suit, charging forward. 100 individuals relentlessly pursued a force of over 10,000, scattering them in every direction. How could one not feel exhilarated? What? Have we already penetrated deep into the Land of Wind? Chun Yu exclaimed. Let me assure you, alongside Lord Chun Yu, we shall not hesitate to storm even the doors of the Kazakage's office. Chapter 75. Do not pursue. We are approaching the Kazakage's office, however, just as they caught up. Chun Yu and his team were taken aback. The Sand Ninja's main force had swiftly divided into 10 smaller squads, each advancing in different directions, with their numbers drastically reduced. The speed of the smaller teams increased significantly. Lord Chun Yu, how shall we pursue them? The gazes of the Leaf team fell upon Chun Yu. While the enemy could split up, they were bound to remain unified under Chun Yu's command. If others were to lead, it would be a futile sacrifice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chun Yu paused, contemplating for a few seconds, and then activated his extraordinary observation haki. Instantly, the answer dawned upon him. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. First, let us enjoy some appetizers before the grand feast. After all, we are within the borders of the Land of Wind. Should they dare to flee, I shall blockade the Kazakage's office. Pointing to the far left squad, Chun Yu declared, "Let us commence our grand sweep from here. Let the sweeping begin." The Leaf Ninjas erupted with enthusiasm, seizing their weapons and charging forward. As they relentlessly pursued and struck down their foes, they unknowingly penetrated deeper into the Land of Wind. Initially, the scenery was pleasant, with trees dotting the landscape. Yet, as they ventured further, the trees dwindled, and after crossing several large mountains, a wave of heat struck them, accompanied by a fierce wind laden with endless sand. Before them lay an expanse of boundless desert. The Land of Wind, situated in a remote region, boasted a harsh environment characterized by relentless winds, soaring temperatures, and scant precipitation. Consequently, much of its territory was desert. One only needed to observe Sunagakure to see that its structures were crafted from sand and stone, resembling isolated beehives, designed to withstand the ravages of sandstorms. For a nation to possess such an environment was akin to starting a nightmare. However, amidst adversity lies opportunity. The vast deserts and barren lands, coupled with the sweltering heat and treacherous creatures within, formed an invisible barrier for the Land of Wind. Despite being the weakest and poorest, few dared to launch a full-scale attack. The Sand Ninja may be limited in number, but the power of nature is boundless. For example, during the Second Ninja World War, while the Leaf Village launched an aggressive onslaught, they nearly obliterated the Land of Wind's crystal points. Yet ultimately, due to excessive non-combat losses in the desert, they were compelled to retreat. The battles in the ninja world mirror those of the real world, driven primarily by the pursuit of resources. However, what resources could one extract from a destitute land? Sand. Thus, they were forced to settle for a monetary compensation from the Land of Wind. It was precisely due to this unique geographical advantage, combined with a fearless mentality, that the Land of Wind often instigated conflicts. The oases scattered throughout the desert served as strongholds for the Land of Wind's ninja forces. These strongholds were exceedingly secretive, known only to a select few, requiring a designated guide to reach them successfully. The omnipresent sandstorms and fierce winds severely hindered reconnaissance efforts. Yet, this posed no challenge for Chun Yu. Once his extraordinary observation haki was activated, he could see through a radius of 10 kilometers without fail. Soon enough, Chun Yu detected an oasis where a sand ninja squad of several hundred was currently resting. Enemies detected. Brothers, let us eliminate them, Chun Yu commanded, beckoning his comrades forward with enthusiasm. Kill. The Leaf Ninjas surged forward, equally exhilarated, following Chun Yu into battle. Rumors had circulated about individuals getting lost in the deserts of the Land of Wind, ultimately succumbing to thirst and hunger. Yet, they had never encountered a guiding light like Lord Chun Yu. Upon entering the desert, he navigated as if he were in his element. Even nature could not restrain Chun Yu's abilities. Lord Chun Yu, you are truly worthy of our unwavering loyalty. At that moment, the Sand Ninja squad was in the midst of drinking water and recuperating. Suddenly, they heard the sound of rushing wind. They looked up in alarm, realizing with dread, "Damn it, we are under attack. Prepare to engage. There are only 100 of them. Fear not. We outnumber them. Let us annihilate them. How dare such a small force venture deep into our Land of Wind? They are courting death." Among them, a Sand Ninja Jonin stationed at the base sneered, rallying his comrades to counterattack, frantically forming hand seals. Wind release, thousand-faced gale. A colossal ninjutsu formed through the collaboration of several, charging toward Chun Yu and his team. The desert is vast. This might merely be a Leaf reconnaissance team that stumbled into our territory by accident. Humph. We shall send you all back to your Leaf homeland. Not good. It's him. Ah, they have arrived. At that moment, one of the individuals who had participated in frontline warfare suddenly recognized Chun Yu and was taken aback, but it was already too late. Witnessing the immense scale of the wind technique, Chun Yu was unfazed. Instead, he charged forward with excitement. Realizing the density indicated a monster spawn point. Boom. Chun Yu transformed once more into a one-punch hero, delivering a powerful blow. Crack. The space instantly erupted, and countless sand ninjas were obliterated. The colossal storm ninjutsu dissipated in an instant. The sand ninjas were left pale with terror. With a nonchalant punch, Chun Yu had obliterated half of the entire stronghold. Run. It's that monster from Konoha. Ah. Split up. The sand ninjas, devoid of any will to resist, turned and fled. Thinking they could escape, Chun Yu chuckled, seizing the opportunity to test a fruit ability. Placing one hand on the ground, he silently invoked the Ice Fruit ability, Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped Chun Yu's hand, and white mist began to rise. In the next second, an unbearable chill spread forth, extending hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The entire oasis before Chun Yu was frozen. The sand ninjas, having only fled a few dozen meters, were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Done. Chun Yu lightly clapped his hands. The Konoha crowd was left in awe. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's incredibly powerful. Lord Chun Yu's awakened bloodline limit is astonishing. It can both ignite and freeze, and even shatter space. He must be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Amidst the astonished gazes, Chun Yu strode towards a nearby building, pushing open the frost-covered door. Inside, everything was encased in ice. There, a genin, who had opened the back window and was preparing to escape, was now frozen in an oddly contorted pose. Chun Yu approached, snapped his fingers, and the frost slowly receded from the ice sculpture, restoring its pliability. However, the man was already lifeless. Chun Yu searched the man's body and retrieved a map, which clearly marked 228 oases within the Land of Wind. Their sizes, locations, water sources, and resource quantities were meticulously detailed. One Konoha Jonin, upon seeing this, couldn't help but express his astonishment. My goodness, such a detailed map of the Land of Wind is absolutely classified. It is said that they sacrificed hundreds of ninjas over several generations to obtain this map. Chun Yu mused that this was akin to looting a treasure from a monster. He remained silent, scrutinizing the map. Indeed, this map appeared to be the most recent, as many strongholds near the border stored certain supplies, evidently in preparation for war. However, with the roads destroyed, the supplies could not be transported, and Chio had to make an emergency retreat. Chun Yu adhered to a principle: wherever he went, not a blade of grass would survive. This expedition into the Land of Wind was destined to yield bountiful rewards. Chapter 76. Bring Chun Yu back, leaving 5 men behind. For began to inventory the warehouse items while one returned to deliver the news, requesting Tsunade to dispatch a large force for support. Understood. The Konoha ninjas responded in unison. Meanwhile, at the Konoha stronghold, Tsunade was meticulously reviewing the detailed casualties and resource losses from the battle. Just then, a Konoha Jonin rushed in. Lady Tsunade. According to frontline reconnaissance, the Sand Ninja forces of the Land of Wind have evacuated their headquarters and are fleeing into the interior. Indeed, they have fled? Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's face revealed no surprise. It was an anticipated outcome. After suffering a devastating initial defeat, with resources plundered and their retreat cut off, Chio would surely not be foolish enough to stay and would lead his team over the mountains back to the desert stronghold, ultimately retreating to the village to preserve their strength. By the way, Tsunade glanced at the time. It had been a full 3 hours. Where have Chun Yu and the others gone? They should be back by now. The expression of the Konoha Jonin was exceedingly strange as he scratched his head. Lady Tsunade. We did not discover Lord Chun Yu along the route of the Sand Ninjas' retreat. However, we encountered nearly 1,000 corpses of Sand Ninjas on the way. What? Tsunade was momentarily stunned, and Kakashi looked equally astonished. Lady Tsunade, didn't you only send 100 men with Chun Yu? Mato Guy, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. 100 men, pursuing a force of tens of thousands of the Land of Wind. And they not only managed to escape, but also killed over 1,000 enemies? Tsunade was equally shocked, internally reflecting, how would I know what happened? Battles between Konoha and the Sand Ninjas had historically been protracted, often resulting in months of fierce conflict with countless casualties before a ceasefire could be reached. Who would have thought that with Chun Yu? It felt like a field trip. What was Chio plotting? Tsunade furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Could it be a trap to lure Chun Yu in and then ambush him? Lady Tsunade, it appears there was no ambush. Based on our on-site analysis, the enemy has been in a state of disarray, fleeing in panic. We traced their path down the mountains and found that they had split up and fled in different directions, making ambushes highly unlikely. A Konoha Jonin chimed in, equally perplexed. Chio, an old figure from the era of the third Hokage, renowned and formidable, the Puppet King, a top-tier presence in the ninja world. To think he could be chased across the mountains by Chun Yu and 100 men. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, it was the undeniable truth. At this moment, their minds were consumed with one thought. They were incredibly eager to understand how Chun Yu accomplished this feat. Surely, even the Hokage himself would not be so cowardly in the face of Chio. But where was Chun Yu? Tsunade inquired anxiously. Based on the traces left behind, it seems Chun Yu led his 100-man unit directly through the mountains and into the deserts of the Land of Wind. Judging by the current direction of the traces, he is likely headed straight for the Sand Ninja Village. The Konoha Jonin's lips twitched involuntarily. This powerhouse was truly extraordinary. No matter how you looked at it, it was still a village. Only Chun Yu possessed the capability and audacity to do so. Tsunade was taken aback. I merely instructed him to feign a pursuit and return shortly. Why did he actually chase them? Moreover, Chiyo truly fled in a panic? If it weren't for the fact that both sides were in a life-and-death struggle, Tsunade would have genuinely wanted to ask, "Did you two conspire to play me?" She felt as though her mind was overwhelmed. Kakashi couldn't help but smack his forehead. This war, which had initially placed Konoha at a significant disadvantage, was suddenly turned on its head due to Chun Yu's presence. They still felt as though they were dreaming. Not only did they loot the enemy's supply depot, but now they were also pursuing them back to their homeland. Let us deliberate on the next course of action. Tsunade mused, confident that even if the enemy were to attack now, she had 1,000 strategies to command her troops in resistance. However, she had never encountered a situation like this before. The upper echelons of Konoha were all feeling a bit of a headache. Indeed, what should we do next? Should we summon Chun Yu back? That would undoubtedly be the best choice. But the crux of the matter is we cannot locate him. Dispatching troops to search? The vast expanse of the desert in the Land of Wind was immense. While Konoha had 1,000 or 2,000 men, they were but a drop in the ocean compared to the desert. Whether they could find Chun Yu was uncertain, and they could easily become trapped in the desert. If the enemy were to catch wind of this, they might mobilize their forces for a complete encirclement. It would be a certain defeat. Lady Tsunade. At that moment, a Konoha ninja burst through the door, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and clearly exhausted from dehydration. Is it you? Tsunade's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this individual, and she sprang to her feet. Why have you returned? What about Chun Yu? Has something happened? Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, there was no incident. Among our 100-man squad, only a few sustained minor injuries. The Konoha ninja hurriedly produced a scroll from his pocket and placed it on the table. Lady Tsunade, this is a detailed map of the Land of Wind that we discovered after assaulting a stronghold. Lord Chun Yu has already marked his route on it, and we hope you can dispatch someone to the various strongholds to collect supplies following his trail. What? Someone come. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart leapt with joy. She had finally found a trace of Chun Yu. It was imperative to send someone to locate him immediately. Quickly, bring that boy back. The Land of Wind is perilous. We cannot pursue any further. In the midst of the sandy desert, a colossal sandworm raced forward, bearing several grim-faced individuals atop it. Chiyo, Maki, and several high-ranking sand ninjas. For humans, this desert was akin to a mire, rendering movement nearly impossible. However, for the massive sandworm, it was as effortless as walking on solid ground. Before long, a vast village came into view, the Sand Village. Finally, we've arrived. A few minutes later, an elderly-looking Hai Laozong furrowed his brow as he questioned, Sister, why have you returned so soon? Following him were Kankuro and Temari, their expressions curious. Damn it, this battle has been a disaster. Chiyo's countenance darkened, and she jumped off the enormous creature. What happened, sister? Was it that old scoundrel, Rakage, who refused to cooperate? Hai Laozong inquired urgently. The Land of Wind had long been informed of Orochimaru's plans to attack Konoha and had prepared for war in advance. The expectation was that, should Orochimaru succeed in his assault, the forces of the Land of Wind would descend upon Konoha, backed by the Land of Lightning, leading to certain defeat for Konoha. Even if they could not occupy Konoha, they would still have the opportunity to extort a substantial sum. Yet, unexpectedly, just a few days later, Chiyo returned in such disarray. Even if Orochimaru's attack on Konoha had failed, with proper coordination among the other ninja villages, the chances of victory still exceeded 80%. Hai Laozong could not help but glance at the troops behind Chiyo, stunned. They had nearly emptied their ranks, deploying a full 30,000 troops. Yet now only a little over 2,000 remained with Chiyo. Do not worry, we did not lose that many. Chiyo coldly flicked her sleeve, her face as dark as a stormy sea, her fists clenched tightly. Damn Konoha's little monster, just you wait. I will tear you apart and turn you into a puppet. Chiyo was nearly driven mad by Chun Yu. As a long-established powerhouse, leading such a large contingent, being relentlessly pursued by a mere teenager was exceedingly humiliating. Maki recounted the entire sequence of events, and the high-ranking sand ninjas in the village wore grave expressions, astonished that this seemingly assured victory had turned out so poorly. Supplies had been pilfered, and nearly 10,000 had fallen in the initial skirmish. However, being seasoned veterans of numerous wars, they understood that despite the initial heavy losses, the situation was not yet hopeless. There was still a chance to turn the tide. Thanks to my sister's timely discovery of Konoha's plot, we have likely avoided severe losses. Hai Laozong could not help but express relief. After all, skilled generals are hard to come by. Only a commander like Chiyo, one seasoned by countless battles, could accurately assess the situation and lead the army to retreat, preventing further calamity. Had they been pursued by Konoha's reinforcements and surrounded, the outcome might have been complete annihilation. The loss of ordinary ninjas was regrettable, but now, the Sand Village was leaderless. With the fourth Kazekage recently deceased and the fifth yet to be chosen, Chiyo stood as the highest authority among the Sand Ninjas. Should she perish in this conflict, the repercussions for the entire Land of Wind would be monumental. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed anxious. In a moment of desperation, he dispatched an inexperienced youth, who, in his relentless pursuit, left numerous openings that I could easily discern. Chiyo sneered slightly, her tone laced with disdain. At the border, I feared them, but now that we are in the Land of Wind, amidst the vast desert, let us see how they pursue us. In the end, they will have no choice but to retreat. Chiyo's calculations were astute. Although the initial foray had not gone well, and losses appeared significant, she had managed to disperse her forces, effectively hiding their strength. While the Land of Lightning engaged Konoha, drawing all attention toward them, she could use this time to recuperate, replenish supplies, and prepare for a counteroffensive, reaping the benefits. Sister, Hai Laozong pondered for a moment before suggesting. Though we have the desert as a natural barrier, the enemy's forces are pressing, we cannot afford to be complacent. Should we not send troops to construct a defensive line? While they believed that Konoha's army would not venture too deeply, this was war. Anything could happen. It was prudent to be fully prepared. Constructing a defensive line could not be accomplished overnight, but it was necessary nonetheless. Chiyo nodded, turning back to gaze at the swirling yellow sands beyond the village. She pondered for a few moments before slowly stating, "Dispatch a few small units to scout the border and notify the other forces to prepare for battle." Yes. The surrounding ninjas quickly received their orders and departed to distribute tasks. Having successfully returned to the village, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably. After all, this was the stronghold of the Sand Ninjas. Defending on home turf was inherently less challenging than attacking from abroad. Moreover, would Konoha truly dare to send a large army charging in? The outcome of such an attack was uncertain, especially with several other ninja villages watching closely. Should Konoha's assault on the Land of Wind fail, and the other villages simultaneously attack, they might lay siege to Konoha's very heart. Konoha could not bear such a cost. Sister, you must be exhausted from these past few days outside. Hurry back to rest. I suspect Konoha's forces may have already retreated, Hai Laozong said cheerfully, supporting Chiyo. I am not tired, merely vexed by that infuriating brat who has been berating me all the way back. He is fortunate. Were I to encounter him alone, I would flay him alive and turn him into a puppet. Chiyo clenched her fists, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Do not worry, sister. This grand conflict will not conclude so easily. You will have ample opportunity in the future. This time, thanks to Konoha's reinforcements, that brat was able to act so brazenly. Next time, he will not be so fortunate. Hai Laozong hurriedly reassured her. After all, they were siblings. This sentiment resonated deeply with Chiyo. Meanwhile, in a vast oasis, the once tranquil camp was suddenly shattered by the sound of explosions. Boom. The crack of space tearing apart rang out, and the enormous camp was instantaneously obliterated. How many is this now? Chun Yu asked, his expression calm as he withdrew his fist, glancing at the ninja beside him. Lord Chun Yu, that was the 7th. The Konoha ninja exclaimed, excitement brimming in their eyes. Following Chun Yu, they had destroyed 7 Sand Ninja strongholds. Same routine, go collect the supplies. Yes. The Konoha Jonin promptly nodded and led the team to gather the resources. Initially, they had felt a bit anxious and fearful. Given that only a 100-man squad had ventured deep into the heart of the Land of Wind, it was impossible not to feel apprehensive. However, excitement had now replaced their trepidation. At each stronghold, a plethora of resources could be gathered. Chun Yu declared that everyone should take as much as they could carry, and the remainder should be packaged for the incoming troops. After all, One might wonder how war can be a means to wealth. Although the Land of Wind was impoverished, it was still a nation that had clandestinely prepared for this conflict for several years. Thus, the supplies were far from negligible. Initially, the members of Konoha frantically stuffed their pockets with cash, as it was the most tangible form of wealth. However, they soon realized that cash took up too much space and that high-denomination bills were scarce, mostly comprising 1,000 yen notes. In contrast, the expensive explosive tags and ninja tools were compact and lightweight, and of considerable value, perfect for resale and personal use. What could be better? Yet, it wasn't long before the Konoha ninjas found themselves ensnared in a delightful dilemma. They had accumulated so many explosive tags that their pockets bulged, and they had neglected to bring sealing scrolls. Faced with such a bounty, it was impossible for anyone to maintain a calm demeanor, including these seasoned ninjas. What a bittersweet predicament. Of course, they had not forgotten who had brought them this fortune, Lord Chun Yu. Their attitude towards him had undergone a profound transformation. From initially following Tsunade's orders and becoming Chun Yu's subordinates, they now stood unwaveringly loyal. Currently, it was inconceivable for them to refuse any command from Chun Yu, be it gathering resources or challenging Chiyo in combat. Stay here and guard this place. The rest of you, follow me. Chun Yu commanded. Our slogan is, punch the Sand Ninja Retirement Home. Kick the Wind Shadow Kindergarten. The Konoha members shouted in unison. Observing their fervor, Chun Yu mused that the morale of the troops was indeed manipulable, and he continued to encourage them while seizing valuable items. Brothers, remember, there are numerous ways to conquer a nation. By taking their abundant resources, we will induce a shortage within their borders, compelling them to import from Konoha at inflated prices. This, my friends, is what we call a trade war in the ninja world. Though laden with treasures was somewhat exhausting, it mattered little. Let us endure the toil for the happiness of countless households in Konoha. It is our duty and task. Seize the resources. Take what is valuable. We are the heroes of Konoha. Chapter 78. Chiyo, familiar lines. Familiar taste. Lord Chun Yu is truly wise. Indeed, a trade war, though somewhat unclear to me, seems incredibly formidable. A few ninjas, burdened with large sacks brimming with explosive tags, expressed their admiration earnestly. Meanwhile, the reinforcement team dispatched by Tsunade had traversed the mountains and entered the desert. Following Chun Yu's example, each member carried a substantial package filled with sealing scrolls. With insufficient stock, they swiftly crafted blank scrolls on site. Kakashi, Guy, and their elite shinobi comrades were utterly exhausted, lying in bed with stars in their eyes. I thought my chakra would be depleted in battle, yet I ended up using it all on sealing scrolls instead. Chun Yu is truly unpredictable. He always surprises us, even altering the very nature of this war. As for the support team, they began cautiously and with some trepidation. However, after some time, they had encountered not a single living enemy, only the fallen. They quickly followed the map into the first stronghold. At last, you have arrived. You are so slow. We have already packaged the supplies. Just take them back. The Konoha ninjas left behind by Chun Yu could hardly contain their excitement upon seeing their comrades. They eagerly tossed out the prepared resources and dashed in pursuit of Chun Yu's departing figure. The reinforcement ninjas from Konoha were bewildered. What is happening? Could there have been a great battle ahead? Are they rushing to provide support? It doesn't seem like it. They look far too exhilarated, as if they are heading to a feast rather than to fight. Use sealing scrolls to seal all the supplies and head to the next stronghold, commanded Orochimaru, leading the group. Yes, the team quickly set to work. Soon, they arrived at a massive oasis, where Orochimaru was taken aback upon discovering an enormous gold mine. First squad, use jutsu to extract gold. Second squad, seal the gold with scrolls. Third squad, return immediately to request more reinforcements. We lack enough scrolls. Also, if we cannot fit everything, pack it on your bodies. Take as much as you can. Upon hearing these orders, the Konoha ninjas' eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing they had struck gold, they finally understood why those ninjas left behind by Chun Yu were so eager and impatient. If it were them, they too would be unable to wait. Chun Yu is incredible. After all these years as ninjas, this is the first time we have collected treasures without engaging in battle. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, water wave. Stand back, for we shall unleash explosive tags. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the vast gold mine, where the previously guarded explosive tags were now being recklessly tossed out. Well, they weren't concerned about money. Gold was worth far more than explosive tags. In the Wind Shadow office of Sunagakure, Chiyo sat in her rightful place, surrounded by the upper echelons of the Land of Wind. Lady Chiyo, a headless snake cannot function. The Land of Wind is in a state of war. We cannot afford to be without a Wind Shadow. After careful deliberation, we believe that Lady Chiyo should assume the position of the fifth Wind Shadow, spoke Maki. Indeed, only Lady Chiyo can command respect. No one else is fit for this role, echoed the Sand Village leaders in agreement. No, I am too old. I am unfit to be Wind Shadow. Please consider other candidates, Chiyo replied, shaking her head, projecting an image of selflessness, as though her intentions were solely for the village and not for power. Such matters require a touch of reluctance to convey one's disinterest in authority, ultimately leading to being compelled into the position by the insistence of others. Lady Chiyo, please do not decline. A Sand Ninja Jonin quickly stood up, stating, to become Wind Shadow, one must possess both strength and renown. Although the Land of Wind is vast, currently, only Lady Chiyo fulfills both criteria. Lady Chiyo, for the sake of the Land of Wind and the village, we implore you to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Once you become Wind Shadow, the Sand Ninja army will surely rally and triumph over Konoha. Lady Chiyo, with foresight, stored vast resources at various strongholds in anticipation of this very scenario. Now we possess a chance to reverse our fortunes, all thanks to you. The Sand leaders were not naive. They understood the implications behind Chiyo's words. Upon hearing this, they instantly grasped the situation and rose to fervently praise her. In any world and at any time, flattery remains a potent tool. Very well then, I shall reluctantly accept. Chiyo began to stand, but before she could finish her sentence, the door of the conference room was suddenly flung open. A bloodied Sand Ninja, pale and trembling, rushed in, panic etched across his face. Lady Chiyo, something terrible has happened. Chiyo felt a jolt in her heart, inexplicably sensing a pain, as her vision began to blur. The dialogue felt somewhat familiar, invoking a sense of dread. A lingering ailment had settled in. What was the matter? Chiyo swallowed hard, her calm demeanor betraying a hint of panic as she furrowed her brow. Gripping the edge of the table, our reconnaissance team has arrived at the first stronghold, only to find it seized by Konoha. Supplies have been plundered, and all personnel have been eliminated. One of the Chunin exclaimed urgently. What? They pursued us? Chiyo was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face, her brows knitting in anxiety. The higher-ups of Suna were equally perplexed. Wasn't it said they wouldn't follow us? Yet they truly have breached our defenses. Calm down. If Konoha dares to take such risks and confront us, it indicates that the pressure from the Land of Lightning is indeed substantial. They likely intend to inflict significant damage upon us to compel a ceasefire, subsequently consolidating their forces to defend against lightning. Foolish delusions. Chiyo scoffed, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Let us not forget, this is within the Land of Wind, where the heavens, earth, and humanity are all in our favor. This presents us with a golden opportunity to turn the tide. Chiyo's expression, resolute and unyielding, inspired admiration among the Suna leaders. Faced with such dire circumstances, she remained composed and astutely analyzed the current state of warfare. Transforming passivity into action, they prepared for a comprehensive counterattack. Indeed, Lady Chiyo is right. This time, Konoha has sought their own demise. They shall surely suffer a heavy blow. However, our supplies are depleted, one of them lamented. Fear not. Recently, we discovered a massive gold mine with an exceptionally high gold content, ready for extraction. We can utilize this gold to procure substantial supplies from other villages. Excellent. I shall promptly notify the other strongholds to prepare, awaiting the command for a full-scale counteroffensive. The Suna leaders were filled with fervor, united in purpose. The spirit of battle surged through the air. At that moment, another figure burst in, shouting, Lady Chiyo. There's trouble. Chiyo felt her heart constrict. How could this scene feel so eerily reminiscent? Had it occurred before? What is it? She demanded, forcing down her unease. Our stronghold has been taken. The Suna ninja exclaimed hurriedly. Such trivial matters, and you come in a fluster? What a disgrace. Chiyo nearly choked the messenger, slamming her palm onto the table in dissatisfaction. What kind of incompetent allies are these? In the face of adversity, one must remain unflinching. That is the mark of a true commander. You knew? The Suna ninja stammered, taken aback, then could not help but praise her. As expected of Lady Chiyo, we just received the news, and you were already aware. Humph. Chiyo was basking in her moment when suddenly realization struck. leaving her momentarily stunned. She hesitantly asked, "Wasn't the news about the first stronghold being taken relayed long ago?" "What? The first stronghold has fallen? I meant the 7th stronghold." The Suna ninja blinked, stuttering in surprise. The first stronghold had also been lost. "Oh, this is fortuitous." Chiyo quickly regained her composure, her spirits lifted. Approaching the map hanging on the wall, she contemplated deeply, then drew a line with her finger. "This is the first stronghold, and this is the 7th. It indicates that the Konoha forces are advancing along this route. They will likely encounter only a few minor strongholds along the way. Inconsequential to us. The vital strongholds are well hidden. They cannot possibly uncover them. It seems they have deviated from their course and become lost. At this rate, they will never reach the Suna village. This presents us a perfect opportunity. Dispatch someone to investigate the movements of Konoha's army. If confirmed, immediately send out ambushes to cut off their retreat. This battle must end with a decisive victory." Chiyo proclaimed confidently. Yes, the Suna leaders, upon hearing Chiyo's analysis, felt their confidence surge, their spirits soaring. As expected of Lady Chiyo, truly remarkable. Let us celebrate her victory as the 5th Kazekage. For Lady Chiyo, we shall fight, defeat the Hokage, seize Konoha, and we shall be invincible in the land of wind. The mountains of supplies and wealth from Konoha beckoned enticingly. The Suna leaders were almost eager to dance in celebration of their impending triumph. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open again. "Will you not use your hands to push?" someone exclaimed in frustration. "Enough." Chiyo interrupted impatiently. "What now? Speak quickly. What calamity is upon us this time? Can you not change your script? This routine is tiresome. The frontline reconnaissance team has just reported that the enormous gold mine at Stronghold 3 has been seized by Konoha." The Suna ninja shouted urgently. "What?" The room fell silent. Everyone, including Chiyo, was left in stunned disbelief, mouths agape in astonishment. How could this be possible? The Konoha army was supposed to be near the right side at Stronghold 7, not on the left? "Lady Chiyo, this is dire." Before Chiyo could react, another voice rang out. "The 12th stronghold, containing vast reserves of supplies, has also been taken by Konoha." "What? How could they appear simultaneously at both Stronghold 3 and 12? Chiyo was utterly bewildered. She had believed everything was under her control and according to plan, only to be blindsided by Konoha's audacity. The ordinary strongholds mattered little, but Stronghold 3 was located in a remote area of the Land of Wind, housing a recently discovered super gold mine, the very foundation of their confidence to wage war. Stronghold 12 was their village's secret warehouse, stocked with immense quantities of supplies, rivaling even the largest frontline stronghold. It was one of their village's hidden treasures, concealed underground. How could Konoha have discovered them? Were they not advancing along the route she had just deduced? How many troops had Konoha deployed, splitting their forces? How had they managed to seize 2 major strongholds, as if by divine intervention? This was infuriating. Previously, the Suna village had refrained from aggressive mining to protect the oasis's environment, only excavating slowly through a few openings. Yet Konoha did not concern themselves with environmental protection. They would blast through with large-scale ninjutsu, demolishing the surface layer of earth and commencing excavation. It was likely that within 10 days to half a month, the gold mine would be completely depleted. Chiyo could no longer bear it. A hand clutched at her heart, her vision darkening as she swayed, on the verge of fainting. "Lady Chiyo? Lady Chiyo!" The Suna leaders panicked, rushing to support her. "It's fine." Chiyo managed to catch her breath, slowly opening her eyes. "We still have a chance to turn the tide." At that moment, another Suna ninja burst in. "Lady Chiyo!" Silence. As one Suna ninja rushed in, the leaders of Suna glared in horror and shouted in unison. But it was too late. Upon hearing those fateful words, Chiyo collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Chun Yu stood perplexed atop a sand dune, blinking as he gazed upon the expansive village before him, particularly the distinctively marked cylindrical structures. Why does this place seem somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen it before during my days of watching anime. Where exactly is this? For a moment, Chun Yu found himself unable to recall. Glancing towards a nearby ninja, he asked, "This stronghold is quite large. It appears to be home to a significant number of people, doesn't it?" All the subordinates fell silent. Could there be fewer people? Just look at where we are. "Lord Chun Yu, this stronghold is the largest in the Land of Wind, for this is the Sand Ninja Village. You have led us right into the heart of the Sand Ninja's territory." The group of ninjas around wore complex expressions, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Now that you mention it, I do remember, Chun Yu exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he glanced at the mission point. 995-210000. Just 48 more to go. Initially, there were some enemies at the first few strongholds, but as they progressed, it seemed word had spread, and many fled, resulting in not a single enemy being slain. Chun Yu, troubled by the lack of adversaries, found himself grinning as they arrived at the Sand Ninja's lair. What splendid luck! Splendid luck. The Konoha ninjas were on the verge of tears. Lord, where do you see splendid luck in this? Unlike ordinary strongholds, this is their home base. Just look at those tall and thick outer walls. Breaking through will be no easy feat. They were merely a small team pretending to pursue and confuse the enemy. How did it escalate to a siege? After attacking a dozen strongholds, they had stumbled upon a main road and followed it here. That road must be the frontline supply line constructed by the Land of Wind. Normally, they should have caught wind of it earlier. However, after raiding so many strongholds and seizing numerous items alongside Chun Yu, they had become bloodthirsty and were solely focused on discovering the next location with treasures. Little did they expect to find themselves at the doorstep of the enemy's home. Chapter 80. Departing without return, the Land of Wind, the most barren and desolate of the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, with the land daimyo continuously cutting funding for training ninjas, the number of sand ninjas is rather limited, and their overall strength is not particularly formidable. However, that does not imply their homeland is easily plundered. Standing atop a sand dune, they could clearly see that the entire sand ninja village was established within a vast basin, surrounded by towering walls, with only a narrow gap in the center. The Line of Heaven. At that moment, 2 sand ninjas were chatting beside the Line of Heaven. Despite being in the midst of war, they perceived it as a frontline matter, completely unrelated to themselves. As for whether the Konoha ninjas would attack the village, they had never given it a thought. What a joke. Where's this? The Line of Heaven of the Sand-Hidden Village. A place that has become a formidable barrier. Countless strong warriors have faltered here. Unless the Konoha ninjas suddenly sprout wings, they surely wouldn't come here. While they were conversing, a 100-man squad swaggered into view. Where did that squad come from? The sand ninja, Chunin, instantly became alert, furrowing his brow slightly. Oh, it must be our people. Perhaps they just completed a mission at the front. Wait, those forehead protectors belong to the Konoha ninjas. One sand ninja initially dismissed it. But upon seeing Chun Yu and his team approach, he realized with shock that it was indeed a 100-man squad from Konoha. Quick, sound the alarm. Konoha is attacking the village. One exclaimed in alarm. Bang, bang. In the next moment, 2 of them erupted into blood mist, bursting apart instantly. Chun Yu calmly withdrew his fist. His observation haki was fully activated, and he discovered that there were only 2 guards at the entrance to the Line of Heaven. Well, the Sand Ninja Village seems quite confident in their defenses. Such a crucial position has only 2 guards? Chun Yu led his companions to the Line of Heaven, looking down upon the magnificent Sand Ninja Village. Lord, this is the final defense line of the Sand Ninja Village, the Line of Heaven. Look at this narrow mountain path. It can only accommodate 4 people side by side, extremely narrow. With such a confined passage, no more than a few can enter the Sand Ninja Village quickly. Furthermore, look at these walls. While they may appear to be made of ordinary earth and stone, they are in fact constructed from the hardest materials extracted by the Sand Ninja over decades of effort, incredibly sturdy. If invaders manage to enter the Sand Ninja Village, the Sand Ninja only need to hold the Line of Heaven to trap them. Aside from breaking through the Line of Heaven, there are no other routes. Years ago, when Lord White Fang led an assault on the Sand Ninja, the Sand Ninja Village was already extremely vulnerable, yet Lord White Fang still dared not enter, opting instead to skirmish with the enemy outside the village, fearing ambush. It is said that when the Raikage invaded the Land of Wind, he too was halted here at the Line of Heaven. My lord, having pursued them this far, we have accomplished our mission. Perhaps we should retreat? They did not wish to retreat out of cowardice, but recognized that with their 100-man squad, forcing an entry into the Sand Ninja Village and then getting out would be perilous. Most would likely perish for nothing. It wasn't worth it. Oh, so this is a place akin to a formidable barrier. No wonder there are only 2 guards. Chun Yu's gaze sharpened as he shook his head. However, the Sand Ninja invaded the Land of Fire, oppressing my brothers. Today, I shall make them aware of the might of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas understood and looked at Chun Yu with admiration. Chun Yu was risking his life for the honor of Konoha. He had led them to defeat so many enemies and capture numerous strongholds. In their hearts, he had become a god. Whatever Chun Yu instructed, they would follow without hesitation. Since Chun Yu showed no fear, what was there for them to fear? Just as Lord Chun Yu said, Konoha ninjas, even in death, we shall die on the path of charge. Let our deaths send a message to the enemy, telling them that we Konoha ninjas fear not death. Facing hundreds with unwavering resolve. At worst, we shall die. The future generations of Konoha will remember our names and the battles of today. The morale of the Konoha ninjas surged, evoking a sense of heroic resolve akin to the winds of the river, where the valiant would depart without return. My lord, what are your intentions? A Konoha jonin asked, his heart racing. To trample the sand ninjas and shatter the land of wind. Chun Yu's expression was stern. What if we do not return? Another Konoha jonin murmured resolutely. Then we shall not go. Chun Yu decisively rejected. Not going. The Konoha ninjas had already prepared themselves for a fierce battle, and Chun Yu's words nearly caused them to stagger. Just as they were about to charge into the line of heaven with unwavering determination, he suddenly stated they would not go. Lord Chun Yu is truly unfathomable. With our meager wisdom, we cannot comprehend him. As the Konoha ninjas felt a tumult of emotions, Chun Yu smiled faintly. This 100-man squad had accompanied him for so long, battling against enemies and forming bonds of camaraderie. While he himself feared nothing, their strength was insufficient, and charging in together would only lead to needless sacrifice. Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, blades are blind, and he could not protect everyone. As one who yearns for a happy ending, he could not allow tragedy to unfold. Thus, a change in perspective was required. There are numerous ways to strike at the enemy. We could charge in and engage in battle, but equally, we could stand outside and wait for the enemy to come to us. If we enter, the line of heaven becomes a shackle, but if the enemy emerges, the line of heaven might serve our use. Can accommodate 4 people passing through simultaneously? This is unsuitable. It is still too wide. In the very center of the narrow passage, Chun Yu forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. The power of the Tremor Fruit was instantly unleashed. Invisible waves radiated outward, causing a thunderous rumble. The earth shook violently, akin to an earthquake, as vast amounts of sand and soil surged madly from both sides of the narrow passage. It buried half of the passage, leaving only a narrow gap through which a single person could pass. What was once a pathway wide enough for 4 to walk side by side had transformed into a meager trail suitable for only one. This was nearly perfect. Chun Yu, satisfied, clapped his hands and nodded. He then placed his hands on his hips, channeling the ability of the Tremor Fruit to amplify his voice, and bellowed, "To my fellow sand shinobi, I, Chun Yu, the champion of duels, in the name of world peace, I stand here as a representative of Konoha to engage in a friendly exchange with you all. Let us bond through combat, and should anyone triumph over me, behold, these provisions shall be your reward." With that proclamation, he retrieved 2 sealing scrolls from the side, breaking their seals with a flourish. Instantly, mountains of supplies appeared out of thin air. Chapter 81. I, Chun Yu, uphold the virtues of martial ethics. The tremendous noise had already attracted the attention of many sand shinobi, coupled with Chun Yu's voice, which echoed like rolling thunder across the entirety of Sunagakure. Even the ordinary citizens within the village heard his declaration. The sand shinobi were bewildered. What was happening? Who dares to block the entrance of Sunagakure? Have they never faced defeat? Throughout the history of the shinobi world, how many powerful figures had returned in defeat when sand was at its weakest? Moreover, there were currently thousands of shinobi in the village, a formidable force indeed. What nonsense about a duel? Was this a death wish? However, the sheer quantity of supplies was notable. Wait, why do those supplies look familiar? They bear the sand shinobi emblem? Impossible. They belong to us. This is utterly outrageous. Even if we defeat you, what then? Those goods rightfully belong to us, and you are the enemy of Konoha. How audacious to block the entrance to our village. You dare to obliterate the narrow passage, leaving only a single entry point? Humph, what does it matter? You are but a 100-man squad. The village possesses thousands of shinobi. Enough to drown you with a single act. A wager of supplies? Nonsense. Those goods were ours to begin with. How infuriating. How dare you, a mere pest, run rampant in Sunagakure? The village is already on high alert, prepared for any emergency. In an instant, the sand shinobi swiftly locked onto their adversary, rushing forward like a tide. On the other side of the narrow passage, they confronted the Konoha forces from a distance. The Konoha shinobi were filled with admiration upon witnessing this. So this was the brilliance of Lord Chun Yu's strategy. He had effectively blocked the entrance and taunted the sand shinobi with their own supplies. If the sand shinobi did not retaliate, they would be forever shamed in the shinobi world. Yet, if they dared to respond, they would fall into his trap. For the narrow passage could only accommodate one at a time. We cannot enter, nor can they exit. Anyone who dared to appear on the opposite side would face the daunting odds of fighting against hundreds or even thousands. The sand shinobi were now in a significantly passive position. With just a few words and a display of supplies, Lord Chun Yu had ignited their fury. After all, every nation holds its dignity. The sand shinobi were on the brink of losing their composure. Chun Yu, brimming with excitement, gazed at their numbers, envisioning at least a few hundred head counts. The mission seemed assured. My divine dark fruit would soon be mine. Prepare the ninjutsu and shuriken. When I give the command, everyone shall unleash. Suddenly, recalling something important, Chun Yu turned back, earnestly advising, yes. The Konoha shinobi nodded fervently, without hesitation. Leading the charge was a sand shinobi elite jonin. His complexion dark and his speed remarkable, clearly a formidable opponent. It was Lord Miyamoto Jiro. With him present, the 100-man squad from Konoha was surely doomed. The sand shinobi erupted in cheers. Miyamoto Jiro was one of the hidden trump cards of Sunigakure, stationed at the intersection of the narrow passage and the village. An elite jonin on par with Maki, and renowned for his exceptional strength. He was among the closest to achieving the rank of Kage. Rumor had it that he had awakened a bloodline limit, endowing him with formidable power. Miyamoto Jiro led his troops swiftly to the narrow passage, peering through the narrow gap and spotting Chun Yu, sneering coldly. To be able to silently eliminate two guarding Chunin, you must possess at least jonin-level strength. Konoha indeed has an abundance of talent, achieving such prowess at such a young age. But this is where it ends. I will crush this leading brat first. Then you all can rush out and annihilate the Konoha squad, reclaiming our supplies. Like a flash of lightning, Miyamoto Jiro darted through the narrow opening in a blur. Without wasting words, he rapidly performed hand seals, then struck the ground with force. Magnet release. Iron Sand World. In the next moment, countless large, spiked projectiles formed mid-air, glinting ominously as they surged toward Chun Yu with ferocity. Magnet release? Chun Yu was taken aback, surprised to encounter such a technique. Having read the original text, he knew that only a select few could wield this power, including the one-tail Shikaku, the third and fourth Kazekage, as well as the new generation of sand ninjas, and the cloud shinobi Troy with his bloodline limit. This technique allowed mastery over all ferrous materials and the ability to manipulate iron within the sand. It bore resemblance to Marvel's Magneto. When combined with highly concentrated chakra, it transformed into a magnetic force controlling iron sand. Both offensive and defensive capabilities increased exponentially. Such immense power was why the third Kazekage was dubbed the strongest Kazekage in history. Magnet release was considered one of the most formidable ninjutsu. To Chun Yu's surprise, besides the previously mentioned individuals, Sand Shinobi possessed yet another wielder of magnet release. This was indeed unexpected. Sunigakure still had some formidable talents. Amidst his astonishment, Chun Yu found himself curious and decided to study the properties of magnet release, instantly enveloping his entire being in a divine armor of Busashoka Haki, standing firm and unyielding. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, countless massive spikes collided with Chun Yu. Clouds of dust erupted. What an arrogant brat. Daring to come to Sunigakure and make a fool of himself. But it was merely a single strike. How dull. Miyamoto Jiro remarked, hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a melancholic expression. It hit. As expected of Lord Miyamoto, this brat is surely doomed. Kill them. Annihilate them all. The sand shinobi surged forward with renewed vigor, weapons drawn, charging ahead with fervor. What? Miyamoto Jiro's expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth to speak. Boom. In a flash, an explosion erupted, showering the area with crimson fireworks. A figure emerged from the smoke, Chun Yu slowly retracting his fist. That was weak. Your massage technique pales in comparison to Gaara's. His was more akin to a back massage, while yours felt like a mere tickle, he remarked disdainfully. Truly, his expectations had been dashed. Witnessing this scene, the sand shinobi froze mid-charge. What? This brat emerged unscathed. No. Our captain was defeated by him with a single punch. This is impossible. Fear not. Even if he is strong, chakra and stamina are finite. With our numbers, we will wear him down. We shall surely defeat him. Indeed, did he not propose a duel as a means of camaraderie? Let us first wear him down. The sand ninjas were initially filled with dread, but soon hope blossomed. A sand ninja elite, with a solemn expression, strode forth from the narrow passage. Does your challenge still stand? Of course. I, Chun Yu, uphold the highest principles of martial ethics, he declared, nodding with righteous determination. Very well, I shall fight you. The sand ninja elite, aware of Chun Yu's formidable strength, had long prepared his forbidden technique. Release. Yet, just as the sand ninja was poised to unleash his secret technique in a surprise attack, Chun Yu suddenly bellowed. The Konoha ninjas, who had been silently gathering an array of jutsu, weapons, and explosive tags, hurled them frantically at the sand ninja elite. Boom, bang, crack, The cacophony of explosions and assaults erupted in a chaotic symphony. The sand ninja elite was instantly obliterated. Chapter 82. A double dose of joy as the dust settled. The sand ninjas were stirred into a frenzy, with their leader tremblingly pointing a finger at Chun Yu. You claimed it would be a one-on-one duel. Chun Yu shrugged nonchalantly, addressing his Konoha comrades. Our 100-man squad operates as a cohesive unit. Whether facing 1,000 or 10,000, we fight together. Thus, facing a single opponent, we shall likewise unite. Is that not reasonable? Absolutely. The Konoha ninjas echoed in unison. The sand ninja elite, hearing this, could not contain his rage and spat blood. By your logic, we 1,000 can also unite to combat your 100. Certainly, 1,000 may come, yet I shall not falter, Chun Yu remarked, flashing a thumbs up and a smile brimming with youthful exuberance. However, once you step beyond the narrow passage, we shall consider the challenge initiated. How can you claim to abide by martial ethics while resorting to deception and ambush? The sand ninja elite was so infuriated that he struggled to articulate his words, spewing blood and frustration. The remaining sand ninjas, overhearing, were equally incensed. This is preposterous. You assert that we may confront you as a legion of 10,000. Yet, the passage accommodates only one at a time. The moment one exits, the challenge commences. This is a blatant exploitation of the rules. Moreover, observe how those Konoha scoundrels. They shamelessly seized kunai and explosive tags from their supplies, hurling them at the sand ninjas without a shred of remorse. It pains us deeply. How infuriating. Lord Miyamoto has been slain. We must return and deliver the news. We shall avenge Lord Miyamoto. Though they are powerful, we have the numbers. We shall wear them down. This person tramples upon the dignity of our wind country and disregards martial ethics. This is intolerable. They must be eliminated. Though their adversary was immensely strong, the sand ninjas were incited by Chun Yu's provocations. A few of the calmer ones rushed back to relay the news, while the others, consumed by rage, charged recklessly towards the exit. As one after another emerged, they were met with the concentrated firepower of the Konoha 100-man team. Yet, some sand ninjas, undeterred by the threat of death, continued to press forward. Finally, after the sacrifice of nearly a dozen, the firepower of the Konoha team noticeably diminished. Their chakra reserves were running low. We have expended their resources. Victory is within our grasp. Brothers, for Lord Miyamoto, for the Sand Village, we shall avenge. The sand ninjas, previously paralyzed by fear, were now invigorated by the shift in momentum, charging forth with fervor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chun Yu observed the line of sand ninjas pouring out and silently counted his fingers, calculating the numbers. It was time. With a deliberate motion, he extended his right hand. A frigid mist coalescing around him, and forcefully struck the ground. Ice Age. The power of the ice fruit erupted, unleashing a wave of terrifying frost that surged forward. Crack. Within the narrow passage, the frenzied sand ninjas charging ahead were instantaneously encased in ice. With a calm and detached voice, Chun Yu commanded, "Shatter." The ice sculptures erupted, transforming into a storm of icy shards. The Konoha team, long since desensitized, continued their onslaught, while the distant onlookers among the sand ninjas stood in stunned silence. Ignoring the bewildered expressions surrounding him, Chun Yu reveled in the bounty of his task completion. Ding. Task accomplished. Host receives task reward. God level dark fruit. Development level 100. Finally, it has arrived. The dark fruit, the most ruthless and enigmatic fruit in the world of One Piece. It possesses a black hole-like gravitational pull that can absorb, compress, and obliterate anything that comes into contact with darkness. It even allows for remote attraction. In the original narrative, Blackbeard's dark fruit could only render an opponent temporarily powerless through direct contact. Thus, it was ineffective against long-range, wide-area attacks. However, I possess the god-level dark fruit. Be it furniture or distant, extensive assaults, all shall be devoured. The dark fruit does have a drawback. It cannot elementalize, making it vulnerable to physical attacks, resulting in double the pain upon injury. But I wield the god-level armament Hokage. Can you truly harm me? Your blows do not even faze me. Moreover, my fruit's ability allows me to absorb all attacks. This is not double the agony. It is unequivocally double the joy. You cannot fathom the extent of this double joy. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Sand Ninja were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Izo paced anxiously by Chiyo's bedside. She has awakened. Lady Chiyo is awake. A Sand medical ninja exclaimed with delight. Sister. Izo rushed forward, elated. Are you all right? I'm fine, Chiyo replied weakly. What has become of the village? The village. Izo had barely uttered 2 words when a frantic figure burst into the room, drawing the alarmed gazes of many. Lady Chiyo? It's bad. Baka. Silence. The Sand Ninja elite nearly lost their sanity, suspecting the newcomer was a spy sent by the enemy. A sense of foreboding swept through the crowd as they turned their eyes towards Chiyo. In the midst of their distressing stares, Chiyo, true to form, fainted once again. Sister. Izo was beside himself with rage, rising to kick the Sand Ninja in frustration. Baka, did you do this on purpose? I. The Sand Ninja stammered, bewildered, realizing he had inadvertently caused a grave mishap. Speak. What has transpired? Enemy attack. An entire 100-man Konoha squad has breached the narrow passage, now only allowing 1 person through. And they wish to duel. Lord Miyamoto challenged them, only to be instantaneously vanquished. We suspect there is a shadow-level powerhouse among them. What? Miyamoto Tsutomu was defeated in an instant. The crowd gasped in shock. Miyamoto Tsutomu, second only to Chiyo in strength, had been slain. How could this be? Even Lady Chiyo would struggle against such a foe. Who is it? Who has Konoha sent this time? Jiraiya? Or has the 3rd Hokage intervened personally? We are trapped and cannot escape. If word gets out, it will be an unprecedented humiliation for our Wind Country. We must confront the enemy. Yet, if even Miyamoto has been slain, who among us can stand against him? The Sand Ninja elite was thrown into a state of panic. Their shortage of elite fighters glaringly evident. Do not panic. Suddenly, the old advisor, Kaizakura, spoke up, his murky eyes revealing madness and gloom. We still have a trump card. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly understood. Someone asked, but, esteemed advisor, you must realize that Gaara has fallen into a deep slumber. If we awaken Shikaku now, he may go berserk. It doesn't matter. Kaizakura waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the higher-ups of the Sand Village. Such a powerful ninja, besides my sister. Who can withstand him? The higher-ups of the Sand Village clenched their teeth. There were a few strong individuals left in the village, but with the 4th Kazekage deceased, Chiyo in a coma, and her son and daughter-in-law previously killed by Konoha's White Fang, with Sasori missing, Gaara was indeed one of their last resorts. Yet, he too had been frightened into a deep slumber by Chun Yu in Konoha. They had no one left to rely on. Do not worry. Kaizakura stepped forward, peering through the window at the chaos outside. His gaze turned icy as he declared, Shikaku is a tailed beast. This formidable Konoha ninja possesses strength at the level of a Kage. If they engage in battle, regardless of the outcome, Shikaku will expend tremendous energy and may not go berserk. Chapter 83. The fear of sudden silence. If Shikaku wins, all the better. If he loses, the invaders from Konoha will also be drained, and we can seize the opportunity to ambush him. This way, we can defend the village without expending too much energy while we await my sister's awakening. Kaizakura's eyes gleamed with malice, revealing his cunning intellect. Quick, move faster. Stop dawdling. On the streets of the Sand Village, Kaizakura led the way, followed by 2 ninjas carrying a stretcher on which Gaara lay, rushing forward. Both Gaara and Shikaku were in slumber. However, the Sand Village had long since developed a unique ninjutsu capable of awakening Shikaku, enabling him to fight. Though there were certain risks involved, they intended to throw Gaara outside into the chaos. Even if Shikaku went berserk, it would be the unfortunate Konoha ninjas outside who would bear the brunt. Kaizakura has arrived. This is the Jinchuriki. Are we really going to use our trump card? Splendid. When the tailed beast strikes, this Konoha team will surely be annihilated. The sand ninjas, initially on high alert, guarding the village gates, were now filled with anticipation. Unsure of what to do, suddenly, they heard footsteps behind them and were astonished to see their advisor Kaizakura, accompanied by Gaara, arriving, prompting a loud cheer. You have some nerve to come rampaging in our sand village. Through the narrow gaps of the village's defenses, Kaizakura spotted Chun Yu and the Konoha ninjas not far off. Sneering, soon, you will realize that this is the most foolish decision of your lives. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates to place the stretcher at the narrow entrance of the village, and they joined hands to form seals. Wind release, gale palm. As their voices echoed, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, propelling the stretcher outside. They had no choice. They couldn't dare step outside. With so many Konoha ninjas eyeing them like vultures, who would risk their lives? Gaara was thrown outside. The poor Gaara, even in his slumber, remained unaware that he had become a mere sandbag, tossed about. Immediately, surrounding Kaizakura, 6 elite sand ninjas gathered, hands forming hand seals in unison, and a massive ninjutsu array materialized. Now, let me show you the true terror. Kaizakura sneered, raising his right hand and striking the ground forcefully. Ninjutsu, Shikaku sealing release. Roaring. In the next moment, the slumbering Shikaku was awakened, issuing a tremendous roar. Shikaku has awakened. It's going berserk. Let us move back and watch from a distance, lest we get caught in it. Humph. The unfortunate Konoha ninjas were about to face dire consequences. The sand ninjas rejoiced, swiftly retreating, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they peered through the narrow gaps. Anxious to see the Konoha ninjas being sent skyward by Shikaku's might. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds. A chilling wind swept through the entrance of the sand village. An eerie silence enveloping the air. The sand ninjas were bewildered. Kaizakura was even more perplexed. Where was Shikaku? What the hell? Why hasn't he emerged yet? The Konoha ninjas were equally stunned. Is this it? Are the sand ninjas so cowardly that they dare not confront us? They bring out a bedridden patient on a stretcher to play the victim? Who can lend me their eyes? I can't find my big grin in all this. Hearing the Konoha ninjas' taunts, the sand ninjas were furious. Damn it, don't get too smug. You'll be the ones crying soon. But what was going on? Could it be that the seal placed on Shikaku was too strong? Kaizakura began to doubt himself. Unlike the Nine Tails, which was sealed by the 4th dead demon-consuming seal, Shikaku would awaken as long as Gaara was asleep. Previously, due to Chun Yu's presence, Shikaku had been frightened into retreating. After returning to the village, Kaizakura had, out of fear of Shikaku going berserk, placed several layers of seals. Could it be that his previous sealing technique had not been fully undone? It must be that. Let us try again. Humph. Kaizakura sneered. Let you gloat for a while longer. Soon it will be your turn to weep. Then, the massive ninjutsu array glowed once more. Even more brightly than before. This time, Kaizakura drew upon nearly all of his chakra and slammed his hand down onto the ground. Ninjutsu, Shikaku sealing release. With his murky, aged voice, a brilliant light enveloped Gaara. This time it would surely work. The previous failure was due to the incomplete unsealing. This time, with the seal completely lifted, Shikaku would emerge. Konoha ninjas, don't get too proud. Soon you will witness your own tears. The hearts of the sand ninjas soared once more. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Silence. The fear of sudden stillness hung in the air, laden with an unspeakable awkwardness. Shikaku remained utterly still. Now what? What are you trying to do? Is this some sort of light show? Why are we having a light show in broad daylight? I'm getting a bit drowsy. The Konoha ninjas waited eagerly, expecting to see some terrifying ninjutsu unfold. But what was this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Space freezing technique? Sudden awkwardness technique? The sand ninjas were dumbfounded. They had earlier explained the incomplete seal. How would they explain this? Their esteemed advisor had exhausted his chakra, yet there was still no response. Not to mention a few seals. Even 100 seals should have been undone. What on earth is happening? Both sides were in a state of confusion, yet Chun Yu understood the reason behind it. When Gaara was tossed out, Chun Yu realized the sand ninjas were about to utilize their final trump card, the one-tailed Shikaku. When Kaizakura first attempted to unseal Shikaku, he released his conqueror's haki, startling Shikaku. Shikaku was taken aback, wanting to emerge for a breath of fresh air, but upon encountering this terrifying figure, he retreated back into Gaara. I'm retreating. Do as you please. Chun Yu could only shake his head in resignation. It was indeed a twist of fate. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen victim. But unfortunately, they encountered him. Sigh. Oh, sand ninjas, do take heed. If you had only sent someone who had participated in the Chunin Exams, you wouldn't be in such a pitiful predicament. Gaara and Shikaku are truly unfortunate. One lies in a stupor, another in slumber. It is clear that they wish to remain idle and avoid emerging, yet they are compelled to endure forced overtime. Chapter 84. The Hidden Hand of the Wind Country. The Konoha Outpost. Tsunade stared in astonishment at the endless stream of supplies being delivered by the army that had originally been dispatched to assist Chun Yu. Particularly striking were the mountains of gold casually piled outside, alongside a plethora of explosive tags. She was left utterly speechless. She had sent the army to support Chun Yu. Yet unexpectedly, a combat unit had transformed into a logistics team. Now, she, the commander of the three armies, had become the leader of a transport brigade. Observing these ninjas, they showed no signs of fatigue. After unsealing the scrolls, they gleefully dashed off, no doubt to retrieve even more supplies. Fighting is arduous, but transporting goods is a joy. Do not inquire, for happiness is the answer. Kakashi. After a considerable time, Tsunade turned her gaze towards Kakashi, who had returned with a small team, laden with abundant supplies, and eagerly asked, "How much material have you gathered?" I cannot recall the exact figures. Initially, we kept track, but it soon became too overwhelming, and the counting proved too time-consuming. Kakashi scratched his head, his face revealing a mix of joy and frustration. Following the map provided by Chun Yu, we proceeded sequentially and discovered that all enemies marked at the outposts had been annihilated by him, leaving behind an enormous cache of supplies. Notably, the third outpost is a colossal gold mine, and after utilizing a significant number of explosive tags, we have excavated more than half of it. Behind him, several Konoha ninjas could hardly contain their excitement. Hey, blowing up a gold mine with explosive tags. Have you ever experienced such a thrill? The carefree use of explosive tags has showered us with gold, with chunks strewn everywhere. What a delight. And at the 12th outpost, I suspect it serves as another strategic reserve for them. The supplies within far exceed what Chun Yu brought back last time, by at least double. This substantial quantity of supplies is critically important. Fearing danger, I personally led the team, utilizing the sealing scrolls from the Sand Ninja to transport everything back. Kakashi pointed at his 200-strong team, each member burdened with bulging backpacks filled with sealing scrolls. Upon seeing these supplies, everyone gasped in disbelief. Each backpack contained 100 sealing scrolls. 200 ninjas collectively carried 20,000 sealing scrolls. My goodness, how much material has been sealed away? If all of it were to be unsealed, it would surely inundate Konoha's outpost. Has Chun Yu truly swept away all the Sand Ninja strongholds? Has he also acquired a massive gold mine and a supersized strategic reserve for the Sand Ninja village? The higher-ups of Konoha were left bewildered. What of the pursuit mission? How did it turn into a complete takeover of their strongholds? This execution of the task left them at a loss for words. Tsunade felt dizzy from the overwhelming happiness. Before the conflict, supplies had been Konoha's greatest shortcoming. Yet now, there were so many supplies that she was unsure how to utilize them effectively. A mere newcomer like Chun Yu had completely altered the tide of battle. Not only had he transformed the situation, but he had also impacted the larger scheme of things. Let us not forget that other ninja villages were also stirring, preparing to send troops to the front. Indeed, our preparation time was short, the front too long, and our supplies insufficient. We had only been capable of passive defense. However, the supplies brought by Chun Yu could bolster other battlefronts, allowing us to take the initiative. This was a direct shift from passivity to proactivity. The people of Konoha marveled. In a colossal war involving thousands, even a formidable shinobi could only slightly tip the scales of victory. It was unprecedented for an individual like Chun Yu, by his own strength, to provide Konoha with the capability to simultaneously engage with other ninja villages. In truth, Chun Yu had already become a hero of Konoha. By the way, where is Chun Yu? Tsunade suddenly remembered and urgently inquired. Have you located Chun Yu? At this point, Kakashi's expression turned peculiar, and with a series of hand seals, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Kakashi's summoning beast, Pakin, appeared. You might want to ask Pakin, based on the scent. Pakin turned towards the direction of the Sand Ninja village. If you are searching for that young man, he should be heading to the Sand Ninja village. What? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Chun Yu, leading a 100-man team, dared to venture into the Sand Ninja Village. After all, it was the stronghold of the Wind Country, one of the 5 great nations. Even though the Wind Country was currently weakened, its foundation remained intact. Moreover, there surely must be hidden cards up their sleeves. This is recklessness of the highest order. This is also one of my purposes for returning, Kakashi said, his brow furrowing with concern. Chio is leading nearly 20,000 troops in retreat, and we have counted the bodies of the enemies encountered along the way, fewer than 1,000. This implies that a substantial number of enemies have vanished without a trace. I suspect that there must be significant movements beneath the Sand Ninja Village. Although Chun Yu is powerful, leading a mere 100-man team against tens of thousands may prove to be insufficient. We must find a way to notify Chun Yu immediately and urge him to return. Tsunade grew anxious as well. Chun Yu was now the precious jewel of Konoha. If anything were to befall him, not only would Tsunade suffer the loss of a valued ally, but the morale of their forces would undoubtedly plummet. A loss for gain. Why must this boy be so reckless? Tsunade-sama. At that moment, 2 elite jonin rushed in. 2 reconnaissance teams have reported significant troop movements in the Bird Country, Rain Country, and River Country, with a total exceeding 30,000, converging towards our front lines. They are expected to arrive in 2 days. This is disastrous. Tsunade's expression changed dramatically. As anticipated, Chio indeed had a backup plan. No wonder Kakashi hadn't discovered the Wind Country's army at the outpost. They had retreated to the 3 intermediary nations, the Bird Country, Rain Country, and River Country, nestled between the Wind and Fire countries. Being caught in the crossfire of both nations was undoubtedly perilous. Each time the 2 great nations waged war, these 3 smaller countries trembled in fear. One wonders what benefits Chio had offered them to incite them to simultaneously strike against Konoha. Pakin, take some people and immediately notify Chun Yu, instructing him to return at once. Tsunade commanded urgently. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. Tsunade-sama, you know Chun Yu's character. He may not heed the warning. Not at all. Based on my understanding of Chun Yu, while he tends to act impulsively, he can discern urgency. I will personally draft a command. And he will likely return, Tsunade reflected, her confidence unwavering. Though Chun Yu often acted recklessly, his heart still belonged to Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have sent word back, ensuring a steady flow of supplies. All right. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Tsunade quickly wrote the command on a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi, depart immediately and locate Chun Yu. He must return within a day. Understood. Kakashi recognized the urgency of the situation and wasted no time, sprinting off with Pakin in tow. Chapter 85. This path is my grave. This book is my folly Sand Ninja Village. Hirako's complexion was ashen. His frail, elderly body, compounded by the depletion of chakra, left him feeling dizzy. Yet more than that, his face was etched with disbelief and resentment. What has become of Shikaku? Why is there still no sign? Advisor, Lord Chio. Just then, Maki rushed in, prepared to speak, but upon seeing Chun Yu at the door, he was taken aback. It's you. Do you know him? Who is he? Kaizoku exclaimed, gripping Maki's arm tightly. He is Chun Yu, the one who terrified Shikaku in the Hidden Leaf Village. Maki replied incredulously. It's actually him? The expressions of the Sand Shinobi changed dramatically. Now they understood why Shikaku had been so still for so long. This was undoubtedly a psychological scar. How could this boy named Chun Yu have accomplished such a feat? When we handle Shikaku, we would want to apply layer upon layer of seals. Yet Chun Yu could frighten Shikaku back? This is absurd. What has happened to my sister? Kaizoku's face turned ashen as he urgently asked Maki. Lord Chio. Maki clenched his teeth, glanced at Chun Yu, and whispered to Kaizoku. She has fallen into a deep coma. The medical team says it will take at least 5 hours for her to awaken. That long? Kaizoku tightened his fists. What should we do? The Sand Village is vast, and apart from Shikaku, we certainly have other trump cards. But those trump cards can only be activated by the Wind Shadow and my sister. Chio, now that the Wind Shadow is dead and my sister is unconscious, the previous Sand Shinobi army is likely proceeding with their plans, slowly encircling the Leaf Village's front lines. No one knows the current state of the Sand Village, and they find it exceedingly difficult to send a message because Chun Yu is guarding the only exit. Even if they manage to escape through several emergency exits, they would need to take a long detour to avoid detection by Chun Yu. By the time they find their troops, it would not only delay the overall assault, but also require splitting forces for reinforcement, taking more than a day. Being blocked at their doorstep by a 100-man squad for a day would be tantamount to nailing the Wind Country to a pillar of shame. They would never be able to hold their heads high again. Chun Yu, even though you guard the entrance to the sky, as long as we do not leave, you cannot harm us. This situation offers you no advantage. Kaizoku pondered, gritting his teeth. He stepped forward to the entrance, but did not dare to go out. He glanced at Chun Yu and said, "Just now, my sister suggested that we both take a step back. You leave voluntarily, and we will not pursue you. What do you say? I truly admire the people of the Wind Country. You can lie without a hint of shame. Lord Shio clearly needs 5 more hours to awaken." Chun Yu replied with a faint smile. "Did you really think my observation hockey is for show?" "What? You heard that?" Kaizoku's face changed instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation. This kid knows the truth. "And what did you just say? That we cannot be harmed? Who gave you the courage to say that?" "Liang Jingru." Chun Yu scoffed. "You think you can bluff your way out of this without shedding blood? Not a chance. Do you truly believe that hiding in the entrance to the sky will keep you safe? Today, I shall pierce you with my small blade." Chun Yu clenched his right fist, activating his devil fruit ability in an instant, a black circle appearing. "What is this 4-symbol seal?" Kaizoku thought he recognized it. Smiling slightly, "I am a renowned ninja in the ninja world. What ninjutsu have I not seen? The 4-symbol seal requires the life of the user as a price to whoosh." Chun Yu did not have the patience to let this old man finish. Delivering a powerful punch, the black sphere shot forth and struck the towering statue of the past wind shadows. Boom! With an almost inaudible sound. The black sphere instantly expanded. The 3 massive statues were engulfed by darkness in an instant. All buildings within a 50-meter radius vanished in a blink. Those 3 enormous statues represented the 3 wind shadows of the Sand Village. They had withstood countless wars, but still stood tall. The material of those statues was far sturdier than the walls, many times harder than steel. They were the totems and symbols of their village, the very foundation of their nation. And yet, with a single black sphere thrown by Chun Yu, they were completely devoured. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Countless sand shinobi felt as if something had shattered within them. "You actually unleashed the 4-symbol seal." Kaizoku's hair stood on end, his face ashen. The remaining sand shinobi were instantly petrified, an endless fear rising within them. They finally understood. Chun Yu was not helpless against the walls. He could destroy them with ease. He merely intended to block their escape. Kaizoku felt despair creeping in, his mind racing to find a solution. What should he do? After all, only his sister could barely contend with such a powerful adversary. It seemed he had no choice but to endure. Let this kid leave first. Kaizoku took a deep breath. Slowly exhaling, his murky old eyes gazing at Chun Yu, filled with reluctance but devoid of options, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, what do you want?" "What do I want?" Chun Yu revealed a dazzling smile, finally getting to the point. "You'll find out soon enough." Would release, Mountain King technique. With a mighty shout from Chun Yu, the earth trembled, and 2 towering trees sprouted instantly beside him. A wooden sign hung between the 2 trees, emblazoned with 4 large characters, Chen's little shop. Below were 4 lines of text. "This road is where I bury, this tree is what I planted. To pass this road, leave behind your toll." And a gigantic, flamboyant signature, Konoha Chun Yu. "Just a heads up, we're collecting tolls now, 10 pounds of sand gold per person. If you have sand gold, hurry up and bring it. If not, find a way to borrow some. Don't make me work too hard. As for money, explosive tags, ninja tools, we don't need those. We've already looted too much from your base. Chen's little shop only accepts sand gold." Chun Yu stood beneath the sign, extending his hand. The sand shinobi turned purple with rage. "Baka, not only did you destroy the wind shadow statue, but you're blocking our way and demanding a toll. The most outrageous part is that you refuse to accept explosive tags and the like, claiming you've looted too much. Please, have some decency. If this gets out, how can the Wind Country hold its head high? From now on, they might as well throw away their sand ninja headbands. They can't afford to lose face." Kaizoku was even angrier, his hair standing on end, smoke rising from his head. This rage was indeed real. Sand gold, although it is also gold, its value surpasses that of regular gold. Akin to the difference between ordinary iron and stainless steel, only those with the magnetic release bloodline limit can extract it from the earth. It is a coveted treasure for many powerful nations. 10 pounds of sand gold per person? Why not just rob us outright? This is an absolute humiliation. Chapter 86. The joyful harvest time. No, I dare not. Chun Yu's power was too overwhelming. If he inadvertently provoked him again, who knows what calamity might ensue. At that point, if anything happened to the village, he would have no way to explain to his sister. After all, he still had trump cards in hand. There were also the allied forces of 3 small nations and the Wind Country's tens of thousands of troops, not to mention other allied ninja nations. There remained a chance for a comeback, as long as they could defeat the Leaf Village. The victors are kings, while the vanquished are thieves. Today's humiliation could be erased. At that time, they would repay it manifold. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. The urgent matter now was to make Chun Yu leave quickly, to obtain the sand gold. Kaizoka squeezed out these few words from between clenched teeth. Yes. A group of subordinates clenched their fists, filled with a fervent desire to retaliate against Chun Yu and avenge their previous disgrace. Yet, they were acutely aware of their own limitations, knowing that they were powerless to act. They understood the thoughts lurking in the mind of their superior, Lao Tsang, and could only heed the advisor's words. With great reluctance, they turned to the warehouse to retrieve the sand gold. At that moment, a colossal eagle descended from the sky, carrying a figure and a dog, none other than Kakashi and Pakin. Kakashi-sensei? Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beamed and waved his hands in greeting. Kakashi initially focused on Chun Yu, but upon witnessing the entirety of the Sand Ninja Village, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This young man had indeed succeeded. Leading a 100-man team, he had trapped the Sand Ninjas in a narrow passage, preventing any from escaping. As Kakashi directed the eagle to descend, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Where was the statue of the Wind Shadow? Had it vanished? Could it be that Chun Yu was responsible? Wait a moment. What on earth was happening at the entrance? Chun Yu had audaciously claimed the territory as his own, demanding tolls from those attempting to pass. No wonder the faces of the Sand Ninjas resembled that of someone who had consumed something foul. This was an act only Chun Yu could pull off. Kakashi's expression was a mix of disbelief and intrigue. On his journey, he had led a team from Konoha and expended considerable effort to tame a flying ninja beast. He had feared that if anything were to go awry on Chun Yu's end, they would have to abandon the 100-man team. But Chun Yu had to be brought back at all costs. Although it pained him to abandon an entire unit, such sacrifices were a grim reality of war. Yet, he never anticipated that Chun Yu would not only demand payment at the entrance, but would also have the audacity to destroy the statue of the Wind Shadow. Under normal circumstances, either of these actions would incite boundless fury, prompting countless ninjas to risk their lives in pursuit of vengeance. Yet now, the Sand Ninjas dared not make a sound. Lao Tsang, a high-ranking advisor among them, stood with clenched fists and gritted teeth, too intimidated to strike. This clearly indicated one thing. They had been cowed. Just how formidable was Chun Yu? It seemed even the third Hokage himself could not achieve such a feat in a daze. The eagle gradually descended, and Kakashi leaped down to Chun Yu's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chun Yu, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries? Kakashi inquired. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, we have faced 100 foes and remain undefeated. Chun Yu replied confidently, a smile gracing his face. Kakashi shot a quizzical glance at Lao Tsang, then produced a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Chun Yu. This is a message from Lady Tsunade. Oh, Chun Yu paused, taking the scroll and opening it to read a brief message. The nations of the bird, rain, river, and wind will join forces, with tens of thousands of troops arriving at the front lines in 2 days. Return promptly. Chun Yu blinked, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had only encountered a little over 2,000 people brought back by Chio after such a lengthy pursuit. The remaining forces had fled to other nations. Kakashi-sensei, please inform Lady Tsunade that there is no need to dispatch a large army to assist me. We have just eradicated the remnants of the Sand Ninja forces and require a period of rest. I can handle matters here. Chun Yu declared with a smile as he closed the scroll. He spoke loudly enough for Lao Tsang and the Sand Ninjas to overhear. Kakashi was taken aback. He had read the scroll himself and was certain it did not convey such sentiments. However, being astute, he quickly grasped that Chun Yu was deliberately framing his response. Although oblivious to the full extent of Chun Yu's actions, Kakashi understood the need for cooperation. As for Lady Tsunade's orders, he had comprehended them clearly. The urgency had stemmed from concerns for Chun Yu's safety. Now, it appeared that the real danger lay elsewhere. It would be prudent to wait a while longer. Moreover, given Chun Yu's character, if he truly encountered insurmountable peril, he would undoubtedly flee faster than a rabbit. No worries. We have reached an accord with the Land of Thunder, and reinforcements are already en route. Furthermore, your acquisition of resources and the annihilation of over 10,000 troops from the Wind Country and its allied nations required minimal effort. Lady Tsunade's main force will arrive in just 2 hours. Kakashi proclaimed dramatically. Hai Lao Tsang and his companions were left dumbfounded. Chun Yu chuckled inwardly, amused by Kakashi's theatrics. This performance deserved a score of 82, while the remaining points would be awarded in a more generous manner. Meanwhile, Hai Lao Tsang's expression darkened ominously. What? The allied forces have been annihilated. How can this be possible? Is this information true or false? We must act quickly to send Chun Yu away. If the news is fabricated, we still have a chance to turn the tide. We can retrieve whatever we give to Konoha, but if it is true, we cannot bear the consequences. Better to part with our wealth than face disaster. After all, our secret experiment is nearing completion. Once it succeeds, the sand gold will flow like it did during the reign of the 3rd and 4th generations. Thus, the priority was to hasten Chun Yu's departure, investigate the veracity of the situation, and reassess once they had regained their composure. Maki, gather all the sand gold. Hai Lao Tsang urged, his anxiety palpable. What? Maki was initially taken aback, but quickly understood the gravity of the situation as a high-ranking official of the Wind Country. He begrudgingly turned to prepare for the task. Within half an hour, the sand ninjas, burdened with enormous sacks filled to the brim with sand gold, began to toss them out through the narrow gaps one by one. Soon, the entrance was piled high with sand gold. Chun Yu activated his advanced observation haki, surveying the scene. It seems that Hai Lao Tsang truly did bring forth all the sand gold. He exclaimed, Brothers, gather the spoils. Chun Yu waved his hand, calling out to his team. The 100-man squad was elated, with several comrades pulling out high-ranking sealing scrolls that were essential for Chun Yu's team. The remaining inventory was intended for this very moment. These high-ranking sealing scrolls, though costly and intricate to craft, could seal far more than standard scrolls. In mere moments, 10 such scrolls encapsulated the mountainous pile of sand gold. Kakashi stood by, utterly astonished. What in the world? Is this the act of claiming territory and collecting tolls? This is akin to plundering the entirety of the Wind Country. Not only had they seized resources, but they had also stripped the sand ninjas of their entire wealth. This operation would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Konoha. Hai Lao Tsang and his band of sand ninjas wore expressions of despair, fists clenched as they helplessly watched their most prized possessions being taken away by Chun Yu. Thank you for the generous gifts, my sand ninja friends. I'll be sure to return your favor. Chun Yu laughed heartily, bidding farewell to the increasingly pale sand ninjas. With a grand gesture, he led his 100-man team in a confident retreat. Just you wait. In a moment of urgency, Kaizo squeezed out a few words. Glancing back at Maki, dispatched someone immediately to investigate whether Kakashi's intelligence was true or false. And you lot, go chop down that damn tree. Yes. Several sand shinobi, already irritated by the 2 trees, rushed forward with axes in hand. Advisor, look. Maki did not respond but pointed outside in astonishment. The intelligence scroll lay quietly on the sandy ground, untouched by Chun Yu. It appeared they had grown overly confident and forgotten to take the intelligence with them. It's ours now. Quickly retrieve it. Kaizo's heart soared with joy. Maki hurried outside to retrieve the scroll and quickly unfurled it. The next moment, both Maki and Kaizo were left dumbfounded, particularly Kaizo, who repeatedly scrutinized the text. He had been deceived. Advisor, one of the sand shinobi exclaimed. We can't chop down this tree. Even with ninjutsu, we haven't even scratched the bark. That wooden panel is harder than the tree itself. At that moment, several bewildered sand shinobi stared at their axes, which already bore notches, in disbelief. What? Kaizo was momentarily stunned. These 2 towering green trees, resembling colossal green hats, could not be destroyed. Would this mean that visitors to the Wind Country would see this upon arrival, signifying that the Wind Country could never erase this humiliation? With a rush of mixed emotions, anger, frustration, and indignation, Kaizo, already exhausted, coughed up blood and fainted. Quickly, summon the medical ninjas. The advisor has collapsed. Meanwhile, at the Konoha base, Tsunade sat in her chair, perusing the intelligence and supply lists that had just arrived, though her mind was elsewhere. Hours had passed without any word from Chun Yu. What if he had encountered danger? Alas, it's my fault. I shouldn't have assigned him this pursuit. Tsunade shook her head, unable to calm her restless heart. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she felt a deep ache. If anything were to happen to Chun Yu, how could she explain it to Jiraiya and the third Hokage? Chun Yu was Konoha's rising star, having awakened a new bloodline limit. He was a burgeoning talent, and Tsunade had already considered him a confidant, his presence nearly merging with that of her brother. If her misjudgment in command led to unforeseen issues, that inner demon would likely haunt her forever. Tsunade forced herself to suppress her anxiety, opening a map to mark the locations of the Wind Country's bases one by one. Although Pakin had suggested that Chun Yu might be at a blockade, Tsunade still clung to a glimmer of hope. This kid wouldn't act recklessly, would he? Moreover, he had 100 elite ninjas by his side, battle-hardened Konoha shinobi adept at assessing situations. Surely, they could dissuade any rash actions. He must have merely approached a base closer to the Sand Shinobi village. Yes, it had to be that way. She hoped Kakashi would return with Chun Yu soon, sparing her further anxiety. Just then, a figure entered from outside. It was Chun Yu, beaming with a radiant smile. I'm back. Following him was a 100-man squad. Weary yet vibrant, their eyes gleaming. You finally returned. Are you hurt? Tsunade's heart leapt in joy. She quickly approached Chun Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Ah, Chun Yu exclaimed, your affection is suffocating. Don't stop. I can hold my breath a bit longer. Cough, cough. Kakashi, standing nearby, couldn't help but clear his throat. Lady Tsunade, perhaps we should discuss matters at hand first. Yes, yes. Tsunade hastily released Chun Yu, aware of the previous pressure, her face flushing with a rare hue. You rascal. I only instructed you to feign pursuit. Why did you charge into the Wind Country and seize so many bases? Tsunade inhaled deeply, forcing herself to steady her racing heart, redirecting the conversation. Of course. It was for you, Lady Tsunade. That old hag Chiyo tried to take advantage of your illness to eliminate you. How could I let that slide? Chun Yu proclaimed earnestly. Your trust in me to undertake such a crucial mission compels me to give my all. Good brother. Tsunade felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her eyes glistened. If only her brother were here, he would defend her just as fiercely. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced Chun Yu once more. Kakashi and Shizen stood by, observing the scene with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Chun Yu had truly found the key to Tsunade's heart. The dynamic was indeed one of mutual dependence. Yet smiles graced their faces, for they were all too familiar with the undeniable truth of affection. The supplies piled high were a reality, and Tsunade had also managed to transport a significant quantity back to the village to aid the third Hokage in supporting other fronts. As they conversed, Konoha's higher-ups began to enter the room. Tsunade quickly released Chun Yu, regaining her composure as she took her seat at the central table. Although Chun Yu's actions had been impulsive and reckless, they had yielded unexpected rewards, particularly in clarifying the locations of many bases within the Sand Country and seizing a substantial amount of supplies, which would greatly impact the future of the war. Chapter 88. Please take a good rest at the Konoha base. Chun Yu and Kakashi had successfully led their 100-man squad back. What? You really reached the gates of the Sand Shinobi village. Tsunade and the assembled Konoha high-ranking officials were left speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Initially, they had speculated, but now with confirmation, their shock was palpable. You took a 100-man squad and routed Chiyo's army, capturing all their bases and arriving at their doorstep? Might Gai's brows shot up in astonishment. Then he broke into a grin, giving Chun Yu a thumbs up. Wow, that's the power of youth. Thank goodness Kakashi arrived just in time to bring you back, or we would have been in serious trouble. That's the Sand Shinobi village's headquarters. Delaying too long might have brought unforeseen consequences. Tsunade expressed her relief. Chiyo must be furious. Asuma chimed in, chuckling. We seized a massive gold mine and a strategic reserve point in the Wind Country, not to mention all the supplies from their bases. Aside from their sand gold, they'll have little left. Lady Tsunade, Mr. Asuma, you've misunderstood. A Konoha jonin behind Chun Yu stepped forward, chest puffed with pride. Under Master Chun Yu's leadership, we positioned ourselves at the entrance to Heaven's Line, facing no danger at all, and even frightened Chiyo into hiding. They attempted to employ a war of attrition against us. But to their surprise, Master Chun Yu eliminated them all with a single ice jutsu. What? You can use ice jutsu? The crowd gasped once more, astonished. This technique was unique to the Mist Village. Chun Yu could wield it too. At that moment, Chun Yu's imposing figure loomed at the entrance to Heaven's Line. He cast aside the four symbols sealing technique, obliterating the Wind Shadow's statue. the sand ninjas, and that old coot, Ebizo, dared not utter a word, obediently surrendering the sand gold. A Konoha jonin from another 100-man squad exclaimed with fervor, "Yes, yes." The crowd behind him nodded fervently, their gazes towards Chun Yu brimming with admiration and zeal. They were all witnesses. What? The Konoha higher-ups, just recovered from their shock, were once again petrified. You destroyed the Wind Shadow's statue and seized their sand gold. You even discarded the four symbols sealing technique. Tsunade shot up, incredulously asking, "How is this possible? Is it true, Kakashi?" "It is," Kakashi replied, his expression grave. "The statue of the Wind Shadows has indeed been destroyed by Chun Yu, and they have surrendered a significant amount of sand gold." Hiss. At Kakashi's revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. My heavens, is this even possible? Kakashi's father, White Fang, merely charged to the front line, intimidated a few, and then withdrew. Yet Chun Yu directly demanded gold, and he took the most precious sand gold. How much sand gold did they yield? Mike Guy, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. "It's not that I'm greedy, but this is unprecedented. It's a historic first." "Not particularly much," Chun Yu pondered, shaking his head as he glanced at the Konoha jonin beside him. Understanding Chun Yu's intent, the jonin, having honed their synergy over time, extended a hand and produced a sealing scroll. Bang! The seal was released. Dozens of enormous bags filled with sand gold instantly appeared, covering the entire floor. The crowd's eyes lit up. Wow, that's quite a lot. More than enough. This is truly a bountiful harvest. Wait, what is that Konoha Chunin doing? He pulled out another sealing scroll. More. Bang. Another puff of white smoke. Again, dozens of giant bags. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the successive bursts of white smoke, the room soon overflowed. Gazing at the mountainous pile of sand gold, the Konoha ninjas were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, eyes wide. Typically, the sand gold they encountered was pitifully scarce, at most a few golden beans, which, when melted, strengthened their tools. But this much sand gold, they had never even dreamed of it. Chun Yu, you dare call this little? If it continues to pile up, it could create a massive hole in the building. Lord Chun Yu, there's no more room. Just as they were in shock, a Konoha Chunin looked at Chun Yu in despair. After all this time, it was finally his turn to shine, yet there was no space left. Then just leave the scrolls here, Chun Yu said casually. All right. The other Konoha ninjas casually tossed the remaining 5 scrolls onto the ground. There's more in these. More? The Konoha higher-ups were instantly frozen in disbelief. This was already beyond their comprehension, and there's still half left. Another half. This was the true treasure of the Land of Wind, genuine currency of the ninja world, exceedingly rare sand gold. Look at the quantity. The Land of Wind truly brought out all its resources. My heavens, how did Chun Yu manage this? Not only did he destroy their Wind Shadow statue, but he also compelled them to lay bare their coffers. Although many external factors may have influenced this, fundamentally, one thing remained essential: strength. In other words, Chun Yu's prowess instilled fear and trepidation in the higher-ups of the Land of Wind, compelling them to endure great humiliation without daring to retaliate, ultimately opting to pay to settle the matter. This kid, so formidable. The people in the room stared in awe, silence enveloping them. A full minute passed without a word. Ahem. Unable to contain himself, Chun Yu lightly coughed, breaking the silence. Sister Tsunade, I heard that the combined forces of the 3 small nations and the Land of Wind will reach the front lines in 2 days. Is there any mission? None. Tsunade quickly replied. I'll assign you a pursuit mission. Yet you directly chase them to their homeland, depleting their resources. Let us give you another task. Who knows what chaos might ensue? Although this operation could be deemed a resounding success, overflowing with supplies, gold, and sand gold, the ninja world was fraught with peril and countless uncontrollable dangers. It's best to let this young man rest for a while. The entire army is currently regrouping and preparing for battle, and there's no immediate task for you. What you need to do now is to enjoy a good meal and get a good night's sleep. Chun Yu, when you awaken, I have more questions for you. Tsunade waved her hand, directing. Despite Chun Yu's successful expedition and bountiful harvest, many questions lingered. For instance, where had Chio gone? Was that old coot secretly plotting something? Preparing to strike suddenly? Chapter 89. The troubled 3rd Hokage. Very well. Chun Yu did not press further. The mission was accomplished, and the fruits of labor were secured. After toiling outside for so long, it was indeed time for rest. He could always act again when the system triggered another mission. That little rascal. Watching Chun Yu's departing figure, Tsunade gazed at the towering piles of sand gold in the room. Her expression a mix of bliss and concern. Let us keep a month's worth of supplies and transport the rest back to the village. Also, seal these sand gold in the scrolls and send them back to the village. Yes, the others replied, having no objections to Tsunade's decision. As the supply abundance at the base was overwhelming, enough to last at least half a year, transporting them back to the village would significantly alleviate its burdens. I really want to see what the Sand Ninja village has become now, Might Guy remarked eagerly from the side. By the way, Kakashi suddenly recalled. Forming hand seals and summoning Pakin. Pakin appeared, a small camera hanging from his neck. Hey Kakashi, I found a beautiful place and am taking pictures. I've been waiting all day for this stunning scenery. Pakin said with a hint of displeasure. My apologies. Kakashi, his eyes transforming into a crescent moon, smiled and replied. By the way, did you take a picture when we left the Sand Ninja village? Pakin flipped through the camera and nodded. Indeed, I took a picture. Just a moment. I'll develop it. Bang. With a puff of white smoke, Pakin vanished. Thus, a full half-hour later, Kakashi summoned Pakin again, who returned with a developed photo in his mouth. The crowd instantly gathered around, craning their necks to see. Upon clarity, they were all left dumbfounded, although they had already believed in the reality of the events. Witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. The grand statues of the wind shadows were indeed gone, and when did two trees sprout at the entrance? Resembling two giant green hats? Wasn't he that place barren? Oh, there's S writing on the trees. What does it say? Chin's little shop. This tree was planted by me. Konoha Chun Yu? Is this Chun Yu's would release? He actually claimed dominion at their doorstep, collecting tolls. Behold those few sand shinobi. They seem intent on felling the trees, yet their axes are broken, leaving the bark unscathed. Could it be that these mighty trees are destined to stand eternally at the entrance of the sand village? For the land of wind. This is an insufferable humiliation. The expressions of Konoha's higher-ups shifted dramatically, yet within their hearts, a single word resonated. Elation. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Chun Yu had infiltrated the land of wind, nearly uprooting all their strongholds and seizing the majority of their resources. He even blocked their doorsteps, demolishing the Kazekage statue and collecting countless amounts of sand gold. Every seemingly impossible feat was accomplished by Chun Yu. It was akin to trampling the land of wind beneath one's feet, delivering a resounding slap in the face. Many anxious shinobi, previously gripped by fear of the impending battle, instantly relaxed and even began to cheer in celebration. The land of wind is nothing extraordinary. Konoha is currently in a critical phase, besieged on 3 fronts, with resources critically lacking. Yet, through Chun Yu's singular effort, Konoha transitioned from absolute disadvantage to a state of equilibrium. In the hearts of countless Konoha shinobi, Chun Yu had become a paragon of heroism, significantly boosting morale across all fronts. In the Konoha village conference room, the senior officials left behind, along with Danzo and 2 advisors, sat in puzzled silence. They were uncertain as to why the 3rd Hokage had summoned them. Just then, a hoarse and raspy voice echoed from the entrance. The 3rd Hokage, clad in his Hokage attire, pipe in mouth and hands clasped behind his back, entered slowly and took his seat at the Hokage's position. I have gathered you all here to discuss an important matter, he said. Yes, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku stood, his expression grim. Everyone, we have just received word that even if we double our offer, those small nations remain unwilling to sell us resources. The logistics department has been working overtime. Yet we are still in dire need. What? The Konoha higher-ups were taken aback by this revelation. How could this be? Spending lavishly to procure resources from neighboring small countries was their last glimmer of hope. Indeed, this war had been meticulously plotted. Even the surrounding small nations had been bought off. Upon reflection, such a choice is not surprising. With 3 great nations simultaneously assaulting the land of fire, the odds of victory were exceedingly slim. As the 3rd Hokage's closest advisor, Nara Shikaku found himself at a loss in the face of such a predicament. There was no recourse. One cannot conjure a meal without rice. Although Konoha is touted as the most formidable village in the ninja world, facing 3 adversaries simultaneously was an immense challenge. The disparity in the number of elite shinobi was nearly twofold, and the difference in combat resources was even more staggering. This was an unprecedented crisis for the land of fire. Thus, I have called you all to devise a strategy. The 3rd Hokage spoke solemnly. Hokage-sama. Ibiki pondered for a few moments before rising. I propose that we concentrate our resources on a single battlefield. By neutralizing one enemy, we can alleviate our burdens. Ibiki, we have already discussed this strategy. It is nearly impossible to execute successfully, Naruto countered, shaking his head. The three sides are thoroughly prepared, each with tens of thousands of troops and ample resources. Even if we consolidate our supplies, we would still fall short of the enemy. We cannot resolve the battle in a short time frame. Should the other two fronts breach our defenses in the meantime, the consequences would be dire. We could send envoys to negotiate. Given the enemy's ferocity, it is unlikely that negotiations would yield any results. The Konoha elite began to debate fervently. Yet despair loomed heavier with each discussion, casting a dark cloud over the gathering. Everyone wore troubled expressions. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained silent. But the smoke from his pipe filled the room, creating a hazy atmosphere. Hokage-sama. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Guy burst through the door, exclaiming, "My guy has returned." What? The room erupted in astonishment. Generally, the return of an elite jonin like Might Guy at such a critical time signified a dire issue. Could it be that the front lines had been breached? Misfortune seemed to befall them all at once. Guy, your return from the front lines is most urgent. Has something grave occurred with Tsunade? Naruto inquired anxiously. Might Guy paused, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Indeed. I have significant matters to report to the third Hokage." Damn it. Naruto's expression shifted drastically. Not only are we besieged on three fronts, but now there are complications on Tsunade's side. This is a severe predicament. Hokage-sama, perhaps we should retreat and defend Konoha. Our resources are severely lacking, and our troop strength is insufficient. Fortifying our stronghold may be our only option. Or we could let Naruto. Absolutely not. If the Nine Tails goes berserk, we would be in a far worse predicament. What then? What other trump cards do we possess? The Konoha higher-ups were in an uproar. This perilous situation could no longer be resolved with mere strategy. Enough. Silence. The third Hokage suddenly commanded, Guy, speak. What troubles has Tsunade encountered? What predicament is she facing? The room fell silent instantly. Might Guy, who had appeared bewildered since entering, finally spoke. I returned to deliver supplies. Why is everyone on the verge of conflict? Supplies? The third Hokage paused, taken aback, then sighed deeply. There is no need. Tsunade is under considerable pressure. You may keep the supplies for your own use. I will find a solution elsewhere. What? Hokage-sama. Might Guy exclaimed, hastily explaining, we have sufficient supplies. Lady Tsunade ordered me to return the surplus. What? The room was filled with astonishment. This unexpected war had arisen so abruptly that all preparations were rushed. It was presumed that Tsunade's side was critically low on resources. How could there be an excess? Come with me, and you will see for yourselves. Might Guy, feeling somewhat weary, opted not to elaborate further. The third Hokage and the Konoha higher-ups accompanied Might Guy downstairs, where they beheld a small team of 200. Each member burdened with a massive package on their back, all appearing fatigued and pale. Additionally, a colossal package resembling a small mountain lay at the entrance, which Might Guy had personally carried. Wonderful. Though these supplies are limited, they can address our immediate needs. Indeed, these resources were sufficient to equip a battalion of 5,000. If they remained defensive rather than offensive, they could endure for a time. It was a welcome respite. Upon witnessing this, the Konoha elite breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although these supplies would not resolve the overarching issues, having something was better than having nothing. Cough, cough. Might Guy stepped forward. Hokage-sama, everyone. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The others looked puzzled. What could he mean? Without further ado, Might Guy approached his package, tugged at the outer fabric, and the seals shattered, spilling scrolls everywhere. Sealed scrolls? The senior officials of Konoha were momentarily taken aback, their faces quickly reflecting a sense of disappointment. What purpose do you serve by bringing back such a multitude of sealing scrolls? What utility could they possibly possess? However, in the next instant, Might Guy unsealed one of the scrolls with a decisive gesture. Bang! A plethora of explosive tags materialized out of thin air, causing the faces of the Konoha leaders to pale dramatically, leaving them petrified in place. Even the third Hokage bore an expression of profound astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, Naruto, his mind momentarily blank, slowly regained his composure and urgently inquired, Guy, Does this mean that each of these sealing scrolls contains a vast amount of supplies? Indeed, Might Guy nodded affirmatively. What about them? Nara Shikaku gestured toward the 200-man team behind him, all burdened with sealing scrolls filled with abundant resources. We initially estimated over 1 million explosive tags, tens of millions of ninja tools, 1 million tons of gold, and an even greater quantity of medical supplies and military rations, Might Guy explained. What? This revelation plunged the Konoha leaders into yet another state of shock. Guy, where did you procure these resources? The third Hokage suddenly regained his wits and posed a pivotal question. Hearing this, all the senior officials promptly turned their attention to Might Guy. It transpired that Chun Yu directly seized the supply depot of the opposing faction. He even stormed into the Land of Wind, capturing a massive treasury and strategic resource depot. The Konoha officials were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Oh, I just recalled something more critical, Might Guy suddenly remembered. More crucial strategic resources? The crowd was taken aback, their gazes fixed on Might Guy, wondering what could possibly warrant such astonishment. Without further ado, Might Guy stepped aside and retrieved 10 scrolls from his backpack. The onlookers exchanged glances, thinking, they are merely 10 scrolls. We are aware that they contain considerable supplies. Which indeed astonished us, but can this truly be classified as more significant? Some individuals chuckled in response. Before they could finish their thoughts, bang. Another cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing bags of sand gold cascading down like a mountain. Sand gold? The sand gold of the Land of Wind? How did you manage to acquire this? Is it also from Chun Yu's spoils? Even the third Hokage could no longer maintain his composure. Yes, all of it is from Chun Yu. The remaining 9 scrolls contain the same, Might Guy asserted confidently. What? The Konoha leaders had lost count of how many times they had been astonished that day. It was an ongoing wave of disbelief. How could Chun Yu manage this? Sand gold is the very foundation of the Land of Wind. They would undoubtedly safeguard it in an exceedingly concealed location. How could such a substantial quantity be obtained? Even the reparations after the Third Shinobi War were not this abundant. The third Hokage stammered in astonishment. Might Guy scratched his head and recounted the details of Chun Yu's blockade at the Sand Ninja Gate. A gust of wind swept through. Beneath the tallest building in Konoha, a group of high-ranking officials stood frozen like statues, their minds consumed by a few striking phrases. They destroyed the statue of the Kazekage. And the Sand Ninja not only refrained from resistance, but also surrendered all the sand gold. Nara Shikaku's eyes sparkled with boundless joy. This time, we have enough resources. Indeed, the third Hokage quickly nodded. Dispatch personnel to account for the supplies and send them to the front lines. Additionally, we must reward Chun Yu. He is a hero of Konoha. A great hero. The crowd gazed up at the starry sky, envisioning the youthful figure who, single-handedly, had turned the tide of crisis for Konoha and provided the means for a resurgence. Truly, he was the inheritor of the will of fire. Upon his return, it would not be excessive to erect a statue in his honor within the village.